Chapter 1. What made you think to come here for fishing? It was already midday at the lakeside of Tianchi in Changbai Mountain, where a man in his 20s, approximately 18 meters tall and clad in a black suit, expressed his bewilderment. In his deep black eyes, a hint of helplessness flickered as he gazed at the little girl beside him, whose height barely reached his waist. Alas, what could he do? After all, this impish child was the offspring of his employer. The girl was dressed in a blue dress and wore a cap with a visor. The shimmering light reflecting off the rippling water illuminated her fair face, enhancing her youthful exuberance. Of course, it's because of the water monster. The Tianchi water monster. Just hearing about it makes you want to see it, doesn't it? The girl said matter-of-factly, as she pulled 2 fishing rods from her backpack, handing one to the man while keeping the other for herself. Subsequently, she rummaged through her bag again and produced 2 or 3 comic books, the covers adorned with a monstrous creature, all titled New Edition. Adventure on Punk Hazard Island. What is this? This is volumes 66 to 70 of the One Piece Punk Hazard arc based on my deductions. There is no doubt that the water monster in Tianchi is a Sea King type from these books. If I catch a Sea King, you must persuade my father to grant me a fishery to raise one. Hearing this, the man's lips curled into a smirk, and he refrained from commenting further. Instead, he retrieved 2 small stools from his own bag, handing one to the girl. All right, if you truly believe that, let us fish for the Sea King you speak of. It was now 2015, and the mystery of the Tianchi water monster, first discovered in 1980, had long been unraveled by scientific inquiry into its true nature, underwater volcanic radiation anomalies, ancient descendants, and so forth. Yet, the veracity of the information contained within remained uncertain. Regardless of the true nature of the Tianchi water monster, it was undoubtedly more scientifically grounded than the fanciful imaginings of this comic-obsessed middle school child, had it not been for his employer's recent troubles with adversaries, making him uneasy about his daughter's safety. How could a leader of a mercenary group find time to indulge such childish whims? Uncle Hua, you'll believe me once you read these, the girl insisted, forcefully shoving the comic books into the man's arms before taking her seat by the water's edge, ready to fish. As time passed, evening approached, and the setting sun cast a dazzling, albeit blinding, light. The lake remained remarkably tranquil as nightfall neared, instilling a subtle chill in the air. Well, it seems your Sea King has not made an appearance. However, we have managed to catch quite a few rainbow trout, so we can ask your family's cook to prepare a delicious fish soup. Let's head back. Your father should be returning soon, the man remarked, closing the comic book the girl had handed him. He had read through the books that afternoon, finding them dreadfully dull. Yet he could not help but admire the author's grasp of narrative structure, a rising and falling action, the alluring powers of the devil fruits, and the vividly depicted islands, with female characters often portrayed with exaggerated features. Even adults might find it hard to resist. However, for a mercenary like himself, who had long since passed the age of 25 and whose youthful days had ended before they truly began, the prolonged existence on the edge of danger rendered this comic's oddities as mundane as chewing wax. The man rose and began to gather the fishing gear, glancing around as dusk settled. Other local anglers were also packing up their rods, preparing to return. At that moment, the girl beside him suddenly pointed towards the lake and exclaimed, "Uncle Hua, what is that?" Her shout drew the attention of the man and some nearby fishermen, all eyes turning towards the water. Approximately 50 meters from the shore, a massive shadow began to churn, gradually surfacing from the depths like a submarine. Upon witnessing this marvel, the crowd erupted in excited chatter, many hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. The Tianchi water monster. I can't believe we've encountered it today. This is rare. I could sell the photos to some websites for a few yuan. It's enormous. Are we in danger? We should retreat. A middle-aged man's face darkened with concern as he observed the colossal shadow moving closer. Don't worry, the shallow waters at the shore will prevent it from reaching us, some dismissed, unconcerned. Yet, a grave expression crossed the man's face. His instincts, honed from years of living on the brink of peril, warned him that this situation was dire. Just then, the enormous shadow in the lake surged forward, accelerating directly toward the two of them. "Get away from shore, Xiao Baixin." The sudden speed caught him off guard, and he shouted. The little girl, frozen in fear at the edge of the stool, trembled uncontrollably, attempting to rise but stumbled and fell into the lake. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, swiftly crouching down to toss his backpack to the lakeside before leaping into the water. "Uncle, help me! Grab the backpack and unzip it," he yelled. In mere moments, he reached the girl's side, their peril still looming as he fixated on the enormous shadow looming just 3 meters below. "Hand me the gun from the bag." "A gun?" The girl's mind was in a haze, staring blankly at the man. Seeing her confusion, grasped her tightly with one hand while using the other to pull the floating backpack closer, retrieving a sniper rifle from within. Onlookers had already fled far from the shore, but 2 youths, witnessing the scene, stared in shock, pointing, "Is that a sniper rifle?" Nearby, someone nodded. "Looks like we've encountered a real expert. Is he planning to take down the water monster?" At that moment, the colossal shadow in the lake surged upward, unleashing a massive wave, while simultaneously, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air. The wave engulfed the pair, obscuring the view of the onlookers. In the water, only the man and the girl caught sight of a gigantic head, half submerged, revealing a gaping maw of jagged teeth, with crimson eyes aflame with fury, as if the recent gunshot had provoked its wrath. This was the last image they beheld before the monstrous creature engulfed them both, along with the backpack, before vanishing back into the depths of the lake, disappearing from sight in mere moments. The Grand Line, New World. On the Life Island Punk Hazard, under the aegis of the world government and the Navy's scientific division. Lieutenant. A gradually clarifying voice roused the man from his unconscious state. As he slowly opened his eyes, the world spun around him, and after a prolonged buzzing in his ears, he shook his head to regain his senses. Before him stood a square-faced man wearing a white beret adorned with a blue seagull emblem, dressed in a pristine sailor's uniform, blue trousers, and black boots, holding an antique rifle, gazing directly at him. "Who are you?" The man, momentarily disoriented, instinctively scanned his surroundings, the iron walls, the oddly familiar insignia, and the enormous pipes overhead conjured thoughts of a secret research facility or chemical plant. However, he was puzzled. His last memory was of being swallowed by the Tianchi water monster alongside his employer's daughter, only to awaken here. Particularly intriguing was the soldier's naval attire and the term lieutenant, which led him to ponder the notion of transmigration, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. Seeing that his superior had finally regained consciousness, the naval soldier exhaled in relief, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Addressing him, "Please, no jokes now. Lieutenant Hobodi, we are stationed here to prevent Caesar Clown's escape. Dr. Vegapunk has led the commanders to apprehend him. But given Caesar's volatile nature, he will undoubtedly resist. That will be our cue to act." Upon hearing the soldier's words, the man frowned. "You mean my name is Hobodi?" He elongated the last syllable. The soldier, baffled, swallowed hard, unsure of what was amiss, is it not? At that moment, the man caught sight of his reflection in the metallic wall, momentarily stunned. He bore a quintessential Western visage, with hair the color of pink, something utterly improbable in the real world, alongside a robust physique, bronze skin, and an iron gauntlet on his right hand. "Damn it! It seems I have indeed fallen into one of those tropes from the novels those fools read. I've transmigrated. And oddly enough, my name is Hobo here. It has morphed into Hobodi. It seems that this body still retains some of its original experiences, however. I have not inherited the memories of its former owner, as one might expect in the narrative arcs of those time travel novels. By the way, you just mentioned that our mission is to prevent that. What was his name again?" "Caesar. Can you repeat it?" The man, now to be referred to as Hobodi, inquired. The naval soldier looked at his superior with a sense of perplexity. It was rather strange for such an important task to cause the commander to forget the name of the fugitive they were to apprehend. Nevertheless, as a sergeant, he dared not ponder too deeply on his superior's temperament, and quickly replied, Caesar Crone. Before Hobodi could contemplate further, a sudden commotion erupted from just beyond the door of the research base. Mere meters away, to his astonishment, Hobodi realized he could understand the words being exchanged. The essence of the exchange was roughly as follows. "What nonsense! I am the foremost scientist the Navy requires." Accompanied by a sharp scream, a deafening explosion resonated violently as the door marking R66 was blown apart, sending the iron door hurtling toward Hobodi and his interlocutor, who were caught utterly unprepared and were violently hurled against the wall. Ugh! Hobodi spat a mouthful of blood. His body struck with immense force, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The soldier beside him was entirely embedded within the wall, his eyes glazed over, unconscious. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Hobodi's consciousness gradually returned. Gasping for breath as his strength began to return, he observed the massive iron door blocking his path, a narrow gap remaining between it and the wall struggling to maintain his awareness. He extricated himself from the wall and collapsed onto the floor. The acrid scent in the air caused Hobodi to furrow his brow as he muttered to himself, "Is it the smell of gas? This is dire. I must leave this place swiftly." If someone were to strike a match now, he would find himself without a refuge. Casting a glance at the soldier who had been embedded in the wall by the door, the mention of M. Caesar Crone triggered a memory of a comic the young boy had shown him while fishing. Although he had skimmed through it, the name M. Caesar Crone, coupled with the recent uproar, now suggested a high likelihood that he had arrived in the world depicted in that comic, specifically referencing the incident from 4 years ago in the Punk Hazard arc. He had somehow entered such a world. Yet, it was evident that there was no time to ponder the reasons behind his arrival in this realm. This body possesses significantly greater resilience than my own otherwise. That iron door would have surely rendered me unconscious like that soldier. However, if this individual remains in such noxious air for long, it could lead to paralysis. Hobodi mused quietly as he surveyed the soldier beside him. Gritting his teeth with a powerful right arm, he pulled himself free from the wall. "Lieutenant, do not speak. Try to minimize your inhalation of this gas. Tell me, this base must have gas masks, right? Where are they?" Hobodi demanded. The soldier opened his mouth as if to respond, but his voice was drowned out by the chaotic din of the base, ultimately resorting to gesturing in a general direction. Hobodi, with no other option, instructed him, "Hold on. Wait for me here." He then dashed towards the indicated direction. After a journey of about 10 minutes, Hobodi arrived at a laboratory with a door emblazoned with the letter D. The entrance stood wide open, and a chaotic melee unfolded within, featuring fierce men clad in striped prison garb clashing with naval soldiers. "Ha ha 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 ha. The experiment of Vegapunk has failed. You lot, who have treated us like lab rats, shall pay dearly. Remember my name, the Ripper Dolan. Now let me show you the might of a wanted criminal boasting an 18 million berries bounty." A rotund pirate prisoner brandished a chain weapon, swirling through the throng and occasionally striking down encroaching soldiers. "Brigadier General Drake, help us!" A wounded man, lying on the ground, cried out desperately into a transponder snail. "Futile. I have seen it. All the officers sacrificed themselves to cover Vegapunk's escape. Abandoning this island, they took all the gas masks with them. No one will come to your aid. Navy, fighting in a gas-filled environment is akin to courting death, and without gas masks, damn it." Hobodi cursed under his breath as he turned to leave the entrance. However, at that moment, a chain lashed out, striking towards Hobodi. With a resounding clang, the chain struck the iron wall, creating a dent, and Hobodi narrowly evaded, his expression grave. "Wait a moment. By your attire, you must be a naval officer, right? Such a pitiable fellow. Did you miss the chance to join the forces covering Vegapunk's retreat? Is a lofty navy destined to perish alongside us, the dregs of piracy? Ha 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 ha." After hearing this, Hobodi fell into a moment of silence before suddenly declaring, "The situation is not as dire as you believe. The gases in this air are not lethal. It is far too early for you to despair. Indeed, in a building filled with gas, to choose confrontation over immediate escape is the act of either madness or a person indifferent to life and death." It was evident that this pirate belonged to the latter category. "Stop lying. You lot are utterly untrustworthy." Dolong, in a fit of rage, swung his chains toward Hobodi, the sound of the impact resonating as it struck the ground. Observing the dent created in the iron beneath him, Hobodi's pupils constricted. In a contest of strength, his physique might not be inferior to Dolong, whose bounty stood at 18 million berries, yet he had not yet fully acclimated to his current body. He had even been injured moments earlier by the force of the door of building R66. At this moment, he was not a match for the man before him. In the face of such a scene, mercenaries typically opted to flee or fight to the death. However, Hobodi did not intend to follow this path. The prospect of negotiation had already taken root in his mind. His gaze drifted toward the neglected backpack in the corner of Building D, and his pupils narrowed slightly. I am not deceiving you. Do you not sense your strength waning? Yet your consciousness remains intact. If this were truly a lethal gas, you would not have endured this long. As you mentioned, I have been abandoned by Vegapunk and his crew. We are now on this island, devoid of both navy and pirates. We are all merely refugees, are we not? He emphasized the last three words, imparting a deeper resonance to his message. Dolong's frenzied gaze gradually calmed, and Hobodi felt a sense of relief. His greatest fear was these reckless individuals, and he had no intention of perishing alongside them. Are you serious? Is there truly hope for us to escape alive? Dolong's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the gas masks are gone, and the air here is severely obstructed. We must first escape to save our lives. Fighting here is futile. What do you say? Shall we join forces? You propose an alliance? Dolong's pupils flickered, and suddenly his body emanated a fierce aura. Realizing the shift, Hobodi glanced at the backpack in the corner and sprang into action. All you Navy scum can perish. I am a pirate. Boom. The chain struck the ground where Hobodi had just stood, creating a massive crater in the metal. In that instant, Hobodi had leaped to the corner of Building D, swiftly unzipping the backpack to reveal a sniper rifle approximately 1 meter in length. Dolong and his companions stared in astonishment at this peculiar weapon, its barrel aimed directly at him. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, a scarlet spray bursting forth. Dolong's arms dropped limply, and the chains clattered to the ground as the colossal body of a 2-meter-tall figure fell with a thunderous crash. Silence enveloped Building D, a stillness that hung heavy among both pirates and Navy soldiers alike. Hobodi was able to comprehend their astonishment. The era of pirates, reminiscent of the 15th century on their Earth, was characterized by the prevalent use of flintlock pistols among the marauders. Even the rifles and sniper guns wielded by them could not compare in power to the one he possessed, especially considering the specially designed explosive rounds he had, capable of obliterating a skull. It was likely that no one had ever encountered such formidable weaponry. Nevertheless, a cold sweat trickled down Hobodi's back. In a moment of desperation, he had fired a gun in an area filled with gas, and miraculously, there had been no explosion. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Perhaps the concentration of gas in the air was significantly lower than that of other elements, or maybe it was a peculiar characteristic of this extraordinary world. In any case, only the researchers would know the precise composition. At present, Hobodi was solely focused on escaping and had no time to ponder these matters. Observing the expressions of fear reflected in the eyes of both the pirate prisoners and the naval soldiers within Building D, Hobodi shouldered his backpack and stepped outside. It had been barely half an hour since the recent explosion, and he sought to call for help from the naval vessels stationed near Punk Hazard. The troops guarding Vegapunk had likely not yet completely departed the island, and he needed to reach the ship before it set sail. It was crucial to note that following the calamity that devoured the life on the island during the Punk Hazard arc, the world government had promptly chosen to impose a blockade. For the next 2 years, aside from that Caesar clown character, no one else would dare to approach. And that individual was hardly a benevolent presence. Remaining in this gas-ridden Punk Hazard for 2 years was a daunting prospect. Even though his current physique was significantly stronger than his original form on Earth, Hobodi harbored no illusions about his chances of survival. Time was of the essence, and he was uncertain whether that entity was still present here. If it was, he would undoubtedly consume it. Retracing his steps, Hobodi arrived back at the massive doors adjacent to the corridor of Building R66. At that moment, the naval soldier who had previously conversed with him had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Hobodi, he immediately rose from the ground, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he beheld the backpack slung over Hobodi's shoulders. I'm sorry, but Vegapunk's troops have taken all the gas masks. We must rely on ourselves to escape this place. Rely on ourselves? The naval soldier's gaze trembled with despair. This gas was released by that Caesar fellow. We stand no chance of escaping. Hobodi cast a glance at him, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Gale," he replied. "We must now escape and board the warship of the escort, Vegabank. There should be transportation facilities in Building R66, correct?" Gale nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is a transport vehicle, and the control room is located on the second floor of Building R66. The lieutenant, sensing a flicker of hope in Gale's eyes, asked, "You know where the control room is? That simplifies matters. Are you capable of operating it?" The joy in Gale's eyes was unmistakable as he eagerly nodded. "Yes, Lieutenant." "Then it is settled. Proceed to the control room and unlock the door." "Understood." Gale saluted and swiftly departed. Within a few minutes of Gale's exit, the passage leading from Building R66 to the escape route of the Straw Hat crew in the Punk Hazard chapter opened, revealing a massive transport vehicle on the tracks. Appearing still operational, Gale returned to Hobodi's side and hesitated before speaking. "Lieutenant, this transport can accommodate many people. Surely there are other companions within this research facility. However, there are also ruthless pirates. Perhaps we should wait." Hobodi immediately countered. Gale fell silent, wishing to voice his concerns. Yet the research facility was already filled with suffocating toxic gas, leading him to ultimately withhold his words. "I need to visit the Vegabank laboratory. You know where it is, correct?" Gale, with a hint of confusion on his face, pointed to a nearby door, stating, "It is right there." Hobodi's face froze momentarily, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He had lingered here for a while, pondering the whereabouts of the door referred to as the secret chamber by M. Caesar Cron, only to discover that it was within arm's reach. The two entered the research institute of Begabank, where beneath a wide test tube, separated by glass, lay a fruit adorned with irregular circular patterns, motionless in its confinement. Hobodi's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes on the fruit. With a swift motion, he brought his iron gauntlet down with a resounding crash, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the air. In that moment, he grasped the fruit tightly in his right hand. Beside him, Gal looked on with a mix of confusion and hesitation. This artificial devil fruit is said to be a failure by Dr. Vegapunk. Are you really going to eat it, Lieutenant? No, I'm merely a bit hungry. Hobodi replied nonchalantly as he brought the fruit to his lips and bit down without a moment's hesitation. A failure? Hobodi was uncertain whether Vegapunk had misjudged its worth or if his pursuit of perfection deemed it flawed. Yet, for Hobodi, with a clear vision of the island's future in 4 years, the overwhelming powers of Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit, the 3 Logia-type gas fruits of M. Caesar Clown, Monet's snow fruit, Smoker's smoke fruit, as well as the full-body hockey of Marine G5's Chief, Virgo, and the Conqueror's hockey of Monkey D, Luffy, all rendered his own capabilities somewhat inadequate. Monkey D, Luffy, not yet 20, and Trafalgar Law, still under 30. Both possessed terrifying potential that seemed to instill fear even in Don Quixote da Flamingo, mentioned in the Punk Hazard arc. What then of the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals? Hobodi's own body, despite its age, had not endured any life-or-death battles, and many of his human treasures remained untapped. Faced with Luffy and Law, he feared he would fall in a single blow. Among such formidable beings, he doubted he could rise in just 4 years. This artificial devil fruit, which had transformed into an ethereal Eastern dragon after being accidentally consumed by Momonosuke in the Punk Hazard arc, posed a question. What transformation awaited him? The risks associated with devil fruits had been vaguely hinted at in the Punk Hazard arc, yet specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, Hobodi felt no trepidation as he swallowed it whole. He had no path of retreat in this era, even with his current physique. A foul taste flooded his mouth. Although Hobodi had never tasted excrement, the sensation was undeniable. The fruit bore no flavor, but its texture, softer than banana, evoked unpleasant associations. He consumed it entirely, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him when he sensed no immediate change in his body. Could it truly be a failure? Gal, the nearby Navy soldier, was increasingly worried for the audacious lieutenant. Just after Dr. Vegapunk had left, Hobodi had pilfered his research, albeit a failed specimen. However, Gal decided to remain calm, as their usually unreliable commander had unexpectedly steered him away from despair. I will keep this a secret, Lieutenant. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the research facility, so piercing that it might have echoed throughout the entire establishment had the doors not been shut. Lieutenant, please, pull yourself together. Gal was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the lieutenant, who had seemed fine just moments ago, was now writhing on the floor in agony. Memories of various devil fruit legends flooded his mind, leaving him at a loss. Lieutenant, if you die, how will I escape? The pain struck without warning. In an instant, Hobodi felt as though his body was being torn apart by machines from all directions. A peculiar force surged within him, expanding his form, filling the ruptured areas with energy. Lieutenant! Lieutenant! Gal cried out, witnessing a bizarre scene unfold before him. Hobodi's body was transforming, his hands morphing into sharp claws, his legs elongating, and pink scales covering his form. Hobodi's face twisted grotesquely, with protrusions emerging from his forehead. Were those horns? Ultimately, a 5-meter-long pink Eastern dragon coiled within the research room, and Gal trembled at the sight. A sense of boundless power surged through the transformed Hobodi, who flexed his claws. Experimenting with his newfound form, he took a few steps, realizing that moving on all fours felt remarkably similar to walking as a human. Truly remarkable, this devil fruit, he marveled, casting a glance at the trembling Gal. We should be on our way. Wow, the giant catfish just spoke, Gal exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of his head as he shouted in disbelief. With a swift motion, Hobodi struck Gal on the head with a clawed fist, exclaiming, "What kind of reaction is that, Lieutenant?" Gal stuttered, stunned. Time is of the essence. Don't you want to rescue your comrades? Right. The two exited Vegapunk's laboratory, making their way towards Building C adjacent to Building D, then to Building B and A. As they progressed, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The ground was littered with the bodies of Navy soldiers and death row inmates, remnants of a chaotic battle. Only a few survivors remained, most of them pale, gasping for breath, their eyes rolling back, a clear sign of gas poisoning. Lieutenant? Gal hesitated, not receiving a response from Hobodi, and could no longer contain himself. He rushed to a severely injured comrade, crouching beside him. Hey, can you hear me? Stay strong. Although Hobodi was indifferent to the fate of the Navy soldiers within the research facility, having previously wished for their demise to bury his secrets, seeing the suffering soldiers, some of whom held ranks equal to his, stirred a tinge of sorrow within him. It seemed that, apart from the elite team that had escaped with the brilliant Vegapunk, most left behind were deemed expendable. Let us save as many as we can. We'll retrace our steps, Hobodi sighed, moving toward 2 injured soldiers and hoisting them onto his shoulders. Let us go, Gal. Gal helped the gravely wounded sailor to his feet, nodding solemnly. Behind them lay several more incapacitated soldiers, one of whom weakly reached out, his eyes pleading for mercy. Please, save me. Gal trembled, while Hobodi remained expressionless. The 3 soldiers they had rescued fell into a profound silence, all too aware that they could not save their injured comrades. Despair filled the soldier's heart as he saw the 2 men walk away, tears brimming in his eyes as he whispered, "Then, please take care of my wife and daughter. Their names are..." Puff. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a blade struck with ferocity. The soldier, extending his hand in a desperate struggle, found himself unable to utter the name he wished to call out, his voice stifled. A massive cleaver had severed his throat, life gradually ebbed from his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to close them in death. The assailant was a tall, imposing figure, wielding a hefty cleaver, clad in prison garb. His chestnut waves cascading over his face, concealing a long, menacing scar. "The cleaver!" roared Gaul in fury, witnessing this pirate murder his comrade right before his eyes, who had been unable to call out the names of his beloved wife and children, dying with his eyes wide open. Gwahaha. I never imagined there were still living Navy personnel within this research facility, and even a commissioned officer at that. Ron leered maliciously at Hobodi, who was draped in a naval cloak. Hobodi released the 2 naval soldiers from his shoulders and turned to face the imposing figure before him. This man would later be replaced by Trafalgar Law with spider legs, only to be dispatched in an instant by Monkey D. Luffy, who was incensed upon realizing that his legs were not those of a beast. Yet, for such a terrifying and grotesque character who could be vanquished in a single blow, he now posed a significant hindrance in the gas-filled research facility. Do you truly harbor no hope of escaping this place? Whether it was the previous Dolan or the individual standing in front of him, they both chose this perilous moment to impede his progress. Ron erupted into laughter. Navy. There is no need to repeat your previous rhetoric from Block D. Those fools, Dolan's crew, actually believed you would ultimately defeat him. Do not mistake me for someone with such a simplistic mind. You wish to flee, do you? Ah, I shall not allow it. You will accompany me to the grave. Navy. Hobodi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have been to Building D? Indeed, I have vanquished both the Navy and the pirates there, and I intend to eliminate every last survivor from this naval research facility. Upon hearing that Ron had dispatched everyone in Building D, Hobodi felt a sense of relief. Thus, the secrets of his sniper rifle would remain concealed. However, this pirate, having ventured into Building D, undoubtedly possessed certain knowledge about him. After a moment of contemplation, Hobodi's expression shifted, and he once more felt the agonizing pain experienced in the Vegapunk laboratory. In the blink of an eye, Hobodi transformed into a 5-meter-long pink eastern dragon. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, his entire form surged forward like an arrow aimed directly at Ron. Ron remained unfazed, raising his large cleaver and delivering a decisive slash towards Hobodi's approach. Foolish. Not even a devil fruit user would dare confront my cleaver directly. Is that so? Hobodi retorted, his dragon claw seizing the moment with remarkable force. In an instant, the peculiar power within him seemed to consolidate within his claw. This sensation felt almost illusory. Yet he had no time to ponder it. The enemy stood before him, and he felt no trepidation in facing that mighty cleaver with his dragon claw. With a swift motion, Hobodi's claw met the descending cleaver, producing a fierce gust of wind as he swung through the air. The clash resonated like 2 metals colliding within the research facility, reverberating through the toxic gas, creating a shockwave that spanned half a yard in diameter. Creak. Ha. Ron couldn't contain his wild laughter at the sound. Navy, your dragon claw is indeed formidable, but Hobodi could not deny, yet your blade is even more fragile. As his words fell, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. The enormous cleaver began to emit a series of creaking sounds. Not the sound of Ron's blade cleaving through the dragon's claw as he had anticipated, but rather the sound of the dragon's claw shattering his massive cleaver. How could this be possible? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched fragments of his cleaver plummet to the ground, ultimately leaving behind nothing but the hilt. Hobodi gazed at him with a stoic expression. I have no time to entangle with you. Just leave. The dragon's claw extended once more, seizing Ron's head and flinging him against the iron wall not far away. Ron's body crashed into the wall with a heavy thud, creating a dent, his eyes glazing over as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Behind them, Gal and several naval soldiers stood in shock, staring at the scene until Hobodi reverted to his human form, at which point they regained their composure. We must go, Hobodi declared, hoisting 2 naval soldiers onto his shoulders, his complexion ashen, as he hurried toward building R66, with Gal close behind. A few minutes later, Hobodi, Gal, and a total of 5 individuals boarded a transport vehicle, traversing the lengthy, shadowy tunnel toward the expanse beyond the Punk Hazard mountain range. In the darkness, Gal picked up a flashlight, directing its beam toward Commander Hobodi's face. Even before boarding the transport, he had noticed something amiss. The lieutenant's face appeared drawn and gaunt. Lieutenant, there's no need to say more. The recent battle exposed me to an excessive amount of toxic gas, and the power of the devil fruit has drained my stamina. I am acutely aware of my current condition. Therefore, we must act swiftly. I hope the rescue ship for Vegapunk has not yet departed. Are we truly able to escape this island? The 3 soldiers beside him wore expressions of confusion, listening to the rumble of the transport while gazing into the darkness ahead. Although they had temporarily fled the research facility, what dangers awaited them beyond the mountains? To be honest, their hearts held little hope. We will certainly escape, as the lieutenant has stated. So, you must hold on. Gal trembled as he spoke. Yet, Caesar's toxic gas has surely permeated the entire island. What does it matter if we escape? This explosion will undoubtedly lead to a military tribunal. Caesar triggered the experiment, and we cannot evade responsibility. A soldier beside him lamented. His head hung low. His words cast a pall of silence over the group, and even Hobodi felt the weight of the predicament. Indeed, having survived a catastrophic explosion in the pervasive toxic gas within the research facility, along with the presence of those pirate convicts, he had traversed this turmoil in under an hour, his only thought being survival. He had not even contemplated the implications raised by the soldier. Reflecting on the predicament, they, as naval officers, had caused the destruction of the Navy's research base due to the capture of him, Caesar Clown. This incident would undoubtedly lead to a military tribunal, especially considering it nearly brought harm to the world government's foremost scientist, whose intellect was 5 centuries ahead of humanity. If Vegapunk emerged unscathed, it would be a relief, however. Should any misfortune befall him, the naval officers could face execution without question. Of course, such grave accusations would not rest solely on Hobodi's shoulders, at the very least. There must be officers of higher rank stationed on Punk Hazard, thus the burden of blame would not fall entirely on them. Let us concern ourselves with these matters only after we escape. For now, we should be thankful that Vegapunk, that rascal, is still alive. Gal's eyes widened in disbelief. The other 3 naval soldiers echoed his incredulity, exclaiming, "That rascal?" Hobodi regarded them with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "What? Is that not the case?" It is crucial to recognize that had he not shielded Caesar, none of these troubles would exist. Moreover, he abandoned us on this toxic island. And even if we managed to escape, we would still have to bear the blame for him. What sort of person could be described as anything other than a scoundrel? With this assertion, it seemed that Dr. Vegapunk truly was a despicable scoundrel. The 3 Navy soldiers exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the darkness lightened considerably. At that moment, "Gar reminded, sir, we see a light ahead. Continue forward. We will leap from the vehicle as soon as we reach the transport port," Hobodi commanded. "But what about braking?" Gar queried, perplexed. Hobodi shook his head. "We cannot hold on until that time. The poisonous gas has already begun to numb our nerves. You must be feeling a sense of drowsiness as well, am I right?" The 4 naval officers accompanying Gal nodded in agreement. Hobodi affirmed, "We shall jump from the vehicle at once. Upon sighting the warship, make sure to call out for help loudly." Understood. Approximately 1.5 minutes later, the light from the tunnel grew ever closer. In an instant, the darkness dissipated, and light enveloped Hobodi and the other 4. They had emerged from the dark tunnel and were greeted by the sight of the sky beyond the island of Punkasad, which was entirely shrouded in a purplish haze of toxic gas. "Look, the transport port," Gal exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the distance. "Damn it, are we too late?" Hobodi's expression was filled with unwillingness. They had clearly escaped from the research facility and successfully reached the transport port. So why? The distant warships on the sea seemed to have utterly extinguished their hopes. 3 soldiers were overwhelmed with despair, crying out loudly, "Help! Help us!" Yet, the warship showed no intention of halting, cutting through the waves along the coastline with increasing speed. "Lieutenant," Gal murmured, his eyes reflecting the depths of despair. "Lift my backpack. Jump from the vehicle. We must pursue them." Hobodi grit his teeth. "But how can we catch up?" "Jump!" Hobodi shouted angrily, first kicking down the 3 naval soldiers, then grabbing Gal and leaping from the transport vehicle. With a resounding thud, the 5 landed on the wooden planks of the transport port. Hobodi lay on the ground, enveloped in a golden glow, his limbs beginning to extend. The horns on his forehead protruded, and his body stretched as pink scales began to form. His limbs, drawn by the tumultuous energy within him, morphed into 4 claws, ultimately transforming into a magnificent pink eastern dragon. "Lieutenant?" Gal questioned in bewilderment. Hobodi fixed its gaze on the receding warship, its forelimbs flailing in the air with fervor. What is the commander attempting to accomplish? Surely, the commander has not lost his sanity? "Commander, please remain calm." 3 soldiers endeavored to approach and restrain Hobodi, but were effortlessly cast aside by its powerful tail. Landing on the ground, Hobodi continued to flail its claws in the air, its movements comically exaggerated. 1 minute passed, then 2, followed by 3, as time slowly drifted by, and the warship faded further into the distance. Sweat beads trickled down Hobodi's face. Was his approach flawed? After all, wasn't it the same method that Nosok had used to conjure clouds? Why was he unable to do so? The surrounding area was eerily silent as Hobodi forced himself to calm his mind and contemplate the underlying cause. What could it be? In the Punk Hazard arc, Nosok had successfully executed the technique of riding the clouds, a feat born from the hallucinations induced by hunger, which subsequently aided Monkey D. Luffy in escaping the landfill. Now, Hobodi found his situation strikingly reminiscent of Luffy's predicament on this island 4 years later. If they were unable to catch up to the departing warship, they would likely be forced to survive on this island, plagued by toxic gas, for the next 2 years. Would they end up like Chahub and his crew, outfitted with animal legs, reduced to mere background characters before being sent flying by Luffy? Such a fate was intolerable to Hobodi. He pondered whether the energy of the devil fruit within him had yet to manifest, yet he felt utterly powerless against the raging force inside. How could he properly channel it? However, time was a luxury he could not afford to squander on such deliberations. Lieutenant, it's over. Even if we escape, death awaits us, one of his companions lamented. Just as despair enveloped them, a small shadow darted forth from the massive mountains behind them, cutting through the thick, noxious gas. A new threat was closing in on the five. A thunderous roar echoed, causing GRU and the others to widen their eyes in terror as they beheld the approaching, corpulent figure. It was the little dragon of Vegapunk. Wasn't it supposed to be on the other side of the island? Without Vegapunk present, who could tame it? Its teeth could effortlessly crush steel. Amidst the chaos, Hobodi was compelled to confront the grim reality before him. He gazed at the little dragon's anguished roars in the distance, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Something about it seemed off. Look at its eyes, he began, but before he could finish, the distant dragon appeared to notice the five of them. Its gaze was scrutinizing. But in an instant, it seemed to have failed in its search for a familiar figure. Its demeanor rapidly shifted to one of ferocity, baring its sharp teeth as it dove downward, charging towards the five. Hobodi swiftly dispelled the transformation of the devil fruit, reverting to his human form. He retrieved a sniper rifle from his pack and aimed it at the approaching dragon, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet raced toward the small dragon. Yet it showed no signs of evasion. As the projectile collided with the dragon's body, the anticipated outcome did not unfold before Hobodi's eyes. A single bullet, capable of obliterating the head of a bounty-hunting pirate worth millions, merely produced a metallic clang as it struck the dragon's belly, igniting a brief spark as it grazed past. This is bad, Lieutenant. It intends to devour us. Hobodi cursed vehemently, yet his finger did not waver from the trigger. 3 seconds later, another gunshot echoed from the island. However, the second bullet, too, proved ineffective against the dragon. Damn it, these creatures are truly monstrous. Hobodi felt a pang of frustration over his failed marksmanship. Such a weapon, in his previous life on Earth, could fell any beast. Despite a barrage of gunfire ringing out, none could harm the dragon, but the impact momentarily hindered its advance. This brief interlude held no significance for Hobodi and his companions, as once the dragon descended, they stood no chance against its ferocious appetite. As Hobodi's ammunition dwindled, the dragon swooped down from the air, now less than 10 meters away. At that moment, only one bullet remained in Hobodi's sniper rifle. He was left to gamble on a close-range shot, hoping the force of the bullet might penetrate its iron-like belly. Otherwise, they would truly meet their demise here. With a bitter smile, Hobodi raised the rifle toward the sky. The dragon from Vegapunk drew nearer, 10 meters, 7, 5, 3, 1. At that instant, bang, a shot rang out. And the dragon let out an enraged roar, its small frame propelled several meters away, thrashing in place as it howled. The bullet, fired from less than a meter away, splattered dragon blood across Hobodi's face, igniting a stinging sensation that intensified, causing him to shut his eyes and kneel on the ground. Lieutenant, are you all right? Garl hesitated, sensing that something was amiss with Hobodi. An aura emanated from him that instilled fear, authority, heat, compelling him to instinctively step back. The other 3 Navy soldiers mirrored his trepidation, retreating a few steps in alarm. Ah, what a marvelous sensation. Hobodi had never experienced such a powerful illusion coursing through his being. Every cell in his body felt saturated with explosive energy. He sensed that with a single punch, he could shatter anything. The dizziness from the gas had vanished, and the weakness from utilizing the devil fruit's powers was completely erased. Unconsciously, he began to swing his arm, under the watchful eyes of Garl and the other soldiers. Hobodi was enveloped in a golden energy, his form expanding until it reached 7 or 8 meters, halting only then. As their commander continued his comical gestures, they beheld an astonishing sight. Visible to the naked eye, golden clouds began to gather around him, drifting away toward the fleet on the ocean, forming a golden path in the skies. What are you all standing there for? Climb onto my body. That little dragon merely scratched the surface. If we don't flee, it will be too late. Hobodi was uncertain about the transformation he was undergoing, but it seemed that having been splattered with the blood of the Vegapunk dragon, he had gained a measure of control over the energy of the devil fruit within him. Thus, this extraordinary scene unfolded. Garl and the others snapped out of their daze, swiftly scrambling onto Hobodi's colossal dragon form as the dragon behind them roared, its crimson eyes fixed on them. The winds began to stir. Above Punk Hazard Island, a massive catfish surged toward the distant fleet. In the waters near Punk Hazard, the Navy's G7 fleet. General Stoloberry. General Stoloberry. We're in trouble. A Navy soldier hastily descended from the ship's observation deck, rushing to a middle-aged man with a stoic face. He wore a tall white hat reminiscent of a chef's, sported a black beard measuring 50 centimeters, and bore 2 swords at his waist. Most notably, his naval uniform was adorned with a large insignia of justice emblazoned on the back. Such a cloak was reserved for naval officers. Even Hobodi, as a lieutenant, wore only a plain white cape, unworthy of the name of naval justice. Stoloberry, his expression unchanging, extended his hand, momentarily catching the soldier off guard. Spyglass. Stoloberry commanded. Aye. The soldier exclaimed, hurriedly retrieving the spyglass from around his neck and handing it to Stoloberry. Stoloberry approached the ship's stern, casting a fleeting glance through the spyglass before returning it to the soldier. A flying giant catfish? Quite rare indeed, he murmured. General. The soldier raised his voice, his eyes widening, realizing that the matter at hand was far more significant. Stoloberry's emotionless visage cracked a rare smile, signaled the fleet to slow down. That massive catfish carries soldiers fleeing from Punk Hazard. According to Caesar's confessions regarding the chemical experiments, they should have succumbed long ago. It's astonishing that an hour has passed, and there are still survivors. Meanwhile, a mile away from the fleet, approximately 1850 meters, Hobodi, Garl, and the other soldiers watched as the distant ship grew larger, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. "They've spotted us, Lieutenant," Garl exclaimed. "We are saved. Damn it. Finally. We've escaped. I swear I'll never return to the New World." The three soldiers wept for joy, their cries echoing like children on Hobodi's back. Hobodi could not help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Indeed, after numerous tribulations, they, the Forsaken Ones, had finally escaped from that nightmarish island. The tautness of their nerves was inevitably influenced by the whimsical atmosphere created by a few juvenile naval soldiers. Replaced instead by the joy of having regained their lives after their harrowing escape, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Even the New World seas seemed to grant them a modicum of favor, as a semblance of tranquility emerged amidst the harsh climate. Hobodi ascended through the clouds above the sea, drawing ever closer to the distant warship. "Lieutenant, we are merely 500 meters away from our vessel. Please, Lieutenant, fuel your efforts," he reported. "Commander, we are now 300 meters from our warship. I implore you to persevere," he continued. "Commander, we are just 100 meters away. I suppose you lot are astonished, aren't you? I have miraculously survived." As they neared the ship by only a few dozen meters, the soldiers behind Hobodi could no longer contain their joy, their jubilant movements betraying their excitement. On board the warship, General Strawberry's aide hesitated, remarking, "General, might they be speaking in jest?" Strawberry waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Anyone who has narrowly escaped death is bound to lose control of their emotions. Let them vent." The aide, seeing this, could only point angrily at the three raucous soldiers atop the giant catfish. "You rascals, hurry aboard and silence yourselves. Speak further insults towards the commander, and I shall see you in a military tribunal. Go ahead and report us. Who among us fears?" replied one soldier, T-Bone. With a smirk. "Let us disdain these fellows." A soldier with natural green curls made a face. Suddenly, a fearsome-looking soldier cried out, "Oh no. Bailey Good is turned into a ball. Bailey Good," he exclaimed. "A fruit just fell from the sky, and I ate it out of hunger. What is happening?" On Hobodi's back, a group of floating orbs bounced around, their faces displaying sheer terror as they surveyed their surroundings. "You lot, I warned you not to gloat. Now you've faced retribution," laughed the aide on board the warship. Strawberry observed the comical scene with a serious demeanor. "Is that the power of a devil fruit? Branu, Pin, Bailey Good, quiet down. The warship is drawing near. Do not forget, we are in the New World. Strange occurrences are commonplace," Gal shouted, whether by his ominous words or sheer coincidence. Hobodi and the others found themselves just 2 or 3 meters from the ship's deck when, in an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the four atop the catfish. A wisp of black smoke enveloped the area beside the warship as the four fell into the sea, leaving everyone speechless. While the soldiers on the deck erupted into laughter, Strawberry calmly regarded the scene and told his aide, "Go deploy the rescue boat. Have the soldiers retrieve them. 2 among them possess abilities, and they are not adept swimmers." 2. Indeed, the aide confirmed. At that moment, from the rear of the ship's deck, a youth clad in a belly band and wielding a massive battle axe emerged. I suppose Vegapunk didn't anticipate that the artificial devil fruit he left behind would be consumed by this audacious catfish fool. And that lightning strike, certainly not a coincidence. It seems necessary to have a word with that rascal Vegapunk. As Hobodi regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in an empty cabin. The sounds of footsteps echoing above on the deck, and the air thick with the pungent odor of men. His last memory was of stirring the energy within him, only to be struck by lightning and plunged into the sea. Yet now, it appeared he had successfully escaped. Hobodi attempted to rise from the bed, waving his arm, only to be met with a dull ache in his muscles, dizziness, and a pervasive sense of weakness throughout his body. At that moment, his stomach audibly protested. He settled back onto the bed, and shortly thereafter, 4 familiar faces descended from the ship's ladder. "Lieutenant, you are awake?" Gal exclaimed with delight. "Thank you, Lieutenant Hobodi. Thanks to you, we have successfully been saved." Pin, Branu, and Bailey Good, all Navy personnel, bowed respectfully to Hobodi. "What is the current state of our voyage? And where is my package?" Hobodi inquired as he sat up, his stomach growling once more. "We are en route to the Navy headquarters and will soon pass St. Mary Joa, Lieutenant Hobodi. That peculiar firearm of yours has been taken by Vegapunk's scientific team for research. According to Dr. Vegapunk, it may enhance our Navy sniper rifles, elevating their effectiveness. If this is true, Lieutenant, you might find yourself promoted," Branu said enviously. "Lieutenant Hobodi, all your belongings are right here," Pin said, moving aside to place the backpack next to Hobodi's bed. "Lieutenant, shall I fetch you some food?" Gal offered. Hobodi nodded, feeling a sense of comfort. It was indeed this initial rescuer who proved to be the most considerate. Hobodi opened his backpack, engaging in conversation with the 3 Navy officers while also learning their names and backgrounds. The Navy officer with a face resembling that of a zombie was named T. Pin, holding the rank of ensign, just one level below Hobodi. Like Hobodi, he belonged to the naval unit involved in capturing Caesar Clown at Punk Hazard. The Navy officer with natural green curls was Branu, affiliated with the Naval Intelligence Department, holding the rank of sergeant. He was unfortunate enough to be caught up in the chemical experiment incident involving Caesar, and in a sense, his survival was nothing short of a miracle. Hobodi recalled having seen Branu in the comics set during the Punk Hazard arc. It appeared he would rise to the rank of brigadier general in 4 years. The last officer, named Belagud, held the rank of corporal and served under T. Pin. During their escape, he fortuitously consumed a fallen paramecia-type devil fruit, likely making him a prime candidate for the Navy's focus on cultivation. Their conversation suggested that devil fruits were exceedingly rare in this world, with a single fruit rumored to fetch over 100 million berries. As Hobodi rummaged through his bag, he discovered that aside from his sniper rifle, everything else remained intact. Some mercenary gear, a girl's perfume and face mask, a fishing rod from their day's journey, along with some bread and bottled water. However, he noted that a few comic volumes were missing, and at the very bottom of the bag, something caught his eye, causing his pupils to contract. A bloodstained fragment of a tracksuit zipper plunged his spirits into despair. The 3 officers beside him observed Hobodi's sudden change in demeanor, puzzled and falling silent. Only Hobodi understood the significance of that fragment. Could it be that the girl had also arrived in this world like him? Yet now, he was uncertain whether Xian was still alive or if she too had taken on a new form. Upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar that his previous belongings appeared in Punk Hazard. Damn it, how did I overlook this detail? By the way, Branu, the casualties from Punk Hazard should have been tallied by now, right? Hobodi suddenly inquired. Branu hesitated. Well, yes, the statistics have indeed been compiled, but we are not yet authorized to know. The documents must first be submitted to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and no one is permitted to tamper with them. After that, the military tribunal will adjudicate the matter. Then, in the naval intelligence and the unit that apprehended Caesar, is there anyone named Xian among the casualties at Punk Hazard? Hobodi directed his gaze towards T. Pin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Xian? That is quite an unusual name. There is no one by that name in our unit. Branu also shook his head. To my knowledge, there should not be anyone by that name in the intelligence or scientific divisions either. Is that so? Just then, Lieutenant Gao entered, carrying a large cloth bag. As he opened it, a mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted through the air, making Branu and the others salivate. There is so much. We're in for a treat. Branu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Indeed, we just had a bowl of kelp soup, and now we're quite hungry. Belagud nodded eagerly. Pin reached for a piece of meat, declaring, I'm diving in. At that moment, Gal drew a sword from his waist and blocked Pin's hand, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. You rascals have already eaten. Don't go snatching Lieutenant S meat. Gal shouted angrily. Gal, you're being too stingy. Yes. A little one tea hurt, the trio chimed in. Hobodi waved his hand with a smile. Let us eat together. Absolutely not. Gal's voice was assertive, the sword hovering above the 3 seated officers, looking down on them. You must understand, this is a meal personally given to the lieutenant by Dr. Begapunk. Thanks to the lieutenant's devil fruit powers, we survived. Just look at the lieutenant's current state. Do you 3 scoundrels even recognize humanity anymore? Dr. Begapunk. The 3 were taken aback. Hobodi gently touched his face, feeling a sense of bewilderment as he gazed into the glass behind the window. Before him, a gaunt visage was reflected, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Who is that? Simultaneously, at the Holy Land Mary Geos, 10,000 meters beneath the sea, lay the royal residence of Fishman Island, Dragon Palace. King Neptune, the sea god and great knight, sat upon his throne, his expression heavy with sorrow as he addressed the 3 princes, Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Flop Star. My dear children, your sister has been acting strangely of late. She often claims in her dreams that she is human. It grieves me deeply. Has Vanderdecken driven my only daughter to madness? The princes swallowed hard in response. Indeed, Neptune's eyes widened with intensity, his voice resonating with authority. It is precisely because of Vanderdecken that White Star has been trapped within the hardshell tower for 6 long years. As her brothers, you must swiftly apprehend this pirate. Do you understand? Swiftly. With a thunderous cry, Neptune fell into a profound despondency. The 3 princes exchanged furtive glances, whispering among themselves. Should I mention the prophecy from Sherry at the Mermaid CAF that White Star will soon be abducted by a human? Shark Star murmured. Wait, abducted by Dorami. Emperor Star's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Flop Star, in a fit of panic, began to dance wildly. We can't say that, Red Flipfish. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. As twilight approached, a naval vessel from the G7 finally arrived at the Holy Land Mary Geos at the Red Earth Continent's transport port. The scientific team from Punk Hazard disembarked, with naval soldiers saluting Major Stolo Berry. A scarred officer stood beside him. Stolo Berry approached the officer. The responsibility now falls to you, Dorman. Are you prepared to return to the New World? Yes, but there are still matters to address on the G7 front. Here is the list of casualties. You will deliver it to the families of the naval personnel. Stolo Berry handed over a stack of documents. Dorman's fierce countenance turned sour. Why must I always handle such tasks? You lot, by the way. There are several promising recruits in the arresting team. You might consider nurturing them. Oh? Which ones? Stolo Berry pointed to a group centered around Hobodi among the transport port's arrest team. That fearsome-looking swordsman shows promise. And the round-faced one possesses the powers of a devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Dorman interjected, You mean a devil fruit user? That kid, I believe, is named Belagood. Lastly, the pink-haired lieutenant. Regardless, I have already reported everything to Fleet Admiral Sengoku during our journey. You should be aware. We shall replenish our supplies and set off. Farewell, Dorman. Aren't you going to see your wife and children now that you're back at the headquarters? Stolo Berry offered no reply, leaving Dorman with only the sight of his retreating figure, a cape billowing in the wind, emblazoned with the word justice. Understood. Dorman murmured to himself before turning to adopt a more commanding demeanor. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? Like prisoners in chains? Hobodi and the Punk Hazard team were escorted by numerous naval officers through the Red Earth continent to the Holy Land Mary Geos. Upon reaching the adjacent Marine headquarters at Mariford, the scientific and arresting teams were taken over by the headquarters personnel and dispersed. Hobodi and his companions were ordered to remain on standby at home, while the injured were sent to the military hospital within the headquarters. A few individuals from Hobodi managed to escape from the treacherous Punkasad Isles, having inhaled considerable amounts of toxic gas, and were promptly assigned to the medical facility. Having successfully evaded the noxious atmosphere of Punkasad and reached the formidable stronghold of the naval headquarters, they underwent examinations by the beautiful nurses of the medical team, allowing them to experience a profound sense of relief regarding their safety. The following day, Hobodi and 4 others lay upon their sickbeds, clutching the day's newspaper, which bore the bold headline, Punkasad of Life Island perishes. The article recounted a catastrophic chemical experiment that had claimed countless naval lives, draining the color from the faces of the 5 men. They were acutely aware that once their injuries healed, coupled with the current sensationalist coverage, they would inevitably face the scrutiny of military tribunals, exacerbated by the outcry of bereaved naval families. Branu, observing the somber expressions of his companions, attempted to lighten the mood with a chuckle. In any case, there is no need for excessive worry. From the intelligence I have received regarding the Punkasad incident, Bijabank has already agreed to assume full responsibility. You see, Caesar has also been implicated. The families of the deceased will not direct their ire towards you. Branu, this matter does not concern you. Do not offer such flippant remarks from your position in the intelligence department, Bailey scolded sharply. Before continuing, however, our arresting unit is in a different situation. The failure of our operation led to Caesar releasing toxic gas across the island. How infuriating. After all my hard work to attain the rank of sergeant, must I now revert to being a private? Pin, his gaze fixed intently on the newspaper, muttered to himself. Although Dr. Bijabank bears much of the blame, it is certain that the ranks of the arresting officers will be downgraded. Yet, we are still young. If we can capture more notorious pirates in the future, we shall regain our officer ranks. Ultimately, strength is paramount. Had we possessed sufficient power during the Punkasad incident, we could have saved even more of our comrades left behind. Beside Hobodi, Gal fidgeted nervously, pressing his clothes tightly against his body to prevent the nurse attending to him from lifting them. With a flushed face, he hastily shifted the conversation. Lieutenant, what is your perspective on this? Hobodi lay on the hospital bed, his gaunt face turned towards the ceiling, pondering for a moment before speaking. I find myself in agreement with Pingin's sentiments. If one possesses true capability, rank will eventually be bestowed. Conversely, without merit, even the highest position is but a fleeting illusion. A prime example is Admiral Kazan, whose recent escapades on a bicycle, wandering aimlessly at sea, have become the subject of gossip. Such a lethargic individual, even when derelict in duty, remains unaccountable to the headquarters. No, let us not dwell on Admiral Kazan. Branu wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, glancing nervously around. Perhaps we should change the subject, shall we? The only concern you ought to have is the headquarters dispatching you to desolate locales, leaving you to fend for yourselves. That would indeed be dire. Hobodi's reflections resonated with his past experiences. When he first ventured into the mercenary world, he was virtually unknown, often receiving paltry compensation for time-consuming tasks assigned by powerful figures. Fortunately, he did not succumb to despair, ultimately gaining recognition and being recruited by Byaxian's father. Are you not the least bit concerned, Hobodi? Bailey Good exclaimed. Hobodi fell silent, fixated on the ceiling, contemplating various matters swirling in his mind. He was indifferent to the naval ranks, as someone who had supplanted this body. He would rather see himself removed from the Navy altogether. Although there is no substantial difference between a soldier and a mercenary, the latter clearly enjoys far greater freedom. However, having partaken of the artificial devil fruit developed by Vegapunk, combined with the recent debacle at Punk Hazard Island, he could not easily shed his naval identity. Naturally, he had also considered the advantages of being a Navy officer. At the very least, within the regular army, there were more opportunities to train this body. The Navy undoubtedly possessed specific criteria for understanding the devil fruits, along with a vast intelligence network that could assist him in ascertaining the fate of that young girl. Byaxian. Speaking of Byaxian, though he was merely an employer to her father, The girl's innocent call of Uncle Hobodi compelled him to confirm her well-being in this world. Furthermore, the last scene of his previous life, where he failed to save that young girl, weighed heavily on him as a dereliction of duty as her bodyguard. Thus, from his current perspective, joining the Navy, despite its limitations on freedom, was undoubtedly advantageous for him. As Hobodi pondered, time passed slowly in the naval hospital room, and a few soldiers entered. An order from Admiral Sengoku arrived, the arrest of him, Caesar Clown's forces at Punk Hazard Island, Iron Fist Hobodi, T. Pin, and Belagood, please accompany us. Additionally, a verbal message from Admiral Akainu stated, Miss Phoenix, please return home immediately and await my arrival for a proper reprimand. Who is Miss Phoenix? Brand new, and the others gulped. Someone who could be reprimanded by Admiral Akainu was certainly not an ordinary individual. Apologies, it was my masculine square face that weakly burrowed under the covers. Oh, it's you. The three of them sighed in relief, only to be taken aback. Wait, you're a woman. Even Hobodi was taken aback to discover that the first person he had rescued, that square-faced soldier devoid of any feminine traits, was actually a woman. Recalling the meticulous care Gal had shown aboard the ship, even someone as composed as Hobodi could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. As for Belagood and Pin, their expressions were even more disheartened as they walked along, feeling betrayed by the revelation of their brother. Before long, they found themselves in Admiral Sengoku's office, where a goat with a bell around its neck passed by them. Upon making eye contact, it bolted back in fright, ultimately leaping behind a tall man wearing a seagull hat, emblematic of the Navy. The tall man turned, capturing their attention with his long beard, intricately braided into distinctive twists. Hobodi felt a moment of astonishment. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged face, marked by crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, indicating he was past his prime and approaching old age. His eyes were obscured by a pair of frog-like glasses, and the reflection of light from the lenses, combined with the room's neat and solemn atmosphere, compelled Hobodi and his companions to instinctively straighten their posture. So, this is Admiral Sengoku? Despite his age, he still exuded an aura that felt formidable. His gaze was reminiscent of a solemn Buddha, making Hobodi uncomfortable. Is this a show of authority? Hobodi pondered. However, for years hence, the role of Admiral would pass to Akainu. This old man wouldn't hold the position for much longer. Admiral Sengoku, the individuals have been brought in. A subordinate announced. You may leave, Sengoku instructed. As Hobodi had anticipated, the man before them was indeed the head of the Navy, but as Sengoku. He surveyed the three and spoke. You should know why I have summoned you. Belagood flinched and quickly lowered his head, replying. It's because we did not capture Caesar effectively at Punk Hazard Island. Fool. Sengoku interjected, Vegapunk has already briefed me on that incident. While you bear some responsibility, that is not the reason I called you here today. Pin looked puzzled. Sengoku fixed his gaze upon the trio. Your survival on that treacherous island of toxic gas indicates that you possess extraordinary potential. Moreover, Belagood, you have consumed a devil fruit. Haven't you? Pin, you two are a concealed talent. Admiral Sengoku, are you implying? Belagood, despite his dullness, grasped the underlying message, and a wave of joy washed over him. Their earlier worries had been unfounded. This was clearly a signal for promotion, and the fate of a private was far behind him. Sengoku nodded, observing the three with interest. The headquarters cannot afford to support you lackadaisical soldiers. Recently, a new generation of pirates has emerged in the waters near Judicial Island, and you two shall be dispatched there. Wait, we're going to that island of eternal night? Both Belagood and Pin were perplexed. Going to that government island would likely lead to even greater laxity. However, there were numerous benefits to being stationed there, such as the presence of Navy 6-style users and swordsmanship experts who could provide invaluable guidance to enhance their strength. What are you two contemplating? Even upon your arrival, you remain soldiers of the headquarters. Of course, I want to be responsible for your wages. Sengoku retrieved 2 documents from his desk. Here are your orders. Sign them, and you will set sail within a week. Pin and Belagood took their respective orders, and upon noticing their ranks, T. Pin, Sergeant, Belagood, Private First Class, they felt a wave of dismay wash over them. They had indeed not escaped the fate of demotion. Holding their orders, the two exited, leaving only Hobodi and Sengoku, along with the goat, in the room. Hobodi, you remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Where did you acquire the sniper rifle that Vegapunk recovered? Sengoku's piercing gaze bore into Hobodi, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Hobodi had already prepared his explanation regarding the firearm's origin. I found that rifle in a backpack on Punk Hazard. It was thanks to it that we survived. As for its specific origins, I do not know. Is that so? Sengoku's eyes narrowed at Hobodi. According to the reports derived from Vegapunk's research, he felt a chill run down his spine. The level of the sniper rifle surpasses contemporary firearms by at least several centuries. Its efficacy has been demonstrated by the renowned marksmen of their navy, achieving a perfect hit on target even at distances exceeding 1 kilometer amidst strong winds. Should this weapon have been developed by the underworld of the New World, the Navy's grasp on the situation would undoubtedly become increasingly tenuous. Fortunately, the stringent production requirements for this firearm are not yet conducive to mass production. were it to be equipped with bullets infused with the stone of the sea tower. Sniping from 4,000 meters away could pose a significant threat to the Navy's highest combat capabilities. Naturally, these conditions presume the absence of mastery over observation hockey. Nevertheless, this extraordinary weapon has already undergone thorough analysis by their Navy, and it will not be long before their sniper units become the very nightmares of pirates at sea. In a certain sense, this pink-haired youth has accomplished a monumental feat. Officers within the sniper division have even suggested promoting him to the rank of colonel. However, this notion was swiftly quashed by the marshal. This youth, merely a lieutenant, does not possess the qualifications befitting a colonel. The marshal fears that if this brash lad were to venture out and be defeated, the pirates would mockingly proclaim, "Is this the prowess of a Navy colonel?" Such a loss of honor is utterly unacceptable, especially for one so inexperienced that survival in the treacherous waters would be a challenge. Yet, to overlook his significant contributions would also be unwise, particularly with the sniper division eagerly awaiting new equipment, which would undoubtedly lead to incessant complaints directed at him. "I hear you have consumed a devil fruit manufactured by Vegapunk?" Sengoku shifted the conversation. Hobodi tightened his face as the matter was indeed brought up. However, given the circumstances, he could only nod and say, "At that time, I simply wished to survive alongside my comrades." "Comrades?" Sengoku's expression softened. "Very well. Ping-in and Bailey Good, who escaped with you, have already received their appointments. However, you have brought back epic-making weaponry for our naval sniper unit, and now you are presented with two choices." "Choices?" "Firstly, you may remain at the naval headquarters. The weaponry you have returned will counterbalance Punk Hazard's defeat, sufficient for you to ascend to the rank of colonel. However, the condition is that during missions, you must follow the orders of the vice admirals, which means you will not possess your own warship. You will only receive hollow accolades and the salary of a colonel." As Sengoku uttered the final words, he clenched his teeth, subsequently realizing his own impropriety. He added, "Of course, I will not conceal the drawbacks of this option from you. You have consumed what Vegapunk deemed a failure. Yet even a failure is rarer than the natural type. It is a Zoan-type mythical beast, which has successfully taken form within you. Vegapunk is now exceedingly curious about your body. Should you remain at headquarters, you will inevitably have to make visits for research. Are you aware of the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma among the 7 warlords? He is currently undergoing human modification by Vegapunk. Just state the second condition." Hobodi's face darkened. From Sengoku's words, he discerned a disdain for his abilities and an unwillingness to appoint him as colonel, coupled with an intimidation tactic of supposed drawbacks. It felt rather condescending. Moreover, the terms presented were excessively binding, leading him to dismiss that option without a moment's reflection. "Are you opting for the second condition then?" Sengoku smiled. "That is indeed an excellent judgment. The second condition is far simpler." He then produced a document that had already been prepared on his desk. "The second condition entails your deployment to the East Blue, where it is rumored that a pirate who escaped from the Grand Line lies in hiding. Of course, we do not yet know the identity of this pirate, but even if we did, you could request Smoker stationed there to apprehend him." "Smoker?" "Yes. He is a colonel from headquarters, stationed in Logue Town of the East Blue. Upon your arrival, you should hear some rumors about him. If there are no further questions, please sign this appointment letter." Hobodi received the appointment letter, which stated that he was appointed as the commander of the 76th Division in the East Sea. Effective 1 month after his arrival in the East Sea, holding the rank of lieutenant in the naval headquarters. Hobodi gazed calmly at the text above. Compared to the first condition, this one offered a significantly greater degree of freedom. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. At the very least, the two forces abundant in this world, the practical applications of the devil fruit and the 3 types of hockey, would be utterly inaccessible to him. Sensing the meaning behind Hobodi's gaze, Sengoku remarked, "This is also for your own good. Insufficient strength to wield such a position can lead to dire consequences. Surely, you would want to attract the attention of those infamous pirates seeking notoriety, would you?" "Naturally," Hobodi replied. "That suffices. I cannot assist you much regarding the matter of the devil fruit. Before you depart, however, you should meet with Vegapunk. He may have insights into the devil fruit you have consumed." Sengoku nodded, gazing into the distance. The East Blue symbolizes peace, yet once you arrive there, do not grow complacent. The Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit you have consumed will provide ample opportunities for training. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Tomorrow, you will set sail from the port aboard Captain Karp's warship. Now, be on your way." Upon finishing his words, Sengoku clenched his fists, his expression one of frustration. That rascal Karp is looking to take another vacation. Hobodi emerged from the office of the Warring States, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Upon emerging from the office of the Warring States, Hobodi proceeded down to Marinvondo Square, where he encountered Pin, Bailgood, and Branyu, who had been waiting for him. "How's it going? Where is your appointment letter?" Bailgood inquired with curiosity upon noticing that Hobodi held a document identical to theirs. "VC," Hobodi revealed. Flipping open the appointment letter, Bailgood and Pin scrutinized the text with unwavering attention, leaving no detail overlooked, before glancing at their own documents. Eventually, they donned expressions of shared sympathy and patted Hobodi's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Assigned to the East Sea, but at least you hold the title of commander, which grants you a semblance of freedom. and it is renowned for its beautiful women. Most importantly, Lieutenant Hobodi, you have not been demoted. Your tone of consolation does little to convince me that it is a desirable location, Hobodi remarked, somewhat exasperated by their antics. Indeed. You two gloating rascals were just speculating about how envious you would be if Hobodi were promoted to be your superior. And now that the commander has been dispatched to a desolate place, you suddenly adopt a benevolent demeanor? Branyu pointed at Baelgood, chastising him for his shamelessness. Baelgood cast him a sidelong glance, retorting with a hint of bitterness, "Do not speak to us, the one who has been promoted, Captain Branyu." Branyu's forehead twitched with irritation as he replied, "Humph. If I had not meticulously recorded those precious documents that were destroyed at Pankasat, you might have faced a far harsher demotion." Yes, our esteemed commander," Baelgood scoffed under his breath, provoking Branyu's ire to reach new heights as he rolled up his sleeves. Hobodi and Pin, disregarding the two, commenced a conversation. "Pin, are you familiar with Kapu?" Pin, with a vacant expression resembling that of a zombie, nodded in a bewildered manner, casting a puzzled glance at Hobodi. "What transpired? Do you not recognize this name?" The murmurs of their discussion captured the attention of Branyu and Baelgood, who, ceasing their playful antics, perked up their ears to listen intently. Hobodi shook his head, saying, "Well, I have only just heard that the warlord has invited me to embark on his warship to the East Sea tomorrow." Unable to contain himself, Branyu approached and sat beside Hobodi, inquiring, "What have you been doing all this time that you are unaware of the illustrious Vice Admiral Karp?" Baelgood, with an expression akin to that of a curious onlooker, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as a member of the Navy, how can you not know the hero Karp?" "The hero Karp?" Hobodi mused. "Indeed. He is renowned as a legendary figure in the Navy, having clashed countless times with the pirate king Gold Roger just before the era of great pirates, often driving the pirate king into dire straits. We refer to him as Hero Karp, but isn't it a bit exaggerated to label him a hero, given that he only holds the rank of Vice Admiral?" Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Hobodi began to sweat. No, it seems you are still quite uninformed. Allow me, Branyu from the Intelligence Division, to enlighten you on the legendary history of our naval hero." Subsequently, Branyu, in his grandiose imagination, embellished the tales of Hero Karp during the Great Pirate Era, claiming that pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would flee at the mere sight of him, and that he had once incapacitated the notorious pirate demon Pepper with a single blow, rendering him helpless. Furthermore, he recounted how Karp had repeatedly declined invitations from numerous admirals. From Branyu's vivid descriptions, Karp appeared to be the stuff of legends. Hobodi discovered that not only Branyu and Baelgood held him in high esteem, but even the typically composed Pin displayed a glimmer of admiration. The once skeptical expressions gradually transformed into solemnity. Was this the kind of person he was destined to meet? Someone with whom he would share the confines of a ship for at least a month? "Hobodi, you fortunate soul. How I long to visit the East Sea," Baelgood exclaimed, bursting into tears. "Monkey D. Garp?" It was not until Branyu uttered the final surname that Hobodi felt his pupils constrict, plunging into deep contemplation. This name was not unfamiliar to him, the protagonist from the Punk Hazard arc, that notorious figure of the worst generation. The straw hat kid with a bounty of 400 million was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. How could it be that a grandfather was a naval hero while the grandson was a notorious pirate? Hobodi found himself perplexed, noting that the admiration reflected in Branyu and the others' gazes suggested that this admiral was not akin to the nefarious demon Bamboo Virgo, who lurked within the Navy. "Well, I suppose I shall assess the situation when the time comes." Just then, amidst the bustling crowd of Marineford Square, a graceful blonde woman approached the quartet. In an instant, Branyu and Baelgood felt their hearts race, their ardent gazes betraying their excitement. Even Pin's typically stoic visage flushed with color as he pondered, "Could she be seeking me?" A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Hobodi's eyes. Such a woman, in the realm of his past life, was indeed a rare gem. Throughout his mercenary career, he had encountered numerous women, yet none could rival the exquisite beauty before him. Clad in a crimson halter dress that revealed shoulders as resplendent as jade, her figure embodied the golden ratio, with every curve perfectly accentuated. Her voluptuous hips swayed enticingly, while the snowy mounds upon her chest danced with each step she took in her high heels. At long last, the woman approached the four men, her face flushed with embarrassment, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon Hobodi. "Lieutenant, I heard you were leaving tomorrow. Who are you?" "Phoenix." Hobodi's mouth fell agape, marking his first lapse in composure within the world of pirates. Beside him, Branyu, Baelgood, and Pin were on the verge of bursting with disbelief. Was this the robust, broad-shouldered man? "Gal?" "Yes, it is I." "No, wait. Don't say any more." Branyu knelt upon the ground, tears escaping from behind his sunglasses. "If you keep talking, my heart will shatter." Phoenix was momentarily taken aback. In her narrative, the four men were meant to gaze at her with adoration, followed by her hero leading her away amidst the pride of manly bravado. What was happening? Simultaneously, Baelgood knelt, his fist pounding the cobblestones of Marineford Square. Why? Why must you reveal this cruel truth? Could you not have concocted a name instead?" "Why no, what are you all talking about?" Lieutenant Phoenix gazed with tender affection. Hobodian was instantly covered in goosebumps, his face contorted with a chill as he abruptly sat up from the plaza bench. One hand rested on Phoenix's shoulder, and their eyes locked, one filled with trepidation, the other brimming with affection. No more words, Lieutenant Gal. Phoenix finally sensed something amiss. Bran arose from the ground. His previously fervent emotions inexplicably subdued as he gazed at the extraordinary woman before him, the object of his affection. Yet, with that name, all his beautiful dreams shattered. There is no need for such elaborate adornment, Gal. We cannot bear it. Whether you are Phoenix or someone else, Gal has departed, but the Gal within our hearts endures. As the wind swept through the plaza of Vondo, Branner departed without a trace of longing. Indeed, Gal remains our brother in spirit. Belagud had also fled. Pin sensed the atmosphere shifting and turned to Hobodian, stammering, Lieutenant Hobodian, I also, wait. Hobodian shouted abruptly, what nonsense is this? I have no desire to be alone with this woman shrouded in dual impressions. The recollections of Gal and the stunning enchantress before him collided, extinguishing any remaining fervor within Hobodian, leaving only a chilling dread. This woman, whether a transvestite or a woman masquerading as a man, posed an insurmountable challenge for them. Imagine Hobodian in the throes of passion with this enchanting beauty, only for her to transform beneath him into a burly man. What a nightmare that would be. Thus, you are a man, Pin. I entrust this to you. Hobodian, overwhelmed by the situation, made a hasty exit. At this moment, two figures steeped in despair lingered amidst the crowd in Vondo Plaza. One was Navy headquarters. Pin, standing merely a meter away from the captivating woman. Yet she instilled in him the utmost terror. It was as if a phantom had emerged, replaying the previous scene where the enchanting beauty approached him with a smile, leading him to believe his springtime was at hand. However, as she approached, she morphed into the grinning figure of the burly Gal, eliciting nausea. Spring had not yet arrived. Only a chill colder than the winter wind enveloped him. This is dreadful. I am losing consciousness. Is this truly the end for tea? Pin? Such unwillingness. The second figure of despair was Phoenix, who had collapsed before the fallen Pin. The anticipated script had not unfolded. Her hero was not there to take her hand as they departed together in bliss. The scorching gazes around her were blinding, yet they mattered little now. Her world had turned to a grayscale, devoid of color, especially the enchanting pink locks of the lieutenant, now completely vanished. Phoenix fell to the ground, her final consciousness lingering on the last words of her hero. You are a man, 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 man. Hey, are you all right, Peachwayan? In Vondo Plaza, a man nearing 3 meters in height approached the unconscious Phoenix, lifting her effortlessly. His enormous justice cloak billowed behind him, revealing a red suit adorned with a cherry blossom on his chest. What in the world happened? Wasn't she here to meet those incompetent fools who failed at Punk Hazard? Why has she fainted? Was she attacked? The diminutive figure behind him, a boy clad in a diaper and wielding an axe, timidly spoke. After all, the terrifying man before them was none other than Akainu, one of the 3 admirals and a representative of the Navy's hawkish faction. Akainu turned, revealing a predatory gaze from beneath his cap. Oh, then do enlighten me. At the Navy Headquarters Scientific Research Institute, in the body modification laboratory of Vegapunk, a man wearing a sterilization mask emerged from a cluttered operating table surrounded by dense scientific instruments and numerous tubes. Who is it? Do you not know that you should not disturb me while I am operating? Although the man had removed his bloody gloves, his calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the gruesome sight of a nearly 7-meter-tall man on the operating table, his torso punctured by numerous blood-stained tubes. The air thick with the acrid scent of blood, rendering the atmosphere utterly horrifying. Vegapunk, the bastard you wish to see has arrived, announced a boy named Sabo, wielding a hatchet. Oh, just as the modifications were completed, he shows up, perfect timing to tinker with his body further. I had presumed the fruit I left at Punk Hazard was a failure. What sort of body allows it to function? Masked Vegapunk stepped out of the laboratory, with Sabo following closely behind. In the Research Institute's main hall, Hobodian lounged on a sofa, eagerly flipping through scientific materials in hand. Initially a tedious wait, his boredom transformed into astonishment as he uncovered documents left behind by an unknown researcher. He had assumed this world was limited to devil fruits and hockey, only to discover that its technological advancements were equally impressive, if not superior. Terms like laser technology, modified humans, and pacifist frequently appeared throughout the documents. While the specifics of manufacturing were absent, the theoretical knowledge alone broadened Hobodian's horizons. The comparison he had made between this world and Earth's 15th century was utterly overturned. Although firearms indeed traced their origins back to the flintlock pistols of that era, what was this laser technology and the concept of pacifism doing here? Such advancements were unheard of even in the 21st century. Do you comprehend this material? Just as Hobodian immersed himself in the iron dreams of man, an inappropriate voice interrupted his contemplation. He turned to find 2 figures standing behind him, one donned a mask, and the other wore a comical diaper. Hobodi responded, No, I was merely passing the time. Passing the time? The man with the belly band raised an eyebrow, his expression sour. What you are looking at is classified naval information. For an officer of your rank, I could easily silence you, don't you think? Vegapunk. No, it's Sabo. He is a crucial experimental subject for artificial devil fruits. How could you utter such words? Sabo snorted. I understand. What does that mean? Listening to the exchange between the elder and the youth, Hobodi's face darkened, particularly at the phrase crucial experimental subject for artificial devil fruits. which stirred an ominous premonition within him. Dr. Vegapunk, I have come to seek your guidance on how to cultivate the devil fruit I consumed. This is also the intention of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Oh dear. Invoking the name of Fleet Admiral Sengoku right from the start. Rest assured, I won't harm you. Although the mask obscured Vegapunk's true visage, Hobodi knew he was undoubtedly smiling. Then please tell me quickly. I need to prepare as I set sail tomorrow. What kind of tone is that? Even Kizaru wouldn't dare give orders to the doctor like that. Moreover, why should I divulge the secrets of the Zoan-type mythical devil fruit, the dragon? Do you know? Hobodi instinctively retorted. Sabo scoffed. I wouldn't share such information with the likes of you. Speaking of Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit, it was discovered through an application in the devil fruits. Our scientific team, upon finding ancient dragon fossils, allowed the fruit's genetic factors to merge with the remnants of its genes, resulting in what should be a failed devil fruit. This is merely my speculation. If the truth comes to light years later, please be gentle. Is this little chubby fellow looking at me favorably, using such a haughty tone to inform me? Hobodi scrutinized the belly band youth, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. Sabo paused, suddenly realizing he had let something slip, and immediately huffed. Those words were what I intended to say on behalf of Vegapunk, not to convey to you. I am the strongest man in the world in terms of defense. And my mouth is the most sealed in the world. Vegapunk did not expose him, and then turned to Hobodi. Now, you ought to tell me what transpired after consuming the devil fruit that allowed you to manifest the powers of a dragon? The powers of a dragon? Are you referring to manipulating clouds? No. The ancient dragon fossil relics depict images of wind, clouds, fire, and lightning. That should be the complete powers mastered by a dragon. I already know about the power of clouds within that devil fruit. As I utilized the cloud gene component from the ancient dragon fossils, I am inquiring about you. How did you manage to replicate the power of lightning that should not exist? Lightning? Hobodi's expression was one of confusion, while Sabo looked at him with disdain. It seems you were even unaware of your own powers. During your escape, you were struck by the lightning that descended from the warship. Don't dare call it a coincidence. Wind, clouds, fire, and lightning? They truly resemble the dragons on Earth. So, does this mean that the powers wielded by those dragons on Earth can also be accessed through this devil fruit I consumed? Though joy surged within him, Hobodi maintained a facade of calm, shaking his head and saying, I am uncertain about that matter, but I have learned what I intended to understand during this visit. Farewell. Wait, Mr. Hobodi, do you not want this weapon? Vegapunk's tone was exceedingly warm as he produced the sniper rifle that Hobodi had originally brought from Earth. Hobodi promptly accepted it. Thank you. With that, Hobodi quickened his pace, swiftly escaping the Navy Science Research Institute, leaving Sabo and Vegapunk in stunned silence. Sabo, seething with anger, exclaimed, Vegapunk, you gave him that thing? That gun was infused with the marked fruit. Wasn't it agreed that it would be for my future subordinates? He took it himself. Then I shall go retrieve him. A guy who hasn't even mastered hockey, I could easily squash him with a single blow. Sabo expressed his dissatisfaction. Vegapunk waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You didn't even react to his speed just now, did you? Sabo's face flushed. Nonsense. I was merely pretending to be relaxed. That must have been the acceleration of wind, one of the 4 elements controlled by dragons. Vegapunk gazed in the direction Hobodi had departed. He truly grows more intriguing by the moment. Just by introducing a single opportunity, 2 distinct outcomes can arise. It seems there are indeed secrets within his body. What a pity. He would make a marvelous pirate. Well, then you could have Kizaru go after him. Sabo nodded in agreement. That evening, after escaping from the Navy Science Research Institute, Hobodi, with his weapon in tow, returned to Marineford Square. Fortunately, he managed to slip away while that scientific madman was lost in his own world. It was a close call. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been captured. That gaze, he had encountered it countless times in his previous life. However, glancing around the sparsely populated Marineford Square, with Pin, Branu, and the others absent, Hobodi fell into a daze. He had no knowledge of the original occupant's residence. To inquire would seem too peculiar. How would he spend this night? Would he need to return to the hospital carrying his sniper rifle? The beautiful nurses would likely be so startled they wouldn't be able to speak. Are you the lad named Hobodi? A deep male voice resonated from behind him. Hobodian was taken aback, hastily turning and retreating a few steps. When did he appear? I didn't sense him at all. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a red suit, undoubtedly a naval officer. The cherry blossom patterns of his attire blending seamlessly with the cherry blossom tattoo visible on his right shoulder. This man towered at least 3 meters high, compelling Hobodian to look up to meet his gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Calm, yet beneath that calmness lingered a hint of anger, completely shrouded by tranquility, rendering the anger almost illusory. Ultimately, it advanced towards a realm that was neither calm nor angry, but the man himself understood it best, encapsulated in 2 words, conviction. What belief instilled in him such indifference to everything, even an anger that could not be shaken? Such a gaze, Hobodian had only witnessed in his past life, reflected in the eyes of brainwashed children, soldiers, mad scientists, and zealous fanatics. Are you the lad named Hobodian? The middle-aged man inquired once more. Hobodi lowered his sniper rifle and locked eyes with the middle-aged man, inquiring, what brings you here? The man, without hesitation, revealed a woman hiding behind him. Adorned in a striking red dress and radiant golden hair, the lieutenant, Phoenix, appeared fragile, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this point. Overwhelmed by the lieutenant's harsh words, she had fainted, only to be fortuitously discovered by Uncle Sakaski upon his return. Upon regaining consciousness, she had wept, prompting Uncle Sakaski to confront the lieutenant who had once rescued him. Observe carefully, she is none other than Phoenix. Upon hearing her name, Phoenix felt her once gray world transform into a vibrant pink. Memories flooded her mind as the lieutenant repeatedly murmured, Phoenix. But tell me, is she a man or a woman? A woman. Instinctively, Hobodi felt no urge to resist the man before him, his gaze and aura enveloping him completely. He had no doubt that any sudden movement on his part would result in immediate fatal consequences. This sensation was unprecedented in his previous life. It stirred not only fear within him but also an exhilarating thrill. How astonishing that one could evolve into such a formidable creature. Was it possible for him to become such a being as well? Yet, knowing she was a woman, why utter such words? That reasoning would have to wait. If she is a man, then come with me, the middle-aged man commanded, turning away without a glance. Hobodi had no choice but to follow closely behind, aware that fleeing would prompt the man to strike without hesitation. The terrifying aura surrounding them was reminiscent of German soldiers and Japanese samurai. Was this the prelude to a duel of men? Hobodi pondered, unknowingly trailing the man to the Navy headquarters Dock 1. All previous thoughts were cast aside as the middle-aged man removed his justice cloak. Are we to engage in a duel of men? This sensation was one Hobodi had only experienced during training. Since his career shift, he had relied on cunning tactics to eliminate foes. How nostalgic. Given that they were both Navy personnel at the headquarters, Hobodi doubted the man would act foolishly and attempt to assassinate him. Thus he felt no concern. Upon hearing Hobodi's words, the man's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems we are of the same ilk. Evil is not deserving of sympathy, and the means employed are inconsequential. You are a lieutenant, correct? Then I shall restrain my strength to that of my own lieutenant days and engage you in battle. Who is Gal to you? The lieutenant's reference to Gal struck Phoenix hard. Are you referring to Fuin? She entrusted me with your care. Although I could not mold her into an exceptional Navy officer, I at least watched her grow. Without further ado, he declared, I understand. I shall strike now. Come forth. Hobodi immediately harnessed the energy of his devil fruit, transforming in an instant into a magnificent pink eastern dragon, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, undoubtedly his most formidable form. With his hind claws gripping the ground, he began to generate explosive force, positioning his forepaws for an imminent assault. In a split second, Hobodi propelled his immense body toward the middle-aged man across from him. The man remained motionless, his expression impassive as he extended a clenched fist. As Hobodi surged forward, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He noticed the man's fist, seemingly enveloped in darkness, transforming into a pitch-black mass. Yet there was no time for contemplation. As Hobodi's form reached the man's front, he struck downwards with his claw, the air itself seeming to tear apart with a sharp sound. Aiming for the man's shoulder. Is this the Zoan-type mythical beast created by Vegapunk? Too slow, the middle-aged man uttered with disappointment, disregarding the impending impact of the dragon's claw on his shoulder. Instead, he simply unleashed the fist he had long prepared. In that moment, time itself appeared to freeze. Before Hobodi's claw could reach the man's shoulder, the man's fist struck first, landing squarely on Hobodi's dragon abdomen. The force sent Hobodi hurtling through the air. Goha! In mid-flight, he expelled a spray of crimson from his maw. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered under the impact, an excruciating pain enveloping him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Lieutenant! Phoenix cried out from a distance. The middle-aged man, irritated, made a dismissive sound, and at that moment, Hobodi's consciousness began to return. Stirred by the urgency of the shout. Boom! Hobodi's body was pressed against the ground, his form propelled until it collided with the stairwell wall of the harbor, the impact causing him to expel a mouthful of crimson. Eventually, Hobodi came to a halt, panting rapidly for several seconds. His dragon-like body marred and bloodied from the friction with the earth. Was that hockey? Did you truly engage me with the strength of a lieutenant? Hobodi cursed under his breath, barely managing to support his frame as the wounds within him gradually mended with the energy of the devil fruit. Our era was far more brutal than yours. Thus, by the age of 24, I had already mastered hockey, having held the rank of lieutenant for a year at that time. What is the matter? Did a single punch render you begging for mercy? The middle-aged man taunted with a smirk. Remained silent, gradually restoring much of his strength. Hey, losing focus during battle is a grave error. Do you truly believe I would stand still, flaunting my prowess? Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man had swiftly appeared before, his fist, imbued with a commanding aura, aimed directly at its head. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted by the port stairs, as smoke enveloped a vast area. The middle-aged man revealed a rare flicker of interest. Not bad. Your reaction? As the dust settled, an unexpected gust of wind tore through the air above the middle-aged man, revealing a colossal pink dragon descending from the sky. The fierce winds generated by its claws seemed to sharpen its talons even further. Dragon's claw. The movement was too grand. Did he genuinely expect such an attack to connect with the enemy? The middle-aged man effortlessly sidestepped, causing his claw to grasp nothing but air. At that moment, Two clouds materialized in the sky, entangling his hind legs and suspending his entire form midair, akin to a swing. This misstep transformed into a ferocious counterattack, aiming for the middle-aged man's waist. Humph, clever little trick. The middle-aged man leaped into the air, targeting his hind limbs with a fist, infused with a commanding energy. Aimed at the dragon's rear claws. With a pained cry, Hobodi tumbled from the clouds, his hind claws slipping away as his entire form crashed to the ground, producing a resounding thud. As time drifted on, the evening sun lingered on the horizon, half of its brilliance remaining, casting a touch of darkness in anticipation of the encroaching night. At the Marin Vandoport, a contest of masculinity unfolded, one that could scarcely be deemed a contest at all. A pink dragon clashed repeatedly with a tall middle-aged man, their exchanges swift and unyielding. Every strike from the dragon fell short, while the man landed each blow squarely upon the beast, leading the battle to a decidedly one-sided outcome. Indeed, this was no mere duel. To describe it as a brutal trampling would be far more fitting. After a considerable time, the Marin Vando square lay deserted, the day's clamor retreating, leaving only the sharp breaths of ha ha ha, echoing eerily in the twilight. Enough. Aside from your resilience to withstand blows, everything else about you is utterly deplorable. With such shortcomings, you are unworthy to even brush against the hem of my garment, yet you still hold the rank of lieutenant in this division? The military has become far too lenient with promotions. The middle-aged man adjusted his justice cloak, straightened the tilted seabird insignia cap upon his head, and turned to the side. Fui, is this the sort of man you find appealing? If I were to consent, your father would no doubt disavow our friendship. It is best to sever ties early. With that, he prepared to depart. Wait. Hobodi, bruised and battered, had managed to regain his human form. Struggling to sit up against the steps of the harbor, his breaths labored and his body drenched in blood, his condition dire. The middle-aged man paused, gazing at him. Do you have anything further to say? Hobodi extended his fist, exclaiming, I've already touched the corner of your garment. As he spoke, his fist unfurled, and a fragment bearing the cherry blossom insignia gracefully fell to the ground. The middle-aged man bent down to inspect his suit, discovering a small hole in the shoulder, his expression turning a ghastly shade of pale. You must be Admiral Sakazuki, right? You know who I am, yet you dare to duel with me? Akainu raised his eyes defiantly. After all, with the cherry blossoms and the tattoo, the crimson suit, and the familiar silhouette he had observed, it could only be you, Admiral. Hobodi smiled, though it was difficult to discern whether it was a grimace or a mockery, for his face had contorted beyond recognition. At that moment, he could only lament why the new fleet Admiral Sakazuki was portrayed merely as a shadowy outline in the comics, coupled with a cigar, leading him to subconsciously overlook the possibility of facing a man who didn't smoke at all. The truth dawned upon him during the battle, when a fragment of cherry blossom was accidentally torn away. That very blossom reminded Hobodi of yesterday in the hospital, when Gar, one of the five, had vaguely attempted to steer the conversation towards the attire of the three admirals, Kizaru in his golden-striped suit, Akiji in pure white, and finally, the meticulous description Gar provided of Akainu's outfit. However, it was the misleading shadowy outlines he had witnessed in his previous life that led him to believe that Sakazuki without a cigar is not Sakazuki. Upon realizing that the man before him was the future fleet admiral 4 years hence, he had already succumbed to a frenzied state of I must strike you under Akainu's provocation. Now that the battle had concluded, his mind returned to clarity. Hence the scene before him. I was merely assessing the gap between us. There is still a long way to go. Indeed, Hobodi remained undeterred. Akainu snorted, passing by the stairs, casting a glance back at Phoenix. Fui, after you take this guy to the hospital, hurry back home. With that, Akainu departed, leaving Hobodi battered and bruised. Despite his body and psyche being thoroughly ravaged, an inexplicable exhilaration surged within him. He was not a masochist but rather felt fortunate to have arrived in this world. In terms of strength, he knew that on Earth, even the most renowned mercenary, the king of assassins, would be no match for him. He could tear them apart with a single claw. However, Akainu's prowess had already decimated him during his lieutenant days, and he had yet to unleash a greater level of power, let alone reveal the full extent of his admiral-level abilities. This world represented infinite potential and boundless possibilities. How could he not feel excitement? The utmost despair lay in aging, in the absence of growth, in a life spent in a stupor. A human's life reaches its most joyous phase during childhood, a time of growth. Presently, he found himself in a similar phase in this world. He had yet to master Haki, did not comprehend Akainu's sudden disappearances and reappearances in battle, was unaware that his opponent's body was as hard as steel. Nor did he know that it could transform into a light, fluttering paper-like form. He had no idea that a mere finger could pierce him as if it were a bullet, or that a kick into the air could unleash a slicing force. He felt grateful to have entered this world, ecstatic that the so-called pride of top mercenaries had been trampled. It allowed him to leap from the confines of ignorance like a child emerging from a well, discovering the myriad wonders that awaited him. Countless techniques lay in wait for him to explore and comprehend. An abundance of knowledge awaited his thirst, and endless training beckoned him to surpass his limits. A treasure named infinity lay before him, eliciting the very essence of humanity's desire to its fullest. All he needed to do was take one step at a time in his exploration. There could be nothing more splendid than this. Lieutenant, are you smiling now? Phoenix asked. Puzzled, abruptly pulled from his state of elation, Hobodi gazed at the enchanting woman before him, and his mood was doused as if splashed with cold water. Let me help you. No, it's unnecessary. Hobodi waved his hand, unaccustomed to such gestures. Phoenix felt disappointed, her spirit sinking. Does the lieutenant truly despise me so? Please. Refrain from speaking in such a pitiful tone. Really, regardless of how exquisite your beauty may be, how alluring your form. I cannot help but associate your demeanor with Gar's brutishness, evoking a sense of encountering a transvestite. Indeed, the lieutenant does loathe me. Woe is me, Phoenix lamented. Her voice thick with emotion, and soon, soft weeping could be heard near the harbor. Hobodi found himself at a loss. Though this woman appeared to be a mere decorative figure, her connection to Admiral Akainu was evidently profound. Even more vexing was the realization that this individual, who could morph into a man in his mind, had taken a liking to him due to Punk Hazard's intervention. This woman, with her innate beauty, was a source of calamity compounded by her status as the Admiral's niece. Reminiscent of a second lead in a soap opera from his previous life, someone of noble lineage ensnared by the main character, ultimately facing various tribulations at the hands of the antagonist. Should he mishandle this situation, his fate could mirror that of the male protagonist in such tales. Observing Phoenix, Hobodi reached to wipe the tears from her eyes, exclaiming, Please, do not cry. If any officer returns to the port and sees this, they will think I'm bullying you. But Lieutenant, you. Fine, I shall no longer speak those words. Wah. Silence. A sudden silence enveloped the air. I truly do not wish to resort to this. Gazing at the woman whose tears brimmed in her eyes, biting her lip resolutely, Hobodi was rendered speechless. This woman required such tactics to be appeased. In any case, remember this. I do not dislike you. Rather, your feminine gestures evoke unpleasant associations. It's akin to when something you once cherished suddenly transforms into something utterly repulsive. I would still like the lieutenant even if he became a chubby fellow. Phoenix gushed dreamily. Hobodi found himself at a loss once more, explaining, the issue is not that. Just imagine if something you cherish suddenly morphed into the most nauseating thing imaginable. That is precisely how I feel now. Is it indeed Gar's influence? How regrettable. Phoenix wept, feeling as though she was shooting herself in the foot. It was all due to her use of the devil fruit's duplication ability that had led to the lieutenant's disdain for her. In any case, I shall gradually forget Gar's existence over time. When you next appear before me, I shall not be bothered by your beauty. Hobodi lifted her chin, silently affirming his thoughts. I am soon to depart for the East Sea, and upon my return to the headquarters, I trust that not only Gar, but even you shall be forgotten. My apologies. But your kind of frail woman, who throws tantrums for a lifetime, is not to my taste. Lieutenant, Phoenix's eyes shimmered with adoration. At that moment, Hobodi felt the consequences of his own actions, shivering in revulsion, and hastily turned away. Let us make our way to the hospital first. The following day, Hobodi rose early from the hospital, his body swathed in bandages, and made his way to the Marinvondo harbor. At port number 1, several warships were moored in a neat row, preparing for departure. Navy soldiers busily traversed the decks of the ships, diligently arranging provisions for the long voyage, retrieving mooring lines, and lowering gangplanks. Upon the second warship, Hobodi observed an elderly gentleman clad in a white suit, vociferously lamenting at the bow towards the harbor. Where is that scoundrel from Warring States? My ship is about to set sail. If he does not arrive soon, I shall cease to concern myself with him. While speaking, he picked his nose, a scowl etched across his face. That brat from Warring States has made it impossible for me to enjoy my leave and visit my grandchildren in peace. Upon hearing that voice, Hobodi sensed impending trouble. He promptly made his way to the second of the 5 parallel warships, presenting his appointment letter to the soldier guarding the gangway before boarding. Are you the young lad who caused me a 3-minute delay in departing? He scoffed. Truly, you are as insufferable as those from the Warring States, making me wait for you. Humph. Now that you're aboard, make yourself comfortable. Hey, Picado, instruct the soldiers to retract the gangway. We are preparing to set sail. Yes, sir. Nearby Carp, Hobodi noticed a swordsman aide, dressed in attire reminiscent of a detective from another era, responding promptly and then vanishing. Before long, as Hobodi polished his firearm on the deck, he felt the warship beneath him begin to tremble gently. Raising his gaze to the horizon, he saw several naval soldiers unfurling the sails against the gentle morning breeze as the ship glided serenely across the sea. A month later, in the East Sea, within the doldrums. Not good. Not good at all. Vice Admiral Carp. 2 enormous sea kings have appeared ahead of the warship, on the lookout of the ship. A naval soldier, clutching a telescope, gazed in horror at the colossal creatures less than a nautical mile away. What's the fuss about? The sea stone beneath the ship occasionally malfunctions, Picado replied, before turning to Carp. Carp lounged leisurely in his chair, a packet of donuts in hand, munching contentedly while occasionally murmuring numbers. The soldiers aboard the warship remained unfazed by the scene. An elderly man, half buried in the ground, spending days and nights indulging in donuts to break records, was indeed a curious sight. Hobodi, my boy, after a month of feasting on my warship, it would be a shame not to showcase your skills in the face of such an event. You've been polishing that gun daily, yet I've yet to see you wield it. Carp lifted his eye patch, casting his gaze toward a scarred man with pink hair, who was bare-chested, diligently cleaning a massive firearm. Hobodi shook his head, casting a glance towards the distant sea kings with a hint of perplexity. There is nothing I can do. I've already intervened with the pirates this past month, but as for the sea kings, if they choose not to attack me, I won't strike at them either. Your call for Picado to the bow is futile. Once the warship approaches, the sea kings will retreat upon seeing me. Kapu, suddenly intrigued, sat up and burst into hearty laughter. Could it be that you possess the bloodline of a mermaid? It is said that only merfolk can communicate with the creatures of the sea. How extraordinary. What an enigma it is. The union of mermaids and humans, how do they conceive offspring? I am but a landlubber, Hobodi interjected, cutting off Kapu's unfounded conjecture. At that moment, the warship was less than 100 meters from the two sea kings, who opened their massive jaws, poised to crush. On the bow, Picado felt a bead of sweat form on his brow as he drew his sword, ready to engage. Suddenly, the two sea kings seemed to sense something. Their gaping maws halting mid-attack. Their gigantic eyes swept across the deck, eventually locking on to Hobodi, after which they let out a deafening roar and plunged back into the depths. Major, it appears to be the same as before. Picado returned from the bow, casting a dubious glance at Hobodi. Since their journey through the Grand Line, they had encountered several sea kings, each time under similar circumstances. It seemed as though these creatures recognized someone aboard the warship, as they had hesitated to attack on multiple occasions. Moreover, the malfunctioning sea prism stone at the bottom of the ship was indeed peculiar. If it were truly malfunctioning, it seemed more likely that there was someone aboard the vessel whose presence the sea kings could acutely perceive. The individual in question, having journeyed with them through the Grand Line for a month, was none other than Hobodi, the very presence that had drawn the attention of the sea kings. Hobodi, you are quite the asset. With you aboard, our warship hardly needs the sea prism stone. We can traverse the calm belt with ease, Kapu exclaimed, embodying the whimsical nature of his lineage. Hobodi gazed at the tumultuous waves rolling across the sea, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Throughout the past month, this warship had encountered numerous dangers along the Grand Line. Aside from a few pirates who were oblivious to the naval prowess of the illustrious Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the only remaining threats had been the Sea Kings. Particularly during those encounters with the Sea Kings, the sense of peril was palpable. Even the usually relaxed Admiral Garp occasionally displayed a grave expression. Yet, each time, those ferocious Sea Kings, upon sighting him, chose to retreat, leaving Hobodi perplexed about the reasons behind such behavior. Could it truly be as Admiral Garp suggested, that his very being bore the bloodline of a merfolk? Hobodi mused internally. However, had he possessed an ability known as the voice of all things, he would have clearly heard the exchange between the two massive sea kings, who had locked eyes and declared, "The mermaid princess must protect her human. Guiding him here fulfills our duty." Yet, evidently, that peculiar ability had not manifested within Hobodi. Throughout the subsequent voyage, Hobodi clung to this lingering question, pondering its origins, until he was interrupted by Picado. "Lieutenant Hobodi, Admiral Garp has informed me that your new assignment at the 76th Division is imminent." The abrupt announcement pulled Hobodi back into the present, and he felt the brisk air swirling around him. So soon? Have we already left the doldrums? Indeed, we have now entered the waters near the Bolsta archipelago. Look straight ahead, there lies Lowtown. At that moment, Lowtown still appeared distant, shrouded in thick mist. Is that the red line to our left? Why does the current seem to be heading uphill? Hobodi turned to behold the towering mountain silhouette, astonished by the bizarre geographic phenomena of this pirate world. That is the Twin Gorges. Except for our fleet, which possesses warships equipped with sea stone at the hull, safely traversing the calm belt. Other vessels from the East Blue must navigate towards there to enter the Grand Line. So, Lowtown serves as a gateway? Hobodi observed the peculiar sight ahead. Garp chuckled heartily. Indeed, Smoker is quite a troublesome fellow. You'll have your hands full dealing with him. Most pirates from the East Blue aiming for the Grand Line find themselves apprehended at the supply island of Lowtown. He is a nightmare for them. As for your upcoming assignment at the 76th Division, it is located in the Jocko Islands. We shall soon arrive after crossing the Samba Sea. Jocko Islands? Ah. I recall that among those islands is a village named Syrup, renowned for being home to one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates. Their sniper, Yasop, hails from that village. As Hobodi spoke of the red-haired, he noticed Garp's face contort with a mix of anger and disdain, suggesting a deep-seated history. Hobodi paid no heed to the gossip. Now that Rear Admiral Garp had chosen to speak so much with him, it became all the more imperative for him to seek out additional intelligence. Hobodi proactively stated, "I recall that Admiral Garp hails from the East Sea as well. Apart from the Samba Sea, what other regions exist in the East Sea?" You, young lad, have just arrived and are already inquiring so much. Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Garp remarked with curiosity. Hobodi unabashedly expressed his ambitions with a chuckle, remarking that a better understanding of the East China Sea's situation and the capture of more pirates would enable him to return to the Grand Line. Is this not a scheme? While peace is commendable, I do not intend to linger in the East China Sea for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, splendid. The capture of all the pirates in the East China Sea would indeed be beneficial for me. And I am particularly eager to witness the personnel dispatched by Sengoku swiftly rise back to headquarters. I eagerly anticipate his stern demeanor. Ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Garp began to elucidate the current conditions of the East China Sea to Hobodi, taking the Twin Gorges as a reference point. He explained that to our right lies the area near the Roachtown and the Bolsta Islands, with the harbor of Roachtown directly ahead, leading us to the Samba Sea, which is our current location. This area will serve as the primary site for the maritime patrols of your 76th Division. Notably, the renowned restaurant Baratai is situated nearby, further to the right of the center of the Samba Sea. The village of Kokoshia on the Konami Islands is famous for producing the most exquisite oranges in the East China Sea. These 3 archipelagos will comprise the regions you will patrol in the future. In the distance, several hundred nautical miles ahead of our current course lies the waters of Yozuba Island, where the East China Sea's largest fortress is stationed in the town of Shells. The contiguous area of Dawn Island is home to the Kingdom of Goa in the East Sea, and my hometown, Windmill Village, is nestled at its foothills. Almost every significant occurrence in the East China Sea can be traced back to the locations I have mentioned. At this juncture, Karp turned to Hobodi, who was listening intently, and nodded in satisfaction. He then said, "All right, we are nearing the Jekko Islands. Picado, prepare a small boat for him to disembark at the archipelago." "Wait, Vice Admiral Karp." Hobodi interjected while donning the lieutenant's cloak. "I have one more question before we proceed." Karp's expression shifted, and with a bemused look, he scratched his nose, saying, "What is it? It seems you aspire to achieve something great. If there is anything I know, I shall certainly share it with you." Hobodi recalled the harrowing scene he had endured a month ago at the Marineford harbor and took a deep breath. "Dominance, how might I cultivate such presence? Surely, one of your stature must comprehend this." "Oh?" Garp fixed his gaze upon Hobodi for a few moments. In the depths of the young man's eyes, he discerned an insatiable thirst for power. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face as he pointed mockingly at Hobodi. "What is this, lad? Have you spent a month sulking over the disdain I've shown you, consumed by the dread of being subjugated by Sakazuki? And now you find yourself unable to resist seeking my guidance? Ha. Consider this a plea on your part." Hobodi, undeterred by the ridicule, maintained his steadfast gaze upon Garp. Hobodi's expression rendered Karp unable to maintain his laughter. Karp remarked, "Haki is a latent power inherent within the human body, accessible to all. Yet the conditions for awakening it are exceedingly stringent. Most individuals cannot endure such hardship. Listen closely, aside from the rare individual among millions who possesses Conqueror's Haki, the most effective way to awaken observation and armament Haki is to transcend the limits of your body. Under intense stimulation, they will respond to your yearning for strength." "You still haven't specified the training methods," Hobodi pressed. It seemed Karp could not evade the inquiry. Sighing, he rubbed his forehead, feeling quite vexed by Hobodi's insistence. However, under the weight of those penetrating eyes, he found it difficult to deflect the question any longer. Ultimately, casting aside all pre-prepared excuses, Karp knelt on the deck and earnestly explained to Hobodi, "You truly are a handful. Very well, let me elucidate for you. First, regarding observation Haki. It is essentially the ability to hear. The best approach is to blindfold yourself and rely on your ears and body to sense the environment." As he demonstrated, Karp closed his eyes, picked up a donut, and suddenly hurled it into the sky. A passing seagull was struck, squawking angrily at Karp. "Impressive," Hobodi exclaimed, his admiration evident. Karp beamed with pride before continuing, "As for armament Haki, you have already experienced it with Sakazuki. It is not an extraordinary power, rather, it stems from physical training. It involves harnessing the strength within your body and encasing it beneath your skin, forming a protective armor that can also serve as a weapon. Furthermore, it is the sole means of capturing the elemental forms of those who possess Logia-type devil fruit abilities. If you can master observation Haki and surpass your own limits, armament Haki should not be far behind." "What about Conqueror's Haki?" Hobodi inquired, familiar with the two wielders of it from Punk Hazard, Monkey D, Luffy, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose mere gaze could bring minions to their knees. "You're being overly ambitious," Karp replied. "Conqueror's Haki is an exceedingly rare gift, possessed by only 1 in a million. This type of Haki is derived from the innate charisma of a leader. It cannot be gained through mere training." "Your silence speaks volumes," he added, the disdain evident in his expression. "Do I lack the requisite talent?" Hobodi questioned, though he was not disheartened. His inquiry stemmed more from confusion regarding the powers wielded by the two individuals on Punk Hazard. Yet now, he had arrived at an answer. It was due to their inherent charisma. He had learned the specific training methods for 2 forms of Haki. Any further greed would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Hobodi bowed to Karp and expressed his gratitude. Karp snorted dismissively and remarked, "Many in the Navy are aware of the methods to cultivate Haki, yet only a select few manage to truly master it. Do not underestimate its complexity." At this juncture, he cast a worried glance at Hobodi. "Desiring strength is not inherently wrong, but I cannot discern whether what I say will be beneficial or detrimental to you. The only insight I can offer are instances from the Navy headquarters. In the past, several officers who endeavored to awaken their Haki faced dire consequences due to excessive and extreme training, with some even meeting untimely deaths. Following the era of great pirates, Haki has only circulated among the ranks of the vice admirals and a handful of exceptionally gifted naval prodigies under the orders of the warlords. Furthermore, I share all this with you so that during your stationing, you will diligently protect the peace of the East Blue. Do you understand?" Hobodi disregarded Karp's counsel. Having endured extreme training in his past life and witnessed many succumb to such trials, Most who perished during training did so either due to frail constitutions or reckless obsession with training. He possessed his own methodology. Mastery over hockey was imperative. With a smile and a nod, the warship reached the shores of the Jekko archipelago. As the vessel disembarked, Hobodi leaped down and turned back, waving, "Farewell, Vice Admiral Karp." Karp, with an air of arrogance while digging in his nostrils, retorted, "Humph, ambitious little brat, I hope not to see you again." At the port of West Ra village on the Jekko archipelago, a small boat glided slowly from the coastline. A tall man with pink hair disembarked, one hand clutching a backpack while the other grasped a rope, dragging the boat ashore. He swiftly found a branch by the bank and forcefully drove it into the ground, securing the rope around it. Raising his gaze, he noticed a steep incline ahead, where 4 children were staring at him with wide eyes. This guy must have come from the warship. He is surely an impressive figure. Could he be from the Navy? Quick, run, Captain. He has undoubtedly heard about your exploits and has come to capture you. The trio of children, barely a meter tall, whispered among themselves, while the 4th child, distinguished by a prominent nose, caught Hobodi's attention. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Wasn't this the companion of Monkey D, Luffy 4 years hence from Punk Hazard? Yet, he appeared merely a youth now. Observing the boy's trembling legs and eyes filled with concealed terror, Hobodi felt a flicker of mockery. The lad truly believed those 3 little rascals, thinking he had come to apprehend him? Hobodi had no interest in wasting time with the 4 children. The blazing sun overhead in the afternoon was exceedingly oppressive. He reached into the backpack resting on his back. At that moment, Usopp's pupils dilated, and beads of sweat began to cascade down his forehead as he caught sight of the imposing man before him, revealing the formidable black barrel protruding from the backpack. Was that a rifle? Is he going to kill me outright? As this thought crossed his mind, an uncontainable fear surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Wait. Although I am the captain of the Usopp pirates, I have not harmed the villagers. In fact, I have protected them. Right? Onion head, pepper head, radish head?" Usopp glanced back, and the 3 children nodded vigorously. "So please, do not shoot me with that rifle. I promise I will never again impersonate a pirate." Fearing any further aggression from Hobodi, Usopp hastily slid onto his knees before him, gripping his thigh tightly. What is this nonsense? Hobodi thought in disbelief as he retrieved a water bottle from his backpack and took several gulps. Let us set that aside for now. Do you know the location of the Navy's 76th branch? Huh? The Navy's 76th branch? Usopp observed that the hand Hobodi had drawn from the backpack was not the anticipated rifle, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. So you're not here to capture me. I am the new commander stationed on this island from the headquarters. In truth, any pirate falls within my jurisdiction for arrest, Hobodi declared, relishing the opportunity to intimidate the boy further. Please, do not do that. Usopp, now relieved, clung once more to Hobodi's thigh, fearful of any sudden movements. Hobodi chuckled. Rise. I have no interest in capturing such small fry. Shortly thereafter, he posed several questions and requested guidance to the naval branch stationed on the island. The 3 children, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly embraced the novelty, while Usopp, trembling with apprehension, was consumed by conspiracy-laden thoughts, convinced that upon reaching the naval base, he would be apprehended by the man before him, his face reflecting utter despair. However, how peculiar it was, since they were headed to the 76th branch, which had a designated naval transport port in the neighboring town. Why did he choose to stop in their village? Onionhead gazed at Hobodi with curiosity. Hobodi fell silent for a moment, then gave himself a light slap on the forehead. Why should a child know so much? Hobodi could not admit to these children that he had taken a wrong turn. As he ascended the winding paths leading into the village, he gradually began to discern the presence of its inhabitants. Along the way, some villagers cast him peculiar glances, and he faintly overheard unsettling remarks. Phrases such as "those little tricksters are at it again," "Are pirates here once more?" and "How strange, have they finally been caught?" filled the air. What could this mean? Hobodi pondered in confusion. The trio of children simultaneously turned to Usopp, because the captain loves to lie. What truth do you 3 ever speak? Usopp shouted in a fit of indignation. The children glanced back at Hobodi, their expressions suggesting that the captain shared their sentiments. As Usopp led the way, they traversed several more village paths until they arrived at a hill leading to an opulent estate. Ah, is that not Usopp? Remarked a gentleman in a well-tailored suit, his hair styled like the horns of a sheep, as he turned to look. He then scrutinized Hobodi's attire, hesitating before inquiring, "Is this gentleman a naval officer? Have you apprehended Usopp for being a pirate?" Usopp is not a pirate, he interjected. He merely engages in pirate games with the village children and has a penchant for embellishing the truth. Indeed, Usopp exclaimed, seizing the lifeline. Please, speak on my behalf. He insists I guide him, but once we reach the naval base, I am certain I will be arrested. I merely requested your guidance. I am not so idle as to arrest a mere impersonator of a pirate, Hobodi replied with resignation. Beside the gentleman, who was identified as Mary, stood a tall, slender man with slick back hair and round glasses, who scrutinized Hobodi with suspicion. Could this naval officer be the new commander stationed at the naval base in the adjacent town? He queried. Hobodi responded, looking at him. And you are? I am Clabatel, the steward of the Koya estate, the man replied, adjusting his glasses, his peculiar gestures capturing Hobodi's attention. Hobodi inquired with a hint of curiosity, how did you come by this information? I frequently visit the neighboring town for supplies and pass by the naval base. I heard about it some time ago, Clabatel replied with a gentle smile. Is that so? Hobodi remarked, casting a meaningful glance at him. Instinctively, he sensed that the steward was somewhat suspicious, although the lenses obscured his gaze. The recent gesture of adjusting his glasses was unmistakable. A typical person would not use the knuckles to push up their spectacles. Such a habit is indicative of one who regularly wields a weapon, be it a knife, gun, or sword, fearing that their armament might scratch the lenses, thus they exercise caution. However, this solitary suspicion does not substantiate any claims, and given that Hobodi had only just arrived in his jurisdiction and had yet to assume his duties, it seemed premature to be overly wary. There would be ample time for investigation in the future. I am a lieutenant dispatched from the naval headquarters, and as of today, I am also the new commander of the naval base stationed at the Jekyll Islands. Although the distance is not great, should any ill-fated pirates make landfall, you may promptly inform me at Branch 76. Did the naval officer come from the Grand Line? Melee exclaimed with delight. This truly brings a sense of security to us residents of the Jekyll Islands. Indeed, Clabatel concurred with a smile. This ensures the safety of our island. Beneath the reflective lenses, an enigmatic glimmer flickered. Hobodi smiled and nodded at the two, then continued on his way. Let us go, Usopp. Usopp hurriedly responded, still lost in the implications of Mary's words. This man had actually returned from the Grand Line. Was it the same sea where his pirate father roamed? In stark contrast to the few dozen households of Syrup Village, the bustling atmosphere of neighboring Beggar Town, formed by the dense crowds, created a vivid juxtaposition. The four members of Usopp's pirate crew, leading the way, could clearly feel the presence of so many people, causing them to feel somewhat intimidated. Nevertheless, Usopp, free from the apprehension of being captured, stealthily whispered to Hobodi, inquiring about intriguing tales from the Grand Line. Hobodi occasionally found himself dealing with Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates 4 years hence. Initially, he regarded Usopp as nothing more than a timid trickster, but his perception has significantly evolved since then. During previous conversations with Mary and Clabatel, he learned that they had returned from the Grand Line, which evidently prompted a cautious shift in their tone. Observing the residents of the East Blue, it became apparent that their understanding of the Grand Line seemed to be frozen in the era of Roger, viewing it as a realm both terrifying and enigmatic. Conversely, Usopp remained undeterred, enthusiastically recounting various amusing anecdotes. Are there really whales as large as islands in the Grand Line? Surely you jest. That seems to be your forte, Hobodi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him, recalling Usopp's brazen declaration that we'll handle any fleeing enemies. Well, I've spotted the naval base ahead. You may lead the way from here, Hobodi announced, tossing a gold coin into Usopp's hand. This is your reward for guiding us. Go buy something to eat. Usopp, for the first time encountering genuine gold, salivated at the prospect, his mind racing with delectable possibilities. The other three youngsters mirrored his expression with equal fervor. Hobodi shook his head and chuckled. Then farewell. Thank you for your gold coins. I never would have guessed you were a good person. Usopp, displaying a lack of manners, bumped into Hobodi. A good person? That claim is rather premature. Do not let me catch wind of your bounty. Otherwise, I shall summon my acquaintance, the pirate hunter known as God of Snipers, to collect your reward post-haste. Usopp, who could hardly bask in his pride for more than 3 seconds, was instantly struck with a look of sheer terror at the mention of this name, God of Snipers. Is he truly the fearsome pirate hunter who kills from afar, unseen? Indeed. I shall remain quietly in the village. Usopp promptly altered his expression and dashed away. After scaring off Usopp and his companions, Hobodi arrived at the end of the main street and began town. He looked up at a grand edifice, where the seagull insignia of the Navy fluttered atop, alongside the placard of the Navy's 76th Division positioned next to the iron gates. The location appeared to be correct, yet it seemed imperative to enact some changes. This so-called naval base was even smaller than the elegant manor in neighboring Syrup Village, especially evident from the cracks in the walls and the faded paint that suggested it had not been refurbished in ages. It bore no resemblance to a bastion of justice. Rather, it resembled a storm-battered refuge. Speaking of which, my own warship should not be in such disarray. Hobodi glanced toward the nearby harbor, only to regretfully discover a dilapidated, patchwork green warship quietly moored at the transport dock, resembling nothing more than the wreckage found in the headquarters. Hobodi, with an impassive expression, pushed open the iron gate of the base, his mood exceedingly foul. At that moment, 2 sailors, one stout and the other diminutive, were tidying up the courtyard. Upon noticing his entrance, the portly sailor immediately abandoned his broom and approached Hobodi with an air of aggression, boldly declaring, "Who are you to trespass into the naval base uninvited?" Hobodi extracted the appointment letter signed by the Warring States Marshal from his backpack and presented it before the 2 individuals. "I am the newly appointed commander dispatched by the naval headquarters to the East Sea's 76th branch. Is that sufficient? Just because you say so?" The corpulent naval soldier did not take him seriously. The shorter soldier beside him tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Look at the cloak behind him. He must be an officer from the naval headquarters. Let it go. Officers from the headquarters are 3 ranks above us. In our branch, he would be equivalent to a lieutenant colonel. In the entire East Sea, only Colonel Maka, known as the Axeman at the Shell's fortress, outranks him. He is capable of capturing the notorious Captain Clow, who has a bounty of 16 million berries. The rotund naval soldier's expression flickered with a hint of fear. But he quickly masked it, taking the appointment letter from Hobodi's hand with a huff. You wait here. I will consult Lieutenant Brubber to confirm the authenticity of this appointment letter. Only then can you enter the base. Mart, keep an eye on him. Make it swift. Hobodi frowned, realizing that taking over the base would not be without its obstacles. He was not Navi. Today as seen was evidently a show of force from someone. And the prime suspect was likely the lieutenant named Brubber. Before long, the corpulent naval soldier emerged from the base, accompanied by an even more rotund green-haired middle-aged man. This man also donned a cloak similar to Hobodi's, devoid of the characters for justice on the back. The green-haired middle-aged man approached Hobodi with a beaming smile. Warmly pulling him in, you have finally arrived, Commander Hobodi. Ever since the previous commander was defeated by pirates and retired due to injury, we have been at a loss at this base. Now, with the lieutenant from headquarters stationed at the Jekko Islands, we need not worry any longer. Today, we must celebrate. It seems you have received the orders from headquarters as well? Hobodi retorted, disdain evident in his tone. Enough of the pleasantries. Take me directly to the intelligence room. And in an hour, gather all the soldiers at the training ground. Brubber's plump face stiffened, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes as he hesitated. Doesn't the commander need to rest after such a long journey? After all, it is quite commendable to be so dedicated right upon assuming office. Hobodi narrowed his eyes at Brubber. The latter's expression soured, yet he quickly donned a sheepish grin. Of course not. I will take you there immediately. In less than a few minutes, Brubber led Hobodi to the intelligence room, where Hobodi perused the stacks of documents on the cabinet. His countenance darkening as he cast glances at Brubber behind him. An hour later, Hobodi clutched the documents tightly and addressed Brubber. The soldiers have assembled, correct? Yes. I had them on standby half an hour ago, ready to welcome the commander. Then let us proceed. Begun Town, training ground of the Navy's 76th branch. Upon his arrival, Hobodi was met with a profound sense of disappointment, though he had anticipated such a sight. In the square stood approximately 20 naval soldiers, some portly and others emaciated. Yet not a single robust figure among them. He harbored no doubt that a single elite soldier from headquarters could effortlessly vanquish all those present in the training ground. Attention! Hobodi bellowed. As expected, the 20 or so soldiers took a languid half-minute to arrange themselves into formation. Hobodi turned to glance at Brubber behind him. A cold smirk gracing his lips, while Brubber awkwardly offered a sheepish smile in return. How long has it been since your last training? Hobodi inquired. At that moment, the previously corpulent naval soldier stepped forward, declaring, reporting, Commander, we train daily. Oh? Hobodi scoffed, and with a finger that morphed into a claw resembling that of a dragon, he gestured toward the overweight naval soldier. Suddenly, under the clear blue sky, a violent tornado erupted from beneath the soldier's feet, lifting him several meters into the air before he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Now, speaking honestly is your best option, otherwise the remaining 19 of you will meet the same fate as him. Deceit is unacceptable, understood? Hobodi's voice was icy. What was that just now? A group of soldiers whispered amongst themselves. Some observed Hobodi's finger, realizing it was far from ordinary. Indeed, it was more aptly described as a claw. You, step forward, Hobodi commanded, pointing at another shorter soldier by the entrance. Chosen by Hobodi, Matt's gaze fell upon the unconscious corpulent soldier, a wave of despair washing over him. Commander, it's not that we don't train, it's just that we lack the resources. The headquarters hasn't issued any, coughing conspicuously behind Hobodi. Brubber interrupted, and as Hobodi turned to him, Brubber offered an apologetic smile. Forgive me, Commander. My throat is rather dry today. Humph. Do you think you can conceal the truth? Hobodi pressed on. Continue speaking. Despair engulfed Matt. Today had been particularly cruel for him. First, he had inadvertently offended Lieutenant Brubber at last night's feast and was subsequently assigned to menial duties at the base. Now, he found himself caught between the antagonism of two officers. Lieutenant Brubber's eyes urged him to remain silent, while the new commanding officer was compelling him to reveal the truth. How to choose between these two? Do you have any reservations? Hobodi inquired. Matt hesitated, stammering, and no, if your concern is for him, at that moment. Matt witnessed an astonishing scene. Good heavens, what did he see? The once tyrannical Lieutenant Brubber, who had completely taken over the base since the loss of the former commander, was suddenly struck by a powerful punch from the new commander. Brubber, caught off guard, felt his pudgy face tremble, and then his entire head was slammed into the ground, creating a small crater, leaving him face down and unconscious. In that instant, Matt understood. He quickly made his decision. The military funds allocated by headquarters had been largely embezzled by Lieutenant Brubber, who spent his days in revelry. The last storm had devastated the base, and Brubber had misappropriated the funds intended for repairs to host lavish banquets. I suppose he applied for funds to refurbish the warships as well? Hobodi's foot pressed down on Brubber's head, his decisive demeanor rendering many soldiers momentarily stunned. To them, he now appeared almost demonic. As Matt nodded, Hobodi sneered, he hosted banquets. And you all participated, did you not? Hearing this, Matt's heart raced with dread. Commander, that was enough. Hobodi cut him off. Now, the second question arises. What is the meaning of this intelligence? His face darkened as he produced a document, reading aloud with a mocking tone. April 15th. Received naval intelligence from Rogtown, indicating that the pirate Big Drill Torin BAS has fled to the waters near the Jeco Islands. Division 76 is instructed to search thoroughly and apprehend. Note: April 17th, after 2 days of comprehensive searching, the waters near the Jeco Islands are clear, with no vessels in sight. They may have escaped to other waters. April 19th, from Brigadier Bryn Bryn of Division 77, Naval Intelligence reports that the newly emerged pirate Admiral Creek's crew has consolidated 4 pirate ships and is heading toward the Jeco Islands. Division 76 is to obstruct them or relay the information to Colonel Smog at Rogtown's naval headquarters for a blockade. Note: April 25th. Our attempt to ambush Creek's fleet was thwarted, resulting in significant losses, and our warship was destroyed. However, we managed to sink one of their ships. We request headquarters to allocate funds for repairs so we may continue the pursuit. June 5th. Intelligence from the naval headquarters suggests that a notorious pirate may have resurfaced in the East China Sea. All divisions in the East are to unite in their efforts to capture him. Note: Division 76 suffered heavy casualties in the last battle and lacks resources for deployment. We hope other divisions will uphold our justice. July 10th. Intelligence from the South China Sea's 31st Division requests our forces to investigate the origins of the East China Sea Spade pirate crew captain, Port Asti, Ace, as he possesses formidable potential and must be eliminated preemptively. Note: after a day of searching, we found no trace of him. Upon reaching this point, Hobodi hurled the documents onto the trembling soldiers in the training ground and, glaring at them, exclaimed with indignation, "I observe your well-fed and corpulent forms, and I fear that the matters I have just recited have never been executed by you even once. Are these notes you produced intended to treat people as fools?" Hobodi's voice rose in volume, sending a chill through the soldiers on the training ground. Everyone understood that their previous follies could not possibly remain concealed from the new commander who had come from naval headquarters. Matt mustered a modicum of courage to step forward and stated, "Those matters were indeed executed. However, our vicinity near the Jeco Islands has been so tranquil that Lieutenant Blubla believed these reports had no bearing on us. He thought it sufficient merely to feign compliance. And all those fabricated annotations were the handiwork of that individual." Matt pointed at the pompous, corpulent soldier who had been rendered unconscious by Hobodi. And the other 18 naval soldiers nodded in agreement. Disheartened by the utter lack of discipline displayed by the troops before him, Hobodi shook his head in disappointment. He had pondered while aboard his ship whether the distant naval base might harbor a sense of detachment akin to the saying, "The mountains are high and the Emperor is far away," and today's encounter confirmed his suspicions. Undoubtedly, after perusing the reports from the intelligence department, it became evident that without the constraints imposed by the former commander, this gluttonous Blublu had thoroughly exhausted the naval rank's credibility. With a firm stamp on Blublu's pig-like visage, Hobodi inhaled deeply, realizing that such characters could emerge in any realm. Observing the soldiers in the training ground, he recognized that he could not place his trust in them. It seemed that the first phase of his planned preparations would have to be temporarily shelved. All right, that will be all for today. From tomorrow onward, regardless of your actions, remember 3 crucial directives, Hobodi proclaimed loudly, proceeding to announce his orders. First, whether you do it yourselves or enlist others, repair the naval vessel docked at the harbor. Once it is operational, ensure that personnel are stationed to patrol the waters near the Jeco Islands day and night. Should you encounter pirates or sea beasts, immediately notify me via the snail phone. Second, organize the naval intelligence materials. Revert those absurd and fabricated documents you previously concocted. Enhance your communication with other bases for intelligence sharing. Upon receiving news regarding the black market, underground gladiatorial arenas, pirates, bounty hunters, or arms, document it promptly for my review. Third, procure some oil-based pens. If they aren't available at the base, check with the local artist shop. I intend to create a portrait tomorrow, which you will replicate and display throughout the islands. Now, throw this individual into prison and inform headquarters about his falsified completion of assignments. That officer, Lieutenant Blubla's brother, is Brigadier Brynbryn of the 77th Division. While Blubla may be a rogue, Brigadier Brynbryn is renowned as an exemplary naval officer in the East Sea. Is this the right course of action? Well then, once the ship is repaired, I shall send him to the 77th Division, but until then, he will remain incarcerated. Understood. Damn it, at last, I've dealt with these troublesome matters. Hobodi exhaled deeply. The events of today bear a striking resemblance to his previous life on Earth, where he integrated the mercenary group led by the young girl by Xin and her family. Once again, he found himself facing a self-important, inept leader accompanied by incompetent subordinates. Yet the outcomes in both worlds mirrored one another. The sole difference was that in his past life, he had been compelled by the girl as father to extricate those inept individuals, transforming them into exceptional mercenaries. However, in this realm, Hobodi had no intention of lingering in the East Sea for long, nor did he wish to squander time conducting specialized training for the soldiers at this base. His gaze fell upon some forged financial reports, and a shadow of gloom crossed his features. The training regimen demanded resources. Yet this naval base had been plundered by that gluttonous swine. It seemed imperative to fabricate an identity as another pirate hunter, although it deviated from his original plan. The divergence was minimal. He resolved to observe for a few more days, waiting for these dolts to capitulate completely before taking action. For several days, Hobodi immersed himself in managing the daily affairs of Fort 76, scrutinizing naval intelligence and monitoring the movements at sea. As Vice Admiral Karp had remarked, the East Sea truly epitomized peace. After several days of waiting, the terms he requested in the second condition revealed no signs of pirates, a remarkable occurrence, indeed. Especially when considering the Grand Line. Was this not the era of great pirates, yet not a single one was in sight? Hobodi reclined in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling, tossing a pile of documents onto his desk and rubbing his eyes. The East Sea truly was a place that could drain one's will. This simply would not do. These fellows couldn't even categorize intelligence. The information they presented was nothing but detritus. Rising from his chair, Hobodi slapped his face. Perhaps a stroll into town would yield some new insights. Stepping outside, he casually greeted the short-statured soldier Matt who was on duty that day, before donning civilian attire and departing the base. Upon arriving in Beijing town, Hobodi paused at the entrance marked Madame Malander's Tavern, feeling the coins in his pocket before entering. When it came to intelligence, this was typically the venue where information flowed most swiftly. However, the tavern's intelligence had its glaring flaws, a lack of veracity and significant temporal discrepancies, rendering it utterly unreliable. As he entered, a subtle aroma of alcohol mingled with the scent of male perspiration enveloped him, while the most potent fragrance was that of fresh jasmine, deliberately masking the former two. Approaching the bar, Hobodi ordered a pint of stout from the bartender, feigning a contemplative demeanor as he drank alone, listening to the idle chatter of the men around him. Hobodi noted that most patrons were fishermen from the Jeco Islands. Occasionally, he would overhear a lament, "You have no idea how much I lost fishing yesterday. A prized ocean delicacy, the giant squid, slipped through my net." They mused that if it had been sold at the culinary festival in Rocktown, it could have netted a fortune. Speaking of losses, I too have faced my share recently. For some reason, the Samba Sea near the Konami Islands has seen strange fishmen appearing, consistently tearing my nets. I haven't brought home a catch in 2 weeks. And my wife has taken the children back to her family. If this continues, undoubtedly, this information was akin to the worthless intelligence gathered by his ineffectual subordinates, mere rubbish. Aside from the mention of fishmen, the tavern's banter held no value whatsoever. A new face. Have you just moved to town? A strikingly alluring woman emerged from behind the bar, a bottle of stout in hand, approaching Hobodi to refill his nearly empty glass. Thank you. That comes at a price, you know. She winked, then continued, surely you didn't come to my tavern merely for the drink? Are you perhaps in search of intelligence? Hobodi cast a surprised glance at her, not anticipating that this woman was so perceptive. He decided not to conceal anything and nodded. You must be Madame Marendorf, am I correct? Pray tell, what type of information do you seek? Are you inquiring about the densely populated fishing grounds that the fishermen require? Or perhaps the whereabouts of active pirate crews that interest the buccaneers? Or is it that Madame Marendorf has her sights set on the iron fist in Hobodi's hand, the black market auction houses and arms trade sought by the underworld? Hobodi fixed his gaze intently on Marindo, and suddenly a smile broke across his face. What are you saying? Madame Marindo, unabashed, burst into laughter. There's no need for testing the waters, the new commander of the 76th Division. In this town, no, throughout the entire East Sea, I stand alone. This place is far too tranquil, and no one is inclined to make purchases. Let us be direct. 100,000 berries for a piece of information. 100,000? Are you jesting? Hobodi shook his head, sensing that the other party had been rather audacious in her demands. Is this emblem truly worth that much? Madame Marindo took 2 steps back, pulling aside the flared hem of her gown. On the inner side of her thigh, a smiling skull was etched, marked by a diagonal slash. Hobodi recognized that emblem, and his pupils narrowed. Are you one of Don Quixote da Flamingo's subordinates? Since you are aware of my identity, do you not fear me capturing you? Hobodi, despite his myriad schemes at the base, found himself unexpectedly face-to-face with a significant opportunity. The 7 warlords are under government protection. So if you recognize the value, act decisively. Is it necessary to seek a secluded spot? I do not offer any additional services, and solitary meetings only arouse suspicion. Madame Marindo chuckled heartily, her ample bosom eliciting audible salivation throughout the tavern. Provide me with information regarding the pirate crews of the East Blue. Any bounties below 5 million need not be mentioned, Hobodi stated swiftly, extracting a pouch of gold coins from his pocket. Oh, it seems you have quite the appetite, she replied, lowering her voice. Hobodi leaned in closely, listening intently as Marindo divulged, 10 days ago, in the waters off Dawn Island, the Iron Stick female pirate, Yalada, with a bounty of 5 million berries, was reported in that vicinity. The Orange Town in the Oregon Islands, where the Jester Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries, supposedly docked a few days ago. The next piece of information's authenticity is uncertain. It is rumored that a pirate who returned from the Grand Line has been sighted in the Konami Islands. According to my intel, the most likely candidate is Arlong, the Fishman pirate captain, liberated 6 years ago by the warlord Jean Bay, who now has a bounty of 20 million berries. However, truthfully, this seems rather implausible. If a Grand Line pirate were to appear in the East Blue, the Navy would surely be on high alert. The second dubious report concerns the pirate Admiral Creek's crew, who are allegedly recruiting near the Sambas Sea. In the end, you only possess 2 pieces of credible information. Do you truly believe you can sell that for 100,000? That sum seems far too easily attained, Hobodi remarked, shaking his head as he retracted the pouch of gold coins. Hey, I have provided you with the latest intelligence regarding East Blue's pirates. Commander, do you intend to consume and depart without a trace? Do not be so hasty. I am here to keep you company tonight, Madame Merindo feigned a pout, wrapping her arms around Hobodi's, leaning forward to accentuate her ample cleavage. Hobodi wore an expressionless visage, shaking his head as he replied, your information is insufficient. As a subordinate of Doflamingo, you must possess knowledge of certain black markets and underground auction houses. Share that information with me, and I shall compensate you generously. Merindo quickly retracted her arm, covering her mouth in feigned astonishment, her gaze fixed on Hobodi with a hint of amusement. What have I just heard? A naval officer daring to delve into the underworld? If this were reported to the naval headquarters, the harbor and town would witness a new corpse by dawn. Hobodi spoke in a lowered voice, indeed. Merindo's expression faltered as she scrutinized the man before her for several seconds, realizing that the depths of his tranquil gaze revealed nothing. Such eyes she had only encountered in the most desperate of criminals. A sense of helplessness crept into her heart, and she inwardly cursed, recognizing the formidable nature of those sent by the naval headquarters. Quickly masking the flicker of fear in her eyes, Merindo adopted a smile of resignation. To speak truthfully, there exists no underground world in the East Sea. Those who hail from the Grand Line may presume that auction houses are commonplace, but in our conservative seas, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to stumble upon one. But they do exist, do they not? Hobodi interjected with a snort. Merindo offered a hollow laugh, nodding in acquiescence, and produced a mask that concealed her entire face, placing it upon the bar. If you venture to the North Sea, don this mask while wandering the deserted alleys of Minion Island, and you shall find a guide to the underground black market. Hobodi unceremoniously tucked the mask into his bosom and retrieved 2 bags of gold coins, tossing them onto the bar with nonchalance. You see, I am a man of my word. I trust your information is equally reliable. Upon receiving the coins, Merinda's face brightened once more. She gazed at Hobodi's ruggedly masculine visage, her expression filled with reproach. How could such a callous man, who had previously threatened her, possibly venture into such places? It is truly difficult to fathom what someone like you would be doing in such locales, Merinda pouted playfully. Hobodi did not respond. Instead, he chuckled lightly. May I pose 2 questions to you? Merinda was taken aback. What questions? Are you interested in becoming my secretary? My base is currently filled with imbeciles, and I require an intelligent individual to assist me with various matters. Are you jesting? Merinda laughed, revealing the intricate design on the inner side of her thigh, firmly asserting her allegiance to the Don Quixote family. Then for my next inquiry. Hobodi withdrew from his pocket a painting of a youthful girl with a ponytail. Have you seen this girl? Regarding that little one. Whether she arrived in this world just as he did, despite plastering her portrait across the entire Jekko archipelago for several days, no news had emerged. Even the esteemed informant, Lady Merinder, merely shook her head in response. Hobodi found himself once again questioning whether the young girl had truly perished, or if she had been consumed by that sea monster in a previous life, never to set foot in this realm. Yet, deep within his soul, Hobodi harbored an unsettling premonition that perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, their paths would cross. For the moment, he set aside the quest for the girl. At the training ground of Division 76, Hobodi, drenched in perspiration, cast his gaze upon the wanted poster of Chloe, affixed to a wooden stake, lost in contemplation. It has been a fortnight since Hobodi returned from the tavern. Hobodi invested 200,000 berries in intelligence, and over the past fortnight, he meticulously cross-referenced this information with the database of his division, uncovering a wealth of clues regarding the pirates of the East Sea. Through the use of a den mushi, he has nearly pinpointed the location of the Iron Rod pirate crew near the waters off Shellstown. Once the warship is repaired, Hobodi intends to seize the opportunity to apprehend them without delay. Notably, he has become increasingly attentive to the remnants of the Black Cat pirate crew, which have been roaming the vicinity of Jekko Islands. He discovered a striking resemblance between the captured leader of the Black Cat pirates, Master of Schemes Kuro, and another individual. Is it mere coincidence? Perhaps the butler of the Elegant Manor? However, with the warship still in disrepair, such musings are futile. With a powerful punch against a wooden post, Hobodi gritted his teeth, and in a sudden surge, his entire physique expanded, veins bulging on his muscles. He continued to strike the post with fervor, his fists now bloodied, staining the wood crimson, yet he remained resolute, clenching his jaw. When does the pain subside? Is that the mark of successful training? This method of honing the 6 styles, sent to him by Phoenix from the Navy headquarters 2 weeks prior, is designed to harden the body's muscles, rendering it as impervious as iron. He must master it swiftly, for he has only 4 years to surpass his limits and enhance his physical prowess, thereby better harnessing the powers of his devil fruit, and eventually cultivating hockey. This has been the essence of Hobodi's thoughts and daily routine throughout the past fortnight. Suddenly, the voice of Sergeant Mart echoed from beyond the training ground's barbed wire. Commander Hobodi, the warship is ready. Mart hesitated, noticing the various bindings around Hobodi's lower body. Weighted gear. Surely the Navy employs sandbags too. Hobodi felt a twinge of irritation at Mart's inquisitive gaze. But is this not excessive? Mart swallowed hard. bewildered by the cacophony emanating from the commander's lower half, living in tranquility while bearing the name of Navy Justice. One day you shall find yourself undone by the very name that does not correspond with your strength, Hobodi conveyed with an enigmatic remark that left Mark pondering. Before Mark could inquire further, Hobodi interrupted with a command. Since the warship is ready, inform the shipbuilders to rest early tonight. They should eat and drink well. We shall set sail at dawn for the waters off Dawn Island. Ensure they prepare accordingly. Dawn Island? Isn't that near the Goya Kingdom? It's quite a distance from here. Indeed, our objective is the Iron Rod pirate crew Eureka, who is situated in that vicinity. Wait, Commander. Are we not to deliver Lieutenant Bruber to Brigadier Brinburn of the 77th Division? The din mushy call was already made. He will compensate for the losses incurred by his brother against our 76th Division in exchange for amending the fabricated charges against Lieutenant Bruber. Such trivial matters need not concern me. Simply assign a few men to escort him on a small boat, Hobodi huffed, furrowing his brows. It has become tiresome for Hobodi, who has been in command for 20 days, to hear complaints about petty squabbles, fishermen fighting over territories, and other minutiae. The recruitment of a secretary has made no progress. It seems imperative, lest he be overwhelmed by the incessant demands and his plans thwarted. On the following dawn, at the port of Bagan, Hobodi stood at the center of the gangway, commanding his lethargic subordinates. They were to traverse from the Jekyll Islands to the waters off Dawn Island, a journey that would conservatively take a week. Thus, they needed to stock at least a week's worth of fresh water and provisions. As for the soldiers' weaponry, Hobodi had little faith in the dusty arsenal of the 76th Division. His only hope for them lay in their ability to sail the ship and capture pirates. Beyond that, he was indifferent. Commander, the townsfolk of Jekyll Islands have sent an abundance of food. How shall we proceed? Standing on the deck of the warship, Hobodi indeed observed the influx of residents from Bagan, most of whom had come to admire the vessel. Some local magnates chose to bestow gifts, forming an unspoken agreement. You protect our safety, and we shall provide assistance. Such were the subtle intentions of those affluent individuals. Hobodi caught sight of Mary and Crabatel from the village of Silabu, snorted, and turned away. Take everything. Set sail and prepare to depart. What are we waiting for? We are not monkeys. On the same day, in the North Sea, in the kingdom of Rubuni Road, on Minion Island, 9 years ago, the island had been ravaged by a gang led by the Barrels pirates. After the inhabitants fell victim to unknown assailants, the Navy had hastily sent officers to wrap up the matter. Now, the island was overrun by nefarious individuals. Rumors had circulated that the massacre of Minion Island was orchestrated by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Such rumors were not without basis, as the most formidable force on the island today was the Human Stability Center, emblazoned with the symbol of the Don Quixote pirates. To the uninitiated, this name might evoke a job placement service, but in truth, it was a slave auction house. A grim segment of the industry chain modeled after the Chambord Archipelago in the Grand Line. The Human Stability Center was divided into 4 levels. The first level was dedicated to slave auctions, while the others dealt in arms, intelligence sales, and the auction of precious items such as devil fruits, an establishment that fully encapsulated the dark underbelly of humanity. At this moment, on the uppermost level of the center, in a dimly lit back room, a heavily made-up woman knelt in terror, pleading before a graceful figure with cascading green waves of hair and thick glasses. It was my fault. I should not have given him the pass. Please, do not inform Lord Doflamingo. The green-haired woman closed her newspaper and removed her glasses, revealing a pair of emotionless golden eyes. The young master merely instructed you to observe the whereabouts of the scattered officers following the Punk Hazard incident. And you chose to foolishly expose yourself in response. You even divulged the young master's base in the North Sea, you naive woman. If Hobodi were present, he would recognize the woman on her knees as Madame Marin, whom he had encountered at the Morindo Tavern a month prior. What of your handling of the situation? What about that officer? Did he come to the East Blue with ulterior motives? Lady Monet, the green-haired woman, clicked her tongue in disappointment, revealing a cruel smile. You truly do not know? I cannot assist you further. What a pity. The officers dispatched after the Punk Hazard incident, though ostensibly punished by the Navy, were all sent to areas close to the young master's enterprises. Do you think being assigned to the East Blue for infiltration is a trivial matter? The notorious shipslayer Pin has already disrupted our underground market transactions bound for Water 7 several times. It is uncertain whether this was a covert order from Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, in the South Sea and the West Sea, the young master's territories had been completely sealed off. The only remaining area was the East Blue, where we could not establish a presence due to Colonel Smoker from headquarters. Your assignment was meant to expand our supply chain, yet you have utterly botched it. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a strange laughter echoed in the darkroom. Ah, my apologies, young master. I forgot to turn off the snail phone. And you heard some unfortunate news. Monet feigned surprise, covering her mouth while her gaze at Marin gleamed with schadenfreude, devoid of any semblance of regret. A snail phone wearing sunglasses emitted a deep voice. Do not be too harsh on Marin. That old fox Sengoku thinks he can crush my enterprises with such tactics? How naive. Ha 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 ha. Young master, I am exceedingly pleased. You know, Monet, I hold a trump card that will make the era smile. Congratulations, young master. Thus, for this matter, I currently require additional personnel. Monet, please consolidate the auction houses in the North Sea and return to the New World. I have new tasks for you. The auction house will be entrusted to Marin. With that, the snail phone suddenly fell silent. Monet hung up and turned to Marin, her expression devoid of emotion. You are indeed a fortunate woman. You heard what was just said, did you not? Yes, Lady Monet, Marin replied, her heart brimming with joy. The current situation was clear. As a cadre of the Don Quixote pirates, Lady Monet was to be recalled, and the North Sea auction house was in need of leadership. Her chance had arrived, no longer confined to a small tavern as an information broker, occasionally having to entertain customers to sell her meager intelligence. Before you leave, you shall hold an auction, set for a week from now. I will observe from the audience. Although the young master stated so, should you falter, I will request a replacement. I will certainly do my best, Lady Monet. Moreover, the young master's purpose for sending me to the North Sea is twofold, one to oversee the enterprises, and the other is of utmost importance, Trafalgar Law. Should you receive any news of this man, report it to me immediately, for the young master places great significance on him. Monet handed a snail phone adorned with thick glasses to Marin. Understood. Simultaneously, in the New World, chaos erupted at the G7 branch. What? Caesar Clown has escaped? What on earth happened? How did he break free from the sea prismstone handcuffs? Strawberry stood at the patrolling harbor, his expression dark as thunder. On the other end of the snail phone, soldiers incessantly apologized, and Strawberry knew that cursing would yield no results. Caesar's scientific prowess was second only to Vegapunk. And with his extremist ideologies, any misstep could lead to an unimaginable crisis for the world. Apologies, Virgo. The intelligence you requested will take a while longer. I cannot leave at the moment. Communication officer, connect me to Admiral Sengoku's office. Strawberry was in a state of frantic disarray. This is serious, remarked a man wearing sunglasses, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, with a smear of cream on his face. 2 days later, in the waters off Dawn Island, approximately 100 nautical miles from Shell's town, the sea lay calm and still. The 76 warships of Hobodi advanced steadily, while Hobodi himself persisted in his arduous weight training on deck. According to the anticipated schedule, there was still some time before they would encounter the notorious female pirate Iron Rod Alita and her crew, who had a bounty of 5 million berries. However, from the observation deck, Sergeant Matt suddenly shouted, interrupting Hobodi's training. 2 nautical miles ahead, a pirate ship has been spotted. The skull with a red heart on the flag, I am absolutely certain. It is the Miss Labdeku. That is Alita's ship. All personnel, prepare for battle. At Matt's command, the soldiers on deck shuddered. Their spirits ignited as they lined up at the armory, each taking a rifle. Encountering pirates was no jest. A fierce battle awaited them. Anchor the ship, Hobodi declared, removing his weight equipment. With his words, the entire troop relaxed, followed by his quiet admonition, maintain distance, we must avoid cannon fire. Commander, Matt exclaimed, puzzled. Just days prior, Hobodi had been eager to sail out and apprehend pirates. Now, upon sighting a pirate ship, he ordered a halt. There is no need for you to intervene. I can handle this alone. Yet, there would be no objections. He sought to test the fruits of his training, unwilling to let his subordinates share in the experience. Matt hesitated, but then the shadow of the commander cast by the sun suddenly distorted before his eyes. Visibly astonished, Matt could not conceal the fear that covered his mouth. Is that a dragon? Before him unfolded a surreal scene, a pink dragon, nearly the length of their entire ship, coiled upon the deck. Furthermore, this dragon seemed to embody their commander. Is it a devil fruit? Hobodi, transformed into a dragon, spoke with human words, leaving the soldiers on deck trembling in terror. You all stay here. Approach in half an hour. How could the commander reach there when the Miss Labdeku was still 2 nautical miles away? Matt's thoughts halted as he beheld an enchanting sight. A long pathway of clouds leading towards Alita's pirate crew stood resolutely upon the sea. The dragon, stretching 7 to 8 meters, ascended towards the clouds with a powerful leap. It sped away, diminishing within a minute before Matt's eyes. He reached out to touch the strange cloud, only to find it dissipate like foam upon contact. Meanwhile, in the distance, Hobodi stumbled as one of his claws missed its footing, nearly plunging into the sea. He glanced back, slightly displeased, yet said nothing. Compared to his initial experiences in Punk Hazard, where he could barely summon clouds, the current scene was a testament to his progress. In merely 2 months, he had created a 20 nautical mile path of clouds. What more could he desire? Indeed, as Vice Admiral Garp had stated, his control over his body had improved, his physical abilities enhanced, and his mastery of the devil fruit's powers had grown more adept. A month ago, upon returning from the Grand Line, the cloud path he had conjured would often falter. Now, it had become relatively stable, undoubtedly a result of his rigorous training. Thus, it was time to thoroughly assess the culmination of his training over the past month and a half. A smile graced Hobodi's face as he gazed at the pirate ship less than 1,000 meters away. In the distance, at the bow of the Miss Labdeku, a squat, rotund woman wielding an iron rod pulled her subordinate closer. What on earth is that flying thing? Miss Alita, that object flew over from the warship. We have never seen anything like it, and it is getting closer. What? Why are you imbeciles not preparing to fire? Alita slammed her rod down, startling several pirate crew members into retreat. Her freckled face was a mask of irritation and displeasure. The figure of Hobodi gradually approached, traversing the path among the clouds. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds emerged, and a few dark orbs came into Hobodi's view, soaring upwards from below. They were black cannonballs. Hobodi let out a contemptuous sneer. His mastery extended far beyond merely manipulating clouds. With a swift motion of his claw, he tore through the air, compressing the atmosphere into a chaotic swirl. As he unfurled his dragon-like talon, a fierce hurricane surged forth, hurtling toward the pirate ship below at an alarming speed. The incoming cannonballs, caught in the tempest's grasp, were cleaved in two mid-air, erupting in a violent explosion. Damn it, is that colossal catfish a swordsman? How could it possibly slash with such precision? Is it the wind that has cut through? Curse it. It is coming for us. The colossal dragon form of Hobodi loomed above the deck of the Mislabdeku, gradually diminishing in size until it transformed back into a human figure, leaping down gracefully onto the ship's deck. Who are you? Alita inquired. Aware that as a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries, she was no fool, the man before her clearly harbored ill intentions. Therefore, the wisest course of action was to buy time, allowing her crew in the hold to arm themselves and prepare to confront him. Hobodi gazed at the corpulent woman before him, retrieving a bounty notice from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, the crew of the Eureka pirates found themselves utterly bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Hobodi remarked, "Indeed, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the bounty. She is both unattractive and diminutive." Clang. The sound resonated on the deck of the Eureka pirate ship, echoing in the hearts of all the pirates. It was the sound of their captain's heart shattering. This was dire news. Miss Eureka was on the brink of a furious outburst. The group of pirates standing behind Eureka hastily distanced themselves by several meters. At that moment, Eureka's face contorted with rage, the veins in her arms bulging ominously as she raised an iron rod high above her head. While a man with bulging veins might not instill fear, a woman of formidable strength exhibiting such signs of fury was truly alarming. Unbeknownst to Hobodi, his single utterance had incited the wrath of Eureka. "Who are you calling an unattractive and diminutive woman?" Eureka's voice rumbled with a low intensity. Hobodi pointed at the other person and exclaimed, "Is it not you? How detestable! Go to hell, you foolish man." Yalita, with a surge of strength in her arm, swung the iron rod she held with a fierce strike. Hobodi stood his ground without flinching, remaining utterly still, leading even the pirates to believe he had lost his sanity. As Eureka's iron rod descended, mere centimeters from striking his body, Hobodi's form suddenly swelled in an inexplicable manner. The iron mass crashed down with a resounding thud. Hobodi stepped back 2 paces, furrowing his brow as he felt the soreness in his muscles. It appeared he had yet to master his training. Meanwhile, Yalita and her crew of pirates were utterly astonished. Who would dare to confront Miss Yalita's iron rod head-on? The sound of their clash echoed like metal striking metal. Was he a cyborg? The pirates whispered amongst themselves. Yalita, her hand tingling from the impact of that blow, gazed at Hobodi with an expression that gradually turned serious. "Are you a bounty hunter?" "No, the bounty hunter known as the god of sniping is my comrade. I am a Navy officer." Hobodi transformed one hand into a dragon's claw, declaring, "This must come to an end." "Navy?" Yalita's pupils constricted, her fury igniting. She swung her iron rod at Hobodi, shouting, "Die." As the rod descended, Hobodi swiftly extended his hand, producing a resounding clang as he grasped the rod's tip with his dragon claw. A contest of strength ensued, with Yalita straining to reclaim her weapon. Her face contorted in effort, yet Hobodi's claw held firm, akin to a suction cup, refusing to yield even an inch. "Let go, you bastard." Yalita's face was replaced with symbols of discontent. "I hereby declare a bounty of 5 million berries on Yalita, captain of the pirate crew. You are under arrest." After an intense struggle, the outcome of their power contest revealed itself after 30 seconds. With a crack, Yalita's iron rod began to splinter and shatter, causing her to cry out in pain as she collapsed to the ground. The bounty notice was tossed onto Yalita's face, and Hobodi stepped over her hefty form, confronting the multitude of pirates on the deck, plunging into their ranks. Half an hour later, Hobodi's warship rendezvoused with the Mislabdeku. Sergeant Matt led a contingent of soldiers aboard the pirate ship's deck, astonished to find the pirates bound with ropes. In a mere 30 minutes, their commander had single-handedly subdued an entire pirate crew. It is rare to encounter pirates in the peaceful East Blue with bounties exceeding 5 million berries. Those who reach such sums are generally formidable adversaries. However, the stark contrast between their unscathed commander and the unconscious Yalita on the deck suggested that Hobodi's prowess was indeed superior, truly reliable. It was no wonder he was an officer returning from the Grand Line. "Commander Hobodi, since we have apprehended the entire Yalita pirate crew, shall we prepare to set sail for home?" Hobodi nodded and said, "Let's head back. However, remember to reduce the speed of the warship when we reach the Orcan Islands." "Oh, isn't that a small archipelago located not far from our Jekko Islands?" Sergeant Matt inquired, somewhat puzzled by the commander's instructions. Hobodi cast a fleeting glance at him. "There should be a pirate lurking nearby, the notorious Clown Buggy, as you might be aware. According to the intelligence I have gathered, he was likely to have made landfall in that vicinity about 2 weeks ago. Although no residents from the nearby island have come forward to report anything, the possibility of his presence there remains quite high." "Buggy the Clown," Matt exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape to the point where he nearly bit his own tongue. This pirate was not to be compared with Arlita. He was one of the few notorious pirates in the East Sea with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Is the commander being a tad too hasty? We have just apprehended our leader, who had a bounty of 5 million. Surely, we could afford to take some time to recuperate and allow our intelligence officers to ascertain the veracity of this information before deciding on a pursuit. If we charge in now, it is quite possible our patrols have already been detected by his crew, and we could be walking into a trap. That is of no consequence. When we arrive, I shall take the lead. If I have not made an appearance at the port within 30 minutes, you are to set sail without me. But there are no buts, that is an order. Half a day later, Hobodi's warship traversed the waters from Dawn Island through the vicinity of Yozuba Island and entered the domain of Oregon Island. As evening approached, the ship docked at the port of Orangetown on Oregon Island, and Hobodi disembarked onto the land. Upon entering the main street of Orangetown, Hobodi quickly sensed that something was amiss. The thoroughfare was deserted, with every door and window firmly shut. Through the panes, he could see steaming dishes laid out on tables. Yet the houses were devoid of any inhabitants. Woof. The silence of the street was punctuated by the distinct sound of a dog barking from a distance. Hobodi made his way toward the sound and soon arrived at the entrance of a pet shop, where a small white dog caught his eye. A peculiar scene unfolded as Hobodi gazed at the dog, which in turn fixed its gaze upon him. The moment seemed to freeze in time as their eyes met on that evening. Intriguingly, Hobodi perceived a hint of human-like mockery in the dog's expression, as though it were ridiculing him for having been lured in by its single bark. Have you seen this man? Hobodi produced a wanted poster from his pocket, only for the scene to take an even stranger turn. Woof. Never seen him? Woof. Hobodi chuckled in silence. Then, farewell. What woof? What woof? Hobodi turned around, and suddenly the barking of the little white dog grew louder. It leaped at Hobodi's feet, its mouth firmly gripping the fabric of his pants. What is it? The man and the dog locked eyes once more. The little white dog gazed at Hobodi for a long moment before releasing its hold and swiftly darting towards the pet store, crashing through the door. In no time, it returned, clutching a photograph of an elderly man in its mouth, which it dropped at Hobodi's feet. Hobodi bent down to pick up the photograph, which depicted a beaming elderly man alongside a joyful scene featuring a small white creature. Hobodi gazed at it, pondering, do you wish for me to locate him? What woof? The little white puppy incessantly nodded in affirmation. Hobodi found himself in a rather amusing predicament, not anticipating that the little dog had learned the very trick he had just employed. Well, you clever little creature, while I wish to assist you, I am currently preoccupied with an urgent matter. You see, if I fail to capture the individual depicted in this bounty notice, my journey to this town will be in vain. Therefore, I lack the time to seek out your owner. Farewell. Hobodi placed the photograph back in front of the dog and rose to his feet. At that moment, the white puppy suddenly sprang forward, leaping into Hobodi's embrace, and sank its sharp teeth into his arm that held the bounty notice, tearing the notice away. It then landed on the ground, placing the bounty notice alongside the picture of its owner, and raised a paw to point in a specific direction, continuously barking loudly at Hobodi. Hobodi's expression grew serious at that moment as he turned to the little dog and inquired, are you implying that your master is with this fellow? The little white dog responded with 3 consecutive barks, nodding vigorously. This was unexpected intelligence. A smile spread across Hobodi's face. His initial intent had merely been to engage with the clever creature for amusement. Do not doubt that Hobodi, despite his bravado on the ship and the time spent here, had far more experience conversing with animals than with people during his previous life as a mercenary. In the presence of animals, he could reveal a side of himself that contradicted the cold demeanor expected of a mercenary. To his surprise, his past habits yielded valuable information about Baki. Do you know where the person on this bounty is? Hobodi asked again. The little white dog continued to point in a direction with its paw, barking insistently at Hobodi. Very well, then lead me there. In exchange, if your master is captured by this individual, I will take it upon myself to rescue him. How does that sound? The dog nodded enthusiastically, then sprang into action, guiding Hobodi along the path. After a brief 10-minute journey, Hobodi found himself at the base of a hill, where in the distance, he spotted a pirate flag adorned with a clown emblem of a circus, fluttering in the wind atop a makeshift tent. It seems the information from the Morindo Tavern has proven beneficial, Hobodi remarked, uttering words that the little white dog could not comprehend. He instructed the dog to wait while he ascended the hill. As he neared the summit, Hobodi observed a group of pirates outside the tent, indulging in rum and singing songs that celebrated the golden age of piracy, tales well known among sailors. Hobodi beheld a figure balancing upon a rolling sphere, spewing flames like a jester of a bygone circus. In the distance, a lookout pirate had also spotted him, hastily descending the slope with a blade in hand to obstruct Hobodi's path before he could reach the tent. Who are you? This is the domain of the notorious Captain Buggy, and we are in the midst of a grand feast. Uninvited guests must leave at once, declared a pirate adorned with a Christmas hat, pressing the blade against Hobodi's neck. Does this mean that the clown Buggy is indeed here? Hobodi inquired. Another burly pirate, skeptical, remarked to his companion, if you are aware, why not depart immediately? Captain Buggy does not take kindly to interruptions during his festivities. Look at his attire. Does he not resemble a naval officer? Suddenly, the tone of the burly pirate shifted, as the Christmas hat-wearing pirate focused on Hobodi's garb, his eyes glinting with malice. The naval forces and pirates had always been sworn enemies upon these waters. Naval officer? Prepare to meet your demise. The blade struck Hobodi's neck with a resounding clang, yet his skin remained unscathed. Instead, the Christmas hat pirate's weapon shattered under the force of the blow. My blade, you scoundrel! What mechanism do you possess? The Christmas hat pirate gaped in disbelief, for he had aimed for the most vulnerable part of a human, yet it was his own weapon that had been rendered useless. There are no mechanisms at play, nor am I here to converse with you minions. A feast, you say? Very well, allow me to conclude this gathering with you too. Taking a deep breath, Hobodi clenched his fists and delivered a powerful strike. The two pirates in front of him were caught entirely off guard. Their bodies sent tumbling down the slope, stirring up a cloud of dust as they crashed against the tent at the summit with a thunderous impact. The tent collapsed instantly, and from within emerged a cacophony of terrified voices, alongside a continuous stream of curses. Soon after, the fabric of the tent was torn asunder, revealing a throng of pirates bearing the insignia of Buggy's crew. At the forefront stood a particularly conspicuous figure, a drunken pirate with a red nose, donning a captain's hat. At this moment, Hobodi had approached them, a mere 10 meters away. He produced a wanted poster and, expressionless, declared, "Bounty of 15 million berries, Pirate Jester Buggy. You are under arrest." "What? Arrest? Is this scoundrel the one who disrupted my banquet?" Buggy retorted, "Stop talking. Your red nose is quite amusing. You ridiculous fool. Who are you calling a red-nosed Buggy?" He bellowed, his mouth agape in exaggerated outrage. "It is you," Hobodi replied, deliberately provoking his adversary. Buggy's countenance darkened immediately, a few symbols appearing above his head. "Enough. It seems the East Blue, the weakest of seas, remains oblivious to my terror. I don't know where this naval brat came from. But remember this, even Colonel Monka, the mightiest of the East Blue, would not dare to lay a hand on the great Captain Buggy upon receiving my intel. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for your ignorance." Splintering Jester's flying knives. As the words left his lips, Hobodi barely had time to react when Buggy, the clown, swiftly extended a hand holding a broken dagger, lunging toward him with the intent to strike his neck. Hobodi's pupils constricted as his body swiftly pivoted to the side. This strike came without any forewarning, its velocity astonishingly rapid. Although Hobodi managed to evade the fatal blow, the insignia on his shoulder epaulette was severed and fell to the ground. Hobodi leaped 2 meters and glanced at his shoulder, then fixed his gaze upon the clown Buggy. A trace of seriousness etched on his face. Was the hand hovering in midair merely an illusion? No. Hobodi observed the scene before him, a dismembered hand still clutching a dagger, suspended in the air. This was certainly not a figment of imagination. Was it the power of a devil fruit user? A single strike had nearly claimed the life of a Navy officer, threatening to obliterate the festive spirit of their gathering. While the morale of Buggy's pirate crew soared, erupting in raucous cheers, Captain Buggy, brimming with arrogance, laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am the one who has consumed the chop-chop fruit. A man capable of dismembering my own body at will. What do you think? The Navy scoundrels must be regretting their choices now." Hobodi let out a snort, realizing that his recent oversight stemmed from his failure to anticipate that Buggy was a wielder of a devil fruit ability. It was a rather naive action on his part. Indeed, the speed displayed moments ago was remarkably swift, yet Hobodi's knees bent, and a surge of formidable energy erupted from beneath him. With a swift lunge, he closed the distance to Buggy the clown in an instant, his fist clenched tightly, aimed directly at Buggy's red nose. Buggy, wearing a malicious grin, appeared unfazed. Suddenly, he shattered into countless fragments. What? The clown, who had stood before Hobodi, disintegrated into numerous small pieces, causing Hobodi's fist to strike nothing but air. Seizing this opportunity, Buggy's dismembered limbs, armed with a dagger, stealthily approached Hobodi from behind and plunged the blade into his side. A sharp pain coursed through Hobodi as crimson stained his back, and he turned with gritted teeth, yanking the dagger from his waist and slashing at the scattered fragments in the air. The severed pieces immediately split again into two. Was the attack ineffective? Hobodi's expression darkened. Buggy laughed heartily. "Die, Navy scum." Fragmented flying fist. Still positioned behind Hobodi, Buggy clamped his legs around Hobodi's body, immobilizing him, while his fists hovered in midair, poised to strike at Hobodi's wound. Just as Buggy believed victory was within reach, Hobodi forcefully twisted his body, breaking free from Buggy's grip and delivering a kick between Buggy's legs. Simultaneously, he spun around, seizing the incoming fist and slamming it to the ground with force. Buggy emitted a wretched cry, his face pale as he hovered in the air, mumbling, "You bastard, what have you done to me? My senses, my senses." The tide of the battle dramatically shifted in that moment. However, Buggy, worthy of his 15 million bounty, was no ordinary pirate. While a typical person might be rendered unconscious or worse from such a blow, he merely lost consciousness for a second before quickly recovering. Fragmented reassembly. The dismembered limbs in midair swiftly reformed, and Buggy, now 3 meters away from Hobodi, ceased to regard him as merely another naval lackey, his expression turning grave. "Captain Buggy, your hand." An ill-timed voice interrupted, and Buggy glanced at his right hand, discovering that one had been lost upon reassembly. He immediately began to berate Hobodi. "You brat, return my right hand at once." Hawkeye's foot twisted slightly, eliciting an immediate cry of pain from Buggy. It seems that, aside from slashing attacks, other forms of assault are indeed effective. "You little ones, come forth and reclaim my right hand at once." "Oh." The crew members of the buggy pirates, who were spectating, instantly howled with excitement, eager to join the fray. The scene was set for a chaotic melee, as numerous pirates began to converge upon Hawkeye from all directions. Leading the charge was a swordsman, balancing on a unicycle and brandishing a curved blade, who arrogantly shouted, "Embrace your demise, Navy. I have but half an hour and no time to waste on you insignificant minions." "What? I'm Kabeji, the chief strategist of the buggy pirates." Hobodi shook his head expressionlessly, his form enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, suddenly expanding into a magnificent pink dragon measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. The dragon swayed its tail gracefully, with a sweeping strike. Hobodi stirred up a cloud of dust, sending the crew members of the buggy pirates flying in all directions, each propelled several meters away by his formidable force. In an instant, the once thundering crowd was entirely dispersed, leaving only the transformed Hobodi and Buggy in the arena. Buggy, gazing at the enormous catfish before him, spoke with a grave expression. "Zoantite? What brings a creature like you to this desolate East Blue?" As a former member of the Roger Pirates who had traversed the most formidable seas in the New World, Buggy considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world. Typically, those who consumed devil fruits possessed extraordinary power. Pirates who had devoured them aspired to the Grand Line, while the Navy yearned for the Marine headquarters. He found it perplexing that this individual, already possessing the strength to reach the Marine headquarters, remained coiled within the confines of the East Blue. "Are you not also a pirate returned from the Grand Line?" Hobodi, unaware of Buggy's true identity, had surmised, based on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's previous decree. The intelligence network of the 76th Division, and Marineford's conjectures that this jester before him, a devil fruit user, was likely the great pirate who returned from the Grand Line and is hiding in the East Blue, as Sengoku had described. Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Buggy's eyes. "How do you know my identity? Damn it, has the Marine headquarters already uncovered my past? No. I don't want to be pursued by those Marine vice admirals." "Is that truly the case? It seems my mission in the East Blue is nearing its end. If I can capture you, I shall attain a higher status." Buggy seethed, furious at the audacious young Marine. With a swift motion, he hurled his dagger towards Hobodi. Hobodi did not employ even a single iron block. His dagger struck the scales of the dragon, sending forth a spark that was effortlessly deflected by the robust dragon hide. Simultaneously, Hobodi propelled his draconic form forward, aiming a claw at the clown Buggy. In a desperate bid for escape, Buggy fragmented. A splatter of crimson erupted in the air. Just before Buggy's body could disassemble, Hobodi's claw pierced through him. Buggy's lips quivered as he bent down to gaze upon the gaping wound in his abdomen. In a final struggle, he feebly activated the power of his devil fruit, his body disintegrating into pieces, followed by a surging pain that engulfed his brain. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In Orangetown, Hobodi faced off against the buggy pirates. The victor, Hobodi. The vanquished, the buggy pirates faced utter annihilation, and their captain, the clown Buggy, was captured, his body scattered, save for his feet. Hobodi acquired Buggy's treasure trove, 3,020,000 berries. After a few minutes, he found a sack to collect Buggy's dismembered parts and retreated into a tent within the now desolate Orangetown. He beheld the tent filled with ordinary townsfolk bound by ropes, confirming the cries he had previously heard from the mountainside. "Fear not, for I am Commander Hobodi of the Navy's 76th Division. The pirate clown Buggy has been apprehended," he reassured them, noting their expressions of terror. He casually picked up a short knife from the ground and cut the ropes binding several townspeople. "What are you waiting for? Help free the others." In a brief span, Hobodi stood outside the tent alongside the citizens of Orangetown, frowning at the unconscious pirates sprawled on the ground. "My warship cannot accommodate so many pirates. Do you have a prison or something similar in your town?" An elderly man clad in leather armor, identified as the mayor by the whispers of the other residents, shook his head and chuckled awkwardly. "We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we dare to construct a prison, even if we had one? As a group of defenseless common folk, we would not dare to detain such ruthless pirates." His words were met with unanimous nods from the assembled townspeople. Hobodi, feeling helpless, said, "While they remain unconscious, quickly bind them with ropes and prepare a small boat to cast them adrift at sea to fend for themselves." "Isn't this method rather inhumane?" The village chief with a white beard widened his eyes, perceiving a certain malevolence in the naval officer before him. "Do you still speak of humanity with pirates?" Hobodi felt somewhat exasperated. Did these individuals possess no memory? Had he not intervened, one could only imagine how the clown Buggy would have treated them once the banquet concluded. At that moment, from the hillside, a small white dog came bounding towards the crowd, its tiny eyes, resembling yellow beans, fixed on a particular resident, brimming with joy. "Cho-cho!" exclaimed an elderly man, bent over with age, his face lighting up with delight. "What woof!" The white puppy leapt into the old man's embrace. This heartwarming scene dispelled all previous worries, and the residents immersed themselves in the joy of freedom, their faces beaming with smiles as they gazed at the spectacle. Leaving Hobodi forgotten by the wayside, Hobodi observed the scene with a smile, recalling the moment when he had been shown the photograph of the elderly man by the charming little white dog, Chi-Chi. Now, the outcome had come to fruition. With the townsfolk engrossed in the spectacle, Hobodi discreetly shifted his stance. His mission in Orangetown had been accomplished, and at this moment, the residents no longer required the Navy's presence. Bearing 2 packages alone, he quietly departed as twilight began to envelop the setting sun. Upon returning to the warship, he entrusted Bucky's remains to Mart for safekeeping and carried back another bag filled with berries to his quarters. The following day, just before noon, the warship returned to the port of Began Town in the Jeco Islands after a 3.5-day journey. The naval soldiers escorted Iron Stick Alrita and Clown Bucky, minus his lower limbs, off the ship under the watchful eyes of numerous residents from the Jeco Islands. The mission of the 76th Division had finally yielded significant results. The greatest joy was felt by the local affluent individuals of the Jeco Islands. Upon the return of Hobodi and his team to the 76th Division, many wealthy townsfolk arrived bearing gifts to extend their greetings. After the inept and wasteful Brew had been ousted, the new commander Hobodi had swiftly captured 2 notorious pirates feared across the East Sea, Iron Stick Alrita, who had dealings with most merchants at sea, and the terror that was Clown Bucky. The recent voyage of Hobodi has provided them with substantial assurance regarding their safety. Following the gifts from Commander Hobodi, the esteemed Kalunk of the Beige In-Town Merchants Association sent a generous offering, and the steward of the Koya Manor in Silaba Village also presented a sum of 200,000 belly. How to manage these gifts was a matter of contemplation in the intelligence room, as Matt hesitated to report, his eyes betraying an undeniable admiration for Hobodi's infant. When was the last time their 76th Division experienced such trust from the residents? Even the previous commander could not elicit such voluntary generosity from those miserly merchants, could they? Hobodi pondered for a moment. The voluntary monetary contributions from the populace should not be deemed as corruption under naval law. Let us accept all those treasures and store them in the vault as inventory. Furthermore, Yalida and the Joker, Buggy, must be closely monitored. When delivering meals, be cautious not to approach too closely, especially with Buggy, as he is a formidable ability user. Our division lacks seastone handcuffs to restrain him. However, there is no need for concern. We have followed the commander's instructions and securely bound him, placing him in a specially designed barrel filled with seawater. Even if his body were to split, he should remain trapped within. Matt exclaimed with excitement that such an ingenious idea could only stem from Commander Hobodi. Truly a testament to the prowess of the esteemed leader of their 76th Division. Hobodi nodded and said, "Well, if there are no further issues, you may head down. This cruise has been quite lengthy, so take 200,000 Bailey from the inventory and enjoy a drink in town." Matt was instantly filled with delight, for he had been anticipating this very remark. However, he did not exhibit excessive joy on his face and inquired, "Commander, will you not join us?" Hobodi snorted. "Do not overstep your bounds. I shall not disturb your enthusiasm. This is all I have to say. I must report this incident to headquarters and have no time to linger with you. Now, be off." "Yes." After Matt departed, Hobodi picked up the snail phone on his desk and dialed a number. Immediately, the snail began to simulate the appearance of the person on the other end, revealing a man with sunglasses and a distinctive accent. "Hello, this is the Naval Headquarters Intelligence Department. May I ask who you are?" "I am Lieutenant Hobodi from the 76th Branch stationed in the East Sea, and I require assistance in locating an individual," he stated. "Very well, please proceed. The East Sea's notorious pirate, Joker Buggy. Please investigate his background. He is likely a fugitive from the Grand Line. He is currently in our custody at the branch, and he possesses the powers of a devil fruit. We do not have seastone handcuffs here." "A devil fruit user?" The voice on the other end gasped in shock. "I will investigate immediately. Please hold." A few minutes later, the sound of commotion filled the line, followed by a new voice, this time simulated as a person with a green, explosive hairstyle. Moshi, is this Hobodi?" Hobodi pondered momentarily before realizing, "You are Brano?" "Indeed." "Aha. It has been nearly 2 months. How have you fared in the East Sea?" Gazing at the empty intelligence room and the disordered documents, Hobodi replied with a hint of resignation, "Fairly well, I suppose." Ha. It seems your situation is not as splendid as I imagined. However, I did not expect you to apprehend such a remarkable character upon your arrival in the East Sea," Brano exclaimed. "Oh, so Buggy truly hails from the Grand Line?" Hobodi inquired, perplexed. Brano responded earnestly, "It is far more intricate than merely being from the Grand Line. As we began to investigate his origins, we discovered he is deeply hidden. Although he carries a bounty of only 15 million berries, can you fathom it? He is actually a member of the legendary Roger Pirates, specifically from the Golden Jackson. Furthermore, he was sworn brothers with the Emperor Red-Haired Shanks in their youth. It is fortunate you captured him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a disruptor of the world." Brano's voice brimmed with excitement, while Hobodi remained somewhat bewildered. "Aside from the Pirate King Gold, Roger, who was executed 20 years ago in Logetown, and the current first mate, Silvers Rayleigh, alongside the Emperor Red-Haired Shanks, every member of the Roger Pirates is renowned for their formidable strength. How could this feeble individual also be considered one of them? Are you certain your information is correct?" Hobodi pressed. Brano replied emphatically from the other end, "There is absolutely no mistake. Perhaps I have erred. Perhaps it is merely a case of sharing the same name," Hobodi suggested. Are you implying a misunderstanding? I took him down with a single blow. Can you truly believe such a person is a member of the Roger Pirates?" Brano hesitated on the other end of the line. Hobodi emitted a sound of acknowledgement, swiftly shifting the topic. However, although the intelligence may be flawed, there is no doubt regarding his abilities. I do not possess sea prism stone handcuffs here. The only option is to submerge his lower body in seawater. But that is not a sustainable solution. Please request the headquarters to dispatch a warship. It is most appropriate to transport the Devil Fruit user to the deep-sea prison. Impel down. Allow me to consult with Admiral Sengoku. Please hold on. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, the voice of Brand New echoed from the other end of the transponder snail. Apologies, Hobodi. Admiral Sengoku expresses skepticism regarding the veracity of your intelligence. And there are currently no surplus warships available for deployment to the East Blue. Is it not his intention to delay my return to headquarters? Hobodi scoffed, his tone tinged with irritation. Brand New, caught in a dilemma, replied, I am not entirely certain about that. However, Admiral Sengoku is quite pleased that you have managed to capture a notorious pirate from the East Blue so swiftly. Before long, the Navy Special News Bird will arrive with your appointment as a lieutenant and a new cloak. They will come to verify the information, and once confirmed, you shall be promoted. Promotion, is it? Very well. I shall take a step back. In the meantime, please send a secretary from headquarters. I have a plethora of trivial matters to address, and I am handling them all alone. Hobodi, I must confess, your request does not warrant reporting. And I doubt it will be approved. Surely, with so many people in the East Blue, one can be found? It is unrealistic to send someone from headquarters. Given the distance, are you implying that aside from rank, there is nothing else? Okay, I completely understand. On the other side of the Navy Headquarters Intelligence Department, the sound of the transponder snail abruptly cut off. Brand New, exasperated, closed the transponder snail. This fellow, I haven't even informed him about Caesar's escape from prison. And he hangs up like that. Well, he should see it in tomorrow's Navy News headlines. The following morning, as Hobodi sat in his chair, consuming breakfast while attending to paperwork, he held the day's Navy newspaper, his expression turning grave, instinctively halting his actions. The headline blared in bold letters, former punk hazard perpetrator. The world's most notorious scientist Caesar Clown escapes from prison. Bounty set at 300 million berries. Urgent capture. Indeed. This individual is following the trajectory laid out in the manga. It appears I must expedite my plans, lest I fall behind those influential figures. With a composed demeanor, Hobodi opened the drawer of his desk, revealing a masquerade mask lying quietly within. Good news. Tremendous news, Admiral Hobodi. At that moment, the door to Hobodi's office burst open as Mart stumbled in, clutching a newspaper in hand. Hobodi furrowed his brow and promptly closed the drawer, his expression one of displeasure. How utterly unacceptable. Can you not even knock before entering? What is the matter? However, the officer, with an unmistakable look of admiration on his face, urged, But sir, do take a look at this newspaper. Hobodi cast a skeptical glance at him, taking the newspaper with one hand. The publication in Matt's possession was distinctly different from the naval internal reports he was accustomed to. This world, akin to the Earth of his past life, boasted not only official outlets but also a plethora of private media. The newspaper Matt held was published by the colossal private media conglomerate, World Deck, renowned for its unparalleled intelligence and exclusive reports. Among its offerings was a unique maritime delivery service favored by sailors and pirates alike, which enabled vessels in dire need of essential medical supplies to receive aid simply by dialing the company's number. The front page proclaimed, Peace Road in the East Sea progresses. It featured a triumphant report on the formidable Navy from the Grand Line, detailing the arrest of the notorious pirate Joker Buggy by Lieutenant Iron Fist Hobodi, with a bounty of 15 million. The article dominated nearly half of the newspaper, chronicling Hobodi's capture of Buggy, as well as the swift defeat of Iron Club Alrita. It elaborated on the specifics of his transfer from headquarters, including his confrontation with Admiral Akainu, his connections with the naval hero Garp, and his involvement in the punk hazard incident. What particularly caught Hobodi's attention was the photograph of himself prominently displayed on the page. The backdrop captured the picturesque sunset of Orange Town, depicting him walking alone along the street, his profile immortalized in print. Hobodi wore a somewhat sullen expression, although this was merely a report from the East Sea. It was far from favorable news for him. His primary motivation for traveling to the East Sea was the ambition to bolster his strength and influence in the vulnerable Four Seas, alongside his subsequent plans to venture into the North Sea. Now, he feared that he would attract the attention of Colonel Monka, the axe-wielding commander of the East Sea's largest fortress, as well as that troublesome smoker from Log Town. Nevertheless, despite these concerns, my journey to the North Sea remains imperative. With that rascal Caesar having escaped, it signifies that the industrial chain of artificial devil fruits orchestrated by Doflamingo is on the verge of being unveiled. Moreover, the mention of the impending war at Marineford in 2 years, alluded to in the Punk Hazard arc, compels me to act decisively. If I linger in indecision, I shall surely be unable to keep pace with those individuals 4 years hence. Hobodi murmured to himself as he set down the newspaper, suddenly locking his gaze upon the short figure of Matt. In his eyes, Hobodi discerned a glimmer of admiration. Yet, he could not ascertain how long this admiration would endure. Nevertheless, time was of the essence for Hobodi, compelling him to take a daring risk. Hobodi lowered his voice and asked, Matt, can I trust you? Matt's expression faltered for a moment. What would happen if I were to act against the Navy? Hobodi's gaze was fixed intently on Matt, scrutinizing every detail. A flicker of confusion crossed Matt's eyes as he pondered for a long while, lowering and then raising his head, casting occasional glances at Hobodi, still filled with admiration. Although he did not respond, Hobodi had already gleaned the answer he sought. Very well. Let us change the subject. Please go to town and inquire if there are any merchant ships heading to the North Sea. Upon hearing this, Matt exclaimed eagerly, Sir, are you leaving the East Sea? I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return. However, this must remain confidential. If there is a merchant vessel bound for the North Sea, you may only mention that a man intends to go there without revealing my name. Of course, I will compensate you for the fare. But sir, if you go to the North Sea, I will issue an order for the division to gather intelligence alone. No one except you may enter the intelligence room. And you must fabricate evidence that I am still present here. Should an urgent communication arrive from headquarters, when you connect, you must state that I am patrolling the town and provide other fabricated reasons. To be safe, I will take a military phone bug with me. If any reason becomes untenable, you may contact me using the phone bug number. Can you do this? Yes, Matt replied with great fervor, his eyes brimming with excitement. Go now. As Matt joyfully turned to leave, Hobodi sat in contemplative silence, reflecting on the fact that Matt had opted not to answer his earlier question. In his heart, Hobodi felt that Matt could be trusted to a certain extent, having experienced the complexities of human nature in his past life. He knew well that those who spoke eloquently could often turn out to be venomous snakes in the end. Hobodi has confidence in his methods. As long as he skillfully harnesses Mart's adoration towards him with a bit of training, he is certain to be revered by Mart as the absolute, much like the death row inmates in the Punk Hazard arc idolized Caesar. After approximately an hour, Mart returned to Hobodi's office, promptly informing him about some merchant ships from the town heading to the North Sea. For ships? Are you certain? Although it is not as distant as the Grand Line, the route from the East Sea to the North Sea is fraught with pirates. Why would merchant vessels take such a risk at this time? Mart's fervent admiration was once again directed at Hobodi as he replied. This is largely thanks to the commander. After you captured the notorious pirate, Buggy, the merchants of Jekyll Island no longer find the sea so daunting. But that cannot be the sole reason, Hobodi frowned. Well, primarily, it is due to some recent events in the North Sea. The pirates there have recently become quite subdued. If trade were to occur now, the profits would be significantly higher than usual. Some recent events? What specifically? Mart shook his head. I inquired about that as well. Some merchants claim that the pirate forces in the North Sea have been unified under a noble pirate crew. Thus only a toll is required for safe passage. And the usual pirates would not attack merchant ships. Others suggest that a vice admiral from the Navy, allegedly protecting the celestial dragons, has stationed a battleship in the North Sea, deterring the emerging pirates from surfacing. Hobodi sat in contemplation, pondering the connections between the unification of the noble pirate crew in the North Sea and the presence of a vice admiral safeguarding the celestial dragons. However, it was evident that pondering in the confines of his office would yield no answers. Moreover, Hobodi had already resolved that regardless of the celestial dragon's presence in the North Sea, he would embark on the journey. Simply climbing the ranks through his naval identity over the next 4 years would not grant him the influence wielded by Doflamingo. He needed to establish an underground force to form a power structure. When are the 4 merchant ships setting sail? Well, the ship from the Gaia Manor is departing at 3 in the afternoon, led by the butler, Mary. The merchant ship from the Bagantown Chamber of Commerce, Kurlank, is the earliest, leaving at noon. Then there is the ship of Jekyll Island's wealthiest man, Nilanda, which will leave an hour later. All right, it's Nilanda then. You must go immediately and say that the bounty hunter, Hobodi, is seeking to board their warship to find his niece who has fled to the North Sea, offering a bounty of 100,000 berries. Hobodi, is that the same person from the commander as last wanted poster? Is she really your niece? Mart felt overwhelmed. The commander had already devised a false identity and fabricated a backstory, even the purpose of finding his niece, all while having prepared the wanted poster a month prior. Truly impressive, Commander Hobodi. Enough chatter. I will change into civilian clothes and leave through the back door. You should hurry. Half an hour later, Hobodi, now donned in a completely transformed appearance, arrived at the port. With disheveled hair, wearing sniper goggles, his face adorned with glued-on blemishes, dressed in a black and white checkered hoodie, black trousers, and brown boots, he carried a long black case on his back, leading any onlooker to suspect it contained a sniper rifle. Nilanda was a casually dressed middle-aged man, clad in a dark green jacket, denim jeans, sporting a brown curly beard, a beret, and smoking a Sherlock Holmes-style pipe, reminiscent of 1980s Earth fashion. As Hobodi approached Nilanda, the latter spoke first. You are Hobodi, the bounty hunter mentioned by the Navy, correct? We were also tasked with searching for your niece, unfortunately. It seems she is not in the Jekyll Islands. Thank you for your efforts, Hobodi replied in a lowered voice. I have received information regarding her whereabouts in the North Sea, and I intend to board your merchant ship to proceed there. Then we should not delay. Let us board the Rafalo at once, Nilanda said, warmly draping his arm around Hobodi's shoulder. Offering 100,000 berries for passage was unusual. Although it was mere pocket change for Nilanda, typically residents wishing to board a ship to other seas paid no more than 10,000 berries. Such a generous offer warranted a friendly demeanor, and given Hobodi's attire, he appeared to be a passing bounty hunter, seemingly an adept marksman. Is it a two-masted schooner? The two ascended the gangway together, and while Nilandi initially believed he had gained both wealth and talent, he soon began to regret his decision. 3 days later, in the waters near the twin gorges of the East Sea, as they entered the turbulent currents of the North Sea, the typically serene weather of the East Sea turned tempestuous. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds whipped across the sea, causing the ship to sway violently. On board the Raffaello, seasick passengers clung desperately to anything they could grasp on deck, retching uncontrollably, while the crew worked diligently. The first mate skillfully maneuvered the helm, and sailors shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, urgently lowering the sails. Yet one individual was an exception. The sailors cast disapproving glances at a man on deck, clad only in his bare skin, performing push-ups with one hand. 1299, 1300, 1301, 1302. Hey, first mate. Look at that guy. He eats so much yet refuses to help. Is he looking down on us? A young sailor's frustration boiled over. Why should we toil to keep the ship afloat while he has time to work out? The first mate, an elderly man in his 50s, glanced at the scene with surprise before bursting into laughter, responding to the young sailor, "Consider him as having faith in us. A normal person would be panicking right now." He pointed to the passengers on deck, their faces etched with terror and confusion. It was evident they were overwhelmed by the unexpected chaos. Some might have begun praying or worrying about their loved ones after death, while Hobodi remained unfazed, clearly symbolizing trust in their capabilities. Is it truly trust? The young sailor pondered in confusion. The first mate chuckled, casting a complex gaze at the disheveled-haired man. He refrained from telling the young sailor that those who remain indifferent to impending storms are either fearless or possess their means of survival. As for push-ups being a sign of trust, only a madman would express trust in such a manner. Young men, have we secured the sails? Successfully secured. Then grab hold of something nearby and steady yourselves. We are about to enter the swift currents. The ship may sway significantly, so be careful not to fall overboard. The first mate stood at the bow, expertly maneuvering the helm with a few swift turns. Suddenly, the vessel lurched violently, tilting as if it were on the brink of capsizing. The individuals standing on the deck leaned at an alarming angle, gripping tightly to whatever they could find. Some shouted in panic while others seemed to be lifted off the ground entirely. This sudden upheaval took even Hobodi, who had been training on the ship, by surprise. His entire body collided with the mast, and he let out a muffled grunt, instinctively wrapping his arms around the mast. He then cast an irritated glance at the first mate, who was at the helm at the bow of the ship. It was evident that this old fellow was deliberately trying to assert his authority over him. The first mate, with a broad grin, turned to Hobodi and teasingly remarked, "Youngster, do not provoke matters beyond measure. In times of danger, one should remain safely in the cabin. This vessel is under my command." What an old rascal. This moment of turmoil persisted for several minutes until the Raphael successfully entered the swift current leading to the North Sea. The sailors promptly unfurled the sails, taking advantage of the favorable winds. Approximately an hour later, the Raphael sailed into the waters of the North Sea. The sky above the North Sea was now shrouded in ominous clouds, from which pure white snowflakes fell, and a slight chill in the air made the lightly clad sailors shiver. Lads, the weather in the North Sea is unlike that of the East Sea. Before the inclement weather arrives, hurry to the cabin, put on some warmer clothes, and have a sip of hot water. Oh no. The young sailors rushed into the narrow entrance of the cabin. The first mate gazed at the sky for a long while before descending from the bow and approaching Hobodi, who was still engaged in his push-ups. "Young man, are you not afraid of the cold?" he inquired curiously. Hobodi did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he gazed towards the bow of the ship. "Are you not concerned about steering? The sea is calm now, and we are approaching the doldrums. There are unlikely to be any peculiar weather phenomena for at least half an hour. During such times, my presence is not essential." The first mate slightly curled his lip, then scrutinized Hobodi's drenched physique for an extended moment. "Indeed, considering you are drenched in sweat, it would be strange for you to feel cold. Being a bounty hunter is truly a demanding profession. We are in the same boat. Please continue your training. And do keep an eye on the helm to ensure it remains on course. The meal in the galley will likely be ready soon. I shall come to fetch you after I have eaten. By the way, about that strange gale in the East Sea, all right?" Hobodi interjected tersely, diverting the conversation away from the topic. The first mate chuckled softly, leaving in a self-deprecating manner. Half an hour later, the appointed time arrived. Yet the deck of the Raphael remained deserted. Only the sounds of sailors reveling below deck, filled with laughter and merriment, reached Hobodi's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. He paused his training momentarily, inhaling gently, exhaling puffs of white vapor. Approaching the bow from the deck, Hobodi seized the spyglass hanging from the helm and peered into the distance. Approximately 2 to 3 nautical miles away, he discerned a tiny black dot. Just then, he pondered. Is it an island or a pirate ship? Hobodi immediately set aside his telescope and hurried towards the cabin. Upon entering the ship's galley, he was greeted by a robust aroma of alcohol that filled the air. Several large tables, pushed together, surrounded by a dozen sailors, including the first mate, were engaged in spirited discussions about various maritime anecdotes. Hobodi approached the first mate, who reeked of alcohol and bore a flushed visage. clearly having indulged in copious amounts of drink. There is a situation at sea, Hobodi murmured, lowering his voice, mindful of the ordinary passengers and merchants still present in the kitchen. At the sound of Hobodi's words, the mate's drunken demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he promptly rose and exited. On the deck, the mate made his way to the bow of the ship, seized the telescope, and fixed his gaze upon the unfolding maritime circumstances, his form frozen in place. Hobodi stood just behind him, inquiring, "What is that?" "It's not an island. It's a ship." It was drawing closer to them, and the first mate's expression darkened. "A pirate ship?" The first mate, uncertain, replied, "It's possible. At this distance, they've already locked on to us. There is no way to change course and shake them off now. Young man, continue observing from here while I call Nilanda." The first mate handed the telescope to Hobodi and hurried into the cabin. Soon, the deck was filled with a throng of crew members. A dozen sailors were armed with swords and guns, while numerous merchant passengers wore expressions of dread. As the owner of the Raphael, Nilanda took a look through the telescope at the increasingly visible pirate flag. After a moment of gloom, he quickly adopted a confident demeanor and approached the bow to reassure the crew. Nilanda declared loudly, "Everyone, do not worry. I am well acquainted with the situation in the North Sea, just as I mentioned when we boarded. The pirate forces there have unified under a noble-born pirate. This ship may very well belong to his crew. I will pay them a toll, and we will all remain unharmed. So, feel free to do as you wish. There is no need to fret about the ship's safety. We will reach our destination, Robeck Island, in 2 days. Is what he says true?" Hobodi whispered to the first mate at the bow. The first mate scoffed, "Nonsense. If it were true, why would I have the crew prepare weapons?" Nilanda's intelligence does indicate a unification of forces, but not the entirety of the North Sea. Moreover, even if they were unified, I doubt the captain of that pirate flag would show any deference to that so-called noble pirate. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the origins of that pirate ship," the first mate remarked. "Any merchant vessel that frequently sails the seas would be familiar with that pirate ship. That flag belongs to Captain Demon Diaz of the Demon Men pirate crew, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries. He is known for his brutality. After abandoning his wife, he took to the seas and, in just a year, expanded his pirate crew's influence, plundering across the seas, with territories in various regions. The naval branches stationed in those areas are utterly powerless against him. Rumor has it that his treatment of merchant vessels often involves capturing men for sale and brutally assaulting and killing women on the spot." 60 million berries? Hobodi exclaimed in astonishment. "Is that true? Are there pirates in the seas with such a bounty? They should be found in the Grand Line." "No. To be offered a bounty of 60 million berries in the 4 seas is enough to signify his ferocity. Listen, young man. I haven't held you accountable for that strange storm in the East Sea. Since you are a bounty hunter, this is your moment. Rest assured. 60 million is quite tempting to me," Hobodi said, unstrapping a dart box from his back and retrieving a pitch-black sniper rifle. Turning to the first mate, he added, "Old man, speed up the ship's approach." The first mate eyed him warily. "Are you sure? I don't want to meet my end prematurely. They are currently about 3,000 meters from us. Just adjust the ship to 2,000 meters. Hobodi reached the center of the bow, set up the rifle stand, and crouched down. "Hey, Jobo, what are you doing?" Nilanda, who was delivering his speech, suddenly grew furious at Hobodi's actions. He was about to intervene when the first mate held him back, his expression stoic. "Nilanda, I will not gamble my crew lives on the slim chance that paying a toll will ensure our survival. I am the master of the ship." Bang! The shot rang out, cutting Nilanda's words short and silencing everyone on deck. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Everyone understood what firing a weapon meant in the presence of pirates. Nilanda's earlier reassurances became meaningless in an instant. The next moment was filled with terrified screams from women, shouts from sailors, and angry curses from fearful passengers. "It's over. Even if we pay the toll, we surely won't escape." Nilanda stood frozen on the deck, staring at the approaching ship, his eyes devoid of color. "Damn, young man, did you succeed?" the first mate urgently asked. Hobodi's countenance darkened as he fixated on the sniper rifle in his grasp, particularly the muzzle, which had warped into a grotesque trumpet shape. "My weapon has been tampered with. The projectile I just fired was a blank." In that moment, veins bulged on Hobodi's forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. This was his first time utilizing the rifle since retrieving it from Begabank, and despite all his calculations, he never anticipated that although the weapon appeared identical, it would transform at the moment of firing. The projectile that had just been discharged resembled a small, white ball akin to dough. Even if it were to be launched, it would likely dissipate before reaching its intended target across the sea. Hobodi had no choice but to remain crouched at the bow of the ship, observing through the scope of his rifle. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters, he disregarded the terrified shouts echoing from aboard the vessel. Through the sniper scope, he beheld a pirate ship flying a skull flag. At the helm stood a tall man adorned with a pirate captain's hat, his temples curling upward in a distinctive manner, a white cross emblazoned across his chest. Hobodi rose swiftly, dismantling the magazine of his sniper rifle and extracting the sharp bullets one by one. Filled with perplexity, there was nothing amiss with the magazine, nor with the bullets. The rifle's power remained intact. However, the barrel had inexplicably morphed into a comical horn shape. This was undoubtedly a modification executed by Vegabonk after taking possession of his weapon. Such technology was foreign to Hobodi, and in this urgent situation, he could not confront Vegabonk directly to inquire. Look at what you have done. The master of the Raphael, Nilanda, bellowed in a fit of rage, pointing at Hobodi and the first mate. The flag of the Demon Man pirates was now clearly visible, and they were less than 500 meters away. Hobodi and the first mate stood expressionless, their gazes fixed upon the deck, as Nilanda's accusations and the terror-stricken, desperate eyes of the passengers unfolded before them. My boy, I truly misjudged you, the first mate lamented, glancing towards the distant pirate ship and bellowing, lads, prepare to engage. At this juncture, they had no choice but to press forward with resolve. Hobodi, rendered speechless and filled with reluctance, seized the sniper rifle once more, firing again, as yet another small white orb soared from the sea. Enough, Boy. Do you not find your provocation sufficient? Nilanda erupted in fury, pointing at Hobodi. I knew from the outset that allowing you aboard was a grave mistake. With Nilanda's tirade, some crew members cast scornful glances at Hobodi, aware that should the pirates unleash their wrath, this individual would undoubtedly bear the blame. Hobodi remained indifferent to the piercing gazes directed at him. A series of sharp gunshots echoed bang, bang, bang as several small white projectiles erupted from the trumpet-shaped barrel, yet the bullets were swiftly depleted without any miraculous occurrence. Directly ahead, the ship of the demon pirates drew ever closer, until the crews of both vessels could discern each other's deck from a distance of approximately 50 meters. Captain Demon Diaz's pirate ship obstructed the path of the Raphael, with some crew members wielding curved sabers, their fierce countenances hungrily fixated on the occupants of the Raphael. Indistinctly, some pirates could be heard uttering lewd remarks. I wonder if there are any damsels aboard the ship. If so, we must indulge ourselves thoroughly. And if there are any mature women, you are not to touch them. Also, the scoundrel who just aimed a toy gun at me must be found once you board. The captain indeed had a penchant for married women. Haha. Lower the boarding ladder. Prepare to embark. Ladies, the treasure shall be ours. The first mate sighed at this frenzied spectacle and turned to Hobodi beside him. Hey, Boy, how proficient are you in combat? Not too shabby. From the onset, the demon pirates' decision to refrain from bombarding the Raphael underscored their disdain for our merchant ship, especially in light of your meager flower bullets, which only serve to belittle this vessel further. This is indeed our advantage. Hobodi glanced at the deck of the Raphael, where the majority of the crew was already cast into despair even before the demon pirates launched their attack. The glint of hope had dimmed in their eyes, and the few sailors, armed with knives and swords, could not conceal their palpable fear. You don't intend to sit idly by, do you, lad? Of course not. But it seems we are the only two left. Then let us capture the king. Take down Diaz. Discard your firearm. How long do you plan to cling to that toy? A weapon that falters in a critical moment holds no value. You speak the truth. Hobodi mused as he regarded the sniper rifle in his hands, his gaze reflecting a tangle of emotions. His prowess had evolved beyond the need for this weapon. He was no longer the novice who had arrived at Punk Hazard 2 months prior, reliant on it for survival. Now, he could confront the death row inmates of Punk Hazard single-handedly. This rifle, brought from Punk Hazard, had become more a memento of his past life than a tool for battle. He had begun to acclimate to this world. It was time to bid farewell. Farewell. At that moment, Hobodi released the weapon, but an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The sniper rifle, as it fell, underwent a strange transformation. Though silent, a thought resonated in his mind from the rifle itself, transitioning from marking mode to attack mode. The cold, electronic voice left Hobodi momentarily stunned as he beheld the rifle, its barrel twisting and reverting to its original form. An intelligence system? Memory metal? His mind swirled with confusion, yet there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly retrieved the last magazine from the rifle's compartment, loaded it with bullets, and aimed at the tall man ascending the rope ladder. Hey, kid. Why are you still bang? A plume of white smoke erupted from the dark muzzle of the rifle. Hobodi discarded the weapon and leaped onto the deck, snatching a knife from a sailor. Gazing at the stunned first mate and crew, he shouted, What are you waiting for? Cut the ropes they used aboard. His voice snapped the first mate and sailors from their stupor, and they surged forward, moving toward the bow of the Raphael, close to the demon pirate ship. Meanwhile, the crew of the demon pirates stood frozen on the rope ladder, their earlier exhilaration dissipating in the wake of the gunshot. What had they witnessed? Captain Demon Diaz knelt unsteadily on the ladder, blood gushing from his mouth, shock evident as he clutched his wounded chest, his gaze filled with a crimson fury. Blood dripped into the sea, staining the waters red, precisely where Hobodi had struck him with a small white projectile, right at the center of his white cross insignia. With a roar of rage, Diaz glared at Hobodi, now less than 50 meters away, seething with hatred as he bellowed, Lads, I don't care what it takes, kill him. His eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment's constriction, the scene before him blurred. He pitched forward, tumbling from the ladder into the sea. Captain! The advisor of the demon pirates cried out, The captain has been shot. Hurry, save him. However, the captain had ordered them to pursue Hobodi, who was within reach. Unable to escape, the last 3 crew members rushed to rescue Captain Diaz while the others pressed on, determined to sever the rope ladder. With the advisor's clear directives, the 3 crew members leaped into the sea, while the remaining throng of dozens surged towards the deck of the Raphael. In sheer momentum, the demon pirates were outmatched by the crew of the Raphael. Except for about 20, including Hobodi, most were thrown into chaos, frantically rushing toward the cabin. Amidst the mayhem, some fell and were trampled, while others desperately clung to those in front to prevent their escape, attempting to drag them down. "Hey, old man," one young sailor hesitated, looking back, his knife wavering in his grip. "Don't mind them," the first mate shouted. "Our priority is to cut the rope ladder. Put your backs into it. We're halfway there." The first mate and Hobodi worked swiftly, each decisive strike severing the ropes. Yet, the demon pirate's ladder was constructed from numerous single ladders bound together. Though they had cut through half, the area available for footing had diminished, slowing the approach of the demon pirate's crew to the Raphael. Some unstable pirates wobbled and fell into the sea, but such instances were rare. The crew was not foolish. The distance between them was only 50 meters. They clearly observed the areas being cut, maneuvering to avoid the severed sections of the ladder. After a while, Hobodi and the first mate had lost count of how many ropes they had cut, having progressed from the left side of the bow to the right. "Just a bit more, and they can't reach us. Ha ha ha." The first mate laughed heartily. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a crew member of the demon pirates, positioned just 10 meters away on the Raphael, fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen, his knife slipping from his grasp. "Give up. Even if you sever the rope ladder, where can you escape? Don't forget we have cannons on our ship. And that kid who just fired, where is he now? Everyone on this ship is going to die." Hobodi and the first mate pushed aside the sailors who were incessantly gnawing at the ropes, with the first mate leading the way and Hobodi following closely behind. The first mate made the ropes fray and snap, while Hobodi was tasked with severing them completely. The distinct sound of snapping ropes resonated as the pirate crew, once perched upon them, plunged into the sea. The figure of the pirate strategist, standing on the rope ladder, began to sway precariously. As the last rope sustaining both sides began to fray, the first mate delivered a decisive cut, swiftly retreating to the side to tend to the injured sailor. The ropes began to unravel, and Hobodi raised his blade high. "I advise against such an action," the demon pirate strategist urgently interjected. "Our current aim is merely to acquire wealth and to demand the surrender of the sniper who injured our captain. However, should you sever that rope?" The strategist's voice trailed off as he stepped closer to the Raphael. Hobodi stared at him impassively. The situation had temporarily tilted in their favor. If he severed this rope, the connection between the two vessels would be instantly broken, and the perilous predicament posed by the man standing on the rope would plunge into the depths of the sea. "Are you truly resolute in your decision? Once we regroup, your ship will be subjected to the cannon fire of the demon. Within a 20-mile radius, there will be no islands to seek refuge upon. Consider the solitude of drifting aimlessly at sea. Do not forget, the North Sea harbors the lurking presence of the Leviathan." Amidst the cacophony, a decisive slash fell, severing all the ropes that had been cast from the Dias pirate ship. The pirate strategist plummeted into the sea, immediately roaring at Hobodi, cursing vehemently, "You cannot escape. As long as you remain in the North Sea, we will pursue you relentlessly. Await the wrath of the demon pirates." Such tiresome barking. The onslaught of pirates was finally repelled, yet the chaos aboard the Raphael had not yet subsided. Passengers on the aft deck continued to surge forward, vying for the chance to enter the cabin. Witnessing this scene, the first mate and the sailors aboard were engulfed in gloom. "Listen, lad. Although you faltered at a critical moment, that shot you just fired was commendable. What shall we do next? We cannot rely on those scoundrels." "The few of us sailors now look to you for guidance," the first mate remarked. Hobodi fell into deep contemplation as he gazed at the porthole near the deck of the demon pirate ship, where he had previously inscribed a series of cross marks during his experiments. In that earlier moment when he struck Dias with a shot, he had not revealed to the first mate that he had not even utilized the scope. It was purely a blind shot. Yet, remarkably, that very blind shot had fortuitously found its mark on the pirate Dias, compounded by the seemingly conscious communication emanating from the firearm. The concepts of marking and sniping unfolded before him, two entirely novel ideas. This sniper rifle, a relic from a past life, had likely been transformed by Vegapunk into a weapon imbued with the extraordinary abilities reminiscent of those found in cinematic lore. Hobodi picked up the sniper rifle that had been discarded on the ground and gazed at the first mate and the others. "I now possess a strategy, if executed successfully. We can rid ourselves of the demon sea pirates." "Really?" exclaimed the first mate and the sailors with great excitement. Hobodi uttered a thoughtful hum before continuing, however. "I am uncertain about the likelihood of success. There exists a possibility of failure. Yet, it seems we have no alternative at this juncture, do we? Is there any heavy cargo aboard this merchant vessel?" "Heavy cargo?" The first mate pondered for a moment before nodding. "Indeed. The goods on board Nilanda's ship are primarily those we have handled. We once collaborated to move a colossal solid iron block, which was part of Nilanda's shipment from the smelting merchants in the North Sea. Very well, let's immediately transfer it to the deck. Should we succeed, we shall have the opportunity to sink this pirate ship, and we will have ample time to reach Rubeck Island before they can effect repairs." "But look at the chaos of the crowd," one sailor interjected, unable to contain his concern. The first mate quickly reassured him, "There is no need for alarm. Once we have sunk this pirate vessel, they will inevitably regain their composure. Now, lads, follow me." Turning to Hobodi with a peculiar expression, the first mate added, "I trust we shan't encounter any setbacks this time?" Hobodi clapped his hands around the sniper rifle, declaring, "This is a matter for it to decide." Shortly thereafter, a dozen sailors struggled to hoist a solid black iron cube, measuring 3 meters on each side, from the hold of the Raphael onto the deck. As it thudded upon the surface, the entire vessel trembled, causing the sailors to collapse onto the deck, breathless and panting heavily. This should suffice. Hobodi arrived at the eastern side of the massive black iron cube, the muzzle of his sniper rifle resting upon its surface. "Hey, you can't possibly intend to use that toy to propel this hefty block across to the other side, can you?" exclaimed the first mate, unable to restrain himself. "This behemoth weighs 2 tons. Just look at how exhausted we are." "My firearm should be different," Hobodi replied, removing the magazine without engaging the safety and pulling the utterly inert trigger, which emitted no sound. In the next instant, the colossal black iron cube bizarrely began to levitate, soaring through the air in an arc. "Indeed," Hobodi smiled. "What do you mean, indeed?" "No, it merely confirms my hypothesis." After a series of successful shots, Hobodi began to suspect that the transformation of bullets into marked substances was not mere coincidence. He theorized that as long as the weapon remained in its marked state, anything it discharged would convert into the necessary energy for marking and locking onto a target. Subsequently, while in sniper mode, he executed a blind shot that struck Diaz with precision. Based on these observations, Hobodi arrived at another conclusion. Since the gun could transmute bullets into the energy required for marking in its marked state, it stood to reason that in another mode, it might not need bullets at all. Anything could serve as ammunition and still hit the target. This was predicated on the fact that the energy from the prior marking was already locked in place, ensuring that whatever the gun discharged next would inevitably find its mark. Thus, the scene before him unfolded. Of course, Hobodi had also contemplated the possibility that the sniper mode might not function in the same manner as the marked state, or that it might be essential for the sniper mode to utilize actual bullets for its attacks. After all, the extraordinary capabilities resided within the gun itself, as a firearm. It necessitated bullets and a magazine for firing. Consequently, he did not overstate his confidence when addressing the sailors aboard the Raphael. Now, the outcome was unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. Hobodi gazed once more at the obsidian sniper rifle in his hands, feeling a profound sense of exasperation towards the morbid whims of Begabok. To be candid, the presence of such capabilities on a mere sniper rifle seemed rather superfluous. After all, it was fundamentally a sniper rifle. What need was there for a locking function akin to that of GPS from his previous life? The only distinction lay in the fact that this rifle's sniping form, in today's trial, would not be confined solely to the ammunition. Nevertheless, despite the rifle possessing such abilities, it was rather inconsequential for Hobodi. His primary use for the sniper rifle was to eliminate foes from a distance with bullets. However, employing objects for a collision, as was the case before him, represented the path of his future martial training. The opportunity for such a surprise attack was likely a rare occasion. Gazing into the distance, the massive black iron cube exhibited its formidable power as it collided with the vessel of the demon pirate crew, effortlessly piercing a tremendous hole through the pirate ship before it sank into the depths of the sea. The seawater gradually infiltrated the ship's hull, and the side of the damaged vessel was evident as it slowly succumbed to the depths. Within 3 brief seconds, the pirate ship was entirely engulfed by the ocean, leaving no trace upon the surface. Having survived the calamity, the sailors could not contain their elation and embraced one another in celebration. Gradually, for the ordinary passengers, the terrifying symbol that had once loomed over them was shattered, and their frenzied motions came to a halt as they stared blankly at the sea. Had despair truly dissipated so easily? Yet, caution was still warranted, lads. At that moment, the aged first mate's booming voice roused the sailors from their stupor. Had they forgotten that adversaries still roamed the waters? Return to your posts. As he spoke, the first mate cast a glance towards Hobodi. I am grateful to you, lad, and I have much to discuss, but might I beseech you once more? If only a gust of wind could aid us. The first mate's plea was abruptly interrupted by Hobodi. I understand. It was evident that he could not conceal his abilities from the first mate any longer. Sighing, Hobodi realized that at least on this vessel belonging to the East Sea, he wished to keep his devil fruit powers hidden. Otherwise, his deliberate masquerade would be rendered utterly meaningless, impacting his forthcoming plans. However, during this battle, the first mate of this ordinary merchant ship had dared to confront a pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries when all others felt despair. Moreover, he had discerned the power of the devil fruit that allowed him to manipulate the winds of the sky during his training. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. There was no longer a veil to maintain. You have never seen me before, remember? I know. Revolutionary Army, sir. Revolutionary Army? Hobodi's expression turned peculiar. Uncertain of what misunderstanding had transpired, yet he had no intention of clarifying. Reaching the bow of the ship, with his back turned to everyone, Hobodi unleashed the power of his devil fruit. One hand transformed into a dragon's claw, swirling a small vortex within his palm, centered around the Raphael. The air currents over a 100-meter radius began to shift abruptly, most notably the previously calm snowflakes of the North Sea, which now drifted eastward. This was the manifestation of Hobodi's devil fruit ability, the power of the mythical beast-type dragon to control weather phenomena. having undergone 2 months of physical training. His mastery of cloud manipulation had become more refined, and unbeknownst to him, his affinity for wind had also flourished. The only aspect that left Hobodi feeling somewhat regretful was his still nascent understanding of controlling clouds. He could not fully command the clouds in the sky. Otherwise, by combining his innate talent for wind, he could conjure both positive and negative thunderclouds, thus producing the most destructive force of nature. The lightning power associated with the legendary dragon's control over rain and cloud. That should suffice. Hobodi remarked impassively as he turned. The first mate, beaming, proclaimed in a booming voice that echoed throughout the Raphael. Oh, what a timely wind. This will enable us to distance ourselves from the demon pirate crew. After the Raphael had endured the assault by the demon pirates, it had encountered no further tumultuous weather on its journey from the East Sea to Rubeck Island. With Hobodi occasionally summoning fierce winds as propulsion, they had anticipated arriving on the evening of the third day. Yet they successfully reached the port of North Sea Rubeck Island on the morning of the third day. In the early morning, the Raphael sounded its departing horn, and the sailors lowered the gangplank. Hobodi and the passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion. Occasionally, Hobodi received expressions of gratitude from the passengers, including a daring lady who discreetly handed him her private transponder snail number while her husband remained oblivious. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Joboi. The owner of the Raphael, Nilanda, approached Hobodi warmly as he stepped ashore. You certainly did not say such things while aboard, Hobodi quipped with a hint of sarcasm. Nilanda's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, and Hobodi chose not to elaborate further. His identity as Joboi ended here, and they would not intersect again in the future. Hobodi waved his hand dismissively and said, in any case, I am grateful for your merchant vessel bringing me to the North Sea. Let us forget the matters aboard the ship. He continued, farewell, I must now seek out my niece. Nilan could not resist asking, will you return to the East Sea? Hobodi replied, probably not until I find my niece. The first mate, balancing a box atop his head, stood on the deck and exclaimed loudly, young man, I hope we shall meet again. Hobodi lifted his gaze and snorted, expressing his disdain. I certainly do not wish to see you again, old man. With that, he turned away. The old man, however, called out with a thunderous voice, let me offer you a word of caution. Should you sweat in the presence of men again? Beware of your posterior. Following this cryptic remark, he erupted into a hearty laughter. Upon entering the quaint town of Bazir La Plata, Hobodi learned its name. This once desolate wilderness had flourished thanks to the Bazir family, who had journeyed from the North Sea to cultivate the land. Today, the townsfolk had bestowed upon it a simpler moniker, Silver Rock. I am in search of my niece. Have you seen this girl? I suspect she may have been abducted. Hobodi inquired of a vendor on the street. This assertion was, of course, a fabrication, for Hobodi's identity as Joboi needed to be obliterated on this island, lest his arrival in the North Sea be connected back to the Eastern Sea. The vendor shook his head. I have not seen her. However, regarding abduction, he hesitated. What troubles you? By your attire, I take you for a bounty hunter. If an abduction were to occur in our Rubeck, there is likely but one place where your niece could be found. And where might that be? She is my sole niece. I will find her even if it costs me my life. Hobodi's expression was tense. If there were an Oscar for performances, his demeanor would surely be a contender. To the east of our Rubeck Island is Seagull Island, where lies Minion Island. Nearly 9 years ago, that island suffered a catastrophic assault, transforming it into the most lawless place in the North Sea. Pirates, bounty hunters, and human traffickers are said to congregate there. If your niece has indeed been abducted, she may very well be sold at an auction there. Then it appears I must journey to Minion Island. Do you know the port to Seagull Island? Hobodi asked. The vendor pointed toward a mountain on the sea. Not far from the end of the street, there lies Seagull Island. Continue down this street until you reach the port. Thank you for the information. However, there remains a possibility that my niece is still on this island. Here's her likeness, should any girl pass by. Please keep an eye out for her. This sum shall serve as your reward, Hobodi said, producing a stack of 500 unit bills from his pocket. Is this truly for me? The vendor gulped, for this amount equated to nearly a month's worth of profits from his stall. Do not concern yourself. My niece's safety is paramount. I would appreciate your assistance in spreading the word. Farewell. Very well. I shall make sure to inform my acquaintances to be vigilant, the vendor replied eagerly. Hobodi nodded in satisfaction, turning away without looking back. With this, his identity as a bounty hunter would surely spread. And all that remained was to ensure the demise of Joboi. Arriving at the port leading to Swallow Island in Silver Rock Town, Hobodi beheld several ships adorned with pirate flags moored at the docks. A group of individuals clad in black robes, their necks adorned with crosses, reminiscent of religious devotees from a past life, were busily unloading cargo. Upon noticing his arrival, they simultaneously cast their gazes in his direction. Were they townsfolk? Hadn't it already been communicated that the port to Swallow Island was temporarily leased by the Bazel family? Nevertheless, I wish to make a trip to Swallow Island. It appears you are preparing to set sail. Could you possibly take me along? Hobodi produced a pouch of gold coins. Enough with the nonsense. This area is privately reserved for now. Be gone. The robed figure retorted coldly. Hobodi raised his hands in resignation, seemingly at a loss for words. The bounty hunter searching for his abducted niece had met a tragic fate while battling zealots on Haiyan Island. This place appeared to be a fitting choice. Abducted niece? Nonsense. As several black-robed pirates spoke, Hobodi suddenly sprang into action, lunging towards a pirate of similar stature. With a manifestation of his dragon's claw, he pierced the pirate's heart. This scene unfolded in a heartbeat, leaving his companions utterly unprepared. When they finally regained their senses, they were met with the sight of their comrade's gaping mouth and despairing eyes as he collapsed lifelessly. Their expression shifted dramatically, abandoning their cargo. They swiftly drew wooden stakes and hammers. You won't escape. The enraged black-robed pirates charged forward in unison. At that moment, a colossal tornado erupted, centered around Hobodi's dragon's claw, engulfing the approaching pirates and hurling them skyward, only for them to crash down heavily moments later. With a series of thunderous booms, several black-robed pirates lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, their eyes glazed over in unconsciousness. One pirate, barely clinging to consciousness, glared at Hobodi with malice. Now that you've attacked us, there's no escape. Hawkins has subjugated all the pirates navigating the waters surrounding Rubeck Island. If he discovers what transpired here, he will not let you go. The Bazel family, Hawkins? Hobodi paused, then chuckled. I was just contemplating how to eliminate your boss to avoid the Navy discovering this new identity I am about to create. It seems that will no longer be necessary. Hawkins' underlings from the most notorious era, are they? With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of the black-robed pirate, then approached the first pirate he had slain. He removed the pirate's attire and donned it himself, marveling at his handiwork. This actually looks quite convincing. The remaining black-robed pirates were tossed onto the pirate ship, and Hobodi set sail, departing from Rubeck Island. Soon after, news spread across the island of a bounty hunter from the East Blue, searching for his abducted niece, tragically slain. Upon arriving at Haiyan Island, Hobodi changed into an outfit reminiscent of a Western cowboy from his previous life. He then discarded several of Hawkins' subordinates at the port, deliberately leaving a piece of his current attire in the hand of one. By exploiting the slain bounty hunter Joe Bowie left behind on Rubeck Island, Hobodi was confident that Bazel Hawkins would pursue this lead, acquiring information about the murderer from his fallen subordinates. I killed Joe Bowie and then eliminated Hawkins' underlings. Now, it is time to stir things up in this town. Hey, you cowboy. A voice filled with discontent interrupted Hobodi's thoughts. Hobodi turned to see an utterly ordinary fisherman glaring at him with fury. The fisherman pointed at several floating corpses in the harbor, exclaiming, How can we fish when you carelessly dispose of bodies in the port? Hobodi was taken aback, staring at the fisherman in bewilderment. You know I eliminated them. Yet you dare to converse with me, a murderer? What has become of this world, that fishermen remain so composed in such matters? It takes but half an hour to reach the lawless Isle of Minion, and each day, corpses drift ashore from there. Do you think you, a mere cowboy, hold any significance? Let me tell you, unless you dispose of the bodies, you will not leave this island. Oh, what do you intend to do about it? Hobodi turned and approached the fisherman, showing no mercy as he seized him and hurled him into the sea. If you wish to fish him out, then go ahead. I have matters to attend to. With that, Hobodi departed. The fisherman, spluttering in the water, pointed at Hobodi's retreating figure, cursing vehemently, Cowboy, if you have the guts, reveal your name. I shall not allow you to leave this island. My name? Hobodi, pulling out a deck of cards from his cowboy hat, drew one and flicked it with his fingers. Like a dart, the card arced through the air, ultimately striking the fisherman squarely in the face. This is my name. King? Indeed. You shall soon see my name in the newspapers on the world deck. At the harbor, Hobodi merely raised a hand in farewell. He had initially considered using the name Trafalgar Law, but deemed it too conspicuous. He muttered to himself in response to the underground world's Joker. The fisherman, watching Hobodi's diminishing figure, seethed with anger, grinding his teeth. Unwilling to relent, I will remember you, boy. Upon arriving at Sea Swallow Island, Hobodi did not linger. In his deliberate guise as king, he purposefully provoked several dark forces on the island. As he set sail towards Minion Island, whispers of his name began to circulate among the inhabitants of Sea Swallow Island. Have you heard? A formidable cowboy has emerged from nowhere, robbing Hawkins' merchant ship and dispatching his subordinates, leaving behind his name, rumored to be king. A resident clad in a cotton coat could not help but give a thumbs up. For to dare such acts in Hawkins' dominion certainly provided them with thrilling tales to share. Does King declare himself a king? Not only Hawkins but also the three major factions on Sea Swallow Island, the Don Quixote Trading Company, Dr. Hart's Surgical Hospital, and the recently emerging mysterious X-Flag Force, have been challenged by him. How audacious of him. The Don Quixote Trading Company was manageable, as their true core resided on Minion Island. The other three factions would undoubtedly seek retribution. The Death Surgical Hospital's Dr. Hart, the noble pirate Bazel Hawkins controlling the surrounding Rubeck Island, and the X-Flag Forces, all currently absent from the island. If they were to return and discover their territory in disarray, that boy would surely not escape. I just saw that self-proclaimed king steering a small boat towards Minion Island. Humph, foolish boy. Hawkins and Dr. Hart are both on that island. Where he is headed is a death trap. Indeed, the notorious Dr. Hart, the enigmatic magician Hawkins, and the formidable Don Quixote family of the Seven Warlords all hold dominion there. I cannot fathom any possibility for his survival. Yet, why are Hart, Hawkins, and the mysterious X-Flag Forces all gathered on Minion Island today? Surely they do not harbor ambitions for the territory of the Seven Warlords. The one steering the ship from behind the scenes is said to be an invincible entity who has consumed a natural-type devil fruit. Humph. The depths of this situation are profound. Have you forgotten the naval headquarters warship that docked at Minion Island just days ago? Look at this ominous sky. It is the calm before the storm. Perhaps Minion Island will once again experience a great upheaval akin to that of 9 years ago. On Minion Island. Backstage at the Human Stability Institute's 4th floor, the heavily made-up woman Melindo clutched a snail phone. Her face pale as she listened to the urgent cries for help from the other end. You say someone has challenged our trading company? Who? Especially on the day of the auction. I don't know. He calls himself King, a cowboy, with a backpack and brown leather boots. Holding a deck of cards all marked with K. He defeats someone and leaves a card behind. He has stolen all our treasury. What did you say? That contained 30 million berries in liquid assets. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Miss Melindo. Came the voice on the other end, filled with apologies. Enough. What about the goods from the trading company? They weren't stolen, were they? Not at all. The Grinbit figurines shipped from the New World are still in our cages. Melindo sighed in relief. That's good. Hurry and transport the goods to the Human Stability Institute. The auction starts at noon, and we have only 2 hours left. As she spoke, Melindo hung up the snail phone, her expression darkening once more. Things do not seem to be going smoothly, do they, Melindo? A green-haired woman with wavy hair teased, dressed in a green tank top emblazoned with the word happy in striped leggings, topped with mismatched black swim shorts. Melindo quickly forced a smile. Lady Monet, I will handle this matter. I hope so. Be cautious of those troublesome children, Hart and Hawkins, as well as the naval headquarters. Isn't it the X-flag? Who knows, today's auction may not conclude peacefully. Simultaneously, at the eastern port of Minion Island. A youth wearing a furry winter hat adorned with leopard spots revealed a side profile, his eyes accentuated by distinct dark circles. 2 golden earrings dangled from his ears. And he donned a hooded casual long-sleeve shirt, paired with light blue pants featuring a similar spotted pattern to his hat. The black sleeves and hat complemented a peach-colored shirt adorned with a large, unique smiley face. The youth perched atop a cargo box, a black-bladed knife resting beside him. Its sheath engraved with cross patterns and secured with a red strap, featuring a furry guard. The knife resembled a long, wild katana. In his right hand, he held a snail phone, a gravelly voice emerging from his throat. Is that so? The hospital has been challenged? You all are unharmed, I hope. Shocky, peeking. Come over from Sea Swallow Island immediately. The plan is about to commence. On the other end of the phone, 2 voices erupted with excitement. Are we finally setting sail? How tedious you 2 are. A polar bear in an orange work uniform, capable of human speech, chimed in beside the youth. Notably wearing the same design as the boy's shirt. The youth stood, resting the long knife on his shoulder. Let us go. The auction is about to begin. Yes. Dr. Hart. No. Now you must call me Captain. Hart gazed at the street corner ahead, a smile brimming with ambition gracing his lips. At that moment, an untimely voice emerged from behind him. If you're heading to the auction, could you take me along? Hart's body stiffened. His eyes darting to the side as he instinctively jumped back, creating distance between himself and the source of the voice. Before him stood a man adorned with a masquerade mask, and a bead of sweat trickled down Hart's forehead. He had been so engrossed in his phone conversation that he had failed to notice the man's approach, had the man intended to strike. He might very well have been incapacitated by now. Nevertheless, despite the apparent superiority of the man before him, Hart's eyes darkened with resolve. He could not allow this individual, who had overheard so much of his intelligence, to remain. Room, Hart declared, his palm outstretched as a swirling ring of gas materialized beneath it. Instantly, the ring expanded, forming a semicircular air barrier that enveloped the masked man. Hart swiftly drew his long blade, aiming a strike at the figure before him. However, to his shock, the man had vanished from sight. His well-practiced attack had failed to connect, as if the opponent had been aware of his abilities from the outset. Why? Before he could ponder further, Hart noticed the masked man had leaped outside his semicircular range, a mocking smile visible beneath the mask. Hart's expression darkened. Were you prepared for this encounter? It seems you have yet to grow into the terror you will one day become, Trafalgar Law. The young man, now referred to as Trafalgar Law, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. How did you know? Are you shaken by this? The masked man taunted as a small whirlwind suddenly swirled at Law's feet. With a snap of his fingers, he declared, Hurricane. The miniature tornado transformed into a dragon-like whirlwind, lifting Law high into the air. Within it, sharp wind blades sliced through his body, leaving a multitude of crimson marks. Ah! Law screamed in agony amidst the tempest. A moment's negligence had led to this dire predicament. Moments later, the whirlwind dissipated, and Law fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. The masked man approached him. Can we converse now, you sly rascal? Law's face was marred with gashes from the wind blades as he gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the man before him. A mix of murderous intent and confusion in his eyes. What is your objective? I already told you. I need you to take me to the auction. The masked man replied with a hint of exasperation. His infuriating expression ignited Law's anger, prompting him to roar. Are you joking? Do you think I would trust such childish deceit? Whether you believe me or not, my purpose here is to accompany you to that auction. I happened to overhear your conversation. By the way, my name is King. Hearing this name, Law's mind began to race. Wasn't this the individual who had disrupted the operations of Don Quixote da Flamingo? It didn't take long for Law to regain his composure and analyze the situation. During his earlier phone conversation, his subordinates, Shachi and Penguin, had mentioned a man named King causing trouble on HKY Island, particularly targeting Da Flamingo's trading post and their territory. This indicated that the man's intentions extended beyond just him. Moreover, the fact that this man had concealed himself behind Law during the phone call suggested he was not there merely to kill him. Had he intended to do so, he would have seized the opportunity when he had it. Additionally, now that he had bested Law, he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Therefore, it seemed he was not there to end Law's life. With this realization, Law felt a weight lift from his chest, though he couldn't help but mock himself for the relief he felt. All right then, I have a question. Since you know my name yet choose not to kill me. Were you sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo? Law inquired, his mind swirling with uncertainty. How could this man have been aware of his devil fruit abilities and avoided his room so deftly? Was his decision to spare Law a strategy tied to his abilities? Noting Law's darkening expression, the masked man, who was actually Hobodi in disguise, replied with exasperation, to be honest, I'm not interested in your conspiracy theories. Our meeting was purely coincidental, and how I learned your name is a secret. Can you move? If so, take me to the underground auction. Let go of me, Captain. A sudden voice echoed as an Arctic bear leaped into view, growling in a tone familiar to Hobodi. Bruce Lee? Hobodi instinctively turned to his left, only to be met with the sight of a white bear, leading to his disappointment. Steel block. With a powerful kick, Beppo struck Hobodi's thigh. Feeling as though he had kicked solid steel, a sharp pain shot through his foot, and he instinctively cradled it, blowing on it in a comical manner. This scene was undeniably amusing. Law's expression darkened. Enough, Beppo. After a few minutes, Law rose from the ground, his demeanor a mix of gloom and resignation. He did not fully trust the masked man's words, yet he could not ignore the fact that the man had the opportunity to eliminate him but had refrained. This led him to suspect that Da Flamingo, who coveted his devil fruit powers, was behind this encounter. However, the contradiction lay in the fact that this man was involved in a scheme to topple Da Flamingo's trading post on HKY Island. Law found it hard to believe that a mere underground black market would be so easily accessible, yet he still remarked, I suppose I can take you to the auction. No, there is actually one more thing. Law's heart tightened. What is it? Are you interested in forming an alliance? The proposition left Law taken aback. An alliance? Your skills will eventually bring you into the latter half of the Grand Line, where the seas are ruled by the four emperors and their underworld factions. Other pirates wishing to enter must either join them or face their wrath. You don't strike me as someone who is willing to submit. If we form an alliance, I have a plan that could topple one of the four emperors. What? The audacity of the claim shook Law to his core. Da Flamingo was merely a shichibukai. Yet this man spoke of a strategy to bring down one of the four emperors? This individual, king, could he be a ruler of some kingdom? How else could he possess such confidence to utter such words? Hawkins observed the astonished expression on Law's face, a sense of wicked amusement stirring within him. He had nearly replicated the words that Trafalgar Law would utter 4 years later on Punk Hazard Island, never anticipating that they would elicit such a reaction from this self-assured, cunning young man. What do you think? Shall we join forces? Hawkins proposed once more, savoring the moment. Law, maintaining a blank expression, began to contemplate. After a fleeting moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. Our strength is insufficient to confront those individuals. It is premature to discuss such matters. Law shook his head in refusal. What a pity, Hawkins lamented. I had intended to inform you about the monumental changes that will transpire in the world 2 years hence, including intelligence on a particular emperor in the New World who will be displaced. This statement was merely a bait, yet Law remained unfazed, shaking his head again. I have no interest in allying with someone who knows me so intimately. By the way, King is merely a moniker for you, is it not? You, who dares not reveal your true name, now speak to me of such fanciful notions. How amusing. Law's lips curled into a sardonic smile. I do possess my true name. Hawkins retorted, I am known as Harold the Golden-Haired King. Stop with the deceit. Law exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Did this man take him for a fool? After a brief outburst, Law's emotions gradually settled, compelling him to regard the man before him with newfound seriousness. At the very least, this man, who appeared to have an intimate understanding of him, was not someone he could easily deal with. If his opponent sought to exploit their knowledge of one another, perhaps it would be more advantageous to turn the tables and leverage that very familiarity for his own ends. Hobodi never anticipated that his arrival at the North Sea would lead him to encounter one of the two significant figures he was familiar with from the Punk Hazard arc, Trafalgar Law, one of the future warlords of the sea. This cunning youth, for years hence, was only now contemplating setting sail. Moreover, his demeanor was not as scheming and somber as it would be 4 years later. Today, he appeared as a fervent youth, full of passion. Destined to exist in one of the harshest eras in this world, Hobodi knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. Law displayed a scornful smile, taunting. Your golden hair hardly has a single golden strand. How disingenuous of you. I speak earnestly. We can join forces, Hobodi replied, shifting to a serious tone. He was in dire need of a strategist like Trafalgar Law. Although the young man possessed a certain cunning, Hobodi was unafraid of betrayal. Confident in his ability to keep Law in check, he was well acquainted with Law's techniques, abilities, weaknesses, and character. Had it not been for Law's previous declaration in the Punk Hazard arc about being unwilling to submit and his resistance to manipulation, Hobodi would have made every effort to recruit him as a subordinate. Now, expressing this sentiment, Hobodi felt he was being quite accommodating. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you prematurely, thereby removing a rival from the future, Hobodi mused inwardly, as if he could sense Hobodi's thoughts. Law pondered for a moment before responding, very well. Harold, as you wish, we shall form an alliance. At this, Bepo, the polar bear and captain's companion, became visibly distressed. Pointing at Hobodi and saying, we don't know anything about this masked man. We should ally with someone like him. Law, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted, silence, Bepo. The polar bear immediately lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry. Hobodi silently contemplated the talking bear before him, bemused by the whimsical notion that a bear could speak human language. Now then, Harold, Low remarked, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since we are to ally, you must have heard my earlier conversation with the telephone buck. Given your mask, it seems you were also invited by the Human Stability Institute. Let us clarify our objectives. I plan to dismantle Doflamingo's stronghold. What is your purpose at the auction house? Dismantling Doflamingo's underground empire? It appears our goals do not conflict. My intention is to acquire some slaves and then refuse to pay. Law found himself momentarily speechless at this declaration. Is that truly your only ambition? Hobodi shrugged and remarked, what I said before is indeed true. This is a reason I have painstakingly recalled. Is that so? Luo cast a meaningful glance at Hobodi. Indeed. Both parties understood in their hearts that neither had disclosed their true intentions. Perhaps their words carried a hint of authenticity, yet they were far from revealing their actual objectives. Hawkins scoffed at Law's intentions, dismissing the notion that the young man was merely causing a stir before setting sail. If that were the case, he would not be lingering at the port, especially with a warship docked nearby. Law, in turn, regarded Hawkins' words as utter nonsense. This masked figure, known as King, brazenly appeared on the turf of the underground forces, targeting several major powers on Swan Island. Aside from his own pirate crew, there were also the influences of Hawkins, Doflamingo. In the naval fleet, if he were merely interested in purchasing slaves without payment, why would he provoke everyone and invite trouble? Though they publicly presented themselves as allies, both men were cautious, ever wary of one another. The only difference lay in Hawkins' complete confidence in his grasp over Law, while Law felt an unsettling apprehension towards Hawkins, akin to the fear he had for the man he wished to eliminate, now forced to yield. Let us make our way to the auction house promptly. Otherwise, we may find ourselves without a place. Law urged. Just lead the way. As they prepared to depart, a sudden voice called out, wait, causing both men to turn in unison. A tall, menacing figure approached, his chest wrapped in bandages and a frown etched across his face. You too. Have you seen this man? The towering man demanded, producing a portrait depicting a man with tousled pink hair, sporting goggles, and a face covered in freckles. Hobodi was taken aback. Was that not the figure he had disguised and subsequently killed, the Jayaboi? Upon a closer inspection of the man, Hobodi finally recalled that this individual was none other than Dias, who had a bounty of 60 million berries. Just 3 days prior, they had crossed paths. Apologies. But I remember this fellow was with Hawkins' subordinates before I eliminated him. Hobodi fixed a smile upon the man before him, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. This person, who had nearly exposed his devil fruit abilities aboard the Raphael, had not only failed to learn his lesson but dared to seek him out. Thus, Hobodi resolved not to let this opportunity slip by. You say you killed that kid? The tall man retorted with displeasure, you scoundrel. Do you not realize he was my prey? Law, being from the North Sea, you should be aware of this fellow's background, no? With the identity of King at his disposal, Hobodi felt no need to tread lightly. In his mind, he had already pronounced the death sentence upon this intruder. Law, nonchalantly digging at his ear, wore a lazy expression. I recall his name is Dias, a coward who only dares to hide in the shadows of the four seas, preying on the innocent. His strength does not correlate with his bounty at all. So, how shall we proceed, Harold? Do you strike, or shall I? We have no time to waste on such a lowly character. You, without even a bounty, dare to call him lowly? Hobodi retorted. As for bounties, I prefer whole numbers. Gazing at Dias, Law revealed a cruel smile. If I were to eliminate a 60 million bounty criminal, I wonder if the reward could reach 100 million? Not a bad start for my first bounty. You too, Room. In an instant, Law opened a space around himself and Dias, enveloping them in a sphere, while Hobodi adeptly stepped outside the radius. What is this? What have you done? Dias exclaimed, drawing a flintlock pistol from his waist, aiming it at Law, and firing with a loud bang. Law, unfazed by the bullet's trajectory, expressionless, unsheathed his knife and made a swift slash forward. In an instant, Dias' body was cleaved in two, falling to the ground, yet curiously, there was not a drop of blood. The bullet that had been fired vanished from its original path. Now the ears are at peace. Despite having just dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries, Law showed no sign of triumph. Instead, he cast a glance at Hobodi, his face reflecting a hint of regret. Harold, we are allies. There is truly no need for mistrust. Your expression tells a different story, you cunning brat, Hobodi huffed, approaching Dias' body. It would be a shame to leave this fellow here. With 60 million berries, my auction funds are insufficient. I shall take him for sale. Hey, are you not the one who intended to purchase slaves without payment? Law interjected. I believe proper procedures are preferable, given the atrocities he has committed. Selling him to those celestial dragons would be an appropriate punishment. From controlling the lives of others to experiencing the subjugation of his own life. He ought to taste that experience. Who knows, maybe some of the celestial dragons would fancy a collection from the captain, Law mused, his tone dripping with sardonic curiosity. You are not a marine, are you? So righteous? Hobodi, undeterred, declared, if I were the Navy, would you, a mere pirate, still be standing here? The words exchanged between the two were merely superficial, yet beneath the surface, they engaged in a subtle duel, probing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Meanwhile, Beppo stood by. His expression a blend of innocence and bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the enigmatic dialogue unfolding before him. Hobodi pieced together the upper and lower halves of Diaz, swiftly rendering him unconscious with a single punch, and subsequently dragged him across the ground, casting a glance at the naval headquarters ship in the distance. Hobodi's eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty, yet he promptly addressed Law beside him, saying, Law, since you are a physician, you must have gloves, right? Please procure 3 pairs for me. What do you need gloves for? Law inquired. This fellow reeks of alcohol, and I have a touch of obsessive cleanliness. I require thicker gloves to avoid the stench. Hence, 3 pairs. Law found this rationale utterly unbelievable, although he remained oblivious to the underlying secret. He could only shake his head in resignation at such a perplexing explanation. Reluctantly, he turned to Beppo, saying, Beppo, fetch a few pairs of gloves for Master Harold. Like a walking treasure trove, Hobodi observed the polar bear as he rummaged through the oversized orange work uniform, producing items larger than Hobodi's own wallet and tossing them onto the ground in search. Hobodi casually took 3 pairs of medical gloves, layering them on his hands, then cast a scrutinizing glance at the warship behind them. Let us continue, he urged. Shortly after, Hobodi and Luo walked side by side through the quaint town of Minion Island. Along their path, Luo donned a mask, leading them into a desolate alley. Suddenly, 2 individuals clad in acrobatic costumes emerged before them, pushing aside a wall at the alley's entrance. They stepped into a dark passage, ultimately arriving at what resembled a transit station. Who are your recommenders? A female attendant inquired, her fervent gaze fixated on Beppo, who immediately averted his eyes in embarrassment. Luo recited a lengthy name, which Hobodi surmised was likely a code. After registering, the female attendant asked, Do you have any items for auction? Luo pointed at the person Hobodi was dragging behind with an air of irritation. This guy is a pirate captain. Surely, he meets your criteria? The attendant, however, did not even glance at Diaz, her gaze still transfixed on Beppo, as though she wished to claim him for herself. Hey, Luo exclaimed, displeased. The female attendant chuckled awkwardly, regaining her composure. Wait a moment, let me check the bounty notice. After about 30 seconds, she skillfully flipped through the bounty list, finally halting at Diaz's portrait. The auction item is the pirate Captain Diaz, with a bounty of 60 million berries, correct? To be honest, if we were to auction him here, he wouldn't reach the Navy's bounty, she hesitated. That's fine. This vile fellow merely wishes to make the pirate captain experience the torment of being subjugated, right, Harold? Luo indicated Hobodi. Equality among individuals dictates he should taste the fate of being dominated. The attendant did not respond to their banter. She was accustomed to the oddities of such a mixed crowd. Quickly, she produced numbered paddles 30 and 02, handing them to the 2. Please hold on to these. If you wish to bid on an item, simply raise your paddle when you enter the auction area. By the way, today's highlight is the little folk from the New World. Greened it. Little folk? Hobodi exclaimed in surprise. Could it be they are born blacksmiths? The attendant couldn't help but laugh. Luo's expression darkened, feeling utterly embarrassed to stand beside Hobodi. Where on earth did you read that little folk are blacksmiths? Isn't that what novels say? Little folk equals divine craftsmen. Legendary artifacts like Thor's Fury, MJ Luramp Poseidon of the Seas were all forged by them. No wonder my weapon possesses such capabilities. If little folk truly exist, then perhaps there are indeed weapons capable of annihilating worlds. Enough, Harold. Perhaps it would be best if you ceased your chatter, Luo interjected, exasperated. He felt Hobodi's fervor regarding the little folk was somewhat obsessive. He had no idea what novel Hobodi had read, but he sensed that if he allowed him to continue, his own intelligence would surely diminish. Don't you desire such a weapon, Luo? Such fantastical weapons may actually exist in reality. If obtained, one could strike down figures like Whitebeard or the Warlord with a single blow. Why would I ally with someone like you? Be quiet. Those you speak of are dwarves, entirely different from little folk. His outburst extinguished the flames of Hobodi's enthusiasm. Instantly, Hobodi's expression turned blank, and he calmly replied, Oh, then let us proceed inside. Meanwhile, Beppo kept his head down, feeling dejected. He could empathize with the masked man's romantic notion of weaponry, pondering why he was limited to using his limbs for attacks when he too wished to wield a gun and unleash lasers. Upon entering the auction hall, the layout resembled that of an opera house from Hobodi's past life. A grand curtain concealed the stage's secrets, while rows of seats ascended neatly before it, extending to about 2 meters from the entrance. Luo surveyed the surroundings and remarked, I estimate this auction hall can accommodate around 200 guests. Why are you calculating such trivial data? Hobodi questioned. Are you hoping to find a way out after the auction to avoid paying, Harold? The two exchanged glances, each attempting to discern the other's purpose for attending, though they would never voice it aloud. Let us find a place to sit, Hobodi suggested. There are still many empty seats, indicating at least half the guests have yet to arrive. I agree, Luo replied, with time to spare before the auction begins. Allow me to introduce you to some notable figures from the North Sea. He flashed his signature teasing smile. As if I'm not from the North Sea myself? Hobodi retorted. That remains to be seen, Luo said, casting a dubious glance at Hobodi before focusing on a man seated in the front row. Do you see that chestnut-haired gentleman in the VIP section? He is a descendant of Roland, the notorious braggart of the North Sea. 400 years ago, his ancestor was sentenced to death by the king of the Rubnala kingdom, and since then, the Roland descendants were exiled from the North Sea. For some unknown reason. This man returned to his homeland a few years ago with vast wealth, bribing the current king. It is rumored he possesses all the gold that his ancestor sought in the legendary land of gold, making him incredibly wealthy. He will surely be your primary rival in the bidding. Luo, you seem quite fond of testing me. You pose this question and observe my indifferent reaction, deducing that I regard the powerless auction-goers with disdain? If this continues, I shall gladly oblige. However, let it be known, our goals do not conflict. Luo smiled. You are overthinking it, Harold. Your smile is quite telling. The way your muscles twitch is rather peculiar. Generally, intelligent individuals reveal such expressions when feeling guilty or exposed. Upon hearing this, Luo's smile faltered, and he quickly shifted the topic, pointing to a group of young men nearby. Those individuals are from the new era pirates of the North Sea. The arrogant blonde youth is their captain, known as Hyena Bellamy, a paramecia-type spring fruit user. A devil fruit user? Indeed. Now look above him. That golden-haired man is Bazel Hawkins, a pirate aristocrat ruling the seas surrounding Rubeck Island. You have a history with him, don't you? Bazel Hawkins, noticing Luo's introduction, directed his gaze towards them, to which Luo responded with a rude gesture. Finally, Luo's attention was drawn to a woman with green, wavy hair, clad in a sleeveless vest, standing at the forefront of the stage. In a hushed tone, Luo remarked, that woman is the mastermind behind this auction and an operative of the Don Quixote family. No one knows her name. All that is known is that she hails from the Grand Line, and at every murder scene she leaves behind a blanket of snow, earning her the moniker Snow Woman. If you continue to deliberately cultivate an atmosphere of grand figures making their entrance, Ro, I fear my impression of your cunning nature may shift to one of restrained passion. Hobodi squinted, casting his gaze towards the retreating silhouette. This was yet another familiar figure. The emerald-haired woman seemed to sense his scrutiny, abruptly turning to face him. Her golden, emotionless eyes met his as she licked her lips and offered Hobodi a smile that was undeniably alluring. Upon catching a glimpse of the woman's visage, Ro fell silent. His brow furrowed as he intermittently surveyed the auction hall. Time ticked away, and an array of individuals adorned in various costumes gradually entered the auction venue, arms dealers, underwater salvage expedition members, and those garbed as members of the mafia. Yet, a greater number were nobles draped in luxurious fabrics. Among this eclectic mix, Hobodi's attention was drawn to a man sporting a dinosaur mask and bearing a distinctive scar on his chin. Instantly, Hobodi's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. What could it be? The head of the Harold family? Hobodi remained silent, his expression darkened with a newfound gravity. He was not unfamiliar with the man bearing the distinctive chin, although they had never truly met. Hobodi had been present on Punk Hazard when this man was also on the island. However, he belonged to the first group that had managed to escape. And by the time Hobodi boarded the rescue vessel, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, failing to encounter him. It was only a month later, upon returning to the East China Sea, that he had noticed the headline in the naval publications, Drake promoted to Rear Admiral. No, nothing, he replied dismissively. Ro could not believe Hobodi's words. He had just witnessed the unmistakable shock on his face upon encountering someone extraordinary. Was it an acquaintance? A member of the mafia? An arms dealer? A noble? Truth be told, Ro was eager to meet the individual who had astonished Hobodi. For such an encounter would grant him deeper insight into this enigmatic man, allowing him to seize the initiative rather than remain in a passive stance as he was now. Ro, I advise you to abandon your scheming, Hobodi said, feigning displeasure as he steadied his composure. Ro snorted and then laughed. I merely wish to meet the person that Harold knows, to gain a better understanding. Trust me, should you attempt to probe into my affairs, it will be your undoing. A sudden chill enveloped Ro's heart, leaving his complexion ashen. He recognized this as the warning from the man before him, Harold. Yet, he refrained from any form of resistance. Though a sense of reluctance lingered, it was devoid of any malice. That sentiment had long since vanished from his heart. For 9 years prior, he had found redemption on this very island. If revenge against that man was to be sought, what did this minor setback signify? Ro scoffed at himself internally but soon found solace, regaining his tranquility. He mischievously chuckled, perhaps. Hobodi expressed his astonishment at Luo's demeanor, sincerely praising, indeed. You are a clever individual. Naturally, it would be even better if you could cast aside those nefarious thoughts. Luo remained silent on the matter, his gaze shifting towards the stage, where he derisively remarked, the auction is about to commence. The artifact crafted by your dwarven kin, the god of the sea Poseidon, lies before us. As the clock approached noon, the auction hall was enveloped in a palpable anticipation. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the stage, and the grand red curtains parted to reveal a strikingly voluptuous woman. Clad in a purple gown with elegant slits, she showcased her alabaster thighs, her figure captivating. As she stepped into the spotlight, several noble gentlemen in the audience could not suppress their desire, swallowing hard in response. How dull, Lewell remarked, stifling a yawn, clearly unimpressed. Hobodi nodded in agreement. Indeed, while this woman appears to be a stunning beauty at first glance, a closer inspection reveals the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Concealed beneath a layer of foundation, and her skin exhibits signs of laxity, particularly under her arms. She employs a deceptive push-up bra to force her sagging breasts into an unnatural elevation. It is utterly mundane that such ordinary, surgically enhanced merchandise is chosen to preside over an auction. Rua, listening nearby, felt a sheen of sweat form on his brow. Is this truly the reason for your disinterest? Is this woman a weakness for this fellow, or is he deliberately revealing this to me? Rua pondered, having become accustomed to such musings, always calculating his next move. No. It would be acceptable if a man were hosting, but once a woman adorned in such provocatively enticing attire appears, the hormones within us men tend to surge uncontrollably. There's a saying, better not to see than to see and be troubled. When confronted with a sultry woman, men in their physiological prime often indulge in fantasies. Yet the thought of sharing time with such a woman feels like a squandered opportunity. You seem to have studied this matter quite thoroughly, Rua remarked, taken aback. What? Aren't you a doctor? You should have a fundamental understanding of the physiological realms, shouldn't you? In this era, whether one is a pirate or a sailor, what do they seek as soon as they disembark? It is nothing more than to find a woman or, if not, to drown their hormonal exuberance in alcohol. Rua's expression darkened. Who would bother to delve into such trivial matters? One cannot dismiss this so lightly. Everything possesses duality. Hobodi flashed a mischievous smile. Rua, you are 22 this year, correct? Young men like yourself are typically quite intrigued by the bodies of mature women, aren't they? Rua's face turned as dark as coal. His expression devoid of emotion. Enough, let us cease this topic here. Well, the auction items should be presented soon. However, Rua knew that only a woman could alleviate a man's troubles. Remember that well. Hobodi wore a look of regret on his face, intentionally broaching the subject of women to irk the cunning young man, Law. Yet, his true aim was to draw Law into the realm of femininity. If he could ensnare this lad in the embrace of romance, he would possess greater influence over the future warlord of the seas. However, it was evident that Law belonged to a breed of individuals wholly immersed in their own beliefs, viewing everything as ephemeral until they achieved their goals. With a nonchalant demeanor, Law responded, understood, Harold. Below, the curtain was drawn once more, and several lights converged upon the auctioneer, Madame Malander, who stood at the center of the stage. Holding a telephone bug as her microphone, she greeted the audience. Good afternoon to all gathered from across the seas. I am your new auctioneer for today, Malander. The crowd erupted in a fervent cheer, clearly a rehearsed response. Now, let us commence the bidding for our first slave item from the human sanctuary. The curtain lifted, revealing two comically dressed auction staff members, one holding a chain, leading forth a male human. Presenting item number 1. This slave is named Tavernier. He is 27 years old, stands at 185 centimeters, and his profession is that of a traveler, boasting an extraordinary talent for commerce. If you are a young lady enamored with maritime adventures, he can regale you with tales of thrilling exploits in the vivid wonders of the world during your dull moments. If you are a wealthy merchant, his exceptional business acumen can help you multiply your riches. This traveler and commercial genius, Tavernier, is now available for a starting bid of an astonishingly low price of 450,000 berries. I invite all guests to raise their paddles. 500,000. A portly middle-aged man, adorned with golden necklaces, raised his paddle. Madame Malander immediately intensified the atmosphere. Wow. Guest number 85 bids 500,000. The well-traveled Tavernier, brimming with knowledge, is now at 500,000. 550,000. 600,000. 630,000. 700,000. At this point, no further bids were made, and ultimately, slave number 1, Tavernier, was sold for 700,000 berries, a remarkable transaction indeed. Hobodi lamented, what a mad world this is. Law smirked slightly, tauntingly asking, do you regret punishing Diaz? Hobodi shook his head, expressing disbelief that everyone here had accepted the traveler on stage as a mere commodity rather than a human being. Oh, you can articulate such profoundly humane sentiments? Luo's words remained probing, and Hobodi refrained from responding, as both seemed accustomed to this adversarial exchange. After a span of 2 to 3 minutes, Morindo's voice resonated once more throughout the auction hall. Next, we present the second slave commodity, a member of the Longhand tribe from the Grand Line. 3 million. Before her introduction could be completed, a lavishly dressed man with long, dangling sleeves immediately placed a bid. An abrupt silence enveloped the auction venue. No one dared to compete with him, for the typical bidding price for members of the Longhand tribe rarely exceeded 1 million. A direct bid thrice that amount was sufficient to deter any contenders. Moreover, the auctioneer herself was a member of that tribe, evidently there to rescue her kin. Even if someone successfully acquired the bid, who could guarantee they wouldn't be targeted upon leaving the auction? The second item, a Longhand tribe member, was sold for an astounding 3 million berries, and Morindo, satisfied, struck down the gavel to finalize the sale. Soon after, the third slave was presented, another human male. Considerably more robust than the first slave, Tavernier. He had once been an exceptional sailor, but was ultimately sold for 1.05 million berries to an elderly, unattractive woman. As the fourth item was about to be introduced, a series of footsteps echoed from behind the stage curtain, suggesting multiple individuals were to be auctioned together. When the curtain was drawn back, a total of 50 gaunt, ragged young men and women emerged, their feet shackled and their pupils illuminated by the harsh lights, appearing eerily strange. Upon closer inspection, one would notice intricate webs within their eyes, shimmering with a dull golden glow. Those with exceptional vision or who approached their faces would discern many crystalline structures. Yet, their amber eyes now reflected a profound despair. A stark contrast to whatever brilliance they once possessed. Are those compound eyes? This is the fourth item of the day. 50 young men and women from the annihilated Sniper Island of the Grand Line. Morindo proclaimed loudly. Behold, their keen, piercing eyes resemble those of eagles. A woman with green, wavy hair in the front row remarked mildly. Upon hearing her words, Morindo's heart sank, for she recognized the voice belonged to someone she could not afford to offend. She quickly contained her trepidation and continued, indeed, they are the fabled survivors of Sniper Island. Just look into their eyes. They possess the world's most formidable sniping talents. A century ago, a sniper king emerged from their ranks with a bounty of 10 billion berries. With them in your possession and armed, you could form an unbeatable sniper unit. Today, we present these 50 survivors from Sniper Island for a starting bid of 1 million. What? You expect 1 million for these scrawny wretches? A plump nobleman, intending to purchase them for his estate, expressed his discontent, pinching his nose in disgust. Such goods should not even be brought out. Take them away, their stench is unbearable. Indeed, what sniper king? I've never heard of it. Does Sniper Island truly exist in the Grand Line? Why has it never been reported? Morindo began to sense impending doom, hesitating as she said, this. What is this? An auction for such worthless items? If it weren't for the remoteness of this slave auction in the Grand Line, we wouldn't have bothered coming. Yes. Let's hasten to today's main event. Voices of dissent grew louder, and Morindo's expression shifted to one of regret, her demeanor wavering. The tale of Sniper Island and the Sniper King was merely a fabrication to facilitate the sale of these 50 individuals. They were nothing more than survivors discovered by human traffickers on a deserted island in the North Sea, and she had procured them for a mere 500,000 berries. The traffickers had claimed their accuracy in hitting targets was remarkable, and upon seeing the glint in their eyes, Morindo had conceived the scheme. However, it had backfired spectacularly. As her lies were now exposed, and Lord Monet was watching, if this continued, the auction would undoubtedly fail. Would I, Morindo, be reduced to a pitiful woman selling cheap information and offering herself? Overly clever, it seems you are ill-suited for this, the green-haired woman quipped derisively. Those words plunged Morindo into an icy despair, as visions of being cast out by the Doflamingo family flashed before her. Yet, just as she was engulfed in hopelessness, a voice rang out from the crowd below. 30 million. As the words fell, they resonated in Morindo's ears like a divine pronouncement, leaving her momentarily stunned. The green-haired woman turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice. The once chaotic auction hall fell into a profound silence. Are you mad? Luo, equally dumbfounded, exclaimed to the person beside him. The voice belonged unmistakably to Hobodi. Hobodi chuckled and shook his head, proclaiming, No, I am not mad. Why would anyone spend 30 million berries on something that no one desires? Do you genuinely believe they're the remnants of Sniper Island? That woman might even express her gratitude for alleviating her immediate plight with a mere million. It suddenly dawned on Luo, recalling Hobodi's earlier comment about not paying. And he instantly relaxed. A mere gimmick? How dull. This esteemed guest, are you truly willing to invest 30 million berries to acquire 50 survivors from Sniper Island? Molindo still found it hard to believe and sought confirmation once more. Indeed, if I may be so bold as to inquire, due to the substantial sum, could you kindly allow me to verify the berries you possess? Molindo hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, this man had just extricated her from an uncomfortable situation, and it felt rather inappropriate to utter such words. However, given the magnitude of the amount, she feared it might merely be a jest at her expense, hence her repeated insistence on confirmation. Hobodi rose from his seat and pulled out a colossal bag emblazoned with a symbol, which he hurled onto the stage. The bag burst open upon hitting the ground, scattering a multitude of gleaming gold coins across the floor. Unbelievable, Morindo exclaimed, her face alight with uncontainable joy. In this moment, she felt as if she were embraced by the heavens. What an immense profit this was. Acquired for 500,000, sold for 30 million, an astonishing profit of 29.5 million. And after settling the taxes owed to the Don Quixote family, she would net at least 10 million berries. My goodness, what does 10 million berries signify? It would take her 2 or 3 years of auctions to amass such a sum. Overwhelmed with excitement, Morindo's eyes sparkled with visions of the shiny, adorable coins. So much so that she failed to notice the familiar mask on Hobodi's face as he stood beside her. Only a woman in the front row, draped in a green shawl, cast a discreet glance at Hobodi, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue, softly murmuring something indistinct that sounded like "so that's how it is." The fourth item up for bid, touted as being from 50 survivors of Sniper Island, had its authenticity shrouded in mystery, but evidently, that was how it was being sold. Ultimately, it was secured for a staggering 30 million berries, the gavel striking down with finality. Laughter erupted throughout the auction house, with some nobles casting disdainful glances at Hobodi, their expressions mocking him as if to say, "You are a fool, a gullible dupe." Yet, others were left in a state of confusion, pondering whether those 50 emaciated natives truly hailed from the legendary Sniper Island, possessing extraordinary marksmanship skills. As for the enslaved survivors being led away, a flicker of fear passed through their golden eyes as they gazed upon the masked man willing to bid. They could already envision the wrath that would be unleashed upon them when their new master discovered that they were not, in fact, the legendary survivors of Sniper Island. The fury would be directed at them, much like the fate that befell their elderly and young companions on their home island, all deemed worthless by outsiders, ultimately leading to their slaughter. They had long since abandoned any hope for survival. "Hey, you never mentioned you had so much money, and that you actually paid to buy those refugees," Ro remarked, struggling to comprehend the man before him. He had initially dismissed Hobodi's words as mere fabrications, but now it appeared that reality was far more complex. Truth and deception intermingled, leaving him bewildered. "As for the money, you certainly share in the credit," Hobodi replied with a smile. Ro was taken aback. "My credit? Indeed, this fortune comes from plundering the forces of Sea Swallow Island. And your hospital funds were part of it." Upon hearing such infuriating words, veins bulged on Ro's forehead. "You scoundrel." Hobodi chuckled, ceasing his teasing of Luo, and proceeded to explain, "Well, in truth, this 30 million is merely the sum acquired by the Don Quixote family at the Haiyan Island Exchange. I possess a considerable amount of funds as well. Now, let us observe the auction. Should anything beneficial to our alliance arise, I shall bid accordingly." At this juncture, Hobodi pondered silently, considering that since the money was obtained through plunder, the identity of king, which would soon become universally reviled, was a burden to carry while parading about with a bag of gold. He concluded it would be wiser to spend it all. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the silhouettes of the 50 survivors, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. His rationale for bidding on these individuals was not rooted in belief in some mythical Sniper Island. Yet he genuinely perceived the potential for the sniping talent mentioned by Morindo in their eyes. The irises of these 50 individuals were unmistakably unlike those of humans, and their conical shape bore an uncanny resemblance to the compound eyes of a fly as depicted in textbooks of his past life. If their eyes indeed possessed the functionalities akin to those of a fly's compound eyes, it would signify their ability to perceive the flow of air in the world, rendering their reactions several times slower than those of ordinary humans. In that case, as Morindo suggested, they might indeed possess the world's most formidable sniping talent. Moreover, there was the extraordinary gift of anticipating an opponent's movements in combat. The emergence of such exceptional soldiers had never crossed his mind prior to his arrival in the North Sea. After the conclusion of the fourth item, the fifth, sixth, and seventh items followed in succession, during which Luo and Hobodi found themselves rather bored as they awaited the next. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, the 10th item emerged from behind the curtain, and both the languid Luo and Hobodi finally stirred with a hint of interest. Thus, as the auction neared its conclusion, increasingly captivating items were soon to be presented. First came the penultimate item. Morindo elegantly pointed towards a tall man stepping onto the stage, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience upon recognizing the slave. Indeed, he was the infamous bounty hunter, known for abandoning his family, terrorizing the seas, and committing countless atrocities. With a staggering reward of 60 million berries on his head, the captain of the demon pirates, Demon Diaz, Morindo elongated her syllables, and the atmosphere among the audience was immediately electrified. She continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, you might not have anticipated this. The notorious pirate who recently ravaged the North Sea has been captured. Therefore, for those who cherish collecting captain slaves, do not let this opportunity slip away. The starting bid for the pirate captain slave is 0. We shall commence bidding now. I bid 10 million. I want to take this fellow back and torment him properly," shouted a nobleman, raising paddle number 36. "Wow, the opening bid is 10 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" A voice from the crowd chimed in as paddle number 44 was raised. 15 million, declared the individual. In less than 3 seconds, paddle number 112 shot up. 18 million. Paddle 152 followed suit. 20 million. It appeared that this item would fetch a handsome price, thought Harold, with a smirk curling at the corner of Luo's mouth. Hobodi nonchalantly nodded, while Luo responded with a brief utterance, thereafter falling into silence. 40 million berries. This staggering sum plunged the auction house into a hushed stillness. Hobodi and Luo lifted their gazes toward the bidder, a man clad in a suit and sunglasses, adorned with a peculiar red emblem at the collar's fold. The sight of this insignia caused the faces of several nobles to pale significantly, even Hobodi, Luo, and Hawkins, along with the members of the New Age pirates led by Bellamy, could not maintain their composure. The hoof of the flying dragon. That is the emblem of the celestial dragons. Judging by his attire, he is likely a guard trained by the world government, proficient in the 6 styles specifically for the celestial dragons. Hobodi's expression was peculiar as he glanced towards Hawkins, then towards the masked man near the exit, whose jaw bore the shape of a. With the noble pirates and the naval headquarters warships present, it seemed the Celestial Dragon's guards had also arrived. Could it be that a Celestial Dragon was indeed here? Initially, Hobodi had dismissed the two rumors he heard from Mark prior to setting sail as mere fabrications. But upon reaching the North Sea, he found the intricacies of the situation utterly perplexing. While it could not be entirely dismissed as falsehood, it was also true that Hawkins was not of noble lineage. And the officer dispatched from the naval headquarters was neither a rear admiral nor a protector of the Celestial Dragons. This journey to the North Sea was certainly not in vain. The Celestial Dragon's guard surveyed the bewildered crowd, seemingly accustomed to such reactions. Before leaping onto the stage with a bag of gold coins in hand, he addressed Morindo with indifference, stating, "It appears no one else will bid. If there are no objections, I shall strike the hammer. I have placed the gold coins here. The pirate captain's slave is mine to take." Morindo stood in a daze, wondering if today was her lucky day, surrounded by such gullible bidders. However, she dared not voice her thoughts. Once the Celestial Dragon's guard led Diaz away, Morindo contentedly instructed her subordinates to transport the hefty bag of gold backstage. The guard was presumably a protector of St. Roseward, known for his fondness for collecting pirate captains among the Celestial Dragons. "Be cautious, Ro," she warned. "Those fellows should not think they can capture me." "Harold, you should be more concerned about your own safety," Ro retorted, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. The penultimate item fetched an exorbitant price, one that would typically be unimaginable, and Morindo was now in high spirits as the audience eagerly awaited the final highlight of the day. "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale item is about to be unveiled. Before that, I would like to remind you that this slave auction also features a second tier of arms trading and a third tier showcasing rare specialties from the Grand Line, including devil fruits." Morindo gestured as the light shifted away from her, revealing the fully drawn curtains behind her. On stage, the second tier displayed dazzling swords, classical and precious flintlock rifles, and golden cannon barrels. Above on the third tier, a partially open box revealed a durian-like fruit adorned with bizarre patterns. Devil fruits, indeed, were peculiar items, and while their prices were high, the cost of becoming a mere landlubber was far too great. One noble, intrigued yet disheartened by his limited funds, shook his head in disappointment. Most nobles shared similar sentiments. Unlike the pirates and navy who constantly faced battles, they had no such concerns. Given the steep price associated with devil fruits and the uncertainty of what might occur post-consumption, rumors of transformations into lions or leopards, and the inability to revert, held little allure for them. Yet, for some desperate souls, the attraction was starkly different. For those who danced on the precipice of life and death, devil fruits symbolized power. Which of the three admirals had not consumed a devil fruit? Even the world's strongest, Whitebeard, was a wielder of such abilities. "That sword seems commendable. Perhaps one of the renowned blades of the 50 cutlasses, Phantom," one remarked. "That gun looks like Captain John's sidearm. I wonder if it conceals a treasure map to Captain John's hoard." Some underworld figures were visibly eager, their eyes gleaming with greed. However, for the nobles, slaves remained paramount. The previously disheartened noble cried out, "Bring forth the final slave. Stop tantalizing us." The fervent atmosphere surrounding the stage delighted Morindo, and the loud demands from the nobles were timely. It was indeed the moment for the grand auction's climax. From the dimly lit area behind the curtain, two of the auction house's subordinates emerged, each cradling an object shrouded in black cloth, resembling a birdcage. As they unveiled the cloth, it revealed an iron cage, within which resided a diminutive creature that sparked raucous cheers from the audience. Indeed, hailing from the New World Greenbit, possessing the boundless strength characteristic of all little folk, female. Standing at a mere 107 millimeters in height, she is Vika, from the Dongdadang little folk tribe. Morindo exclaimed, "Oh, Vika, how moving. A creature from a fairy tale. I must have her," cried a noble, tears streaming down his face, leaving those around him in shock. "What a delicate life. It reminds me of the moment I gave birth." A noblewoman could not help but weep. The starting bid was declared. "I offer 100 million berries," shouted the man with the chestnut head seated at the front. Behind him, Ro, standing next to Hobodi, brandished a knife and cast aside his mask. Fixing Hobodi with a determined gaze, "I shall commence the purpose of my visit. I hope you do not hinder me, Harold." In the embrace of Hobodi, the resonant sound of a telephone snail echoed, reminiscent of blub blub. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from behind them, as the tightly shut doors of the auction house were violently flung open, revealing a procession of white berets adorned with the emblem of marine entering from outside. "Shoot. Leave no one alive." A deep, cold voice resonated from a seat within the auction house, promptly followed by the figure hanging up the telephone snail. A man, donned in a medieval swordsman's hat, his face obscured by a black mask, and bearing a distinctive mark on his chin, rose to his feet and leaped to the third tier of the stage, clutching the box containing the devil fruit tightly to his chest. This was indeed an underestimation. Law's expression darkened. His plans had been completely disrupted. How did the Navy discover this place? Was there a traitor among them? Hawkins cast a fleeting glance at Hobodi. The audacity of the Navy to intrude upon Don Quixote Doflamingo's territory was infuriating. "Sachis, we must prepare for the new era pirate Captain Bellamy." He cursed loudly. Yet before he could finish, two fists, as rigid as iron, collided with their faces, sending both him and Sachis, who wielded a dagger, crashing violently against the wall of the auction house. The assailant was none other than Hobodi, who leaped to the center of the stage, passing by the host Morindo, and seized the telephone snail amplifier. With the Navy now fully stationed, Hobodi knew that if he remained below, he risked being captured and exposing his identity, thus jeopardizing his entire plan for the North Sea. Harold, you are with the Navy. Law's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Hobodi, the enigmatic figure known as King, who had unexpectedly sided with the Navy. It appeared the truth was indeed as dire as it seemed. This king had somehow infiltrated Rubeck Island, eliminating bounty hunters and his subordinates, all while brazenly selecting the venue of Seagull Island for his actions. Such bizarre behavior was evidently intentional. Hawkins, maintaining a poker face, retrieved a deck of tarot cards and began his divination. The Navy. Drake exclaimed, leaping down from the third floor, his gaze incredulous as he regarded Hobodi. Under the secret orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he believed he was the sole undercover agent. How had another ally emerged? Are you from headquarters? However, what met X? Drake was a human hand, catching him off guard. As the hand clenched tightly, he sensed an ominous surge of power and, realizing the imminent danger, his expression shifted as he prepared to evade. Hobodi offered no opportunity for evasion. His fist, propelled with full force, struck Drake's face with a resounding thud, the air vibrating violently. In slow motion, Drake's visage contorted as it caved in, his body hurtling several meters away. This blow was evidently far more brutal than the one he had landed on Bellamy of the New Era Pirates. Drake's form crashed through the wall, vanishing from sight outside the auction house. I am not the Navy, Law. Hobodi cast a lingering glance at the distant man in the cotton hat before addressing everyone through a loudspeaker. I am King, here to eliminate all heads of underground forces and nobles to make a name for myself. In other words, you are all my stepping stones. The atmosphere erupted into unprecedented chaos. Stepping stones? What is he talking about? Stammered a trembling noble, utterly bewildered by the sudden upheaval in the auction house, which had seemed perfectly fine merely a minute ago. It began with the Navy aiming their guns at them, followed by their officers seizing a devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries. The New Era pirates attempted to retaliate against the Navy, only to be dispatched by this enigmatic man, who was reportedly a Navy officer but had just eliminated Navy personnel. What was happening? What did it all mean? He noticed several other formidable figures, and it was clear that the auction house was on the brink of turmoil. Quick, flee. They're just scum. Open fire. A disheveled figure appeared at the entrance of the auction house, speaking coldly. One of the officers guarding the entrance, taken aback, exclaimed, Brigadier Drake, thank goodness you're all right. However, his expression swiftly morphed as he surveyed the descending steps of the auction house, directing his blade forward. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. The closest nobles and heads of underground factions at the auction house's exit had no time to speak before their cries echoed, and they fell lifelessly. A corpulent man slumped over in his chair, frantically waving his hands. Wait, Navy, don't kill me. I'm a noble. You can't kill me. Thud. Without hesitation. The moment the rotund man extended his hand, the Navy's sniper team shot directly through his chair, obliterating both it and him, blood splattering everywhere. I was wrong. I should have come to the slave auction. A one-eyed underground leader's pleas were cut short by the frigid gunfire. The carnage was overwhelmingly one-sided. In less than a minute, among the throng of 200, scarcely a quarter remained standing. The gunfire, which had initially been relentless, began to dwindle, leaving fewer than 50 in the auction house, with only a handful daring to show themselves, while others chose to feign death on the ground. Brigadier Drake. We have identified a power user. A Navy soldier pointed towards a golden-haired man calmly playing tarot cards at the entrance. The magician, Hawkins mused, stroking his chin in confusion. He doesn't appear to be a Logia type. He is unharmed despite being shot at, and he continues to play. Indeed, at the center of the stage. Hobodi observed that Hawkins' shirt bore numerous bullet holes, yet no blood flowed from him, his demeanor remarkably unflappable. However, amidst the chaos, Hobodi discerned a pattern. Each time Hawkins was struck, one of those feigning death nearby would inexplicably bleed. Hobodi did not underestimate this individual, who was destined to be one of the worst generations. Damage transfer? What a troublesome ability. Meanwhile, Law had already unfolded his Op no Mi semicircle, enveloping himself and Beppo within it. Whenever a sniper's bullet entered this barrier, it vanished without a trace. Now, only 3 dared to face the Navy, alongside Hobodi, who dodged bullets while observing the green-haired woman, Monet, seated in the front row, still engrossed in her newspaper. I must say, Harold, your stepping stones have all been eliminated by the Navy, Law quipped, feeling a mixture of exasperation and bemusement towards Hobodi. Time and again, he had fallen into the trap set by this man's simplistic statements, which belied a deeper, more complex intent. He had speculated that this man was a member of the Don Quixote family, deliberately masking his true nature. He had also considered that the man might be a Navy operative. Indeed, had that punch not landed, he would have been nearly convinced. Ultimately, the outcome was as Hobodi had initially claimed, merely a guide with no ulterior motive. And in that moment of impulsive folly, Law had uttered a foolish remark. He had certainly overestimated this man. Just a fool seeking fame. Do not worry. The mastermind here is me. My objectives have been accomplished. Even if not, the Navy will take the blame. Won't they? Harold, you really know the Navy well. But do you truly believe yourself to be the primary mastermind? I too wish to make a grand exit before setting sail. Indeed, this commotion, along with the grievances from King for dispatching his subordinates, ensured that he was not the focal point of this event. Hawkins gazed down at the two, raising a card in his hand, suddenly exclaiming in surprise, as if predicting an unfortunate outcome, his expression darkening as he glared at Hobodi. Drake contemplated the three unfazed individuals in the arena, Hawkins, seemingly impervious to sniper fire, Law, with the surgical table of death, and the man on stage, still nursing the lingering pain from the punch he had just received. Among them, two were power users, while the remaining one appeared to have some contingency planned. As evidenced by the bullets at his feet. Prepare the sea-stone handcuffs, Drake commanded urgently. Yes. Ahem, don't you forget there is still one more person here. The secret Navy X-flag dispatched by Admiral Sengoku? Monet, the green-haired woman with wavy locks, finally stood from her chair and turned her gaze. Drake's complexion shifted to one of urgency. Hurry. She is a Logia type, the Snow Woman. Monet's golden eyes narrowed. You know my identity, Brigadier Drake of the Navy. She then swept her gaze across Hobodi on stage, Law and Beppo, and Hawkins at the back. A mocking smile gracing her lips, it seems all the troublesome characters from Minion Island have gathered. As she spoke, an icy breath escaped her lips. The trio of Hobodi, Law, and Hawkins in the auction house felt an unmistakable chill in the air, which had previously held a hint of warmth. Snowflakes began to fall, despite the ceiling above, blanketing the auction house in white within moments. Ultimately, the entire venue transformed into a realm of pristine white snow. During this time, Hobodi, Luo, and Hawkins refrained from taking action. However, the soldiers wielding firearms from the Navy headquarters unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire as Monet enveloped the area in a snowy realm, each bullet striking her form. Her body resembled the very essence of snow. With each bullet that impacted her, a flurry of snowflakes erupted, only to be seamlessly restored in the aftermath. The gunfire persisted in a ceaseless cycle, yet Monet remained unscathed. Elemental transformation? Drake's expression soured as he glanced back. Have the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs not yet arrived? The natural elemental transformation not only troubled Drake, but also cast a grave shadow over the expressions of Hobodi and the others. They understood that the only means to counter a natural elemental user lay in Haki and the Sea Prism Stone, the bane of all Devil Fruit users. Snow Wings. Monet murmured softly, embodying the queen of the snowy world. With her arms outstretched, a vast expanse of white snow swept across the ground, coiling tightly around her arms to form a pair of pristine wings. With a powerful flap of her snow wings, she soared towards the Navy soldiers at the entrance of the auction house, her gaze devoid of emotion, emanating a chilling intent that made the soldiers recoil in fear. A cruel smile graced her lips as she licked them. Shall we engage in a snowball fight? A snowball fight? The Navy soldiers were momentarily taken aback. At that instant, one of her snow wings enveloped her form tightly as she coldly declared, Snow Rabbit. The other wing unfurled, launching a barrage of snowballs resembling rabbits, each one striking the soldiers gathered below with alarming speed and overwhelming numbers, rendering evasion impossible. The screams of the Navy soldiers echoed, reminiscent of the desperate pleas from the auction house's patrons moments before. What appeared to be innocent snow rabbits raining down concealed their true nature, fierce and bloodthirsty. At the entrance of the auction house, the tightly clustered soldiers fell one by one, the pristine snow now stained crimson with blood. Drake knelt on the ground. Two gaping wounds punctured his back and calf, blood gushing forth. Is she still alive? He gritted through clenched teeth. Monet cast him a sidelong glance, her expression indifferent. Given your state, it seems you won't be escaping any time soon. Allow me to deal with the three of them first, and then I shall attend to you. Turning towards Hawkins, Luo, and Hobodi, she wore a grimace that starkly contrasted her previous smile. Only the three of you remain. There is no forgiveness for your audacity in disrupting the auction and slaying the patrons. The likelihood of a direct combat defeat stood at 100. With a 57 chance of evading battle, a mere 37 survival rate, and a 0 chance of escape. In other words, there was only a 50-50 chance of survival. Hawkins, clutching his tarot cards, muttered to himself, his expression inscrutable. Hey, Harold. Seeing Monet's overwhelming strength, Luo couldn't help but glance back in urgency. Despite their mutual readiness to betray one another at any moment, the tension in their voices never waned. Yet, they were compelled to maintain the facade of an alliance in this critical juncture. Hobodi raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Do not look to me. I am equally powerless against the forces of nature. Hawkins, might you assist me in calculating? With an air of grace, Hawkins sat elegantly in the snow, his golden hair cascading down as he glanced up at Hobodi with mild surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, certainly. Then, Hawkins settled into the snow, deftly shuffling the tarot cards, ultimately drawing for King. Your probability of victory in direct combat stands at 12, your evasion rate at 88, your survival rate at 70, and your escape rate from battle is a perfect 100. As he concluded, Hawkins's voice gradually softened. The masked man known as King perceived that his statistics surpassed those of Hobodi by a considerable margin. And the final escape rate indicated not only his superiority but also that he possessed a definitive advantage in evasion at that very moment. It appears my statistics are quite commendable, he mused. But what does that signify? The green-haired woman inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Hobodi chuckled. This signifies your beauty. And I cannot bring myself to harm you. Hey, Law retorted. Harold, take this seriously. I am being serious, Hobodi replied nonchalantly, gazing at the doorway with a somber expression. At this rate, he might truly find himself in peril here. However, with that weakness, there should still be a chance for a fight, right? To be cautious. It would be wise to prolong this, wearing the woman down before I make my move. Monet, upon hearing Hobodi's words, momentarily froze, speechless, before turning away. The next instant, a scene unfolded that left Law and Hawkins astounded. As Monet turned back, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, and she shyly averted her gaze, softly murmuring, I am Monet. Why are you so easily flattered? Law couldn't help but exclaim, recalling the brutal image of carnage moments prior. Such a reaction was anticipated by Hobodi. He had witnessed Monet after the Punk Hazard arc and knew that compliments brought her joy, eliciting such expressions. Reminiscent of the times when Sanji from the Straw Hat crew and the Navy G5 had similarly distracted her in the heat of battle, Law's remarks made Hobodi sigh repeatedly. You're truly something. I finally managed to delay her for a few seconds, and you just had to jolt her back to reality. This is pointless, Law huffed in dissatisfaction. Monet regained her composure, swiftly masking her shyness, her expression darkening as she glared at Hobodi. Are you underestimating me? Then, her gaze shifted to Law. Her eyes locking onto him like a predator eyeing its prey. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Although the auction has been ruined and returning to Dressrosa means punishment from the young master, if I take you three with me, particularly you, Dr. Hart. Or should I say Trafalgar Law? Law's expression darkened. Have you been discovered? Monet pointed her snowy white finger at Hobodi. I heard your entire conversation with him. The young master has informed me of the conditions for your Opopnomi abilities, and the technique you just executed was undoubtedly a manifestation of that power. The young master values you, Trafalgar Law, so let us commence. What a jest. I shall never forgive his room. Law initiated the attack. Enveloping himself and Monet within a semicircular barrier, swiftly drawing his sword and slashing forward. In an instant, Monet's form was cleaved in two. However, the severed halves quickly dissipated into a pool of white snow. Witnessing this, Law's expression turned sour as he murmured, indeed, without Haki, I stand no chance against a Logia user. As he spoke, a mere 10 meters ahead, just as he had predicted, the pool of snow began to coalesce unnaturally. And Monet's figure reappeared, unscathed. If only we had Seastone, it might be our turning point. Hawkins, who remained calm while playing with his tarot cards, glanced towards the doorway, where Drake lay on the ground with a complex expression. Seastone, is that what you were counting on? I will not allow you to succeed. Monet spread her wings, summoning a snowstorm at the auction house entrance, hurling Drake across the room and crashing him violently against the opposite wall. Dome of snow. A thick wall of snow instantaneously obstructed the doorway, delivering a final blow of despair to the four within. Hawkins, you bastard! Drake shouted from the ground, his body gradually healing the gaping wound inflicted by his Zoan-type devil fruit. Hawkins remarked expressionlessly, even without my reminder. Your subordinates would be powerless against her even if they wielded sea prism stone handcuffs. She is not a puppet to meekly submit to your restraints. Monet, in agreement, uttered a phrase, her silhouette soaring through the air, promptly diving towards Law. Room is ineffective. Monet disregarded Law's surgical fruit semicircle and ventured inside. In the slaughterhouse, Monet's form was abruptly severed at the waist, crashing to the ground. Before Monet could fully elementalize, Law's hands executed a series of peculiar gestures. The side of Monet's severed halves floated in the air, bizarrely reassembling themselves. The upper body lay in the snow, while the lower half hovered above her head, converging instantly. What a discourtesy towards a lady, Monet remarked with an impassive expression. Upon concluding her statement, her entire form dissipated into a mound of white snow, only to reappear before Law in her original stance. Still ineffective? Law scoffed, only to see Monet's entire being merge into the snowy ground, transforming the surface into a blade-like snow shard reminiscent of a shark's dorsal fin, surging towards him. Not good. Law's expression shifted as he glanced down, swiftly leaping backward to widen the distance from the snow blade. What is not good? A languid voice resonated from behind Law, causing him to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. When he turned back, the snow blade had vanished without a trace. Demon manifestation. Monet pivoted to see an enormous scarecrow, brandishing a 5-inch nail aimed at her from behind. Instinctively sensing a malevolent force emanating from the nail, her expression altered slightly. Monet immediately opted for elementalization, her body scattering into a pile of white snow upon landing. Master Bazel, what is this? Law questioned, bewildered, equally astonished by the colossal scarecrow before him. Hawkins, with his naturally expressionless visage, resembled a mere scarecrow, his monotonous voice escaping his lips, regardless of our previous intentions. Unity is now paramount. We cannot allow this woman to vanquish us one by one. Luo nodded in agreement, then turned to Hobodi. Harold, you share this sentiment, do you not? Hobodi shook his head, stating, I initially intended to eliminate everyone at once. Aside from you, Ro. The demise of Hawkins and everyone here would be advantageous for us. Did you not desire a bounty of 100 million berries at the outset? The death of the Marine Headquarters Brigadier General, Don Quixote, and the nobles of the North Sea would certainly enhance our bounty. What do you mean? Ro's expression darkened. This is not the time to cling to previous objectives, is it? You have witnessed the elemental transformation of the natural system. If we do not join forces, we will both fall victim to this woman. I beg to differ. Without Seastone or identifying her weakness, our cooperation would hold little significance. You dare utter such words, King. Had it not been for your ambush, I would have already shackled this woman with Seastone handcuffs. Drake slowly rose from the ground, crouching and glaring at Hobodi on stage. Ah, are you two embroiled in internal strife? X-Flag Drake smirked. It is rumored that you possess the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Your recovery from my attack is remarkably swift, indeed. In that case, I cannot allow you to continue recuperating. Do you truly believe your arrival in the North Sea was merely at the command of the Warlord? The command of the Warlord? What do you mean? Drake's face displayed confusion. Blade of the Flesh, Monet sneered wickedly. Suddenly, the right wing of her snow wings hardened, transforming the feathers into blades of ice and snow. Listening as they surged towards Drake. What? Drake's eyes widened in shock, filled with confusion from Monet's earlier words. By the time he attempted to defend himself, it was already too late. A streak of white blades sliced through the air. Damn it, if I had just a little more time to recover. Drake seethed internally, having already succumbed to two such ambushes. With a sharp sound, a massive X-shaped wound was carved into Drake's chest. He let out a piercing scream as excruciating pain and coldness engulfed him, leading to spasms before he collapsed in the snow, his vision fading to white. The Marine Headquarters Brigadier General appears to be rather insignificant after all. With the first already eliminated, Monet turned her gaze towards Ro and Hawkins. Damn, Ro cursed, casting an irritated glare at Hobodi, then quickly forming a semicircle. Room. Struggling in vain? Beppo, Ro called out. In the snow. A white bear suddenly sat up from feigning death, looking around at the pristine white surroundings with a naive expression. Have I returned to my homeland? Prepare for battle. Yes, Captain. Beppo surveyed the area. Upon spotting Monet high above, he swiftly dashed into Ro's circle. Slaughterhouse. Ro crossed his fingers, and Beppo's body, encircled by the surgical fruit's power, abruptly exchanged places with a flurry of snowflakes, ready to attack. Ah. Beppo kicked towards Monet's shoulder, but the moment the white bear appeared before her, she had no time to react, and with a startled cry, her entire body plummeted into the snow. Did I actually hit her? Hawkins exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding. It seems there is still a chance. Trafalgar, if your ability allows you to strike before she elementalizes, then perhaps you should consider my approach. My 5-inch nails will ensure she stands no chance if they hit her physical form. That bear's kick alone won't suffice to render her unconscious. Hawkins stood beside Ro, speaking nonchalantly. Ro scoffed. Can you fully trust me? If this technique cannot be executed with absolute confidence, it might very well lead to your demise. Just considering the reaction speed, I am confident. Hawkins, resembling a giant scarecrow, stepped into Ro's circle. In the distance, Monet, clutching her pristine arm marred by claw marks, rose from the ground. Her disheveled hair obscured one eye, and her expression darkened ominously. Having already disrupted the auction venue today, she could not afford to fail again. Do not be too arrogant. I am merely toying with you before you grow too complacent. No one can escape from here. Ah. Beppo leaped forward once more, aiming a kick at Monet. Get back. Monet's snow wings transformed into a colossal hammer, and Beppo, emerging from one direction, was struck down into the snow with a resounding thud. Forgive me, Beppo. He lay in the snow, his eyes glazed over as he lost consciousness. Beppo, at this moment, rather than worry about others, one should prioritize their own safety. Monet's icy voice echoed, causing Ro and Hawkins to look up swiftly. Before them loomed a multitude of solidified snow spikes, having already prepared to blanket the ceiling of the auction house. Snowfall. As the command fell, the snow spikes cascaded down. Ro's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly formed a semicircle. Room. Within the semicircle, Ro and Hawkins exchanged places with two snowflakes, reappearing near the entrance of the auction house. Ro crouched down, breathing heavily, glancing back. We cannot continue like this. We will be drained of stamina. Hawkins, do you have confidence in breaking through this snow barrier? Hawkins gazed at Luo, inquiring, do you intend for me to procure the Seastone handcuffs? Luo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am here to buy you time. You go and retrieve the Seastone handcuffs. With my abilities, I can bring Babwa close to her in an instant. Once her powers are restrained, our chances of victory will significantly improve. After a moment of contemplation, Hawkins nodded in response, then looked at Luo with a puzzled expression. My purpose for coming to this auction house is to consume all the powers within, including yours. And what about you? You have been lurking as a physician on Haiyan Island. What brings you here? Luo, with a nostalgic look in his eyes as if traversing through time, quickly regained his composure. I have come to take control of this place, to make the Don Quixote family aware that I am their eternal nightmare. Are you one of the survivors from Minion Island 9 years ago? Hawkins speculated but wisely refrained from pressing further, turning away instead. Standing before the solid snow wall, Hawkins gripped a 5-inch nail, an ominous aura emanating from him. He raised the arm of the scarecrow high. Foolish. Just as Hawkins extended his arm to shatter the snow wall, it suddenly erupted with massive snow spikes that pierced through his body. Gurgling, Hawkins leaned forward, spewing blood onto the snow wall, two small straw puppets falling from his form. Soon after, his body collapsed, lifeless. Basil, Luo shouted in disbelief. Your words are quite amusing. Luo, I wonder how the young master will react upon hearing them. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. After all, your abilities have indeed slowed down. In the domed snow house, Monet, with an icy demeanor, manipulated the snow wall at the entrance, causing it to protrude with several imposing snow spikes, much like Hawkins had. Countless snow spikes relentlessly pierced through Luo's entire body. Although, under Monet's deliberate control, none struck a fatal blow, the relentless agony forced Luo to crouch. Unable to suppress his agonized cries, his focus faltered, the half-open dome of his surgical fruit vanished into thin air. Ultimately, Luo found himself too weak to even scream. Collapsing onto the ground, blood staining the snow around him. His gaze drifted to the man on stage, shrouded in mystery. Harold, who are you? Why do you not make your move? Indeed, you are a Don Quixote. Luo roared. Fool, it is impossible. Once I chose you, it was destined that you would stand opposed to Doflamingo. You should rest for a while, Luo. I wish to converse with this exquisite beauty. Luo's fading consciousness caught the condescending tone in that final remark. Moments later, with a loud thud, a mask fell onto the wooden stage, revealing the man beneath it. Yet, the hazy image before him did not allow Luo to fully discern the face. Have you finally been unable to restrain yourself? Monet turned, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on the man before him. Once the mask was removed, the man known as King showcased his unruly pink hair parted down the middle, a scar gracing his visage, and as he cast aside his denim jacket, his bronzed skin was revealed. This is my true face, one that even Luo has never seen. Now, it is just the two of us. Do you understand what it means to let you see me? I traveled to the North Sea and even killed my own self to conceal my identity. Monet, devoid of emotion, replied. I have no interest in your body. Indeed, an outsider. No wonder his identity remained elusive after he dismantled our family stronghold, Monet mused inwardly. His eyes darting as he inquired of Hobodi, what is your objective? Hobodi failed to hear the words he had anticipated, yet his expression remained unfazed. He then stated, have I not achieved my objective? It was merely to ensure that the identity of King gained notoriety within the underground black market. Oh? A hint of surprise flickered across Monet's face. Choosing our family for such a purpose cannot be mere coincidence, can it? Naturally, for this is the territory of the Joker, an intermediary of the underground forces, or rather, the domain of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. To gain fame, there is no better place than here. At this revelation, Monet's expression shifted dramatically. How did you come by this information? Did law inform you? No. I have been aware since the very beginning, Hobodi replied, a smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Monet's smile also emerged, though hers bore a cruel edge. Regardless of who you are, now that you are aware of the young master's other identity, you cannot be allowed to live. It seems that keeping you until the end indeed brings surprises. You claim I was kept until the end? Hobodi scoffed, shaking his head. On the contrary, it is I who has kept you for last. Monet's eyes narrowed in confusion. In an unexpected turn, Hobodi stood firm and suddenly tore apart his clothing, revealing his muscular physique, utterly bare. Monet's face darkened, and she turned her head away, spitting in disdain. You vile man. No, Hobodi countered. It was bound to be revealed eventually, and you have misunderstood my earlier words. As Hobodi's knees bent, the wooden stage creaked ominously beneath him. With a resounding thud, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, propelling himself forward. His right hand transformed into a dragon's claw, immediately enveloped by a miniature whirlwind that spun relentlessly around it. Monet's pupils constricted momentarily before relaxing into a disdainful smile. A power wielder? What of it? Charging directly at a nature elemental is truly foolish, he mused. Foolish or not, this is merely an appetizer. Do savor the experience. Hobodi leaned in towards Monet, his pink claw transforming into a dragon's talon, suddenly turning crimson, as a wisp of warmth ascended in the otherwise pristine white expanse. In that instant, Monet's expression shifted drastically, a dome-shaped snow house. With a resounding crash, the partially erected walls of the dome were obliterated by Hobodi's formidable form as the talon pierced Monet's shoulder. No blood was shed, yet a flicker of anguish crossed Monet's face. As Hobodi collided into her, she swiftly employed her elemental transformation, becoming a puddle of snow. What now? Monet re-emerged a dozen meters away from Hobodi, clutching the slowly converging void on her shoulder, her countenance marked by confusion and bewilderment. Was it mere coincidence? She murmured softly. After a brief span of 10 breaths, the gaping wound on her shoulder knitted itself with snow, and upon gazing back at Hobodi, a hint of trepidation graced her features. Ah, the feast is about to commence. Hobodi stood unclad in the snow, as a tempest began to swirl beneath him, enveloping his entire being in a whirlwind of motion. The fierce winds produced a resonant clang, akin to metal striking metal. Wind? Monet pondered, perplexed by Hobodi's seemingly self-destructive maneuver. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hobodi's form vanished, his golden pupils contracting, as he immediately dissipated into the snow. Isn't he avoiding confrontation? Hobodi's figure suddenly materialized where Monet had stood, glancing down and remarking. You shouldn't be so casual about observing my assets. At that moment, Monet, hidden beneath the snow, froze in shock. However, rather than being provoked into action, she remained observant, scrutinizing Hobodi's body above her and discerning a piece of information that boded ill for her. Every muscle in her body tensed, and she realized that the rotational force of the wind was heating his body. It was no coincidence. This man was aware of her vulnerability. Monet murmured to herself, recognizing that a nature-type ability wielder, lacking mastery over will or the energy of the sea, like sea stone, was akin to being invincible. This, however, is a misconception about ability wielders in the world. Even among nature types, there exist counterbalancing forces. For instance, sand cannot thrive against water, rendering a sand-based wielder powerless in the presence of water, as sand inherently absorbs moisture. Monet's predicament mirrored that of sand against water. Her ability, snow, could be seen as a superior force within the realm of nature, yet the element of high heat completely countered her power. This scoundrel had shed his garments to ensure his body remained perpetually enveloped in the whirlwind, generating the heat necessary to counter her. Elemental transformation could no longer serve her. In terms of raw physical strength, she was at a disadvantage. However, if she were to harness the power of snow, hidden beneath the snow, Monet commanded the forces of her element. Above her, Hobodi witnessed snowflakes coalescing into sharp blades, forming lethal daggers. Snowstorm, if you don't emerge, you cannot defeat me, Hobodi declared, yet the blades continued their descent, unrelenting, aimed directly at his form. Hobodi shook his head, dispelling the whirlwind that enveloped his body. Ignoring the blades of ice hovering above, and addressed the hidden Monet beneath his feet. Let despair over your own abilities consume you. The sound of icy blades striking his form echoed like steel clashing, a cacophony of shattering weapons resonating from his head, neck, and other parts of his body. This was an opportunity. Monet, concealed within the snow, observed as Hobodi released the vortex surrounding him and swiftly emerged from behind. She unfurled her wings, enveloping Hobodi entirely in a shroud of snow, siphoning away his heat. Foolish man, perish in this frigid embrace. Monet swiftly ensnared Hobodi's neck with her hands, the chill emanating from her body enveloping him completely. Visibly, a layer of snow began to accumulate over Hobodi, his skin turning a deep crimson from the cold. Yet, not a trace of anguish marred his expression. Is this your backup plan? As for heat, I possess an abundance. The soft murmur startled Monet. Suddenly, she witnessed the snow cascading from Hobodi's body, transforming into droplets of warm water that fell onto the snow below. Monet, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? You did not use wind to heat your body. How can you evaporate my snow?" Skin upon skin, Monet felt the rising warmth from Hobodi's body, compelling her to release her grip around his neck. If she continued to embrace him, as snow, she would surely melt. Nothing is impossible. From the moment I consumed the devil fruit, my body underwent a transformation. Hobodi, glancing at Monet with curiosity, continued, "An old sailor once told me that the sweat from my body could incite desires in men. Why do you show no reaction? Is it the power of the devil fruit that grants you this thermal constitution? How repugnant." Monet's complexion flushed with the heat radiating from Hobodi, prompting her to retreat several meters, flapping her wings to hover in the air, dispersing the cold around her. "You will come to enjoy it soon enough." Hobodi scoffed, and in an instant, a tempest surged around him, enveloping his form once more as one hand transformed into a dragon's claw, lashing out toward Monet in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Hobodi appeared before her, his dragon claw striking her left chest with tremendous force, creating a splash of snow. Pain edged across Monet's face as she desperately sought to elementalize, her hair beginning to disintegrate. Hobodi, with a swift motion, struck once more at the right side of Monet's chest, indulging in his malicious amusement as two pronounced cavities formed upon her bosom. Following that, Hobodi unleashed a barrage of attacks targeting various parts of Monet's body, her shoulders, abdomen, and legs. Each strike resulted in a cascade of snowflakes, yet upon Monet's reconstitution, she would discover that the area subjected to thermal assault healed at an excruciatingly slow pace. And even upon recovery, they would throb with pain. Though the heat effectively restrained Monet, the embodiment of snow, Hobodi's assaults were not entirely capable of bypassing her snowy form to directly impact her corporeal existence. The suppression of snow relied predominantly on high temperatures, and Hobodi's current ability to maintain such heat through the friction of iron blocks in the tempest was limited. Had he possessed the mastery of flames or lightning at a higher temperature, his attacks against Monet would have been akin to directly incinerating her physical form, rendering his current tactics unnecessary. Presently, Hobodi's onslaught served more as a means of suppression rather than outright domination. As he witnessed the snowman disintegrate into an unrecognizable heap upon the ground, Hobodi realized that Monet had retreated once more. A few meters behind him, amidst the snow, a green-haired woman, her lips stained with blood, sat on the ground, glaring furiously at Hobodi's retreating figure. Suddenly, a massive snow cone erupted from beneath Hobodi's feet, rising abruptly between his legs. In that instant, he instinctively halted the thought of using an iron block. "I dare not test this with my own manhood," Hobodi thought grimly, quickly leaping several meters away from the snowy ground. Yet again, as he had barely regained his footing, another snow cone thrust upward between his legs. Hobodi cast a dark glance towards Monet, still seated on the ground not far away, his expression as grim as charcoal. "Enough. Hobodi deftly harnessed the wind beneath his feet to dive, leaping before Monet, and with a swift strike, pierced her shoulder with a claw. A splash of crimson erupted. This time, Hobodi had indeed struck her corporeal form. Monet gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground, her golden pupils reflecting nothing but intense animosity towards Hobodi. Surrender. Hobodi gazed calmly at her. From the moment you discovered that I was aware of your vulnerabilities, you should have comprehended that victory was beyond your grasp. Monet's expression shifted to an enigmatic smile. Even so, should there remain a sliver of chance to wound you, I shall strive to eliminate you for the sake of my master. Icicle strike. Hobodi's expression darkened as he unleashed his dragon-like claws, swiftly forming a fist that struck Monet's body with formidable force. She was sent flying several meters, struggling to rise in a state of disarray. Gazing at the man before her, she found herself utterly drained of energy, having previously vanquished Drake, Rowe, and Hawkins. The exertion of summoning a snowfall to dominate the entire auction house had already depleted much of her stamina. The pain from the consecutive blows inflicted by this man had rendered her strength utterly insufficient. The repeated strikes she endured served as irrefutable evidence of her plight. Now, even her attempts to evade these easily avoidable attacks were mere remnants of her former prowess. She recognized the futility of her efforts to land a hit. Enough, she thought. Since you can no longer elementalize, it would be wise to concede your defeat sooner rather than later. Are you not going to kill me? Monet queried. Confusion etched across her features. In her moment of vulnerability, this man had the capacity to deliver a lethal blow with just a single strike. Yet he refrained from doing so. Was it a reflection of his inability to harm a woman that stemmed from a misguided sense of chivalry? Monet scoffed at the notion. Hobodi shook his head. I am not a warrior, gentleman, or knight. The only reason I spare your life is due to your value to me, as I mentioned before. In the North Sea, I have revealed my true visage only to you. So what? I am in need of a secretary, and you possess that capability. Hobodi articulated his intentions clearly. Indeed, for years hence, Monet served as Caesar's secretary during the Punk Hazard arc, only to meet her end at his hands. Hobodi was indifferent to Monet's past. His familiarity with her was the sole reason for his interest, much like his alliance with Law. Despite knowing him to be a treacherous character skilled in deception, Monet chuckled, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Well, I appreciate your regard for me. You stand opposed to my master, and thus, I shall not serve you. Moreover, having been defeated by you today, even if I were to return to Dressrosa, my life would be forfeit. My master would annihilate me. Go ahead and kill me. I am Monet of the Don Quixote family. For the sake of my family, I am willing to die. Are you saying you would rather perish for Doflamingo than become my secretary? Hobodi's expression soured. Indeed, she replied. To be honest, you are rather pitiable. Hobodi stepped forward to the front row of the stage, cleared a patch of snow, and pulled out a man with a chestnut hairstyle, stripping him of his clothing to don for himself. He then returned to Monet's side, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable emotion. Do not attempt to strike. It is futile. Hobodi remarked, noticing her subtle movements with a scoff. I have gleaned some insights about you through various channels. My psychological analysis suggests that you habitually linger behind the strong, displaying a tendency to lick your lips, never engaging in profound conversation, adept at knowing when to advance and retreat. Hobodi had yet to finish his words when Monet's hand, which had been tightly gripping the snow, relaxed in preparation for an attack, a flicker of joy appearing on his face, leaving Hobodi somewhat speechless. Once again, this was the reaction. Hobodi continued, that habit signifies that you may have encountered adverse experiences in your childhood, yearning for a formidable protector. Thus, you find yourself in the position of a weak individual. You refrain from delving deeply into others' topics, merely skimming the surface with your opinions, which reveals your inner fear of rejection, the dread of being abandoned by the hero who could transform your life. You are timid and insecure. Furthermore, your possessiveness over children is not solely based on commands. It is primarily an attempt to alter your own unfortunate experiences, casting yourself in the role of the savior of your younger self. Such enlightening words undoubtedly stirred something within Monet. However, despite this, she remained unmoved by Hobodi's insights. And then, Monet pondered, uncertain of how this man had gleaned so much about her. His conjectures closely mirrored her own experiences. As for the matters concerning children, she was somewhat perplexed. She had not lived through such events. Surely, the one who should change your adverse experiences is Doflamingo, correct? In the original manga, SBS, Monet endured a miserable existence after the Battle of Minion Island before being taken in by Doflamingo. Hobodi perceived a flicker of shock in Monet's eyes and remarked, thus, for the hero in your heart, even to the point of death, you would willingly sacrifice yourself. What a novel hypothesis. Yet, what is inherently wrong with such an action? As for being your secretary, you ought to relinquish that notion. Monet had lost her interest. She recognized that this man's words were merely a prelude to the role of secretary. Should she allow him to continue? She feared that the very pillars of her resolve would crumble. You speak of dying for family? That is truly tragic. Although I am unaware of the nature of Doflamingo, failure of a mission results in obliteration, which is no way to treat one's family. This is merely your subjective judgment. The Don Quixote family is no ordinary household. We possess our own family creed, and under the premise of fulfilling the young master's aspirations, these tenets are indispensable. We willingly sacrifice ourselves for the young master's ideals. Since you have chosen not to kill me if you grant me my life, I shall return to the new world and await my fate." With that, Monet prepared to rise. Hobodi kicked her into the snow, stating, "Do not push your luck. I never agreed to let you leave. Foolish woman, Dofulaiming saved you and granted you peace, and I cannot argue with your willingness to die for him. However, you are now in my grasp, and you must become my secretary. There is no room for opposition, do you understand?" An intangible force emanated from Hobodi, causing Monet to feel a chill penetrate her heart. Her mind momentarily stalled before returning to normal, leaving her bewildered. She, being snow, should not feel cold. Why did she just? Monet gazed at the man in shock and immediately buried her head in the snow, fearing that her murderous intent might be revealed. That power, though still faint, was unmistakable. I must find an opportunity to eliminate this man. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival to the young master in the future. This thought consumed her mind entirely. Having made a secret determination, Monet temporarily set aside her intent to kill, lying in the snow to gradually regain her strength, waiting for Hobodi to let his guard down to deliver a fatal blow. "What's wrong? Are you weeping on the ground?" Hobodi continued, "But knowing you, such emotion should not be present. Regardless, this is how it is. I have countless methods to make you submit and become my secretary." Hobodi spoke with conviction. In a past life as a mercenary, he had often been tasked with gathering intelligence, learning various interrogation and brainwashing techniques from his peers when faced with obstinate hostages. To Hobodi, Monet was a product of Dofulaiming's brainwashing. She clung to her own ideological pillars, and he was certain she would not absorb his words. Yet, those words were not meaningless. The seeds had been sown. Once her ideological foundation was shattered, such a psychologically fragile person would be easily manipulated. He had witnessed countless examples of this type among young soldiers and assassins in his previous life. Of course, if Monet still refused to yield, he would have no choice but to dispose of her. Despite her talents, the world was vast, and he believed he could find another equally capable individual. "To prevent you from making another move, I will go find the Hylu stone handcuffs. Do not attempt to escape." As he spoke, Hobodi turned his back to Monet and walked toward the door, punching through the wall of the domed snow hut, opening the entrance to the auction hall. Hobodi glanced at the two worst generations lying on the ground, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Truly, you are kindred spirits in misfortune." As for the sea stone, Monet, who lay in the snow, felt her expression shift slightly. She could not allow him to obtain the sea stone. Raising her gaze, she focused on Hobodi's receding figure, her green hair obscuring her eyes. "Although my strength has not yet returned to its peak, at this distance, with my most powerful technique, and he is facing away from me." Taking a deep breath, the falling snowflakes in the auction hall ceased, and the surrounding air began to warm, causing the white snow to start melting into water. At this moment, Monet had absorbed all the lingering chill into her being, preparing for her most formidable strike. In less than a breath, she suddenly opened her mouth and unleashed a gray whirlwind towards Hobodi's direction. Blizzard. Yambuki Ice Shroud. A frigid gust akin to the breath of the underworld swept across the auction hall, instantly engulfing Hobodi's silhouette. The whirlwind spun violently, gradually combining the frigid air with moisture, forming blades of ice within. Athe. The cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the tempest. Monet watched as crimson blood splattered from the whirlwind, a smile finally breaking through her pale countenance. "For the sake of the young master, it would be best for someone of your caliber to vanish swiftly. My apologies." "Nameless man," Monet murmured to herself, feeling a sense of relief as she lay in the snow, gasping for breath. That last strike had drained her significantly. This should suffice. Now I just need to rest for a moment before hurrying back to Dressrosa. As she spoke, Monet laboriously reached into her bosom to retrieve a transponder snail, dialing a number. Before long, the transponder snail, adorned with sunglasses, wore a wicked smile, and a man's voice emerged from the other end. "What is it, Monet? If I'm not mistaken, the auction has just concluded, hasn't it? Are you preparing to set sail? How much profit did this auction in the North Sea yield? What was the final bid for that little Grimbeat tribe and the devil fruit?" The young master Monet interrupted the transponder snail, weakly stating, "Apologies, the auction has been terminated." The snail's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a somber tone. "Hey, Monet, I previously sent you intel about that Drake from the Navy headquarters. With the power of the natural type I entrusted to you, you shouldn't have been thwarted by him, right?" "No, it's not just Drake. There are others, the mysterious Man King, the descendant of the former lord of Rubeck Island, Basil Hawkins, and Trafalgar Law." "What? You mean Law?" "Yes. The Navy executed all the guests here, but I have already dealt with the Navy as well. Hawkins, King, Drake, and Trafalgar Law have all been defeated by me. Executed. All of them. How could you let this happen? All those nobles were gunned down?" A roar erupted from the other end of the line. Monet muttered a single word. "Yes. Enough. Since things have reached this point, we have no choice. Let go of the North Sea auction. If you can capture that Law kid, it could redeem your failures. Bring Law and the profits from the North Sea auction back to Dressrosa swiftly. If you mess this up again, you might as well hand over your position to some lowlife like Bellamy, understood? Hey, don't speak for me. My spoils and allies are not for you to claim." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation between Monet and her subordinate. Turning her head, Monet beheld a man in a suit with a top hat. Upon recognizing the familiar face, her pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Disbelief etched on her pallid visage. How is this possible? Aren't you dead? I have long been wary of your type, prepared for such a contingency. So, who was the person I killed? That person? A noble who had been feigning death and whom I discovered. I used him as a shield when you attacked. During your focused conversation, I also took care of the other pretenders, both those who were merely playing dead and those who truly expired. Now only Drake and Hawkins remain. And they should be regaining consciousness soon. Monet's face betrayed her incredulity, her eyes now reflecting utter despair. Hobodi forcefully pushed Monet aside and seized her phone bug, inquiring, "Are you Doflamingo?" The phone bug's small face immediately turned sullen. "Who are you?" "I am King," Hobodi declared, revealing his alias within the underworld. "King? The one Monet just mentioned? You're still alive?" So, everything Monet said was a lie? Not entirely. However, Drake, Hawkins, and Roma are on the verge of awakening. The phone bug's expression tightened, clearly indicating that Doflamingo on the other end was not pleased. After a few moments, Doflamingo regained his composure and asked, "So, you are king? What is your purpose for targeting my auction house?" "To make a name for myself. And just so you know, the clown you mentioned, Bellamy, was swiftly eliminated by me." "Heh, what an arrogant brat. Though I do not know who you are, the fact that you chose the name King means you were intentionally challenging me, correct? What are the odds that both the King and the Joker would choose names from a deck of cards? I may not be able to defeat you now, but perhaps in a couple of years." The phone bug fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something. After what felt like an eternity, Doflamingo's voice reemerged. "King, would you be interested in making a deal?" "I'm listening. You hand over Monet and Roma, and in exchange, I will overlook the incident at the North Sea auction house. All the wealth, including the devil fruits and weapons, will be yours." "That's acceptable, but can we leave Monet out of it? She nearly killed me just now. I desire my revenge." Hobodi wore a malicious grin as he glanced at the unconscious Monet. Doflamingo pondered again, then replied, "Monet, are you listening?" "Yes, master." Monet responded with a smile. "You understand how vital Roma is to me, don't you? You are currently a captive, and I must apologize. But Sugar will be well taken care of." Monet's expression remained blank. She recognized that the man's words were deliberately mocking her master. Yet, due to his earlier statements, she was curious about her significance in her master's eyes and refrained from stopping him. As expected, the outcome was as disheartening as anticipated, apart from disappointment. She felt little else. Gazing at the ceiling, she reminisced about the day 9 years ago when she and her 9-year-old sister, Sugar, were rescued by their master on this very island. Monet held no grievances. Without her master, she should have perished long ago or lived a life devoid of color. "So, King, I hope you will honor your promise." The voice of her master interrupted Monet's reverie. "Why?" Hobodi chuckled as he shattered Monet's pillar of faith with mere words. Seeing the despondent expression on her face brought him unexpected joy, leading him to doubt whether his presence in this world had twisted his nature. Of course, Hobodi was more inclined to believe that his secretary had furthered his means. "Hey, are you playing me for a fool?" In the kingdom of Dressrosa, filled with love and passion, Doflamingo's face betrayed his impatience. He understood that his recent words would sow distrust in Monet. However, one Monet was not worth his agitation. Although his subordinates were akin to family, to achieve his goals, they had all pledged to join him, vowing to die willingly for him. As long as he reached the pinnacle, their deaths would be justified. He was perturbed by Law, that reckless boy from 12 years ago, who had consumed the Ope no Mi, the fruit he coveted for so long, the only one capable of wielding the power of immortality. He must possess that boy. "I was merely jesting. It seems I overestimated you, assuming you could manipulate family ties to subdue Monet and her companions. Just a single jest revealed your true nature. You are inferior to the gluttonous merchants from my original world, who know how to turn their subordinates to their advantage while counting their profits. It seems you can only play at brainwashing. Bastard. My apologies, but I must kill your family, Monet. Yet, you won't feel any pain." Law's words foretold a day when they would meet in battle. Farewell. Click. The phone bug was abruptly severed. Doflamingo could no longer contain his fury and smashed the phone bug into the floor, shattering it into pieces. "What happened, master?" A man in a yellow robe with prominent teeth entered, looking astonished. "Buffalo, you arrived just in time. The North Sea auction house has been overturned, and Monet should be dead. The assailants were King, Hawkins, Drake, and Law. Go inform those in the underworld to investigate and issue a bounty. 100 million berries for Law and the man named King, alive and brought before me. For the others, 50 million. Monet has been eliminated? Buffalo exclaimed in shock. "Leave now, Buffalo. I desire solitude." After hanging up the phone, Hobodi, with gloved hands adorned in white, approached Monet and slowly clasped the sea-stone handcuffs onto her wrists. "In the heart of your young master, you are already deceased. Now, serve me." Silence enveloped the air. "No words? Very well. In a few days, once you grasp my methods, you shall speak." Monet remained mute, and Hobodi, disinterested in further trivialities, turned to the still unconscious Drake, fastening the sea-stone cuffs onto him. Drake, having regained consciousness, struggled momentarily but could not escape Hobodi's grasp. Next, Hobodi approached Rowe and Hawkins, preparing to crouch down when his expression shifted in surprise. Do not aim that at me, Harold, Roe exclaimed, awakening as an air sphere floated beneath his palm. Roe, that is intended for Hawkins. You are my ally. Roe dismissed such deceitful claims, his countenance darkening as he observed the triple-layered white gloves on Hobodi's hands. You schemed for the Navy to possess sea stone. That's why you requested the gloves. Isn't it? Just in case. Yet, I never anticipated that Drake would be so feeble, getting eliminated twice. Such a fellow is a brigadier general. From a distance, Drake erupted in curses. Had it not been for your deliberate, nonsensical distractions, I wouldn't have succumbed to you. He shot an irritated glance at Hobodi and Monet. That merely reflects your sluggishness. It signifies nothing. Roe glanced at Monet and Drake, now shackled, and scoffed. Hawkins, your words are unnecessary. Hey, wake up. The golden-haired man beside him immediately opened his eyes, his wounds having ceased bleeding, and sat up, pale but resolute. Thank you, Trafalgar. He then turned to Hobodi. It is not that my predictions were flawed. If my tarot card success rate exceeds 100, it loses accuracy. You still feign coolness at such a moment. Were it not for your assistance in depleting Monet's strength, I would have ended you by now. Hobodi discarded the sea stone handcuffs in his grasp. I bear no signs of death today. Hawking still bears an expression reminiscent of a mask. Hobodi had little left to say to the man consumed by his obsession with divination. The situation in the auction house was now firmly within his grasp. He approached the stage, seizing the box containing the devil fruit and the iron cage. Without a doubt, these two items were the most valuable treasures in this auction house. Hobodi leaned closer to the iron cage, marveling, is this the diminutive race? Inside the cage stood a petite figure named Vika. Adorned in a light blue uniform reminiscent of a train attendant, her head crowned with a tall blue hat. Wearily, she gazed at the giant human before her, dark circles framing her eyes. She had overheard every detail of the recent battle and the ensuing dialogues. The shameless and bare-bottomed giant dared to confront the terrifying Doflamingo. As the reconnaissance leader of the Dong Dada tribe, she felt compelled to take action. Indeed, I am Vika of the Dong Dada tribe. Giant human. Did you just declare your intention to challenge the king of Dressrosa? If that is the case, should you wish to return me to Greenbit, our Dong Dada tribe will surely rise to meet your challenge. What? There's no need for that. I'm not interested for the time being. But can you forge iron? Hobodi inquired of the diminutive figure. Eh? Vika blinked, question marks floating above her head. Behind Hobodi, Luo could no longer contain himself, frustration evident on his face. Hey, what is your answer? Vika's innocent visage was at a loss for words, but she dutifully shook her head. Vika cannot forge iron. But Grandpa Tolkien of the Dong Dada tribe can craft weapons. Is that so? Come on, enough with the dreams of some artifact of the sea god Poseidon. Luo exclaimed, exasperated. All right, I agree to your terms, but it may take some time, Hobodi said as he unlocked the cage. Instantly elated, Vika leaped onto Hobodi's shoulder. Thank you so much. Bare-bottomed giant. Bare-bottomed? Hawkins questioned, glancing down at Hobodi. That term should not be repeated. Vika, remember, before we go to your Greenbit, you must not leave without my consent. You must take me to meet your tribe's Tolkien, understand? Until then, just gather your Dong Dada forces. Your tribe has a telephone bug number, right? Vika nodded vigorously. Yes. Once we handle matters here, you can use the telephone bug to reassure your Dong Dada tribe. Additionally, it will allow me to converse with your elder Tolkien. Behind Hobodi, Luo sighed helplessly. The man named Harold had no apparent flaws, strategic, powerful, and cunning. Yet, when it came to the matter of artifacts, his intelligence seemed to plummet to zero. Enough, Harold. Since you possess the handcuffs, you must have ventured outside. What is the situation beyond? Luo approached the stage, casting a glance at Drake. Hobodi reined in his thoughts and returned to the matter at hand, casting a glance at Drake. The situation was rather dire. The majority of the island's inhabitants were aware that something amiss had occurred. However, due to the commands from the nobles and the underground leaders, their guards and subordinates dared not enter. Of course, their hesitation stemmed from the naval forces stationed at the entrance. The mention of the Navy drew all eyes towards Drake. Law suggested, we should eliminate this fellow. Only then will the Navy be thrown into chaos, allowing us to escape amidst the ensuing conflict with the others on the island. That was easier said than done. Although the reason for the Navy's presence at the entrance remained unclear, it was evident that their purpose was tied to Drake. Killing him might very well backfire, Hawkins interjected, shaking his head. After a moment's contemplation, Law nodded in agreement. Basil, you make a valid point. He then approached Drake, continuing. Let us strike a bargain, shall we? A bargain? Drake inquired. We happen to require a witness in this auction house to disseminate our nefarious deeds, Law replied, a scornful smile gracing his face. In exchange for your life, you must arrange for your Navy to suppress the islanders. Once we depart, what becomes of this island will be at your discretion. Does that sound agreeable? The final words were directed towards Hobodi, for it was clear that the greatest beneficiary of this arrangement would be the rogue himself. Hobodi grunted in acknowledgement, stating, I have no objections. What are you all rambling about? I am a naval officer and have no intention of engaging in dealings with you pirates. Drake retorted with discontent. The Navy may not trust you either, Drake. Have you forgotten Monet's words? What you have encountered here is precisely what the Navy wishes to witness. Although I am unsure of your standing within the Navy, it is evident that you possess considerable secrets. Hobodi's words instinctively caused Drake's pupils to constrict. and his countenance swiftly darkened. I understand. I concur. Wise judgment indeed. And Drake, upon your return, you are to assist us in promoting our exploits. Proclaiming that we set sail with the intent to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea, to kick against the 4 emperors, and incidentally to overthrow the Navy headquarters and the world government. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive? A bead of sweat trickled down Law's face. Hawkins waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. Once at sea, these individuals would be adversaries regardless. Drake, at a loss for words, fell silent. His silence was taken as acquiescence. Hobodi approached Drake and crouched down to unlock his handcuffs. As Drake stood up and shook his hands, Hobodi remarked, "Now, go forth and quell the chaos." Drake cast a penetrating gaze at the 3 individuals in the arena, an instinctual feeling suggesting that he would encounter them again in the future, along with the naval headquarters. Silently, he made his way towards the exit of the auction house, his expression concealed beneath a mask, leaving others unaware of his contemplations. Marshal of the Warring States. If you truly are not the one who leaked the information, there are certainly officers within the upper echelons of the Navy who wish to see my demise. Have I perhaps learned too much? Humph. After Drake departed, Rowe turned his attention to Monet, who remained shackled. What purpose does it serve to keep such a woman alive? The members of the Don Quixote family would never divulge secrets. She holds no value. Harold, the head of the family, cast a puzzled glance at Hobodi. Her previous conversation is irrelevant. I intend to retain her merely as my secretary, Hobodi replied as he crouched down and lifted Monet, who lay on the ground. What nonsense is this? You expect me to have our daily activities exposed under the gaze of this woman? Harold, if you insist on keeping her as a liability, then our alliance is no longer worth discussing, Rowe declared, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Hobodi remained indifferent, his gaze fixed upon Monet's eyes. Behold. No one else requires your presence. It is only I who value you. Why then do you persist in such pretentiousness with me? Hobodi let out a sigh and then remarked that she had severed ties with the Don Quixote family, having been forsaken. And now Doflamingo must surely believe her to be dead. Therefore, there was no need for concern regarding the exposure of their affair. By the way, I have spoken with Doflamingo over the phone. What? You ought to express your gratitude, while you were in a state of unconsciousness. Doflamingo offered 50 billion berries for me to hand you over, yet I refrained from doing so. From this day forth, you owe me 50 billion. Rose snorted disdainfully, doubting that Doflamingo would indeed offer such a sum. Although the possibility of handing someone over could very well be true, this fellow, with his actions today, seems to temporarily eliminate the possibility of being a spy for the Don Quixote family, Rowe thought, a smile gracing his face. Now, Rowe, you shall proceed to the port and bring the ship, while I seek out the 50 survivors of Sniper Island. Rowe's smile instantly faded. I am aware of my own judgment. Do not command me. Hawkins, what are your intentions? I plan to return to Rubeck Island. Today's miscalculations only serve to illustrate my insufficient training. Hawkins then glanced at Hobodi, noting that the two had a history of grievances. You saved our lives today. The matter of your slaying my subordinate shall be accounted for once we are at sea. Will you be able to find me? Hawkins' brow twitched momentarily as he departed without a backward glance. An hour later, having organized some spoils from the auction house, Hobodi, accompanied by Monet, the diminutive Vika, and 50 survivors from Sniper Island, traversed the gunfire-ridden town and arrived at the port of Minion Island. Luo had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the throng led by Hobodi, laden with an assortment of packages, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "There are far too many people. As long as the ship can accommodate them, we shall proceed. These survivors carry with them bundles of berries and renowned weaponry, which will sufficiently fund my endeavors for quite some time. You have truly forged a deep connection with the notorious Florentino, haven to you?" Luo found it challenging to comment on such banditry, observing the 50 individuals across from him, clearly indicating that the hour spent at the auction house had not spared even the possessions of the nobility. This way, you can rest easy, can't you? Very well. Let them board the ship. If my hospital beds remain intact thanks to your efforts, these people should fit snugly, and as for this woman, I trust you can manage her. Luo cast a wary gaze at Monet, standing beside Hobodi. You need not concern yourself with that. Following a fierce battle, both Hobodi and Luo opted for an early rest upon returning to Sea Swallow Island. Despite outwardly presenting themselves as perfectly healthy after the injuries and exhaustion endured at the auction house, once in the privacy of their rooms, free from the fear of betrayal, they collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep slumber. As Hobodi prepared for slumber, he confined Monet to a solitary room in the infirmary, while the other 50 Sniper Island survivors were entrusted to the care of Rowe's crew members, Sharky and Peking. Though they were merely temporary members at present, Hobodi harbored the belief that, with beneficial training, they could potentially evolve into formidable weapons under his command. The following day, Rowe and Hobodi convened beside a makeshift open kitchen erected on the hillside behind the hospital, surveying the throng of people before them and engaging in occasional conversation. What precisely do you intend to do with these individuals? Surely, they cannot remain in my hospital indefinitely, Rowe remarked, gesturing towards the emaciated Sniper Island survivors queuing for their meals. His expression tinged with displeasure. This was his territory, and the scoundrel named Harold had not only vandalized his hospital but had now taken residence within it, bringing along a multitude of others, thus rendering his establishment exceedingly congested. When do you plan to set sail? I refer to the Grand Line, Hobodi inquired, evading Ro's question with one of his own. Ro pondered for a moment, the futility of the previous day's battle flooding back to him, darkening his countenance. I must cultivate my hockey first. I estimate it will take approximately 2 years. During this time, I intend to seek out the famed training island of the North Sea, Barbary Island. The island is perpetually besieged by fierce winds and is often inhabited by beasts akin to sea kings. It is there that I plan to hone my hockey. Unbeknownst to Ro, following the battle of the previous day, he had unwittingly divulged his intentions to Hobodi, without a hint of apprehension. Had this exchange occurred prior to their initial meeting, he would have never disclosed such thoughts. Intrigued by Ro's words, Hobodi responded, perpetual gales? And frequently beset by ferocious beasts? You pique my interest. Surely, you have already mastered hockey, have you not? Ro replied, perplexed and incredulous. Hobodi shook his head. Then how did you manage to defeat Monet of the Nature faction? Luo continued to inquire. It was a matter of identifying her weaknesses, Hobodi replied, omitting any specifics regarding those vulnerabilities. He added, had it not been for your efforts in exhausting her stamina, even if I had discerned her weaknesses, I would have been powerless against her. In our one-on-one confrontation, her combat ability was reduced to merely half, and then I swiftly concluded the battle. Did you still attempt to assert control over her? Luo pondered, uncertain whether to commend this individual for his audacity or to deem him reckless. Lacking even half of the opponent's strength, he still aspired to dominate her. What was the difference between that and a kitten attempting to command a leopard? Hobodi shrugged nonchalantly. After all, we have sea stone, don't we? Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us return to the island you mentioned. I intend to send these individuals to that island. You aren't planning to entrust all of them to me, are you? Roranoa's expression revealed his displeasure. No. I merely request your assistance in temporarily overseeing them during your journey. I will remain in the North Sea for another 20 days. After their training, I must depart. Aside from the devil fruits and the renowned sorts, I will leave half of the wealth behind. Your responsibility will only be to manage their rations and health checks. What about Monet? If you leave her behind, I have no intention of allowing this ticking time bomb to survive. I will take Monet with me. So there is no need for concern. She poses no threat to me. Roranoa fell silent and soon began to ponder. To be honest, Hobodi's proposal was indeed quite enticing. The various bags from yesterday were worth at least 1 billion berries. Even if he kept half, that would still amount to 500 million. With 50 individuals remaining under his care for sustenance and medical assessments, how much would that truly cost? Even at 100 million a year, he would possess 400 million in resources. The future pirate ships would be secured. Why? Are you not afraid I might abscond with your money, or even abduct your subordinates? Though I fail to comprehend why you would take such an interest in them. They must possess some extraordinary talent that captivated you, correct? Are you truly unconcerned about leaving them with me? Of course. You are my ally. Do not jest, Harold. Do you believe I would be swayed by such assertions? What is your true objective? Roranoa's gaze fixated intently on Hobodi, his pupils flickering with uncertainty. This individual was utterly inscrutable to him. He perceived echoes of the former Don Quixote da Flamingo within him, alongside another visage, the shadow of the benefactor who had once offered him redemption. Hobodi caught sight of Luo's gaze and, with a resigned gesture, raised his hands. It seems that unless I speak the truth, you shall not acquiesce. Am I correct? Indeed. Luo replied emphatically. If one day you awaken to find that the world around you has transformed entirely, and the individuals you recognize and understand are but a mere handful, you will come to realize that regardless of how much others may place their trust and admiration in you, it is those few individuals of unspeakable malice who can truly offer you solace and joy. The remnants from Sniper Island have nearly exhausted their supplies, and starting today, I shall commence their training. Farewell. After Hobodi finished speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Luo in a state of bewildered contemplation regarding the true implications of his words. However, it did not take long for him to realize that this discourse bore little connection to his inquiry. As Hobodi departed with the 50 survivors from Sniper Island, Luo gazed at his retreating figure. His expression darkened with frustration. How dare you treat me like a fool? At the rear of the Death Surgical Hospital, Hobodi led the well-fed 50 survivors from Sniper Island to an expansive rocky terrain. Observing the neatly arranged group, he noted that their bodies were little more than skin draped over bones, a stark manifestation of severe malnutrition. The filth covering them seemed to have accumulated since birth, while the tattered animal skins they wore were stained with the remnants of their recent meal, emanating a nauseating, acrid odor into the air. Though none appeared to be of advanced age, all were youthful, yet their eyes reflected a haunting emptiness, each harboring a flicker of concealed terror as they regarded him. Who among you is the leader? Hobodi inquired. The 50 survivors exchanged glances, and eventually, one courageous young man stepped forward, followed by a second youth, a third youth, a fourth girl, and a fifth young man. Are you all the leaders? Hobodi pondered silently, contemplating the possibility of a small faction. The first boy timidly spoke up. We are not from Sniper Island. Hobodi shook his head and gestured towards the second youth, inquiring, Are you the leader? The second youth, bewildered, shook his head in response, stating, We have no leader here. We are merely survivors from various territories on the island. Then why step forward? Hobodi pressed. Because you purchased us for 30 million berries. And we are not the inhabitants of Sniper Island. Are we to fear that you will kill us? Hobodi interjected with a scoff. And then you five voluntarily stepped forward to be the first victims? Enough, he declared. It is time to discuss your eyes. I am unconcerned with your origins from Sniper Island, but your eyes possess a peculiar power, do they not? Among the five who had stepped forward, the fourth girl nodded. Indeed, we were born on the hunting island, motto. When we capture prey, our eyes sometimes perceive them becoming sluggish, making them easier to hunt. Our ancestors referred to our eyes as the cursed eyes, and we were instructed not to use them until we reached adulthood. Have you reached adulthood? Hobodi queried. The girl nodded. I have been an adult for 302 days. Then demonstrate their power. Hobodi commanded, picking up a stone. I will ask you a question, and you must answer immediately, understood? The girl acknowledged with a soft sound. Her amber-hued pupils shimmered with a sudden vibrancy as those minute crystalline structures within her eyes burst forth like a kaleidoscope. Radiating an array of brilliant colors and a dazzling display, Hobodi released his grip, and the stone gradually descended. He promptly inquired, what position is the stone in now? It is suspended midway between my palm and the ground, in the process of falling. With a soft thud, the girl concluded her statement just as the stone struck the earth. Were you able to react with your body to the stone's slow descent that you just observed? I apologize, but I am currently incapable of such a feat. Only the elders of our tribe possess that ability. So you are able to clearly perceive the dynamics of the stone's fall, yet your body and consciousness cannot respond accordingly? The girl's expression remained blank, and the surrounding survivors were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. Hobodi suddenly understood and rephrased his question. What I mean to ask is that although your eyes perceive the stone at a leisurely pace, your thoughts are still as normal as ever, correct? The young girl then comprehended his meaning and nodded in agreement. Hobodi's face lit up with delight. All right, that will suffice. The colors in the girl's pupils immediately dulled, her complexion turned ashen, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This left Hobodi perplexed. Is wielding such power truly arduous? The first boy, unable to bear the sight of the fourth girl, promptly replied, utilizing this power significantly drains our stamina. If a minor were to unleash it, their entire strength would be siphoned away, leading to their demise. For this reason, our ancestors have dubbed it the cursed eye. Stamina. You say? Hobodi observed the group of bamboo poles with a furrowed brow, realizing that to fully harness this power, he would need to cultivate their physical endurance. Yet, in their severely malnourished state, achieving this in the short term appeared impossible. What are the names of the five of you? Nanya, Dinya, Shiwanya, Minya, and Dinya 2. The addition of Dinya 2 elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation from Hobodi. Nevertheless, upon seeing the fifth mischievous youth and the second boy, who bore a striking resemblance to each other, he chose to overlook the matter. Hobodi then proclaimed, from this day forth, you five shall assume the roles of leaders among these individuals. Leaders? Us? Are you not going to eliminate us? We have deceived you. We do not hail from Sniper Island, and there is no Sniper King, young Noah stammered, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Nay, I shall train you daily. Rest assured, you shall not perish. You will receive ample sustenance to replenish your strength, ultimately gaining the ability to wield the power of your own eyes, transforming yourselves into beings of worth. Of course, in return, you must repay me. I am not one to indulge in the enslavement of others, however. You will become my aides, my trusted subordinates. Abundant food. Nonaya swallowed hard. Training? Denia was bewildered. To master the power of our own eyes? What does worth entail? Denia too asked, lost in thought. Are we not slaves? Does such a formidable figure truly require assistance? Can I genuinely become a subordinate to this master? Hobodi, undeterred by their confusion, continued with his persuasive words. He then proceeded to the hospital, where he instructed the disgruntled Ram to command his subordinates to procure a vast quantity of meat and vegetables from the town, demonstrated some physical exercises from past training, including push-ups, horse stance, and running with sandbags for added weight. However, the training results fell short of his expectations. Within less than an hour, all 50 individuals lay defeated on the ground, gasping for breath, and the 5 members of Nonia were no exception. Yet, under the duress imposed by, they managed to rise from the ground and endure for a few minutes longer than the others. This day unfolded in a cycle of training, resting, eating, and training once more. As evening approached, the 50 individuals resembled a cluster of lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, panting heavily or moaning in pain. Hobodi observed, shaking his head. Was he perhaps too hasty? Nevertheless, the fact that they could endure without succumbing to unconsciousness, despite their severely malnourished bodies, attests to the solid foundation they originally possessed, likely stemming from their life in the island jungle. To be honest, Hobodi was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Tomorrow, they would continue. Nonia and the other 4 could not help but lament, for they were the 5 who had received particular care in such a state. It was certain they would not endure tomorrow. The mere fact that you still possess the strength to speak indicates that you will have the energy for training tomorrow. Let us eagerly anticipate the arrival of the morrow. Hobodi descended the mountain with a smile as the sun dipped below the horizon to the 5 members of Nanya. That smile epitomized the essence of a demon. The following day, the rhythmic sound of synchronized footsteps, chanting 1-2, 1-2, echoed from the rear mountain of the hospital. Throughout that day, Hobodi remained on the back mountain, leading a group of 50 individuals whose tasks for the day were set in the morning. They would carry weights and circle the mountain 10 times. After a 1-hour respite at noon, they were to complete 1,000 push-ups in the afternoon, followed by a run until sunset. As evening fell on that day, the scene bore little improvement compared to the first. The group lay sprawled on the ground like lifeless corpses, their lamentations filling the air. Hobodi shook his head, deeming it insufficient. On the third day, the routine remained unchanged, laden sprints, push-ups, and meals. They suddenly realized their daily existence revolved around these 3 activities. That evening, much like the previous days, the 5 individuals trained by Hobodi noticed a gradual transformation in their physiques. They observed that with each bout of muscle soreness, the following day brought them closer to mastering their own bodies, though they wished fervently for the absence of that dreaded discomfort. Marnia, one of the women, inadvertently caught a glimpse of her reflection by the river and noted that her face had begun to fill out. Under the setting sun, the expressions of the 50 individuals shifted from despair to a tacit acceptance of their fate, much to Hobodi's satisfaction, particularly regarding the 5 he had meticulously cultivated. He forced them to eat, to run, and to leap. By now, they could at least manage to rise after each day's ordeal. Their bodies absorbed ample nutrition, achieving optimal assimilation through rigorous training, and they had come to accept that this regimen was a pathway to improvement, their hearts no longer resisting. After a few more days, the group was on the verge of solidifying, yet I could not devote all 20 days in the North Sea solely to their development. Under an abundance of food and relentless training, the quintet of Nonia had lost track of time. By the 5th day, they no longer required Hobodi to rouse them from their dreams each morning. They were prepared for training well in advance. The atmosphere within the team evolved. The initial awareness of physical changes among the 5 gradually spread to the others. They all began to embrace this transformation with joy. Some remarked on feeling lighter. Others noted increased mental agility, and some claimed that their previous melancholic states had dissipated. Exercise elevates the spirit. They transitioned from the initial painful trials to acceptance of the inevitable and now to a state where each individual eagerly anticipated their physical growth. It must be said, this remarkable shift was largely attributable to Hobodi. Hobodi serves not merely as a motivator but also as the leader of the team, instigating within the 5 members of Nonia a profound question: why has he succeeded where we have not? This psychological suggestion, coupled with Hobodi's deliberate pressure, has spurred Nonia and his companions into action. Gradually, they too have begun to assume leadership roles, just as Hobodi had anticipated. The rigors of sport have occupied their minds, leaving no room to dwell on their painful pasts, their identities, or any other concerns. Instead, the vitality and growth fostered by physical activity have allowed them to experience the joy of life and personal development. When one person's happiness cannot persist, it transforms into the joy of 5, and if 5 are insufficient, it expands to 50, ultimately creating a virtuous cycle brimming with joy and inspiration. Of course, such remarkable growth would not be possible without the daily provision of ample food. Thus, time has gradually passed, leading them to the 10th day. Early that morning, the 5 teams led by Nonia stood ready for action, while Hobodi, as usual, was already at the back mountain with the sunrise. However, contrary to their expectations of beginning with pre-meal exercises, today there was no such initiation, leaving the accustomed Nonia team members in a state of perplexity. Hobodi stood against the rising sun, facing the 50 young men and women who had begun to exhibit a commendable sharpness and competence. He declared, from this day forth, I shall no longer lead you. Instead, I will entrust you to Nonia and the others. The 5 members of Nonia were taken aback. Instructor, why such a sudden decision? Marinia could not help but inquire. I will only remain here for 20 days, and after that, I must depart. However, you have already been afforded 10 days of guidance. I have other matters to attend to in the remaining time. In any case, you should have sensed your own growth by now. In my absence, I expect you to continue training just as diligently as you have over the past 10 days. As for sustenance, do not worry. I have instructed the personnel at the hospital below to ensure that meals are delivered punctually each day. But there are no buts. You have surpassed the period in which you require constant supervision. Go to the riverbank and behold your current formidable selves. A comparison with your appearance from 10 days ago will yield the results. Today, I am here to impart some knowledge, Hobodi continued, gesturing behind him. Dinia too. These are for you. He handed 2 distinct sniper rifles to the duo, one of which was remarkably the very weapon he had wielded in his past life. The 2 stood momentarily in stunned silence, grasping this novel equipment in bewilderment. Your personalities are the most composed among the group, thus, the sniper role is most befitting for you. I hope you will pursue this path and contribute significantly to the team. Understood, instructor. Yes. Hobodi presented a stack of papers. Your team is lacking a navigator. These are volumes concerning the art of navigation. It matters not if you cannot read. I have illustrated the contents with images that, given your intellect, you should be able to comprehend. You will henceforth serve as the guiding compass of this team. Mania. My dear instructor, although you are a lady, your cautious nature renders you well suited for the role of scout within the squad. You have already devised your own strategies, and there is little I can impart to you. However, it is essential to possess means of self-preservation. Hobodi then revealed a short sword sheathed in black. This is the Y, one of the renowned blades crafted by the master artisans. The flexibility of a woman's physique. combined with your exceptional vision, makes you particularly adept at the art of assassination. Finally, Nonaya, a youth with bronze-hued skin, stepped forward with an expression of deep reluctance. Instructor, might you reconsider your departure? Hobodi shook his head, producing a book, and continued, your body's instinctive reactions and combat awareness are unparalleled. However, it is precisely for this reason that I cannot constrain your path of growth. This volume contains the military body 8 extremes that I studied previously, along with the iron block training methods from the Navy's 6 styles, which should suit your vigorous temperament perfectly. From now on, you must navigate your own journey. My designation for you is that of a combatant within this team. Nonia took the book. Crying does not suit you. Can you truly be considered a combatant in such a manner? Hobodi chuckled, recognizing that he was the youngest in the group. However, upon recalling the burdens he carried, Hobodi's expression shifted. By the way, Nonia, let me pose a question. If there comes a day when I require you to lay down your life for me, what will you do? Eh? Nonia hesitated momentarily but quickly responded, I would willingly do so. That is sufficient. Farewell then. Without me, do not falter in your training. In 10 days, you will be dispatched to an island fraught with peril, and I sincerely hope that each of you will survive. Yes. 50 voices responded in unison. Hobodi nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the hospital nestled in the valley below. Now, it is your turn, Monet. What do you think of this scene? Inside room 302 of the hospital, all medical equipment had been removed, leaving the space stark and empty, save for a solitary sofa where a man in a suit sat. In a corner, restrained by sea stone shackles, a green-haired woman gazed intently at the image projected onto the wall by a holographic phone. The image revealed Hobodi's voice echoing through the mountains. If one day I ask you to die for me, I would do so willingly. The youth in the projection spoke without hesitation. Monet regarded Hobodi calmly. What purpose do you serve by showing me this? Over the course of her 10-day confinement, she had witnessed every moment from the first day until now. Initially, she struggled to comprehend the significance of the past 9 days, but with this revelation, clarity dawned upon her. The man was attempting to undermine the position of her master in her heart. You must understand that becoming my secretary is an impossibility. In my master's eyes, I am already dead. Yet, you do not kill me. One day I shall return to Dressrosa and reveal your true nature to him. Monet's gaze was enigmatic, concealing the truth she had perceived at the auction venue. This man had unwittingly unleashed a power that he had not intended. Rose from the sofa and approached Monet, crouching beside her. It seems these images cannot completely extinguish your feelings for the family of Don Quixote, he remarked. I understand now. He switched off the visual communicator and cast a sweeping gaze over Monet, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. What are you staring at? My figure is still quite acceptable, Monet retorted, bewildered by his cryptic comment. Suddenly, without warning, Hobodi reached out and forcefully tore apart Monet's vest. Monet's eyes displayed no flicker of emotion, merely covering her chest with her hands. Since I cannot dismantle your faith, I must resort to your body, he declared. Have I not already mentioned this when I seized you? The means to compel your submission are, after all, numerous, though it is not my preferred approach. It appears I have no other choice. As he extended his hand once more, Monet's expression shifted slightly. She comprehended the man's intentions. Sitting on the ground, she struggled and kicked backward, but the sea energy from the sea stone handcuffs rendered her powerless. Retreating against the wall, she realized there was nowhere left to escape. Prepared for her impending fate, she looked at the man before her and revealed a scornful smile. If you think that by subduing my body, my will bend to your desires, you are gravely mistaken. Even if you humiliate me, I shall never serve a man like you. Humiliate? You underestimate the situation. Hobodi replied, and besides, I lack the energy for such theatrics. He retrieved an object from his pocket. Hobodi rose, gazing at her flushed visage, and scoffed. I wonder how long you can endure this. I shall never yield. Unperturbed by such insipid remarks, Hobodi chuckled softly and exited the room. Moments later, he re-entered, brandishing a large mirror before Monet. Take a good look at yourself and reconsider whether you are fit to utter such words. Truly a masterpiece. With that, he turned and departed. Once outside the ward, Hobodi locked the door with a key. In the corridor, he encountered Ro, who, upon witnessing Hobodi's sinister grin, instinctively inquired, Is that you, Harold? Indeed, it is I. Are you well? Ro scrutinized Hobodi, taken aback by the malicious smile that adorned his face, an unsettling sight. No, I am fine. Hobodi replied, retracting his smile and adopting a reminiscent expression. I merely recalled certain amusing events from the past. Oh, and what of the woman inside? Ro asked. She remains under interrogation. Fear not, she shall capitulate in a matter of days, Hobodi asserted confidently. Ro responded with a non-committal "oh" and continued to gaze at Hobodi with curiosity, asking, I have always been perplexed by your fixation on Monet. Surely, one could procure a secretary from various sources? He paused, harboring a secondary thought. It was not solely Monet that intrigued him, but also the enigmatic figure of Hobodi himself. Why was this man so intimately acquainted with them, allowing their antics to go unchallenged? Despite Ro's repeated mockery and probing, Hobodi remained unfazed. Moreover, akin to the woman inside. Why would he choose to ally with a figure like Doflamingo when there were many more formidable individuals? Did he underestimate himself? Even if lacking in strength, his cunning should suffice to attract the most potent forces within the underworld. The distinction between seeking an elusive secretary and one already known was a matter of different satisfactions. Once again, Hobodi's cryptic remarks left Roe feeling disgruntled. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, his tone somber. I have located the map to Barbary Island. I shall set sail in 10 days. If you have not resolved the situation with this woman by then, I shall take matters into my own hands. Otherwise, our alliance shall be rendered void. You truly have no faith in me, Hobodi replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. This is not a matter of trust. Once that woman returns to Dressrosa, neither of us will emerge unscathed. You are well aware of this, Harold. If we are to be allies, I refuse to jeopardize my existence for your trivial secretary dilemma. Very well, Hobodi chuckled. Roe grunted and, with his sword slung over his shoulder, turned to leave. Hobodi followed suit, making his way out of the hospital. Next, he needed to prepare an identity for his return to the East Blue in 10 days. That evening, in a quaint town on Sea Swallow Island, within a certain estate, a middle-aged woman knelt before a suited man, clutching a bag of money, beseeching him. We have dealt with the gardener and his wife. They were merely addicts, and few are aware of their existence. Please, speak on my behalf to Lord Hawkins. This is 1,000,000 berries, my personal fortune. The couple's names and tickets are also enclosed. Hobodi, with an impassive expression, accepted the pouch of money. The woman before him was someone he had learned about by chance in town, a merchant dealing in poppies, whose enterprise had extended to Rubeck Island. It was rumored that she had crossed Hawkins' threshold, and this evening, Hawkins would send someone to eliminate him, prompting Hobodi to act preemptively. At present, he assumed the role of Hawkins' emissary, which accounted for the scene unfolding before him. I have encountered that couple before. How can you be certain they will speak the truth? They will not. I have provided them with a 6-month supply of poppy powder and 100,000 Bailey. They have labored on my estate for a decade. They are trustworthy. Then I am reassured. As the evening sun streamed through the window, the man in the suit raised a hand high. Suddenly, the shadow cast upon the ground morphed into the claw of a ferocious beast, which then struck down with force. A splash of crimson erupted, and the voice of the middle-aged woman was abruptly silenced, her body collapsing motionless to the floor. Hobodi wiped the blood from his body and hands. Ter opened the coin pouch and retrieved 2 slips of paper. Are our names Ayuga and Devi? The following noon, Hobodi returned to the interrogation room of the ailing Monet, carrying a meal. As he pushed the door open, an odd scent assailed his senses. Once inside, Hobodi quickly shut the door and locked it behind him. Hobodi approached Monet. Observing her torment from nearly 20 hours of sensual provocation, her eyes now shadowed with dark circles. Monet gazed at him, her breath shallow. What is your purpose? This is utterly meaningless. I await your response. You have already experienced the futility, have you not? It has only been a day. There is still much time ahead. Let us dine. With that, Hobodi pried her mouth open, compelling her to eat bite by bite until the entire plate was consumed. Monet remained silent, and Hobodi smirked before turning to leave. I shall return tomorrow. On the 3rd day, the routine continued as planned. While delivering her meal, Hobodi occasionally uttered words that sparked shame within Monet. Each time she finished her meal, he wore a smile. By the 4th day, the room was suffused with an acrid odor, and Monet's face flushed as she weakly murmured to herself. Days 5, 6, and 7 passed in similar fashion. On the evening of the 8th day, as Hobodi brought her food, Monet beheld his robust physique and could no longer restrain herself. Give me. What do you desire? You. Monet's eyes were fixed upon Hobodi, viewing him as a devil, yet her body craved him uncontrollably. I shall return tomorrow. Wait, do not leave. I cannot endure this. The door slammed shut with a chilling finality. On the 9th day, before dawn, the hospital echoed with a woman's piercing moans. The crew of the Heart Pirates, including Captain Trafalgar Law, awoke, startled by the disturbance from above. That scoundrel, committing such acts in my hospital. Law's face contorted with rage, his muscles twitching. After a few minutes of enduring the incessant sounds, he could no longer contain his fury. He threw off his sheets, dressed, and marched upstairs, pounding on room 302's door. Harold, what in the world are you doing? Do not enter. The soundproofing of the ward was inadequate, allowing Law to hear the unmistakable exchange between a man and a woman, leaving no doubt as to its nature. Hurry up. Law's face darkened as he pressed his hand to his forehead, frustration evident. An hour passed, and Law stood at the door, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. 2 hours later, he squatted outside, scribbling endure, on the floor. 3 hours later, with veins bulging on his forehead, he silently walked away. Standing at the stairway were Shachi and Penguin, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Captain, that guy, ignore him. I need to clear my mind. What about you? Shachi and Penguin nodded fervently. Of course, we cannot bear to hear such torment. In the distance, Beepo, dressed in work attire, stared at the ceiling, his face flushed. I wish I could see through it. Be quiet, we want women too. Shachi and Penguin roared in unison. Sorry, Beepo mumbled, bowing his head. That evening, Law and his crew returned to the hospital, their expressions bright. However, upon entering, their faces stiffened at the cacophony that greeted them. Law's countenance shifted between anger and resignation as he turned sharply. I will stay on the ship tonight. Once they are done, Shachi and Penguin, call me with the snail. Remember to rest well. We set sail tomorrow. Eh? We do not wish to remain here. Leave, Beepo. Yes, Captain. Ignoring Shachi and Penguin's protests, Law departed with Beepo. The night snow outside the hospital cooling the flames ignited by the couple's passionate sounds. After Law's departure, Shachi and Penguin sat on the stairs. Unsure how long they had waited, staring up at the ceiling. Is that guy still at it? That bastard should exhaust himself. Shachi lamented. How are we to endure this cold night? Captain and Beepo are so despicable. Shachi glanced at Penguin, who returned to gaze. Perhaps we should embrace for warmth? Penguin suggested. His complexion a mix of frost and embarrassment. All right. As the words formed, Shachi seemed to have a sudden realization, shuddering with fright as he jumped away from Penguin. Do not come near me. Eh? Penguin looked bewildered. Throughout the night, the sounds persisted, and eventually, Shachi and Penguin, exhausted and with dark circles under their eyes, succumbed to slumber. The following morning, a cold gust of wind swept through the hospital as the snow began to melt. Shachi and Penguin shivered awake, only to find two figures standing before them. Shachi rubbed his eyes, lazily confronting Law. Captain, you're back. Did I not instruct you to rest? Why are you like this? Law looked up at the upper floor, relieved to no longer hear those sounds. With that noise, and in this cold, how could we sleep? Penguin complained. Law's expression darkened. Then why not sleep in your own rooms? Penguin hesitated, realizing the truth in Law's words. Enough. Go rest on the ship at the port for a while. It will take time to prepare here. I will summon that individual. Beneath the brim of Law's cap, fiery eyes glinted with intent. Shachi and Penguin, feeling as though they had received a reprieve, hurried out of the hospital while Law ascended the stairs to the ward. Minutes later, he arrived at the door, slowly drawing his knife from its sheath. The door creaked open. A peculiar odor wafted into Law's nostrils, compelling him. As a doctor, to cover his nose, this was no scent to be inhaled. Before him stood a man with damp, long hair, wearing glasses, a sleeveless shirt, black trousers, and long black boots. Who are you? Oh, Law. What a coincidence. I was just about to leave. The familiar voice dulled Law's interest, and he replied flatly, It's you. He peered inside, spotting a woman in a pale blue, lace-trimmed dress. With a low voice, he inquired, I am preparing to set sail. Today marks the end of our agreement. What has become of that woman? If you have not secured her, I shall handle it myself. Are you referring to Monet? Hey, Monet, come out and greet him. Law's pupils dilated as he turned to the figure inside. Monet's silhouette turned, approaching Law. Her visage as cold and captivating as in the auction house, leaning against Hobodi. Hello. In that moment, disbelief washed over Law's face. Mouth agape at the deceptive scene before him. Especially upon noticing the sea-stone handcuffs in Monet's grasp, he swiftly drew his knife, his gaze steely. Harold. It appears you have not only failed to subdue her, but she has ensnared you instead, managing to free yourself from the sea-stone cuffs. How infuriating. Wait, Law. Do I appear to be a captive? Hobodi's hand restrained Law's as he attempted to draw his weapon. With his other hand, he pulled Monet forward. Monet, tell him. What do you now call me? Master. What? Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, his face etched with confusion. Harold, what on earth have you done? Let out a peculiar smile. Of course, it was that. You heard the sound, didn't you? How about that? My endurance is quite commendable, isn't it? The devil fruit is truly an extraordinary phenomenon. In the past, I would have been utterly exhausted in less than a day and night. Yet here I am, still brimming with vitality. It is indeed wondrous to arrive in this world in such a vigorous state. Impossible, Luo exclaimed, shaking his head resolutely. His dark expression fixed on Monet. How could a cadre nurtured by the Don Quixote family be deceived by something as trivial as a mere day and night? This woman is merely pretending. Once we are separated, she will undoubtedly pick us off one by one. No, it wasn't just a day and night, Luo. It commenced 10 days ago. I have kept her confined in this room, employing my secret methods to ignite her desires, to sustain her strength and desires within. I had Peking prepare meals that you are likely aware of. Those dishes are crafted to enhance female hormones, and some ingredients can even be concocted into aphrodisiacs by a physician. Monet, positioned behind Hobodi, licked her lips and provocatively whispered in his ear. The master from those days was truly incompetent. Despite this, Luo chose to disregard the teasing before him, still struggling to accept the reality. Hobodi patted his shoulder and said, Ro, as a physician, you must have treated those afflicted with terminal illnesses, haven't you? Ro nodded. So what? But sometimes, if you utter the words, there is still hope, doesn't the despair of the other party instantly transform? Ro nodded again, gradually relaxing. Hobodi continued. My approach is quite similar. Her faith was undermined through my verbal insinuations during our confrontation. And then I employed the influence of Doflamingo to shatter the very foundation of her beliefs. By that time, the woman was already half broken. Over the next 10 days, I subjected her to both physical and psychological torment until she completely crumbled the night before last. Now, she has entirely become a being reliant on me for survival. How shall I describe her? Ro, beads of sweat forming on his brow, remarked. Is it not reckless for you to speak such words in her presence? He felt that his own moniker of the Surgeon of Death paled in comparison to this man's cruelty. How dreadful must he be? It is astonishing that ordinary means could so profoundly distort Monet's very essence. It matters not. Besides, she is now utterly dependent on me. As he spoke, Hobodi demonstrated this by wrapping an arm around Monet's waist. The once aloof Monet flushed crimson, breathing heavily, her legs shifting restlessly as she murmured, "Master." "See." Just like this. Rose stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, words caught in his throat, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he could only sigh helplessly and cast a glance at Hobodi, filled with mockery and envy, saying, "You truly are a wretched fellow. You need not worry about her rebellion. Although she retains memories of her time with the Don Quixote family, what matters most to her now?" Before Hobodi could finish, Monet crouched down, reaching between his legs, attempting to unzip his trousers. Hobodi brushed her hand aside, stating that the time was not yet ripe. "In any case, consider her as the mother cat of spring," he remarked. "Such a metaphor to describe me, master, is rather unfortunate." Luo's face darkened as he observed the scene, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Enough. I comprehend your point. Harold, since you can tame her, I have no further objections. You haven't forgotten what I mentioned a fortnight ago, have you? I am about to set sail. And if you intend to entrust those individuals in the back mountain to me, now is the time." "Ah, so this is the purpose of your visit? Wait a moment. I will summon them." He then announced, "I shall head to the port first." In a short while, Hobodi arrived at the port of Sea Swallow Island with Dinya and 50 subordinates. The warm sun that had just risen contrasted sharply with yesterday's oppressive clouds, seemingly driving away all shadowy aspects of one's nature. Yet, due to this contrast, the heavy snowfall from the previous day had transformed into a sea of white under the sun's warmth, while the air felt piercingly cold, without the sun's embrace. One could sense the chill creeping in from their feet. By the ship's gangway, Hobodi engaged in conversation with each of the 50 subordinates ascending the ladder, likely offering words of encouragement. When it came to the last 5, however, he offered little more than a pat on their shoulders. "Master Instructor, I have already learned how to operate this gun," Dinya exclaimed joyfully, raising his firearm. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed across the port, diverting many curious glances. "Master Instructor, is my gun different from my brother's?" "It seems less powerful," Dinya questioned, puzzled. The sniper rifle he held was significantly larger and far more complex in design than the one wielded by Dinya II. "You will have to figure that out for yourself. As far as I know, your firearm has 2 forms, marked and sniper. Although it may seem somewhat impractical, I sense that weapon possesses a life of its own. Treat it as a companion, and perhaps it will yield remarkable results," Hobodi explained. This firearm, brought from a past life, had become unnecessary to him. Of course, it might be that he had yet to discover its functional nuances. However, for Hobodi, with his devil fruit abilities and the potential to learn the Navy's 6 styles and hockey in the future, there were too many skills to hone, leaving him no time to ponder such external matters. Moreover, he had 2 capable snipers among his subordinates, prompting Hobodi to decisively bid farewell to the unfinished farewells on the Raphael and to his former life's memories. The memories of his past life were slowly fading, and he was gradually becoming the Hobodi of this world. "Harold, how shall I contact you in the future?" Luo inquired, standing at the gangway's edge, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Hobodi was aware that he was mocking his own disguise but chose silence. Initially, he considered tossing a phone bug number over, but upon recalling the naval internal surveillance, he ultimately decided against it. Let fate decide. In this vast world, I have encountered both you and Monet. Surely, we shall meet again. Fate? A man like you, so calculating, surely does not speak of such things? Law's expression darkened. This was the 3rd time his counterpart had attempted to deceive him with nonsensical words. "Truly, you are exasperating." Hobodi shrugged. "At the very least, you must reach that sea region. My objective lies there." "The New World?" "No, do not venture into the New World for at least 2 years." Hobodi recalled the faint mention of the war at Marineford 2 years hence, where the world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard, might fall during this span. Law appeared puzzled but, upon seeing Hobodi's serious demeanor, refrained from further inquiries. 2 years hence, near the Marine headquarters, at the Sabaody Archipelago, which marks the terminus of the first half. Let us meet there. Farewell. The instructor Nonia could no longer contain his tears. Humph. Law observed the 50 individuals aboard and was genuinely surprised. In a mere 20 days, this man had transformed what initially seemed like a worthless group into a cadre of competent naval soldiers. Particularly, the respect these 50 held for him reminded him of an exceedingly undesirable individual, Doflamingo, Law murmured inwardly. Regaining his focus, Law suddenly remembered something and pulled a bottle from his pocket, tossing it overboard. You should take a look at the letter in this message in a bottle. A letter? Hobodi took it, puzzled. I am unsure. Last night, a colossal sea king appeared and vanished, coinciding perfectly with the emergence of this bottle. A sea king? Hobodi was somewhat baffled, yet his current form did indeed have some connection to the sea kings, as they had inexplicably spared him several times during his transition from the Navy to the East Sea. However, upon opening the bottle, Hobodi quickly lost interest. As the note read, is it better for the oceans to be connected, or should they remain as is? Trust between people is fading. Crocodile. I will never allow you to succeed. By Vivi. The paper of this letter seemed to be crafted from a unique cactus indigenous to the desert kingdom of Alabasta, with the name of the warlord Crocodile inscribed. What are your thoughts, Harold? Law pondered deeply. Just the ramblings of some misguided child. Do you truly believe such words? Hobodi remarked, Tearing the letter apart, yet a contemplative expression began to form on his face. That may not be the case, recently. Reports of Crocodile's presence in Alabasta have been rampant. A pirate residing in a kingdom, combined with this message in a bottle, must surely indicate some ulterior motive. Regardless of whether this individual is a pirate, a naval officer, a bounty hunter, or even a king, such news is bound to cause unrest. If you were to seek out Crocodile and meet his demise, that would be even better. Law thought maliciously. I am not interested in his schemes. Even if I were, I would only act when assured of success. Let us meet at the Hobodi archipelago in 2 years. When you see me, do not be too astonished. Farewell. At the western port of Haiyan Island, a grand and opulent merchant ship occupied the entire area, devoid of small fishing vessels or nets drying in the sun. Guards, clad in western courtly attire from Hobodi's former life, stood in formation by the gangway. Nobles, adorned in luxurious garments and ballroom gowns, ascended the gangway, clutching exquisite pocket watches, while the ladies wore dazzling jewelry. It seems a remarkable merchant vessel has arrived. How on earth did that woman procure a ticket? After departing, Hobodi and Law prepared to head to the East Sea. This merchant ship set sail from the South Sea, traversing the West Sea and North Sea, ultimately arriving at Logue Town in the East Sea. Monet licked her lips. You could easily eliminate all these individuals. What is there to worry about? Monet, as a civilian secretary, you ought to temper your demeanor. We are merely ordinary people now. Ayiga and Devi, Monet chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Let us board. Take my hand. Do not forget our roles. We are now husband and wife. Yes, master, Monet replied playfully. Hobodi and Monet stood in line side by side, with Monet gently draping his arms around Hobodi's. Ahead of them, several couples presented their tickets and boarded the ship, and soon it was their turn. The attendants stationed at the gangway graciously accepted their tickets. Are you Baron Ayuga and Madame Devi? Your cabin is in room 302, located one deck below in the hold. Here's your key. After handing back the tickets to Hobodi, the attendants watched as the pair ascended the grand merchant vessel. Before long, Hobodi and Monet discovered their quarters, a modest room, roughly half the size of a hospital ward, furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair. Adjacent to the door was a small washroom, providing for their basic needs. Upon entering, the two immediately shed their disguises. My lord? Monet teased playfully. Hobodi sat at the table in the humble room. Please refrain from mocking me at this moment. I am as bewildered as you are. Pour me a glass of water. Monet. Certainly. Hobodi took a gulp of water and retrieved the moss-covered message bottle that Luo had tossed to him earlier, placing it on the table. What are your thoughts on that letter? He inquired. Are we speaking of Crocodile? No, let us set aside the matter of Crocodile. It is the preceding statement I wish to discuss. Monet paused, placing a hand upon his lips as he reflected. Is it the phrase, is it better for the oceans to remain interconnected, or should they persist in their current state? Precisely. To be honest, the maritime structure of this world is utterly absurd. The red Earth continent cleaves the oceans into fragmented sections, rendering navigation exceedingly inconvenient. Not to mention the harsh conditions of the Great Waterway, derisively dubbed the Grave. I can relate to this deeply. As someone who had traversed realms, Hobodi certainly understood. In his former life on Earth, navigating the East Sea, West Sea, and North Sea was a matter of possessing the relevant passes. It was not at all akin to the challenges faced in this world. I'm not entirely sure I comprehend, though it seems everyone has grown accustomed to it. Why bring this issue up all of a sudden? Monet stood behind Hobodi, his body shifting uneasily as he began to massage Hobodi's shoulders, seemingly hinting at something. Should we continue down this path, or must we take action? Hobodi murmured, feeling the gentle tapping on his shoulders, and immediately frowned. Monet, refrain from such antics. We have only just boarded the vessel, but does the master not desire it? It is still daylight. A sultry moan from the adjacent cabin caught Monet's attention as he leaned closer to Hobodi's ear. Look, others have already begun. Hobodi's countenance darkened as he began to question the worth of his initial decision to train Monet in such a manner. This hardly resembled the demeanor of a secretary. Hobodi pushed her away and immediately rose from his chair, commanding, Go fetch the newspapers from the bar in the cabin from the past 20 days. I have not had the opportunity to read any reports regarding my bounty due to the training of Dinya and the others. We shall discuss your matters later. Once you bring them in, we can continue, correct? You have 30 seconds. Hurry. Hobodi's voice was low and firm. Monet gasped in surprise, her face alight with joy as she exited. Approximately half a minute later, Monet returned, cradling a stack of newspapers in her hands. These are the newspapers from the past month, master. Hobodi settled back into his chair, sifting through a pile of newspapers strewn across the table. He discovered that these were extensive reports from the World Debt Company. On the very day he set sail for the North Sea, precisely 27 days ago, Fire Fist Porgasti, Ace, captain of the Supernova Blackspade pirates, had adamantly declined the invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea, sanctioned by the world government. Was it true that those bearing the name D in this world possessed such exceptional talents? Indeed, they seemed to belong to a league of protagonists. Hobodi felt a twinge of annoyance as he gazed at the newspaper featuring a bespectacled figure clad in a cowboy hat and marked with freckles. Before discarding it into the wastebasket, he then turned to the second week's publication, which discussed the circumstances in the New World and the government's scientific endeavors. This was illogical. If any report should have featured our exploits, it ought to have appeared in the second week. Had that fellow Drake failed to relay my words? Skipping ahead. Hobodi sought information in the third week's edition, yet still found no mention of them, tossing the paper into the bin once more. Finally, he reached the fourth week's report. Rommel's scythe reemerges. Investigation team led by Rear Admiral annihilated. This was the headline for week 4. Accompanied by a small line beneath that vaguely alluded to the Minion Island incident from 9 years ago resurfacing. And then, there was nothing further to be found. Hobodi's expression darkened considerably. Rommel's scythe? His visit to the North Sea was a deliberate act to reveal the identity of King, allowing both the Navy and the underworld to become aware of this name. His various disguises, including Chiu Boyi and the current Tai Yujia, were all intended to ensure that if anyone investigated King, they would find no connection to him from the East Sea. This would enable him to maneuver freely between both identities in the future. However, their reports failed to mention this, and the identity of King remained undisclosed. His current actions were akin to a camel burying its head in the sand. Believing itself to be safe, it was utterly foolish. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Let us indulge in something more entertaining, Monet said, wrapping an arm around Hobodi's neck while the other hand reached down to his calf, suddenly producing a black, water-stained pair of underwear and presenting it to him. Look, master. Monet, I advise you not to provoke me at this moment, Hobodi replied, rising with an impassive look fixed upon her. Come now, forget those troubling thoughts. Monet remained unfazed. Her face flushed as she pushed him down toward the bed. Moments later, the cabin resonated with the joyful and melodious symphony of their union. Lost in their ecstasy, they were oblivious to the small figure, approximately 10 centimeters tall, that stealthily emerged from Hobodi's pocket, covering its eyes as it gazed in astonishment at the two uncovered bodies on the bed. Do adults really enjoy being naked? As the ship slowly set sail towards the Sea of Peace, while Hobodi and Monet engaged in humanity's most primal act, back at the naval headquarters in Marineford, a meeting was underway. Rows of officers sat cross-legged in an orderly fashion, arranged by rank from highest to lowest. In the center stood a small wooden table, measuring 30 by 20 by 10 centimeters, adorned with tea and snacks. The closer the officers sat to the table, the higher their naval rank, with several vice-admirals, such as Dogfight Dorman and Sharkslayer Bastille, well-known figures among pirates in the New World, seated nearest. At the center were two figures, one being Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the other, standing near the door, was Brand New, who, if Hobodi were present, would have noticed was half-bald with naturally curly green hair. Brand New pointed to a wanted poster pinned to the wall behind him. King. Identity and origins unknown. His first act occurred on the North Sea's Rubeck Island, where he callously murdered several innocent civilians merely for boarding a ship. Subsequently, he instigated a series of criminal events on the neighboring Sea Swallow Island, disturbing the peace. From these 2 points, it is evident that this individual harbors a blatant disregard for the Navy and the law. Such a heinous criminal, according to the reports from Rear Admiral Drake, single-handedly overturned the auction house of the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, during his third act. Not only that, but after toppling the auction, he ruthlessly executed the noblemen of the North Sea without leaving a single survivor. In the end, he even defeated the natural ability user guarding the auction house. The seasoned naval officers paid little heed to Brand New's earlier dramatic rhetoric, but upon hearing the last statement, their expressions turned serious. Oh dear, 9 years ago on Minion Island, that little brat Don Quixote pulled a stunt right under our noses. Who would have thought? Haha. That was beautifully executed. I have taken a liking to this fellow named King. Little Crane, it seems this lad has avenged your defeat from 9 years ago on Minion, remarked an elderly woman in a justice cloak, her hair tied in a ponytail, her face impassive. Even so, I cannot find joy in this, she replied. Vice Admiral Carp, Brand New said weakly, feeling nervous as this was his first time presiding over such a meeting. I accidentally finished my tea, Sengoku bellowed. Carp, you bastard. If you interrupt this meeting again, get the hell out. He then turned his gaze back to Brand New. Continue. Yes, Brand New replied, relieved, as he promptly retrieved a report he had compiled and affixed it to the wall. The list included Hawkins and Law, in addition to the mysterious man known as King. I suggest we place bounties on his 2 accomplices as well. Hailing from the North Sea, we have the magician Basil Hawkins, who rules the regions around Rubeck Island, and the one referred to by locals as the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Both are users of devil fruits, and according to local accounts, their ambitions lie in piracy. Not only our Navy, but our undercover agents embedded in the underground factions have reported that on the day these 3 Kings, Trafalgar Law, were each offered bounties of 100 million berries, while Basil Hawkins was set at 50 million. This means the underground also perceives the former 2's strength to be equivalent to that of a bounty hunter capable of defeating someone with a bounty exceeding 100 million for their lives. Sengoku pondered for a moment before responding. It seems Drake has concealed something in his verbal report. However, given the circumstances, Brand New, I propose we set a bounty of 100 million berries on Trafalgar Law and 50 million on Basil Hawkins. Brand New was taken aback. Sengoku's gaze fixed upon the wanted poster depicting a freckled man in cowboy attire, marked 100,000,000. This man deserves an additional 10 million berries. Not only does defeating a natural user warrant this bounty, but my instincts tell me this elusive figure is more than just a mastermind. As he spoke, Sengoku's thoughts drifted outside. Drake, what exactly transpired during your journey to the North Sea that prompted such a concealment of information? Meanwhile, in the North Sea, after an exhausting session of fervent activity, Hobodi gazed at Monet, who had fallen into a satisfied slumber beside him, shaking his head in resignation. This woman would require quite a bit of training to become the secretary akin to those in the Punk Hazard arc sitting up from the bed. Hobodi poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down before placing the cup back on the table. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling from the pocket of the clothes laid on the table. Is that a phone bug? Hobodi reached into the pocket and felt a soft, warm object. With a startled exclamation, a small figure swiftly emerged from the pocket. Vika? Hobodi exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the little creature's existence. Vika lifted the phone bug high, her childish voice ringing out. This snail has been ringing incessantly, and no matter how much I tell it to quiet down, it refuses to listen. That's a phone bug. Hand it to me. Hobodi took the phone bug and opened the speaker. Hello, is this the commander? An anxious voice came from the other end. Matt? You called my number? Is there something you cannot handle? I'm currently in Xylob village. Hobodi furrowed his brow, though the latter part was deliberate as an officer. He should not be eavesdropped on like a pirate, yet one can never be too cautious. No, that's not the issue. Matt's voice suddenly faltered. Then what is it? I apologize, Commander. Just moments ago, the notorious pirate Buggy the Clown and Alvida escaped from the prison. What? I had submerged him in seawater. And Alvida should have been securely bound. How on earth did they manage to escape? Another identity creation has failed, and now chaos reigns in our backyard. Hobodi wishes to express his frustration, yet he finds himself devoid of any anger regarding these events. This sentiment surprises even Hobodi himself. Is he truly indifferent? It appears that a rogue foot, capable of independent action, infiltrated the prison clandestinely, broke the water barrel, liberated Buggy the Clown, and, in conjunction with him, facilitated Alvida's escape. Keep a close watch on them. I shall return shortly. In the meantime, continue with the tasks I have assigned to you. Hobodi let out a sigh. The arrival of unfortunate events paradoxically led him to a deeper understanding. Are you coming back soon, Lieutenant? Suddenly, the voice from the phone interrupted Hobodi's contemplation. Hobodi uttered a sound of acknowledgement. You need not blame yourselves for the matter regarding the clown Buggy. I shall address it with the headquarters myself. Now, I must take my leave, for upon my return, there are tasks I must assign to you. Was it due to the recovery of the missing pair of legs that this transpired? Moments rewind to an hour prior, in the East Sea, at the Jekko Archipelago, specifically in the Began Town prison of Branch 76. To understand how the clown Buggy managed to escape, one must recount how Hobodi collected the fragmented remnants of Buggy in Orange Town, notably missing a pair of legs. I sense it, I truly sense it. At that moment, within the confines of a barred prison cell in Branch 76, a figure with a clownish visage expressed excitement, as a barrel soaked in seawater rocked back and forth. Why the commotion? Grumbled a plump woman beside him, her face marred with freckles. Eureka, do you wish to escape? In our current predicament, how could we possibly flee? Eureka scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Buggy. Nay, my legs await just outside the door. You simply need to divert the guard's attention so that my legs may enter. After which we'll shatter this bothersome water barrel, and this prison shall pose no challenge for me. Last time I was captured by that rascal, I was fortunate enough to let my legs slip away first. Should I encounter him again, humph? Legs? What nonsense are you spouting? Listen, if you wish to escape, follow my instructions. As he spoke, Buggy suddenly bellowed towards the prison door. Disaster. Disaster. Eureka is dying. What? A shout from outside prompted two Navy soldiers to enter. Buggy gestured urgently to Eureka. You must feign agony, so my legs can sneak in. After a moment's hesitation, swayed by Buggy's audacity and temptation, Eureka agreed, leaning against the wall before suddenly rolling to the ground. It hurts, it hurts. Hey, are you all right? The two soldiers approached the prison door, instinctively distancing themselves from the barred cell due to Commander Hobodi's orders, yet remaining oblivious to the pair of legs inching closer behind them. Hurry, she is in dire straits, Buggy frantically urged. The soldiers exchanged hesitant glances before slowly moving closer, while the pair of legs stealthily followed their footsteps. Buggy displayed a malevolent grin. Though he continuously urged the soldiers to focus on Eureka, the power of the chop-chop fruit was subtly drawing his legs nearer. As the soldiers crouched down to scrutinize Eureka's face, they suddenly spotted a pair of legs slipping through their own, advancing towards the water-filled barrel. With a swift kick, the barrel shattered with a resounding crash. Startled, the soldiers recoiled, instinctively raising their rifles. Water splashed everywhere as Buggy's form emerged, hands clad in white gloves flying out to strike the soldiers' faces, rendering them unconscious. Humph. This base is hardly a challenge for you lowly grunts, aside from that accursed Hobodi. Eureka, I extend my gratitude. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Eureka was left in awe, so much so that she remained unresponsive even after Buggy untied her. Indeed, I am the personification of the chop-chop fruit. With that, Buggy glanced towards the bars and extended his hand, retrieving the keys from a soldier's pocket. With a creak, the bars swung open. Let us flee before we are discovered. Did you not just express a desire for vengeance upon that rascal? Perhaps it is best to forego that idea. Buggy replied sheepishly, not wishing to encounter that terrifying giant catfish again. For days later, a grand merchant ship docked at Rog Town in the East Sea, coming to a halt. Upon disembarking, Hobodi, amidst the town's jubilations for the Four Seas Food Festival, finally discerned why such a multitude of dignitaries had visited the East Sea. At the Rog Town harbor, Hobodi and his companions sought refuge in a secluded alley, changing their attire. After removing their disguises, Hobodi retained his original features, donning casual garments, which he would later replace with navy attire upon reaching Began Town. Excuse me, good sir, are there any small boats for sale at the harbor? I wish to travel to the Jekko archipelago. Hobodi inquired of an elderly man sitting by the waterfront. The Jekko archipelago? How rare indeed, the old man responded with surprise. Most visitors come for the food festival. I have yet to hear of anyone returning during this time. Are you unaware that the clown buggy has escaped from captivity in the East Sea? I have relatives on the Jekko archipelago. Hobodi fabricated a carefully prepared rationale. As anticipated, upon hearing Buggy's name, the old man's complexion shifted dramatically, and he ceased his chatter, pointing to a small boat moored at the shore. 10,000 belly. Pay. And it is yours. Thank you, good sir. Hobodi produced a stack of banknotes, loosened the rope tethering the boat, and leapt aboard. We're off, Monet. Hobodi called to the green-haired woman disguised as a swordswoman on the shore. This town appears quite lively. I had assumed you would take me shopping upon your arrival. I wish to select a few outfits, as our disguises are no longer suitable. Monet donned a reluctant expression as she boarded the vessel. We shall see about that later. 3 days later, in Began Town of the Jekko archipelago, at 2 a.m, a Navy warship docked at the harbor. Under the cover of darkness, a small boat approached the shore, 2 shadowy figures disembarking. In the dim light, it appeared to be a man and a woman. The man stood approximately 2 meters tall, clad in a billowing robe whipped by the wind, with what seemed to be insignia on his shoulder. Unbelievable. You are indeed another graceful figure of the Navy. A languid voice remarked. You shall remain aboard the warship tonight. Report for the secretary position at 8 a.m, and I shall arrange your identity then. Must it be so? You truly are cautious, Monet chuckled softly. This is an order. Should you fail to comply, everything you desire for the next 3 days shall remain unattainable. It seems I have no choice, she conceded. That is sufficient. Hobodi nodded, gradually approaching the entrance of Branch 76, where a diminutive figure awaited. Welcome back, Commander, Matt saluted. Hobodi uttered a sound of acknowledgement, opened the door. Let everything wait until tomorrow. Indeed. Matt's silhouette moved forward, and the iron gate creaked open. Hobodi gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. A dagger was drawn from Hobodi's waist, glimmering with a chilling sheen in the howling winds of the night. Hobodi, gripping a dagger in one hand, plunged it directly into Mart's body. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the fabric and penetrated the heart. I apologize, Mart. Now that I've returned, you are the only one aware of my departure. While I am confident in my ability to earn your complete trust, your potential and worth simply cannot keep pace with my ambitions. Mart's body convulsed violently, and Hobodi quickly covered his mouth with his other hand to stifle any sound. As the crimson dagger was extracted, Mart's body twitched a few times before finally becoming rigid. Hobodi recognized that life had left him, and he released his grip. Mart slumped to the ground, yet an expression of inexplicable emotion lingered on his face. Why, upon being fatally stabbed, would he close his eyes and relax his brow? Could it be that he anticipated my return and prepared himself for death? Hobodi, perplexed, crouched down to examine Mart's condition closely. From within Mart's garments, after a thorough search, Hobodi unearthed a small knife, a flashlight, some change amounting to 302 Bailey, and a letter. A letter? Hobodi furrowed his brow as he switched on the flashlight and opened the envelope. The letter was divided into several segments, dated over multiple days. It read, Today, I spoke with Commander Hobodi via the telephone bug, and I felt quite elated. However, during our conversation, after reporting the matter concerning the clown, Bucky, the commander's tone seemed to shift to one of discontent. I worried that Bucky's situation might disappoint him, but the commander suddenly reassured us not to worry, stating he would report to headquarters. His tone was strangely unfamiliar, entirely unlike the usual commander. It felt as though he was utterly disillusioned with us. Was this a casual diary? Hobodi pondered, continuing to read. It has been 2 days since the commander's communication, and for reasons unknown. While idling in the commander's quarters, I inadvertently perused his past appointment records. Indeed, he is an impressive individual. He managed to escape from the deadly island of Punk Hazard and even maintained camaraderie with the general. Yet, perhaps due to such exceptional prowess, he was dispatched by the warring states marshal to the East Sea, only to encounter individuals as ineffectual as us, leading to his profound disappointment. Nevertheless, I am grateful to have gleaned some insight into the commander's past. At this moment, Hobodi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Mart would be so audacious as to meddle with his belongings. It is now the 4th day. The commander has arrived in the East Sea. For some reason, an unsettling feeling has settled within me, as if something ominous is destined to transpire. Additionally, today the Navy updated the bounty notice. There is a man named King whom I do not recognize, yet in a corner of the bounty poster, I believe I have uncovered something significant. Could it be? Hobodi stared in astonishment at the corpse on the ground. It is the 5th day. The culinary festival in Rogue Town just concluded yesterday. I wonder if Commander Hobodi attended. Following yesterday's discussion, I visited the fabric store in town and compared it to the corner of the bounty notice. Indeed, the fabric is identical, although the commander mixed the town's fabric with garments from other regions to disguise it. I alone am aware of the coffee stain on the corner of the bounty hunter disguise he donned before his departure. I have confirmed that the bounty of 110 million berries on King pertains to Commander Hobodi. Now, I comprehend the source of my unease. If that is the case, why would he willingly choose death? Hobodi murmured, gazing quizzically at the corpse on the ground. He continued to read. It is now the deep night of the 6th day. The commander just contacted me via the telephone book. At 2 in the morning, he will arrive at the port of Began Town. In 3 hours, I shall emerge to open the door, which will mark the end of my life. After a series of crossed-out words, Hobodi stared expressionlessly at the gradually legible text below. I have made a decision. He continued reading, his eyes widening in shock. Since I am the commander's weakness, I shall eliminate this weakness myself. Commander, if you kill me and see this letter at that moment, please do not fret. I have erased all connections between you and King. I purchased the clothing. And I have not visited the town this month, thus providing evidence of my absence from the East Sea. Furthermore, my comrades in the base, whom I usually encounter, have all been slain by me just now. The remaining individuals are those who have not seen me in a month, among whom I have selected one who witnessed my entire act of murder. All that remains is for you to discard my body, and I will be accused of killing my comrades, prompting a Navy investigation that will eventually link me to King. Indeed, after I perish, I shall become King. Please, Commander, allow me to assume the mantle of King. On the desk in the intelligence room lies my letter of apology to my comrades. Thus, the foolish me may yet assist the Navy South 76th Division, with my respects to Sergeant Mart. Hobodi closed the letter, gazing down at Mart, who lay peacefully with closed eyes, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Foolish, isn't it? If you have entangled me in your schemes, do not look down upon yourself. With such cunning, why did you not reveal your voice sooner? Suddenly, Hobodi paused. Indeed, even if you had revealed yourself earlier, I could not have trusted you. Due to the habits instilled by my previous profession, I only place my faith in the deceased. Has this become my own self-sabotage, thwarting the potential of what I could have been? After uttering this thought, Hobodi shook his head. He lifted Mart's lifeless body and made his way to a secluded forest by the harbor, an area typically belonging to the training grounds of the 76th Division, where the residents of Began Town seldom ventured. After a few minutes, he reached the depths of the forest, his hands transforming into claws resembling those of a dragon, striking the ground repeatedly to carve out a substantial pit. Subsequently, Hobodi cast Mart's body into the hollow and buried it beneath the earth. Hobodi stood for a while before the grave, lost in contemplation. As you wished, Matt. Entering through the back door of the 76th Division, clad in the cloak of a naval commander, Hobodi first returned to the intelligence room, where he retrieved a letter from the desk before proceeding to the hall of the division, just as described in Matt's correspondence. Approximately 20 naval soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, with 10 or so appearing to have succumbed to their fate. One rotund man, bound to a pillar with cloth stuffed in his mouth, could only gaze in terror at the unfolding scene. Hobodi recognized him as the arrogant soldier he had previously cleaned alongside Matt, known on the military roster as Woods. Hobodi approached him, removed the object from his mouth, and inquired deliberately what on earth has transpired. Woods, Matt is mad. That fellow has lost his mind. We were all drinking together when he suddenly erupted. Slaughtering his companions, Woods cried out in despair. After Hobodi had untied him, he commanded, "Summon everyone here." A few minutes later, soldiers, groggy and reluctantly emerging from their blankets in the dead of night, entered the hall. Upon witnessing the grim scene before them, their drowsiness vanished entirely. Woods, elucidate the situation. Hobodi instructed, gesturing for the stout soldier to step forward. Woods conveyed to the bewildered soldiers the essence of his earlier conversation with Hobodi, and one by one, their faces registered profound shock. Hobodi remarked, such is the current situation. Moreover, following the escape of the Joker, Baki, our 76th Division has encountered yet another crisis, undoubtedly diminishing our credibility in the eyes of the populace. I shall report this matter to Colonel Monka, the commander of the Donghai Naval Base. Suddenly, a youthful visage interrupted Hobodi's discourse, pointing at him and inquiring, I have a question. Since you, Commander Hobodi, have been in the intelligence room for the past month, and Sergeant Matt is the only one who has had contact with you during this time, could you enlighten us on what transpired with Sergeant Matt? His words garnered widespread agreement, and several astute individuals began to ponder why, on the day of the Joker Baki's escape, Commander Hobodi did not make an appearance. Was he truly a zealous practitioner? Hobodi's expression remained serene as he produced a letter from his bosom. This is from Matt. Woods, you are quite familiar with him. Why don't you read it? Certainly. Woods accepted the letter, tore it open, and began to read aloud under the gaze of many. I am a sailor. Why did I join the Navy? I still remember the dreams of my childhood, yearning to explore more seas and meet diverse souls. Why does the red earth divide the world into two oceans? What am I doing now, and what are my dreams? I can no longer linger here. Remaining in this place will erode my aspirations. What a farce. The commander only orders me to deliver newspapers and meals day after day. My comrades engage in foolishness daily, living in comfort and squandering time. My fate should not be so. I have resolved to take to the sea, to eliminate those who have led me to waste my days. Indeed, to vanquish the Navy, to prevent future regrets, leaving me no path of retreat. I depart. In pursuit of my dreams. The voice faded, and Wood sighed. I have seen Matt's handwriting. There is no doubt this is his note. I never imagined he harbored such thoughts. The previously skeptical youth lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Is it merely the commander to blame, or have we, too, forced Matt to this point? How infuriating. Even so, Matt cannot sacrifice his comrades for the sake of dreams. Did he forget the days spent together with us? Commander, what shall we do next? Let us bury them, Hobodi replied expressionlessly. Tomorrow, post a notice for the recruitment of 10 soldiers at the entrance. Understood. The expressions of the soldiers were far from cheerful. 6 hours later, as agreed, at 8 in the morning, Hobodi appeared at the gates of the 76th Division base. A throng of people had gathered, crowded at the entrance, as news of the previous night's murder incident spread. Many citizens clamored to ask Hobodi, is it true that there was a naval soldiers' rebellion at the base last night? What has become of the clown, Baki? Are you not devising any countermeasures? Is this all the capability the headquarters possesses? Return the gift I previously provided. Hobodi disregarded the reporters in disguise, the fervent crowd, and the affluent townsfolk, his gaze fixated on the woman with emerald hair among the throng. With a subtle gesture, he announced, we are currently enlisting 10 soldiers for the Navy. Should you have any interest, feel free to apply. However, it is imperative that you possess commendable skills. A voice inquired. Excuse me, is the recruitment for the secretary position still valid? The date appears to have long expired. Monet, adorned with thick milk-colored glasses, raised her hand high amidst the crowd. It is still valid, though the secretary position is quite stringent. If you are confident, do consider an interview. Yes, I shall apply. Monet's ample figure surged forth from the crowd, eliciting envious glances and audible gulps from those nearby. Woods, please escort this young lady to my intelligence room. Certainly. Woods led Monet deeper into the base. As she brushed past Hobodi, she playfully licked her lips and whispered seductively in his ear. I shall be waiting for you in the intelligence room, my master. Hobodi disregarded her and then gazed at the crowd. Are there any soldiers aspiring to join the Navy? From the throng emerged an elderly man, partially bald and clad in pink. Excuse me, Commander Hobodi, please save my grandson. The old man spoke slowly. I have come from other islands. A few days ago, the clown buggy and the iron rod Eureka escaped from prison and landed on our island, subsequently abducting my grandson while he was fishing outside the city. What is your grandson's name? KB. Here's his photograph. The old man produced an image of a chubby young boy with glasses and a center-parted hairstyle. Hobodi took the photograph and said, very well. I shall arrange for this image to be enlarged and displayed throughout the Jeco Islands. Should anyone catch sight of your grandson, I will inform you. However, my dear sir, your grandson has unfortunately fallen into the hands of pirates. I understand your desire to locate him, but at this moment, we are unable to spare any soldiers from our base. Posting your grandson's likeness across the island is the utmost we can offer. I recommend you seek out Brigadier Bryn Bryn from the 77th Division. He is a man of great integrity within the Navy. The old man appeared dejected. If anyone aspires to join the Navy, they must not forget to enlist at the base. Hobodi turned to Woods, who had just returned. How did that woman perform? She should meet the commander's expectations. She classified the documents quite swiftly, Woods replied, feeling a pang of jealousy as he added, and she has a remarkable figure as well. Very well, I shall take a look. You continue to recruit soldiers here. Understood, Woods responded promptly, though he had previously had a falling out with the commander. It seemed that since Mart's demise, he had begun to attract the commander's attention. Perhaps, Woods mused wickedly, Mart's death might prove to be a fortuitous turn of events for him. Hobodi returned to the intelligence room, dispersing the 2 soldiers stationed at the door to monitor Monet. Before closing the door behind him, Monet, how's the situation? Quite simple. It's hard to believe you have been searching for someone so incompetent for so long. Monet removed her glasses, placed the documents on the desk, and perched herself on Hobodi's thigh, her fingers restlessly tracing patterns. I now suspect that finding a secretary is merely an excuse. Your true intention must be to engage in such activities, right? Do not conflate me with you, Hobodi replied, his expression darkening as he pushed her hand away, redirecting the conversation. Now, I need to formulate a plan for the next 2 years. Please assist me in organizing it. Oh, we currently possess a sum of 500 million berries. No famous swords, no weapons, merely pure training funds. That is indeed a substantial amount. Sufficient to hire an entire training team. Noted, Monet exclaimed, picking up paper and pen, writing as she spoke. We will require excellent nutritionists paired with chefs, fitness coaches knowledgeable about the human body, and doctors capable of calculating the specifics of human anatomy. Additionally, with 500 million, we could auction some precious medicinal herbs in the black market. It is said that some kings, in order to cultivate outstanding heirs, arrange for them to bathe in rare herbs from a young age to enhance their potential. What do you think? You will handle these arrangements. Moreover, the branch's tasks. To ensure public safety, we should patrol at least once a month, each patrol lasting about 3 to 4 days. You will manage the documentation. Understood. The patrols can also serve as practical training. Of course, in the East Sea, the weakest of the seas, there are unlikely to be any monsters present. I just reviewed the files in the intelligence room, and the only ones capable of providing genuine combat training are likely the clown buggy and the pirate Captain Krieg. Monet remarked. No, you're mistaken. Practical training does not discriminate based on rank. It is nearly impossible to find a worthy opponent who matches one's own level. Have you reviewed the information on Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates? And the intelligence regarding the sightings of the fishmen? Yes. Monet adjusted her glasses. Rising from Hobodi's lap to search the bookshelf. After a moment, she retrieved 2 stacks of documents and placed them before Hobodi. I have made a rather intriguing discovery. Look at the information here. Captain Kuro has been captured. East Sea's Axan Morgan has been promoted to colonel. Is there a question regarding these 2 pieces of information? Indeed. A year ago, Axan Morgan was not an officer, yet the newspapers reported that he single-handedly defeated the Black Cat Pirates, leading to the captain's arrest. It is entirely due to his strength that he ascended. However, there is a curious aspect. The remnants of the Black Cat Pirates have been lingering around the Jekyll Islands. What does this signify? Generally speaking, according to pirate customs, when a captain is defeated, the first mate or other crew members take command of the remnants. Some choose to continue the original captain's legacy, while others may abandon it to seize power for themselves, and some, driven by loyalty, attempt to rescue their captain. However, the actions of the Black Cat Pirates do not fit into any of these categories. That is what is peculiar. Furthermore, you have placed Kuro's bounty notice alongside this newspaper. You should know where the real Kuro is, right? Proceed to the next point. Regarding the sightings of the fishmen. The majority of the information pertains to the vicinity of the Kanomi Islands. Monet chuckled playfully. I happen to know the true identity of that fellow. A few years ago, when the sea warrior Jinbei was newly appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he made an agreement with the government to release Arlongs, a cadre of the Sun Pirates led by Fisher Tiger, back to the East Sea. Undoubtedly, those sighted fishmen are none other than Arlong and his crew. These individuals emerged from the Grand Line and are considered monstrous beings by the people of the East Sea. Make sure to document all of this. Oh, Monet murmured meaningfully. And what of the rumors surrounding Crocodile? Document those as well. As it stands, without strength, no position can guarantee peace. However, in the future, entering the Grand Line will necessitate status. These individuals will serve as my stepping stones. Very well. Is this the arrangement moving forward? Monet inquired, holding the papers in her hand. For the first 13 days of each month and the last 13 days, we will dedicate ourselves entirely to training, with the intervening days assigned to patrol duties. Prepare training teams, nutritionists, doctors, fitness coaches, food supplies, and medicines. Understood. I have calculated that with 500 million berries, if precious medicines are not required, we could sustain operations for 2 years or even longer. However, if we wish to engage in prolonged bathing sessions, we could only manage a maximum of a year and a half. Monet raised a pertinent question. Hobodi pondered for a moment before promptly responding. Let it be a year and a half. His innate talent was rather mediocre, and he believed that it would not be amiss to enhance it through medicinal means. Even if it meant sacrificing some optimal training time. Please devise a training regimen in the near future and gather the necessary individuals. I shall retreat for my own cultivation. Hobodi declared, rising to depart. Wait, master, have you perhaps forgotten something? Monet teased, holding the pin between her lips in an alluring manner, enticing Hobodi. Hobodi understood what she intended to convey and replied without turning back. Let us discuss it in the evening. Sighing, Monet, with a tone of regret, picked up the bounty notice adorned with a jester's mask, offering a reward of 110,000,000 berries. Tonight, I shall reveal to you another facet. With that, Hobodi exited the information room. Upon arriving at the training ground behind the base, Hobodi immediately commenced his weighted training. However, it wasn't long before he found himself frowning in contemplation as he gazed at the iron fence surrounding the training area. If I were to openly hire a physical training team with that 500 million in funds, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions under the watchful eyes of all the soldiers. Although the Navy's investigation into King's identity would not connect back to me, the question of how I acquired such wealth would certainly arouse their curiosity. It seems I must establish an underground training facility. Furthermore, in the absence of Mart, Hobodi will need to rely on Monet's assistance to operate under the guise of King. Yet, as Mart had prepared, any such arrangement is bound to reveal a flaw. Mart had sacrificed his life to shield him this time. Will he have to rely on the lives of others in the future? This is exceedingly troublesome and will eventually lead to exposure. Hobodi felt an urgent need to devise a way to separate King's identity from his own, ensuring that the world would never associate King with him. If only the powers of my devil fruit could enable me to cultivate a doppelganger akin to those in earthly novels. As Hobodi stared at the double iron bars of the fence, he suddenly paused in realization. Who says it cannot be done? In Hobodi's mind, a spark of inspiration ignited, swiftly transforming into a magnificent pink dragon, its claws swiping gracefully through the air. Before long, clouds began to converge from all directions. And after a moment of embellishment, the ethereal outlines of human figures coalesced within the billowing mist. Hobodi gazed at the golden, faceless cloud before him. a form so transparent it seemed to dissolve with a mere shake of his head. The creation of a doppelganger was contingent upon energy, a fleeting endeavor that could not endure beyond mere seconds. The true essence lay within his animalistic form. Only this embodiment could sustain a prolonged existence. Yet, how could this body masquerade as his own? Hobodi pondered, scrutinizing his colossal dragon physique, measuring 7 to 8 meters, momentarily ensnared in contemplation. As night fell, after his rigorous training, Hobodi returned to his abode, where Monai had been awaiting him for quite some time. Without allowing Hobodi a moment's respite, Monai leapt into his embrace. Throughout the night, the air was filled with the vibrant sounds of spring. The next morning, awakening beside a rejuvenated Monai, Hobodi maintained the facade of an officer, dedicating the majority of his time to training. Ever since the concept of a doppelganger had illuminated his mind the previous day, Hobodi found himself irresistibly drawn to contemplate various methods to achieve this goal. He deemed the successful creation of a doppelganger to be of utmost necessity. Consider the ensuing year and a half, perhaps even 2, dedicated to his cultivation. With a doppelganger, even one that could not speak, merely seated in the commander's chamber, he would arouse no suspicions. All trivial matters were entrusted to Monai, who, barring the deliberate flaws he had instilled in her physicality, presented no significant issues. Moreover, should he disguise himself as king in the future, the presence of a Hobodi officer would render any conjectures about his true identity implausible. He endeavored to manipulate the energy of the devil fruit within him to alter his transformation as structure, seeking to contract his massive form by utilizing the joints of his body. However, these methods ultimately proved futile. Yet, during his experiments, Hobodi discovered that upon transforming into a dragon, he could adjust the muscles and internal structures of his dragon form through sheer will. In essence, he could reshape his entire physique. He arrived at a pivotal conclusion. If he could master the control of his internal muscles, he would possess the ability to alter his dragon form at will, compressing his 7 to 8 meter body into a semblance reminiscent of the dragon-human hybrids depicted in television shows and films of his previous life. And what are the experts in this realm? Hobodi immediately thought of the masters of the 6 forms within the Navy. These individuals have achieved an unparalleled mastery over their bodies, capable of surpassing ordinary humans by several magnitudes without relying on any tools in this era of great piracy. Without hesitation, Hobodi dialed his old friend Branyu to inquire about the 6 forms. The ability to freely control one's body? Indeed. The techniques encompassed in the 6 forms, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, finger gun, galefoot, and shave, are all about bodily mastery. However, to be frank, you've called the wrong person for such inquiries. Branyu chuckled helplessly from the transponder snail. I only have your number within the Navy. Please, lend me a hand. The Navy's intelligence department must possess some documentation on the training techniques for the 6 forms. Don't put me in a difficult position. I've just received a promotion. Accessing those classified materials would require navigating several hurdles. Besides, everyone in headquarters knows that I have little interest in combat, which is precisely why I was reassigned to the intelligence department. If I suddenly request that information, it might cause you some trouble in the future. Branyu hesitated. Hobodi felt a tinge of disappointment. Is there truly no way at all? He inquired. To be honest, the skill of mastering one's own body does not necessarily require the 6 forms, does it? As far as I know, there is someone among us who possesses remarkable control over her own body. Moreover, you are acquainted with her. If you were to seek her assistance, I believe she would disregard even the orders of the warring states marshal to lend you a hand. Branyu displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. S expression darkened instantly. You are referring to Gal, aren't you? She possesses profound mastery over the freedom to control her body. So, he is indeed male? No. She now goes by the name of Phoenix, a bona fide woman. In the Navy headquarters, Branyu cautiously glanced around and, finding no one, continued, her transformation into Gal does not stem from altering her physical structure, but rather from her devil fruit's replication ability. However, she also wields a skill that is not inferior to the 6 styles, known as life restoration. If you seek the freedom to control your body, you should seek her out. I will send you her snail phone number, 030-299-5237. Best of luck. Hobodi, with a solemn expression, noted down the number left by Branyu. He was acutely aware that the final sound of the call being disconnected was undoubtedly tinged with a malicious glee. The initial impression of Gal's robust and imposing figure was not so easily dispelled. Yet, in the present circumstances, Hobodi, despite his reluctance, found himself compelled to dial the number provided by Branyu, 030-299-5237. Hello, may I ask who this is? Came a cheerful female voice on the line. Hobodi fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. I am Hobodi. What? Is it you, Lieutenant? How splendid. The lieutenant has personally called me. But how did the lieutenant come to know my number? At this point, the voice on the other end immediately lowered, whispering softly. Was it necessary to feign calm after such overwhelming joy? Hobodi, rendered speechless, replied, I obtained it from Branyu. With that, the conversation came to an abrupt halt, leaving no further words exchanged. Hobodi found himself at a loss for words. This woman was the one he least wanted to provoke. For nearly 3 months, he had almost forgotten her existence, yet it was the matter of cultivation that compelled him to seek her out. Thank you for the method you sent me for exercising with the iron block. It has helped me navigate through several crises, he said, not knowing what else to express. As the words tumbled out of his mouth. Really? You, Lieutenant, managed to wield the iron block in just 3 months? That's incredible, came the enthusiastic voice from across the line. Even so, that's quite impressive. An ordinary person would need at least 2 years to achieve success in cultivation. By the way, Lieutenant, are you near the waters around Sambas in the East Sea? I recently saw a newspaper article about a chef with curly eyebrows winning an award there. It seems the cuisine is quite exceptional. If I ever get the chance to visit the East Sea, could you take me along? Though Hobodi inwardly thought, please don't. He maintained a calm exterior and replied, sure, but the Grand Line is fraught with countless sea kings and pirates. It was only with the help of Rear Admiral Carp that I barely made it to the East Sea. It would be too dangerous for you to go alone. Oh? Came a sharp gasp from the other end, followed by a softer tone. Are you worried about me, Lieutenant? Hobodi frowned, sensing the conversation could spiral endlessly. He swiftly changed the topic. Actually, Fui, I called to ask for your assistance. Help? You are aware that I possess the animal-type devil fruit, right? However, I struggle to control the animal's form when I transform. I heard from Branyu that you are a master of the life return technique, and I wish to learn it from you. Hobodi stated directly. A sudden silence ensued on the other end. After a minute or two, Hobodi wondered if the call had been disconnected until he finally heard some sounds through the receiver. There was a glitch in the signal. Lieutenant, are you still there? In a room within the Naval Headquarters family building, a woman cradled a silver snail phone, speaking slowly. Yes, I'm here. The life return technique is different from the iron block. It cannot be mastered through physical training alone. In fact, the more accomplished one is in cultivation, the harder it becomes to control. Remember this. The key to life return is to sense every part of your body, to understand the changes within, allowing your consciousness to permeate those areas, granting you full control. I stumbled upon this realization when I fell into the sea, and my rigid body allowed me to perceive my consciousness could be utilized in such a manner. I learned it by chance. All right, my uncle is coming. I must hang up now. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a tall man in a red suit with a stern expression. Miss Fui and I can see, are you once again using my silver snail phone to call someone? He inquired. You specifically took precautions to prevent eavesdropping. It wouldn't be with some bounty hunter or pirate, would it? If so, I might have to reconsider that boy from last time. Even if he is weak, he is far better than a pirate. No. I merely used my uncle's phone to talk about girl talk with Miss Tina. The Naval Intelligence Department does not intercept calls made by naval families. You are lying. Fui, if that boy Hobodi returns from the East Sea, I will integrate him into my squad for proper training. It would be better than having you manipulated by evil. As for your parents, I will speak to them. On the other side. Hobodi felt an inexplicable chill at the mention of life return, but he quickly dismissed it. Sitting at his desk, he pondered the novel notion of transmitting one's will throughout the body. Truth be told, it was the first time he had come across such an idea. How to put this technique into practice remained uncertain. But the key likely lay in Fuyi's last words before hanging up. To fall into the sea, allowing the body to stiffen, and completely releasing one's consciousness, or perhaps achieving serenity. It resembled the training methods from his previous life under a waterfall, having ingested the devil fruit, which rendered him akin to a land dweller. And with his capable aide Monet also being a land dweller, his method of submerging in the sea was futile. Moreover, the Jekyll Islands were mountainous. And at least in Begantown, there were no waterfalls in sight, thus rendering the idea impractical. Knock knock. A voice came from outside the office door. Commander. May I enter? Please do. The door opened to reveal Monet, clad in a light blue frilled skirt, her graceful form swaying with the breeze. Her silky green waves dancing as she approached, holding a neatly organized stack of documents. What do you have there? Hobodi inquired, curiosity piqued. This is a list of nutritionists, physical trainers, health consultants, and medicinal bath specialists from the 4 Seas, along with their contact numbers. Please have a look. Monet set the documents on the desk, glancing at the disheveled snail phone. Were you just on a call? Yes. Was it a woman? Monet's golden eyes were fixed intently on Hobodi. Monet. You were eavesdropping just 10 minutes ago. Spare me the probing. Poor woman, she is entirely being played by you. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out your true identity after being deceived into bed with you. Monet expressed with a hint of intrigue. She was, after all, the niece of Admiral Akainu and bore a lingering allure. Oh, that makes it even more interesting. I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with her to serve you. Monet teased, gradually drawing closer to Hobodi, straddling him. Enough with the jokes. Let's discuss this list instead. By the way, can these people truly be trusted? Hobodi regarded the list, which bore a striking resemblance to the advertisements he had seen in his previous life. Monet shifted her position, spreading the document out. Most of these individuals have been featured in the World Deck Report, renowned figures. Especially this Ambrio Ivankov, who is reputed to be the master of the 99 Vitality menu. That individual, a crossdresser? Hobodi recalled his distaste from a previous encounter in Garna. He had never held a favorable impression of crossdressers. Unfortunately, this person is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and has already been imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. Let us look at the others instead. There's no need. You can handle this, Monet. Now, Could you please get off me? Hobodi felt a surge of irritation as Monet's deliberate movements ignited a reaction within him. Already feeling something. Are we? Monet playfully rose from Hobodi, knowing that the closer she got, the harder it was for her to resist. However, she also understood that during the day, Hobodi would not allow her to overstep boundaries. But if he were to initiate it, that would be a different matter altogether. By the way, the underground training facility you mentioned 2 days ago has been established, and the necessary training equipment is being prepared. The passage is located at the training ground behind the mountain. Would you like to take a look? That sounds good. Hobodi had intended to continue exploring Life Return, but he figured it would be more effective to verify through practice. Navigating past the refuse area behind the 76th Division, the two reached a secluded corner by the wall, discovering a hidden entrance beneath an iron cover. Upon lifting it, they revealed an iron ladder leading downwards, a faint glow emanating from below. Concerned that Monet might act strangely, Hobodi instructed her to descend first. Immediately, I too fell into silence. Are you satisfied? This space leads to the concealed forest west of the Rob village base. I envisioned it to be a broad expanse, 50 meters deep and 800 meters long, supported by 100 concrete pillars, eliminating any concerns of collapse. Moreover, the soil here is comprised of rocky terrain, which greatly benefits the Master's cultivation. When did you manage to create such a commotion without my notice? The members of the branch were utterly oblivious. This was arranged with an excavation company. I happened to know the owner from when we built the underground auction house, so I had them assist with this as well. Well done, indeed. Selecting you as my secretary was a prudent choice, remarked Hobodi. A secretary should be one who, upon receiving a directive, finds a way to silently resolve concerns without fuss. Monet stood there, momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Hobodi inquired, puzzled. A faint blush crept across Monet's face as she turned away. Is it that familiar attribute awakening again? Hobodi sighed, shaking his head, before commanding, Monet, use your abilities to freeze me. No sooner had he spoken than Hobodi transformed into a pink eastern dragon. Ah? Is that a dragon? Monet gasped. Indeed, it is I, replied the pink dragon. Master? Monet gazed at the dragon's tail, her face flushed, exclaiming in this form. I can't bear the weight of my master. What on earth are you thinking? Hobodi's face darkened. Use your icy power to freeze me. It would be best if my body were rendered completely unresponsive. Ah? Monet's realization struck. Do you wish to perish by my hand? I cannot bring myself to do it, she stammered, her legs twisting in distress. Use your strongest technique from last time. Do not fear. For my current form can withstand it. If you unleash your power, then today shall be special, Hobodi stated, his expression darkening as he echoed words reminiscent of a past life in public relations. Is that so? Monet took a deep breath. The underground space gradually crystallized into ice, the air growing colder as she transformed the terrain into a snowy landscape. Monet opened her mouth and directed her breath toward the nearby dragon Hobodi. Blizzard. The frigid air instantly enveloped Hobodi, penetrating his very bones and causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, Hobodi compelled himself to remain calm, closing his eyes, detaching from external thoughts. He focused solely on sensing his own body, his pulse. Gradually, apart from a pair of protruding dragon horns, Hobodi's form was entirely concealed by the blizzard. Cold. An extreme cold, sharp as 1,000 icy blades scraping against his body. Yet, it was far more than mere cold. There were other sensations, faint but undeniably present. As he settled into stillness, no, more accurately, as the cold transformed into pain, then into a near-fainting haze of consciousness. He could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart and the gurgling of blood within his veins, though he felt little of his muscles. Master, Monet suddenly called out, startling Hobodi awake as he opened his eyes. What is it? If you continue to endure this, my snow will be your demise, Monet pointed at Hobodi's form. The flesh beneath the dragon scales was torn and bloodied, warm blood melting much of the snow beneath, flowing crimson streams. Hobodi was momentarily stunned, regaining his human form, his body marred with wounds as he slowly sat up from the ground. Let us continue tomorrow. Monet eagerly inquired, what about my special service? Hobodi fell silent, deftly sidestepping the topic at hand. You need to finalize those nutritionists as soon as possible. Tomorrow, as long as a layer of snow blankets this place, you shall be free. Understanding was implicit. The following day, in the subterranean training ground, Hobodi shed his garments entirely, allowing the exhilarated Monet to envelop him in a tempest of snow before collapsing onto the ground. This act, bordering on self-mutilation, yielded no tangible benefits by the end of the day. His sensations remained akin to those of the first day, capable of keen observation, yet frequently lacking in awareness. On the third day, still within the underground confines, Monet unleashed a continuous blizzard before departing. Hobodi, however, began to relish this nebulous state, gradually attaining comprehension. From envisioning the rhythmic beating of his heart and the inner workings of his organs to genuinely experiencing sensations through heightened consciousness. As the fourth and fifth days unfolded in monotonous repetition, Hobodi ceased to regard the passage of time, uncertain of how long had elapsed. He eventually made this place his residence, relying on Monet to deliver sustenance while he learned to master his own body. Most of his time was spent immersed in that peculiar state. Hobodi discerned that each encounter with Monet facilitated his subsequent immersion into that state, rendering it significantly easier. Thus, Time flowed on until one fateful day, in the vast underground training arena, a patch of snow began to undulate. With his eyes tightly shut, Hobodi's draconic form stirred instinctively, springing forth in a series of unconscious leaps upon the snowy ground. Should a spectator have been present at that moment, they would have witnessed the gradual diminishment of Hobodi's physique. First, his tail retracted, followed by the tapering of its tip, and then, inch by inch, until only his head remained. Ultimately, a figure lay amidst the snow, adorned with a forehead crowned by horns and lower legs cloaked in dragon scales, an embodiment of humanity marked by the distinctive traits of a dragon. The dragon man slowly opened his eyes, clenching a fist tightly. Suddenly, the scales on his arm elongated, transforming into the talons of a dragon, which he thrust forcefully into the ground. A resounding crack echoed as fissures radiated outward from the dragon man's center, revealing a gaping chasm spanning 10 meters. While this new draconic form diminished his control over the tempestuous elements, the latent explosive power within his body surged forth, promising an inexhaustible wellspring of strength. Embracing a mode inclined towards physical assault, he resolved to explore the dimensions of speed as well. Hobodi propelled himself forward with a swift motion, covering the distance of 800 meters in mere moments. Quite impressive, indeed. Ah, has the master finally achieved what was desired? A teasing voice echoed from the underground training base as Monet descended the steps slowly. Monet, how many days have passed? I can only recall events from 3 days ago. This state cannot be deemed as completion. It is merely indicative of the body's ability to adjust, not a free adjustment, thus indicating the need for further training, Hobodi elaborated. 1.5 years. Do not jest, Hobodi replied sternly. Perhaps 2 months, at most. The nutritionist, the pharmacologist, and the physician all arrived a month ago. The herbal supplies have been confirmed by the apothecary, and we only have enough for 1.5 years. The only missing element is a physical training coach. Is that so? 1.5 years is sufficient. Moreover, there is no need for that coach to come anymore. Hobodi waved his hand dismissively. Monet, taken aback by this sudden change of plans, wore a look of confusion. Why the abrupt alteration in strategy? Hobodi gazed at her calmly. Why not throw a punch at me now? The distance between them was merely 1 meter, and moreover, Monet was no ordinary individual. So, why not? Monet, somewhat perplexed, complied and swung his fist. However, before his fist could even complete its arc, he heard Hobodi murmur, the air on the right, 30 centimeters away, has been disrupted. Based on this disturbance, I predict that 1 second from now, the knuckle of your middle finger will strike my left cheek. After a brief pause, if Monet were to witness the scene in slow motion, he would indeed see his extended fist, precisely as Hobodi had described. Yet, after that second elapsed, seeing his own fist connect with Hobodi's left cheek left Monet utterly astonished. Was this the manifestation of observation hockey? Hobodi shook his head, stating, no. This should be the 6 styles paper drawing. In my current state, I utilize life return, allowing myself to relinquish all power and fully relax my bodily pores. This enables me to keenly perceive the direction of airflow approaching me, thus roughly deducing the opponent's attack vector and ultimately evading it. Is this not derived from the skills you originally trained in? Not quite. This is inherently part of the Navy's 6 styles paper drawing. However, it is arguably inferior to the observation hockey. Just now, your sluggish attack only registered with me when it was a mere 10 centimeters away from my body, which in a battle between masters would be utterly futile. Observation hockey should indeed represent a more advanced form of perceptual ability. Therefore, what is the reason for not requiring a physical trainer? Hobodi spoke without mercy, though I have yet to master the entirety of life restoration. I have thoroughly comprehended the structure of my body through my consciousness over the past 2 months. I now understand the direction of my cultivation. Thus there is no need for guidance. Let that physical trainer return home. Understood. Monet nodded, jotting down notes. He then inquired, how shall we resolve the issues at hand? Master, you have not patrolled in 2 months. I shall embark on my patrol imminently. With that, Hobodi released the life restoration, and his entire form suddenly expanded to 7 or 8 meters. Following this, Hobodi's dragon-like claws stirred the ground, directly shedding a scale from his own body. Hobodi reached out to grasp the scales, drawing closer to the tumultuous winds. As he watched, the scales grew larger and larger, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, ultimately materializing as a dragon man strikingly reminiscent of Hobodi himself. What is this? Monet exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Although the process of life restoration had yet to be fully realized, I managed to create a consciousness-less puppet utilizing the principles I gleaned from life restoration. As long as this fragment remains intact within my control, the puppet will not be detected as a counterfeit, much like the mechanics of a marionette. The core component is the scale, employing air to disperse the cells into an exterior structure that closely resembles my own. However, its movements are dictated by the winds. Look. As Hobodi pointed with one hand and gestured majestically, the dragon puppet began to glide towards the direction indicated by him. To call it walking would be an understatement. It was more akin to floating, for the exterior was remarkably light, weighing no more than a single scale. This was merely a rudimentary form. Should I attain the ability to freely control my body, I might one day truly manifest a doppelganger, one fully endowed with the power of my original self. However, for now, this would suffice. From this point onward, as long as the distance from the coastline of the Jekyll Islands does not exceed 100 meters, I shall maintain control. Beyond that threshold, my influence wanes. One could hardly call it patrolling, could they? The reputation of the master would undoubtedly suffer on this island. Monet remarked. That matters not. Let them speak as they will. My current strength is of paramount importance, Hobodi replied. By the way, has anyone from the headquarters contacted us via the telephone insect in the past 2 months? Not at all, Monet shook his head. However, on the day I applied 2 months ago, that elderly gentleman in pink recently asked our branch to assist him in finding his grandson. He claimed that since we were able to capture him once, we could certainly do so a second time. Well, that's a relief. Take this puppet with you. And remember to coordinate effectively. For the next year and a half, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be training here. Yes. I will ensure the nutritionist prepares the necessary sustenance, the apothecary arranges medicinal baths, and the doctor conducts regular checkups, Monet said. Glancing at the puppet beside him and licking his lips, Hobodian's expression darkened. Do not use this for such purposes. It is merely an empty shell. Then, will it be all right if I seek the master? Monet hesitated, unable to believe what she heard. Previously, her master only made demands during the nightly routine. But in the last 2 months, things seemed to have changed. Occasionally, when she brought meals, her master would assertively request more. Monet pondered, a charming smile gracing her lips. Well, I have been looking forward to this for a year and a half. Who has truly lost out, me or her? Hobodian murmured. However, that was of little consequence. Fruit development, dominance, martial arts. This was the essence of it all. A year and a half later, in the waters near Samba, we shall meet Clo, the butler of the Koi Manor, the Joker Buggy, the fishman Arlong from the Kanomi Islands, and Crocodile. By the way, master, the Navy recently sent an invitation from the naval guerrilla team. It is said that Admiral Zifa, who has retreated behind the scenes, has established a department specifically for hunting pirates. What should we do? Decline. Time passed slowly, and a year and a half swiftly elapsed. During this time, one of the most significant events in the world was the joining of the supernova Fire Fist Port Gasti, Ace into the Whitebeard Pirates, causing a tremendous stir that was discussed by various factions across the New World. In this year and a half, the mystery surrounding Rommel's side was also unraveled by the Navy. It turned out to be linked to a handsome man named Cavendish, whose alternate persona Whitehorse would awaken during his bouts of sleepwalking. Cavendish himself was said to be reveling in the achievements brought by his other self, leading the beautiful pirates into the New World, earning the title Pirate Prince, while also being a swordsmanship prodigy. Since the words spoken by Pirate King Gold Roger at the execution site in East Blue over 22 years ago, the world has expanded its influence. In the calm years that followed, several great pirates unknowingly grew powerful. Whether they were the monstrous beings lingering in the first half of the Grand Line or the formidable figures in the New World, they all awaited the right opportunity. The 3 major forces of the world, the Navy headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea, and 4 emperors, maintained a delicate balance. Once this equilibrium was disrupted, it would present an exceptional opportunity for those lurking in the shadows. Those in the shadows understood well that the days of balance being shattered were not far off. Perhaps within these years. However, within the Commander-S office of the 76th Division in Begantown, Jekyll Islands, everything remained as usual. A bespectacled woman with disheveled green hair entered the commander's chamber, reporting softly, Commander, that old man searching for his grandson is said to be too ill to come anymore. How many times has that stubborn old man come? If I could emerge today, the 500 million berries spent would vanish, and my body has already reached saturations. What I lack now is real combat. Prepare accordingly. Once I am out, I shall help him find his grandson. Have you found any information about his grandson? Yes. His grandson, Kobe, is currently working as a deckhand for the Alrita pirates, reportedly spotted in the waters around Dawn Island. Monet gazed at the man before her. Nearly identical in silhouette to her master, clad in a Navy lieutenant's cloak, her eyes reflecting admiration and fervor. Over the past year and a half, her master's doppelganger had indeed been honed to perfection. Once merely a fragile shell, it could now communicate with him over long distances. She often found herself unable to resist the urge to ambush, yet she was frequently reprimanded by the true body in the underground training ground. Just moments ago, she had attempted an ambush, only to fail once more. Monet licked her lips. Was it truly her fault? After all, her master had refined the doppelganger to such an extent that it was hardly distinguishable from the real person. A gentle breeze stirred in the commander's office, causing Monet to instinctively smooth her skirt as she regarded the man before her. Indeed, you are worthy of being a mythical beast. Your control over natural phenomena has improved remarkably. This doppelganger has too many flaws. It is no longer needed. A voice echoed from behind Monet, as the figure in the lieutenant's cloak expanded and dissipated like a cloud, leaving only a scale behind. Monet, prepare for our departure. I must bring the elusive Alrita before that stubborn old man before he passes. Otherwise, I would not be honoring his trust in seeking me. While he remains indifferent to my guidance, trust is truly a troublesome concept. Monet turned to see a man with bronze skin, marked by a scar from a beast. His pink hair parted down the middle, dressed in a beige-striped suit. Master, your skin has become even more radiant than before, Monet praised as she rose. That is not a compliment typically aimed at men, he replied. Monet's assessment was not unfounded. If Hobodian had been merely healthy before, now he exuded a vitality that was almost ethereal. During their underground training, such changes had gone unnoticed, but now he appeared even more alluring. Hobodian remarked playfully, "You seem to have become even more seductive." Monet froze, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of bashful modesty. Seeing this, Hobodi shook his head helplessly and remarked, "Have you not yet overcome this flaw that cannot withstand praise? Go and prepare. What we desperately need now is status." At 9 a.m, a few naval soldiers from the 76th branch at the harbor of Began Town ascended the gangway. Some passing fishermen, upon seeing Hobodi aboard the warship, merely spat disdainfully, calling him a coward. The surrounding soldiers cast resentful glances at Hobodi's retreating figure, and he let out a bitter laugh, realizing that he had completely lost their trust over the past year and a half. After all, they had merely patrolled within 100 meters around the Jekyll Islands, circling it once a month. It was hardly surprising that the numerous soldiers of the 76th branch found it difficult to trust him again, as they dared not express their anger. About 2 years ago, when this new commander had just assumed his position, he had been met with immense trust from them. The entire Jekyll Islands had placed their faith in him. However, ever since the incident involving the escape of the clown Beckett and the betrayal of Sergeant Matt within the 76th branch, the commander had been in a state of despondency. Look, today he was still patrolling the harbor's edge, ensuring safety within 100 meters, and afterward, he would remain in the intelligence room. They were left to face the scorn of the townspeople. "Here we go again. You bunch of scoundrels, we no longer need your protection. Spare us this disgusting charade." An elderly man shouted, brandishing a broom with fury. The soldiers on the deck of the warship silently wept inwardly. This was not their choice. "Indeed, Hobodi. What do you truly mean? Has the escape of the clown Beckett rendered you so defeated? We trusted you so much back then. You have disappointed us gravely. Why not take a leave from Colonel Monka of the East Sea?" The citizens of the Jekyll Islands clamored, their discontent palpable. It was the first time Hobodi had encountered such a vociferous outcry, for previously, he had patrolled as an extension of himself, unable to grasp the depth of their grievances. "Monka of the East Sea?" Monai's face broke into a teasing smile. "Commander Hobodi, I have conducted an investigation into the incident involving Chloe 3 years ago. Without a doubt, the current Monka has achieved his illustrious position through fabricated merits. Our first stop should be to seek out that old man's grandson, located near Shell's town. We could visit that town. It is said that conditions there are in stark contrast to those of the commander." "Oh?" Hobodi inquired, intrigued. "According to my intelligence, the original vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zango, is a hypnotist. I suspect that after Monka's forces were defeated, he was hypnotized and returned with a counterfeit." "Is that merely your conjecture?" Hobodi looked at her, puzzled. "No," Monai replied, her expression playful. "The current life of Butler Clabatel is quite tranquil. Given Monka's false military accomplishments and the current oppression of Shell's town, if Commander Hobodi were to overthrow him in this battle, it is possible he could ascend several ranks." "Abuse of power, you say?" "Even so, there are rules within the Navy. If a subordinate were to act against a superior, it would lead to a military tribunal." Hobodi shook his head. "Commander, have you forgotten? You are a captain in the headquarters, 3 ranks above the branch. This means that if a captain from headquarters were to be reassigned to a branch, your position would equate to that of a colonel," Monai coaxed. After careful consideration, Hobodi nodded. "In that case, let us proceed to investigate." Ignoring the multitude of soldiers and the cacophony of denunciations from the shore, Hobodi's warship set sail. On that day, the people believed the vessel merely shifted from a distance of 100 meters to 200, or perhaps a limited 300, even extending to 1,000 meters, retreating to an unseen safe haven. However, days turned into 3, and the ship did not return. Had it truly embarked on a patrol? 3 days later, in the waters near Dawn Island, news arrived. "Commander Hobodi, an urgent distress call has been received via the phone bug channel from the nearby area." "Is it from a pirate crew?" "Indeed, it is from the Eureka pirate crew," one soldier exclaimed, surprised that the commander had mustered the courage to confront them after 3 days. Yet now, fueled by the invectives from their compatriots, they were eager to unleash their pent-up fury upon the pirates. "What is the distance?" "Our warship is 5 nautical miles southwest. Have my secretary adjust the course. I shall manage the wind speed." In less than 10 minutes, Hobodi stood on the deck of the 76th branch's warship, finally spotting the familiar pirate ship. "Report, Commander. A merchant vessel has appeared 500 meters ahead. I've seen it from this distance, close in." With a telescope in hand, Hobodi observed the merchant ship's deck, where an elderly man was seemingly conversing with a straw-hatted pirate about his grandson, Kobe. "Fire the cannons." Aye. The warship's cannonballs were unleashed in volleys, eliciting cries of alarm from the distant pink merchant vessel. As the warship drew nearer, some pirates gazed in despair at Hobodi and his crew's approach. Hobodi directly boarded the merchant ship, the Miss Lab Daku. Grabbing the sleeve of a middle-aged pirate clad in deep green, Hobodi inquired, "Where is your captain, Eureka?" The frightened pirate exclaimed in distress, "The captain. He was knocked away by a straw-hatted kid." "Knocked away?" Hobodi paused, releasing him. "Commander, take these pirates back with you. My secretary and I have matters to attend to." Hobodi disembarked from the Miss Lab Daku, gazing at the several empty small boats beneath the waves. Private matters? The attractive secretary, who had spent a year and a half in the commander's quarters. Her figure, noticeably more voluptuous, stirred the imaginations of the soldiers of the 76th branch, who cast disdainful glances. It seems that Kobe has indeed followed the straw-hatted fellow, Monet remarked, standing beside Hobodi, who nodded in agreement. Their gazes were fixed on two small boats, one trailing the other. Heading toward the distant shadow of a colossal fortress town, Hobodi leapt from the merchant vessel into the small boat below, gazing up at Monet. You jump down, and I shall catch you with the wind. Let us hasten our departure. Alone together, could this be considered a date? Your subordinates all wear expressions of discontent. Monet playfully touched her lips with a smile. Her figure, upon leaping from the merchant ship, did not plummet immediately but rather glided gently upon the breeze, eventually descending slowly beside Hobodi. Soon they would be departing, so the demeanor of those around me was of no concern. Hobodi unfurled the sail at that moment. The surrounding weather was calm, having no effect on him whatsoever. As the sail of their small boat came down, it was instantly caught by an inexplicable gust of wind. Shell's Town, the first stop. I have marked it off. Monet produced a notebook, meticulously inscribing the names. Crow, the Creek Pirates, the Arlong Pirates, Colonel Smoker of the Navy Headquarters, and Crocodile. Hobodi shook his head, stating that the results were not yet available and that they had not yet landed on the island. One should not underestimate any adversary. Regardless, the outcome would remain unchanged, wouldn't it? This was uncertain. Yuzuba Island, specifically Shell's Town, stood as a bastion of the East China Sea, representing the pinnacle of naval power in the region. Within the commander's quarters of the Shell's Town base fortress, a man with a fierce visage and a buzz cut, whose jaw was tightly secured by steel, moved slightly, and a proclamation resonated through the room. I am the greatest. Indeed, Colonel Monka, you are absolutely correct. A soldier standing in the room hurriedly responded. Monka turned to face the soldier, his broad right arm wielding a massive axe. However, it seems the tributes from the town have diminished recently, he observed, fixing his gaze on the soldier, seeking an explanation. The naval soldier hesitated. That's because the town has reached its limit. No, the issue lies not with the tributes but with the level of fear they harbor towards me. Monka's axe struck the desk with a thud. Bring me that girl who has been secretly providing food to the pirate hunter Rorno Azaro, executor in the town. Huh? I am Colonel Monka of the East China Sea, a symbol of power. Those who defy me must perish. Monka stood, his expression menacing. Just then, a suit-clad, golden-haired youth with a protruding chin burst into the room, exclaiming, Dad, I need you to help me kill a man with pink hair. Moments earlier, Hobodi and Monet had just disembarked at Shell's Town, blending in as they strolled alongside the Straw Hat Boy, occasionally purchasing fruits from the local vendors. Eventually, they followed the Straw Hat Boy into a restaurant, where they casually chose a table. Monet caught sight of a chubby boy with small pink eyes not far off and pulled out a photograph. That's him. Aren't we going to capture him now? Didn't you see they just visited the naval base, and you heard what that little girl said? Hobodi lowered his voice. To think that the so-called beast pirate hunter Zaro would gamble with a child in a tavern and willingly submit to capture, such naivety. Monet, resting her hands on the table, couldn't he help but smile at the absurdity of the situation. A growl emanated from Hobodi's stomach, indicating his hunger, and Monet raised an eyebrow. This habit developed after consuming the devil fruit. It has become particularly pronounced since the fruit was awakened. I understand. Monet waved over to the waitress. Madam, could we have some more dishes? As her voice faded, whispers filled the tavern. Who is that woman? She is not from around here. So alluring. And who is the man sitting with her? He has quite the envy. Among the tavern's seasoned patrons, some could discern who spoke which words. Monet, sipping juice through a straw, regarded Hobodi with a playful smile. You truly are an enviable character, Commander. Perhaps you should dress more conservatively in the future. Monet, Hobodi replied, slightly annoyed, as my secretary, your duty is to alleviate my burdens, not to create troubles. At that moment, a young girl approached with a plate of food, which Hobodi accepted. Troubles? Monet questioned, puzzled. In 3 seconds, due to your beauty, gossip will reach the ears of the young masters, and, trouble has already arrived, Hobodi said just as a youth with a curved dagger swaggered into the tavern, sniffing the air arrogantly. Where are the women? He demanded, before spotting a green-haired lady with a prominent happy emblazoned across her chest, his face flushing red. Is this the observation hockey? Monet marveled, surprised that Hobodi's prediction had indeed come to pass. Pretty much. Hey. The youth slammed his hands on the table, approaching Hobodi. Old man, could you move aside? I wish to speak with this lovely lady. Impressive, to predict actions like that, Monet thought, fixating her gaze on Hobodi. If you could rectify that flaw, you would be the perfect secretary, Hobodi replied, expressionless as he continued to eat. Hey, you too. The youth thrust his dagger into the table. I am Colonel Monka's son. How dare you ignore me? Who might you be? Asked Hobodi. Ha ha ha, well said. This old man, truly a chinless wonder. A boy donning a straw hat laughed heartily, while the pink-haired boy beside him quickly pulled him back. You too, I will make sure you regret this. The chinless youth raised his dagger, aiming at Hobodi's head. Just as the blade was about to descend, he suddenly gasped, feeling an uncontrollable push from behind, crashing to the ground with a thud. Are you all right? Monet feigned concern, gently patting the chinless boy's head. He stammered, blushing as he lowered his gaze. Hody Jones observed the scene with an impassive expression and remarked, "Kid, return to your base and engage with your sheets. This woman is my secretary. Seek maternal affection elsewhere. Monet, do not attempt to cause me further trouble." He regarded the spoiled and pitiful child with disdain. "I am not a spoiled child." The boy with the split jaw suddenly sprang to his feet, brandishing a knife and grinning ominously. "I suggest you both come with me now. Otherwise, I will request my father to execute you both like the pirate hunter Zorro tomorrow." "What?" exclaimed the bespectacled boy with a middle part, while the straw hat boy, already extending his fist, seemed to elongate his arm in a manner that defied belief, striking the boy with the split jaw squarely in the face. "Stop it, Luffy. Don't hold me back, Kobe. This scumbag deserves it. You bastards." The boy with the split jaw clutched his searing, stinging cheek and scurried away. "I wasn't mistaken, was I?" Monet chuckled. "Tyranny indeed." Shortly thereafter, the straw hat boy and Kobe exited the establishment, followed by a girl with vibrant orange hair. Inside the restaurant, Hody and his companion settled their bill. "We should hasten to catch up. That boy with the straw hat can stretch his arms like rubber. He must have consumed a paramecia-type devil fruit. If Mako were to be defeated by pirates, our journey would be in vain." "Indeed. Do you know the identity of that girl?" "What? Are you interested in girls of that age?" Monet inquired with curiosity. "How could that be? She merely seemed somewhat familiar." "Was I not also quite familiar to you once?" Before long, upon reaching the naval base, Hody and his companion were met with a bizarre sight. A colossal statue lay shattered on the ground, and the Navy was in a frenzy, searching for the perpetrator, none other than the straw hat boy, who stood before a man clad in a green bandana and a belly wrap, wielding 3 swords. "Are they about to take action? Is it truly safe for us to remain here? Is that Monka?" Hody pointed to a tall, blonde-haired man with a flat top. "In the naval training grounds." The straw hat boy began to untie his first companion, his spirits soaring as he prepared to strike. 3-sword style. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, causing both the straw hat boy and Zorro to widen their eyes in unison. "Ah, it's that uncle from earlier." The man exuded an aura of enigma. Zorro felt a chill run down his spine. He had not sensed the man's approach at all. Leave the naval matters to the Navy itself. The Navy's internal affairs? The straw hat boy tilted his head, pondering for a few moments before bending down. "Forget it. If you intervene, I shall inform your grandfather about your escapades at sea." "Monkey D. Luffy." With that, Hody's words rendered the straw hat boy's outstretched hand motionless, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. "Hey, Luffy?" Zorro's expression was one of confusion. "Uncle, do you know my grandfather?" Luffy inquired nervously. "We'll discuss this later. Allow me to handle the situation here." Hody turned to face Axe-Hand Monka, who was scrutinizing him intently. Before Hody could speak, Monka interjected, "You just mentioned internal naval affairs, didn't you? Since you were part of the East Sea Navy, step aside. I am Colonel Axe-Hand Monka, and this has nothing to do with the East Sea. I am Lieutenant Hody from the Navy headquarters, and I hereby arrest you for embezzling military honors and abusing your power to oppress the populace." "Are you jesting? Embezzling officer?" "I am Colonel Axe-Hand Monka." Hody shook his head, realizing Monka was indeed a fool. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, the ground kicking up sand as he suddenly appeared before Monka. Monka, already raising his massive axe high, brought it down forcefully onto Hody's shoulder. "Uncle!" Luffy shouted from a distance, filled with concern. Steel block. Clang. Monka stood frozen, incredulous, as his axe failed to even break the skin of the man before him. "What are you wearing? Are you like that kid, possessing a devil fruit?" Monka yelled. "I wear nothing at all. I merely intended to test the hardness of my steel block, which I have honed for a year and a half, but it seems you lack the qualifications." Hody clenched his fist, every muscle tensed. Upon hearing the insult, Monka's eyes widened in fury as he raised his axe high once more. "You wretch, perish. Iron fist." Boom. As the fist of Hobodi collided with Monka's battle axe, an unexpected fissure appeared in the axe's handle, causing it to shatter into countless tiny fragments. The surrounding naval soldiers gaped in astonishment at the spectacle. With another powerful punch, Hobodi struck Monka squarely in the face, sending him spiraling backward until he crashed against the fortress wall, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed. "Remarkable!" Luffy exclaimed in admiration. The group of marine soldiers stood in dazed disbelief, astonished that Captain Monka, who had oppressed them for so long, had been so effortlessly defeated. How splendid! Many of the naval personnel removed their berets, discarding their weapons as they celebrated and embraced one another in joy. "Can someone take him to prison?" Hobodi glared at the soldiers. Indeed, Hobodi subsequently directed his gaze towards Monkey D, Luffy and Roronoa Zorro, both of whom were observing him as well. One with a curious fascination regarding Hobodi's armor, while the other bore an expression of caution. To his surprise, he encountered Monkey D. "Luffy here." "Hey, do you know me?" "Old man?" "Indeed, I have known of you for quite some time," Hobodi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mon. To be candid, he felt rather peculiar at this moment. The female antagonist from the Punk Hazard arc displayed no reaction upon meeting the main character, particularly the bandana-clad Roronoa, the very man who had cleaved her in two. "So, has my grandfather sent you to capture me?" "Monkey D." Luffy inquired, his face etched with concern. Hobodi shook his head and said, "No, Your grandfather has assisted me. Therefore you are a pirate, and I shall not apprehend you at this moment." The commander interjected, "It seems there is a little mouse lurking in the base." Hobodi nodded and addressed Luffy and his companion, urging them to depart swiftly. "As for you, Kobe, you must stay. To be frank, your grandfather has implored me dozens of times at my base, and I was driven to seek you out. Little did I expect that you had spent 2 years working as a deckhand on Alrida's ship, but that chapter has now closed." Kobe's jaw nearly dropped in shock upon learning the truth. However, encouraged by Luffy's supportive gaze, he summoned his courage to step forward before Hobodi. "Please, allow me to join the Navy." Hobodi waved dismissively. "What can a chubby little brat like you possibly do?" "Monet, let us depart." Kobe retorted, "It doesn't matter. I will become a naval officer in the future." His determination shone through his eyes. "Regardless, I intend to return you to your grandfather. If you can communicate with him and wish to join the Navy, you're free to choose any unit, so long as it's not mine. You have 1 hour. There are transponder snails at the base. If you have your grandfather's transponder snail number, call him right away. I simply wish to avoid being pestered by that old man. Should he agree, I will let you go. Understood? That little mouse is about to scurry away. Monet, we shall take our leave." In the commander's office of the largest fortress in the East Sea, a girl with orange hair, dressed in a short skirt and wielding a long staff, quietly moved a barrel to access a secret compartment in the room. Upon discovering a corner of an old map inside, she couldn't suppress her excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! A navigational chart of the Grand Line." However, her joy was short-lived as she unfolded the map, only to find a large clown insignia, which darkened her expression. "Is this the map of Captain Buggy, the so-called immortal?" she murmured, her focus unwavering as she remained oblivious to the 2 figures looming behind her. "Immortal? More like fragmented. I've captured this guy once," a voice suddenly echoed in the room, startling the girl. Instinctively, she raised her staff, but was swiftly restrained by a green-haired woman who appeared from nowhere, wrapping her in white bindings. "Snow? Fear not, you will gradually lose your strength to resist," Monet remarked. True to her words, the girl's eyelids fluttered, and she slumped to the ground. "Who are you?" she weakly inquired, the snow having drained her energy. "We should be asking you that. Few dare to steal from the largest fortress in the East Sea, especially one belonging to the Navy." Monet licked her lips. "You are the Navy?" The girl recalled her encounters in the town and regarded the two with disdain. "The Navy here is as despicable as the pirates. It seems you require a punishment." Monet stepped forward, but Hobodi grasped her wrist, saying, "Enough, let her go." "Oh?" Monet fixed Hobodi with a skeptical gaze before gradually releasing the girl. The girl, casting a wary glance at Monet and then a curious one at Hobodi, suddenly charged past them, clutching the map-bearing Buggy's insignia, and fled. "Commander, you don't strike me as the type to engage in such activities," Monet remarked, her expression sour, as if her prized possession had vanished. "It is time to locate the Navy officers under Monka's command. We are, after all, outsiders who have just eliminated Monka, and this situation could easily escalate into a rebellion. Such a rationale may not be convincing." The two exited the commander's office and walked through the corridor. Having witnessed their actions, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, wearing a Navy cap, soon intercepted them with a team of officers. "Commander Hobodi of the 76th Division?" he inquired. "We thank you for liberating our base from Monka's long-standing oppression. Everyone, salute." The troops saluted, and the middle-aged man, now addressing the matter at hand, inquired, "I am the lieutenant colonel of this base. What exactly is the situation regarding your claim of military merit during Monka's arrest? Is the corpse of 100 Plans Kuro, captured 3 years ago, still here?" "No, executed pirates are typically buried in the Navy's unmarked graves, and he has long since turned to bone." The lieutenant colonel shook his head. "If that is the case, I presently lack evidence." Hobodi shrugged. "However, it shouldn't be long before I acquire some. Even if the imposter was brought back by the Black Cat pirate's first mate, Zango, the true Captain Kuro remains at large. Even so, while we are grateful for your rescue of Shell's Town, reporting to headquarters." The lieutenant colonel's tone became hesitant. "Monka has oppressed this island for so long. My encounter hardly constitutes interference, does it? But, very well, where is the intelligence room? I shall report." Hobodi and the middle-aged branch colonel entered the intelligence room, where the colonel picked up the telephone bug to dial the naval headquarters. "Hello, this is the naval headquarters. Is that so? I am Colonel Mori from the Yozoba Island, Sherstown Naval Base. I wish to report Colonel Monka for abuse of power and oppression of the good citizens on the island." The voice on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback by the fervent tone. "Very well, what are the charges? You must have a video fax telephone bug on your end, correct? Evidence?" Colonel Mori hesitated. Next to him, Hobodi seized the telephone. "This is Captain Hobodi from the naval headquarters. What Colonel Mori just stated is entirely true. I've already arrested Colonel Monka and placed him in jail. Please send someone to escort him to headquarters." "Oh, he is already in jail?" The other side was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and suddenly the telephone bug simulation transformed into a bald man in sunglasses, whose voice shifted to one familiar to Hobodi. "Hey, Hobodi, it's been nearly 2 years since we last met, and you come out swinging like this? That's the highest officer at the East Sea base." Upon hearing this voice, Hobodi was momentarily shocked, then relieved. "Is that you, Branu?" "Indeed." Hobodi exercised caution. Although you are now a captain at headquarters, taking down a branch colonel without evidence is utterly unprecedented. Furthermore, your actions at Branch 76 have not pleased the higher-ups. It would be wise to proceed with caution. Everyone in this town is a witness. When headquarters arrives, it will all be clear. And Branu, please help me apply to Marshal Sengoku. I wish to enter the Grand Line in the name of upholding justice. 2 years of military training have prepared me for this. Are you truly intent on this? Branu asked, wiping sweat from his brow. If not, I could resort to another method. Admiral Zephyr S. Pirate Guerrilla once invited me to join. That would also grant me access to the Grand Line. I doubt Marshal Sengoku would be pleased with such an outcome, would he? Very well. I will report this for you. However, whether it is approved is beyond my control, understand? I am only submitting this report out of our old friendship, Branu said. His tone filled with resignation. Moreover, regarding Vice Admiral Garp, inform him that I encountered his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, on this island, and he is indeed a pirate. Let us see what he intends to do. My instinct suggests that Vice Admiral Garp would not be pleased to see his grandson becoming a pirate. This single-minded rubber boy is destined to become one of the worst generations. I wonder how Garp, both a naval hero and a grandfather, will feel about this. Understood. On the other end, Branu silently took note before adding, by the way, Hobodi. I should inform you that Phoenix recently left headquarters and is likely headed to the East Sea. What business does she have in the East Sea? Hobodi inquired, taken aback. Braina's voice turned mischievous. Why, of course, it's for the famous East Sea Food Festival in you. Is that so? Let her come. This news isn't too bad. Hey, ever since I gave you her contact number, it seems your clandestine romance is thriving. But this is good for you. After Gar's impression faded from Mayan Balagood's and Pin's minds, she still seems like a wonderful woman. What are you talking about, Branu? I haven't been in touch with her for a year and 8 months. Where would this clandestine romance come from? If she comes, it would merely be to express my gratitude for the inspiration she gave me a year and a half ago regarding life restoration, after conversing with Branu for a while to inquire about the significant events that transpired over the past year and a half. Hobodi ended the call. In the evening, the pink-haired young man with glasses held the phone book, conveying his grandfather's gratitude and his request to fulfill Kobe's dream. Under the setting sun, the pink-haired duo exchanged glances. Do you still wish to become a Marine? Indeed. Capturing those villains is my aspiration, Kobe stated solemnly, saluting. A villain? You say? Then throw a punch at me. With his youthful frame, Kobe lunged towards Hobodi. Thud. You still have a long way to go. Colonel Morley, would you be willing to take this kid under your wing? I would not. Well, although he has spent 2 years doing menial tasks on a pirate ship, we already understand the reasons behind it. Morley approached the fallen Kobe. Every day, countless comrades are slain by pirates. Do not underestimate the Navy. So, does that mean? Kobe's face lit up with joy. You have been granted permission to enlist. Yes. Hobodi quietly departed, severing all ties with the East Sea base. His next objective was to apprehend the ever-watchful Klo and report his capture to headquarters. The disruption of the East Sea's paramount stronghold and the credit for Klo's arrest would rightfully belong to him. In fact, the Navy might even commend him with accolades and promotions to mask the inadequacies displayed during the officer's appointment. Monet, let us return. Indeed, Monet replied. However, I must say, the commander and Kirby truly resembled a father and son just now, Monet remarked with a hint of playful malice. Hobodi's expression remained impassive as he produced a portrait from his pocket. Have you seen this girl? He inquired. This is her portrait from 2 years ago when she was 14. She should be 16 now. Monet, perplexed by the sudden question from his master, shook his head, gazing thoughtfully at the image of a delicate girl with a ponytail. If there were any connection in this world, it would be with her. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, Hobodi arrived at the port of Begantown in the Jekko Islands, where a crowd had been waiting anxiously. Is that you, Hobodi? An elderly man, who had previously been seen wielding a broom, rushed forward, grasping Hobodi's hand. You must hurry to the coast of Silab village. A long-nosed fellow came to your base yesterday, shouting that pirates would appear at dawn today. Although that long-nosed man is known to be a notorious scammer, his demeanor yesterday did not suggest deceit. Long-nosed? Are you referring to Usopp? Hobodi asked, recalling the timid boy from 2 years prior, astonished to realize he was indeed the son of the infamous pirate Jesus Burgess from the red-haired pirates. But, sir, just days ago you were denouncing me. Why the change of heart now? Hobodi expressed his confusion. The old man, still visibly anxious, replied, This is not the time for such discussions. Since you are a Navy officer fulfilling your duty to protect us, we shall support you in return. Moreover, you liberated the townsfolk of Yozuba Island and vanquished the notorious Colonel Monka. That news has spread. You must hasten to the port of Silab village. Go, go, Monet. You should return to the base. I will be back shortly. Understood. The elderly man tugged at Hobodi, leading him in the direction of Silab. Soon, they arrived at the 2 ports of Silab village. At the first port, Hobodi noticed little in the way of human activity, only some oil stains and footprints. However, upon reaching the second port, he beheld a pirate ship with a broken bow, where a motley crew of pirates lay sprawled about. On the deck, a man clad in a suit gasped for breath, his gloved hands marred by 5 broken blades. Hobodi leaped onto the vessel, crouching down to examine the visage of the man before him. Is this not the steward Crebital? I am Clo. Clo adjusted his glasses, staring vacantly at the sky. As the words of that young lad in the straw hat echoed in his ears, if one cannot bear the weight of fame upon the seas, are they truly worthy of being a pirate? Who was it that vanquished you? Did you slay the young mistress of the Gaia estate? Hobodi inquired. Who knows? Hobodi inquired once more. Surely you are aware of my presence here and the fate that awaits you. Be it arrest or something else. The choice is yours. Crow's tone evoked a sense of annoyance in Hobodi, yet he refrained from taking any drastic measures against the defeated. Had it been 2 years prior, he might have resorted to coercion and torment. Accompany me to the manor, he insisted. If you were to take the life of that young lady, I am certain your sins would multiply. Hobodi delivered a powerful punch to Clo's face, rendering him unconscious, and then hoisted him onto his shoulder before leaping off the ship. Old man, I kindly request that you venture to the neighboring town to locate my secretary, Monet, and instruct her to send someone to apprehend all these pirates. I must make a trip to Zilibu to confirm a certain matter. No worries, no worries. You go ahead. Hobodi nodded and made his way towards the village of Zilibu. Within a few minutes, as he traversed the deserted path of the early morning, a grand estate gradually came into view atop the hillside. Upon knocking on the door, a butler with a hairstyle reminiscent of an antelope emerged from within. Mary, her head wrapped in thick bandages, instantly changed expression upon seeing the man Hobodi was carrying. No need to worry, this fellow has already been apprehended. Is your young lady unscathed? Mary nodded and turned to glance at the estate. She has been through an ordeal and has just fallen asleep. Who was it that defeated this man? At this point, Mary's gaze began to flicker. Speak frankly, Mary. I will assess the situation. Well, Commander Hobodi, those youngsters defeated the scourge of the Jekko Islands. If they are pirates, will you arrest them? Indeed, they are pirates. Otherwise, no one would casually discard a bounty of 16 million. Hobodi murmured, then inquired, where are they? Mary shook her head repeatedly. I have no information to provide. Pirates typically indulge in a feast after a major battle. Aside from your village's restaurant, there is likely no other place. Hobodi turned to leave. Wait. They are the heroes of our village. You cannot go to the restaurant to arrest them. So they are indeed at the restaurant? Mary was taken aback, her spirits plummeting as she realized her earlier words were an attempt to deceive him. Do not fret, Mary, if they are not wanted. Since they assisted me in dealing with Kuro, I will consider allowing them to go free. Hobodi patted Mary's shoulder and then retraced his steps. When Hobodi arrived at Annie Cha's restaurant in Ziliba village, the entire tavern, including himself, was taken aback. It's you. So, you have indeed chosen to arrest us. The fierce-looking swordsman with 3 swords sprang up from his chair, drawing his blade. The man with pink hair, known as the Straw Hat Kid, was lost in thought while munching on takoyaki, recalling their earlier encounter. That man who enjoys harassing women, the orange-haired girl wondered. Usopp quickly intervened. Hey. You are no match for him. He is the strongest man on our island, a captain in the Navy. Is that so? Usopp. Didn't you just say you wanted to become a pirate? Luffy chimed in. Usopp was sweating profusely, his face turning pale as he recalled their first encounter. If one day you are wanted, I will find someone to take your head. Wait a minute, Luffy, I never said that. Usopp waved his hands frantically, then ran over to Hobodi, flattering, a captain like you wouldn't stoop to deal with someone like me, right? It seems I have interrupted you. Hobodi pointed to the unconscious Kuro slung over his shoulder. This fellow, you defeated him, correct? Yes, I took responsibility for bringing him back. Once Hobodi confirmed, he turned his attention back to the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, I have informed your grandfather of your seafaring endeavors. This time, considering your assistance in dealing with Kuro, I shall not arrest you. However, if your grandfather calls me to request that I detain you, we will inevitably have to clash to settle the debt of gratitude. Therefore, for the sake of both parties, you should eat and depart as soon as possible. I am stationed on this island. We are waiting for a ship. The wealthiest person in this village is preparing one for us. We will leave once we finish our meal. Luffy asked innocently, are you strong, uncle? The orange-haired girl quickly pulled him back. Luffy, he is a captain in the Navy. So what? This guy has tried to send me away twice. Without a ship, we cannot set sail. I will defeat him, and then he will stop talking. Luffy was inexplicably enraged. Luffy, wait. Sir, could you wait until Miss Kaya brings the ship to the port before we leave? The orange-haired girl proposed. No problem. What? I didn't realize you were quite accommodating, uncle. The Straw Hat Boy immediately lost his fighting spirit and wore a broad smile. A bead of sweat trickled down Hobodi's forehead. Just then, a blonde woman suddenly stood up behind them. Is that the voice of the lieutenant? She inquired. As she turned around, her striking visage was revealed, adorned in a scarlet spaghetti strap gown and perched upon high heels. Upon seeing her face, Hobodi's pupils dilated in shock, and a chill coursed through him. The words from Brainu's telephone bug echoed vividly in his mind, reverberating in his ears. So, Fui, you have come to the East Sea as well. Hobodi's smile was devoid of warmth. Indeed, I have come expressly to surprise the lieutenant. No, it is now the captain. Just call me Hobodi. Regaining his composure, Hobodi surveyed the astonished faces around him. Let us find another place to converse, Fui. Yes, Lord Hobodi. Hobodi and Phoenix departed, leaving the Straw Hat pirates in a state of bewilderment within the tavern. Usopp remarked with curiosity, it seems that the old man is quite frightened of that woman. The orange-haired girl nodded repeatedly, adding, indeed. She possesses an air of elegance, much like Miss Koya from this village. Is she strong? Inquired the green-haired one, his straightforwardness evident. How could that be? Clearly, he is afraid of other matters. Upon returning to Branch 76, after incarcerating Kuro, Monet entered the information room, holding a stack of documents. Master. Your timing is impeccable. The soldiers I dispatched to apprehend the remnants of the Black Cat pirates have pertinent information to relay to you. For now, it would be more appropriate to address me as Commander, Hobodi replied, gesturing subtly behind him. Monet glanced back to see a golden-haired woman of perfect proportions standing several meters away. A mysterious smile spread across Monet's face. Very well, you mentioned having something to convey. What is it? Hobodi inquired. Monet straightened her posture and handed the documents to Hobodi, stating, this just arrived via the fax snail from headquarters. It concerns a pirate crew. The Creek Pirates? Hobodi responded, his expression one of surprise. They ventured into the Grand Line and returned in less than a month? What is the purpose of this message from headquarters? According to the Navy Intelligence Department, Admiral Sengoku will personally contact you shortly. Just as Monet finished speaking, the phone snail in the information room emitted a series of blaring sounds. It seems the timing is fortuitous, Monet remarked, her eyes widening as she discreetly exited. Closing the door behind her, Hobodi was left alone in the room. He then activated the phone snail, saying, hello, this is Hobodi. I'm Sengoku. Came a commanding voice from the other end. Admiral Sengoku, it has been nearly 2 years since we last met. You shall see me shortly. I have approved the report from Branu, yet you must present sufficient evidence, Admiral Sengoku stated. Hobodi chuckled softly. Now, the notorious crocodile is confined within my prison. So who was the crocodile executed 3 years ago? The voice from across the room erupted in a furious thump on the table. Is what you say true? Indeed. Hobodi replied, this is undeniably a significant disgrace for the Navy. I suppose even you, Admiral Sengoku, did not anticipate appointing a man who was hypnotized by pirates as the supreme commander of a sea. And that same man misused his power to rule over Yozoba Island for 3 long years before being liberated? Enough. Sengoku interjected with a huff. I am aware of your discontent regarding my decision to assign you to the East Sea. However, if we are to discuss accountability, I have received numerous complaints concerning your conduct as well. For 1.5 years, you have patrolled a mere 100 meters within your jurisdiction. How could you manage such a feat? As long as the safety of the residents is ensured, is that not sufficient? Hobodi retorted. If we are to delve deeper into responsibilities, it would not be unreasonable to hold you accountable for severely undermining the Navy's prestige. I shall commend you for your efforts regarding the Monka incident and consider your promotion. However, let us each make concessions on this matter, Sengoku stated. I have come to discuss other issues with you. Sengoku, ever shrewd, especially in his esteemed position within the Navy, had managed to turn the debate in his favor with his words. You must have seen the facts I had Brana send earlier, he continued. The Krieg pirates are currently operating within the waters of your jurisdiction, the Samba Sea. A pirate with a bounty of less than 20 million berries. Does that truly warrant your attention, Admiral Sengoku? Hobodi questioned, perplexed. The crux of the matter lies not in the Krieg pirates themselves, but in the destruction of their crew. Take a look at the document below. Hobodi perused the documents and, upon reaching the final entry regarding the Krieg pirates, felt a sudden constriction in his pupils upon seeing a particular name. Jorkol Mihawk is the Eagle Eye? Indeed, the man had ventured into the East Sea for reasons unknown. Yet as one of the Shichibukai and hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, his presence warranted our Navy's utmost vigilance. Your mission is to keep a close watch on the Eagle Eye and report to me any individuals or matters that capture his attention. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Hobodi replied, then shifted the topic, if I may be so bold. What rank do you intend to promote me to regarding the incidents involving Monk and Kuro at the East Sea base? Humph. Apprehending a pirate with a bounty of 16 million is already commendable for a major. You've been slacking off for 2 years. Your strength should have improved considerably by now. If you wish to continue ascending the ranks, engage in more acts of justice within the Grand Line, and I shall consider your military achievements for a promotion. The Marshal of the Marines responded with evident displeasure. Hey, what about the military credit for Monk? That matter will affect our Navy's reputation. So it shall not be widely reported. Furthermore, Kuro must be discreetly dealt with. The world must not know about a pirate who has already been captured and executed returning to life. You should comprehend the gravity of this. Do not be so petty. This discussion is concluded. Sengoku decisively ended the conversation and hung up the transponder snail. Exiting the intelligence room, Hobodi instructed his aide, Monet, compile the current status of all Creek pirates and any eyewitness reports as swiftly as possible. Is this what you mean? Monet inquired, revealing a document regarding their sightings. Fishermen and bounty hunters from the Polestar Islands near the Samba Sea have provided us with information. Their captain, Admiral Creek, has a bounty of 17 million berries. Clad in armor concealing numerous weapons, and possesses extraordinary strength. Additionally, the battle commander of his pirate fleet is said to be a formidable character known as Demon Jean. Wielding a weapon resembling a club with iron balls at both ends, likely designed for striking. Others include Iron Wall Bara, strategist Eddie Man, and martial arts instructor Haslo. After being attacked by the Eagle Eye in the Grand Line, They suffered a crushing defeat and are currently believed to be near the renowned restaurant Baratai in the East Sea. Ah, you have indeed prepared well. Your foresight in anticipating my needs confirms my exceptional judgment in selecting you as my secretary. You are becoming increasingly remarkable, Monet. Monet was momentarily taken aback. Her superior typically did not speak in such a manner. However, upon sensing a menacing glare directed at her from behind, she comprehended and smiled knowingly. Thank you for your kind words, Commander. Shall we dine together at the mess today? Hey, who is this flamboyantly dressed woman? A blonde woman interjected, approaching with indignation and pointing at Monet. Flamboyant? Hobodi paused, his gaze sweeping over Monet's short skirt accentuating her figure before shifting to Fui, whose alluring silhouette was emphasized by her crimson straps. You seem to be dressed similarly. Well, I wouldn't want to intrude upon you two, Monet replied with a chuckle. As she departed, she cast a flirtatious glance back at Hobodi, whispering as she passed him, I have already reserved a table at Baratai. The Eagle Eye's route should lead him there. I've also informed the owner about the exquisite Etruscan Brooks red wine, known to enhance a woman's hormones. To make the most of it, I wish you a delightful date, my lord. Fui, you must be starving after arriving in the East Sea. The cuisine at Baratai is reportedly excellent. I have secured a reservation, Hobodi stated, unable to evade this woman while also fulfilling his duties. Excluding Hobodi's lingering thoughts of Zhao, Monet's plan was indeed impeccably executed. Really? You actually remember the specifics of our conversation from 1 year, 8 months, 6 days, and 5 hours ago? Fui exclaimed, her hands clasped over her mouth as tears of gratitude welled up in her shimmering eyes. Hobodi was at a loss for words regarding the meticulous date. Feeling quite perplexed as he approached, let us set sail on the warship. After a 3-hour voyage, the destination of Hobodi's vessel finally came into clear view, the renowned maritime restaurant. Baratai, nestled in the East Sea Samba waters. The vicinity around Baratai was nearly encircled by an array of small boats and pirate ships, a testament to the bustling business thriving there. Hobodi is not particularly discerning when it comes to food. Today, his primary objective is to surveil the nearby vicinity for the presence of Dracul Mihawk, the formidable warlord of the sea, while also evading the constraints imposed by the noble lady accompanying him, who cannot be easily dismissed. At last, he has laid eyes upon Baratai, as reported in the newspapers. It is indeed quite magnificent. Phoenix is filled with anticipation. Hobodi instructed his subordinates to lower a small boat from the warship. Subsequently, the two of them boarded the vessel and approached. Just before their departure, a soldier reported, Commander, how shall we deal with this one? The soldier pointed to a bound figure on the deck, a pirate clad in gray attire and adorned with a headscarf, wielding a peculiar weapon resembling a staff with iron balls at both ends. Hobodi gazed at him impassively. The captain of the Creek pirate fleet, Demon Jean, was a brash youth he had just encountered in the nearby waters, foolishly attempting to seize his warship and plunder provisions. During the skirmish, Hobodi had not even lifted a finger, merely instructing his subordinates to sink the intruder's small vessel with cannon fire, subsequently capturing him with a salvage net. I must extract the location of their commander, Creek, from him. For now, I shall bind him and deal with him upon my return. Humph. Demon Jean disdainfully spat onto the deck, instinctively branding Hobodi as a fool in his mind, dismissing him as a man who would flaunt his worship to woo women. Fui. Let us depart. Yes, Lord Hobodi. The two boarded a small boat and docked beside the outer deck of Baratai, pushing open the restaurant's grand door. Instantly, the melodious strains of a cello filled the air, and a jovial, expressive man approached them with a broad smile. Welcome. I am Paddy, the waiter at Baratai. Please. Follow me. My lord. Fui exclaimed. Here, the customer is paramount. There is no need for such astonishment. The pair followed Paddy to an empty table and sat across from each other. What can I get for you, esteemed guests? Paddy rubbed his hands together. Do you have a tourist Blue Crest wine? Paddy's head bore a question mark. What is that? Oh, nothing. Just make sure you don't serve that kind of red wine. As for the menu, I would like a bottle of red wine and your signature dish, along with 2 bowls of soup. Do you desire anything else, Fui? No. That is sufficient. Very well, please wait a moment. Paddy grinned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the soup and fragrant packets arrived, and a man clad in a black suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips and sporting curly eyebrows, approached to pour red wine into their glasses. Hobodi sipped casually while scrutinizing the amusingly curly-haired man before him. Wasn't this the chivalrous Sanji of the Black Leg from the Punk Hazard arc? Just as Fui was about to pour the red wine into her mouth, Hobodi interjected. Is this Etruscan Brookstern wine? No, it isn't, Sanji replied calmly. Then it matters not, Fui, you may drink. Oh, very well. Sanji cast a glance at Hobodi, his mind filled with questions. Upon receiving the reservation request, particularly for that seductive red wine, he had assumed it was merely a scoundrel's ploy to seduce a woman after dinner. Was this fellow not a rogue, after all? Turning his gaze, he beheld the woman seated opposite Hobodi, and his puzzlement transformed into admiration. By the way, this lady is truly enchanting. With that, he reached out, attempting to grasp Fui's hand. Thud. A swift chop descended, cleaving the table in two and sending the food scattered across the floor. Keep your hands to yourself. The force seemed excessive. Let us have another table, waiter. Sanji was known to disdain food wastage, was he not? His kicking technique was impressive as well. He had managed to send Virgo flying in the punk hazard arc. Allow me to test my skills. Half kneeling, Sanji grasped the sauce on the ground. And upon hearing those words, his fury erupted. This is a broth that has simmered for 3 days and nights, meticulously purged of impurities. You claim it is too forceful? Even if you are not a scoundrel, you are certainly a fool. The memory of spending 48 days on a deserted island without food ignited his anger further. I have no particular preferences regarding food, Hobodi remarked. Fui, covering her mouth with her hands, wore a blissful expression. Surely, Lord Hobodi was just a tad jealous just now. Right? Suddenly, a powerful kick struck Hobodi's shoulder from below. With a resounding thud, Sanji's kick met with a solid resistance, akin to striking a great bell. It was heavy and unyielding. The recoil from his own excessive force caused Sanji to crouch down, clutching his leg in pain. It seems you cannot break through my iron defense. Do you recognize me now? The quick-witted Sanji soon grasped the implication behind the words, a shadow falling across his face. Perhaps. Hobodi lost interest in continuing the conversation and added, arrange another table for us. I cannot abide a wastrel who squanders food. Sanji stood up. His right leg poised to move again. Hey, Sanji. A loud reprimand echoed from the kitchen door, revealing a fierce-looking, one-legged chef with braided facial hair and a chef's hat. Glaring at Sanji, Sanji immediately halted his attack, decisively turning around. Finish your meal and get out of this restaurant, you filthy scoundrel. Lord Hobodi, fear not. They will set another table for us. Hobodi regarded the old chef, who, upon seeing him, wore an inexplicable smile as well. The former notorious pirate, Red-Leg Zeph, had evidently imparted his kicking technique to the black-leg Sanji. In a short while, a new table laden with dishes was placed before Hobodi and Fui. After finishing their meal, they stepped onto the deck of the Baratai restaurant to enjoy the sea breeze. Hobodi concocted an excuse to visit the restroom and quietly slipped into the staff dormitory of the Baratai. Inside Zeph's quarters, a man with pink hair dressed in a beige striped suit stood opposite him. Do you have business in my room, guest? Zeph's expression was grave. The moment he had locked eyes with this young man downstairs, he sensed the intent for battle. As expected, the youth had come seeking him. I am Lieutenant Hobodi of the Navy headquarters. Former pirate, Red-Leg Zeph. I have not been a pirate for quite some time. And someone of your stature hardly has the time to capture an old man like me. What is your purpose? Zeph scoffed. Hobodi's face broke into a smile. Indeed, wise. I shall be direct and to the point. I am here waiting for Hawkeye. But before that, I wish to assess my own strength. With this old body of mine, Jifu's tone was less than pleased. Hobodi shook his head, asserting, no, all I need is for you to make a move, and I shall catch it. Having trained alone for a year and a half, he remained uncertain of his current level. As he was about to embark on the Grand Line, he felt the need for validation. Arrogant brat, very well. Jifu pondered momentarily before acquiescing, rising from the bed. Let me witness your strongest strike. Show me your red foot. Suddenly, Hobodi's entire body trembled as he initiated the iron block stance, remaining steadfast and motionless. Jifu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he began to whirl like a tempest. The friction between the floor and his wooden prosthetic accelerating to the point where sparks and wisps of smoke emerged. Demon Wind foot. With a resounding thud, Jifu's foot connected sharply with Hobodi's shoulder, unleashing a wave of turbulent wind that radiated outward, sending the room's menus and blankets into disarray. The impact caused Hobodi to stagger and lean against the door, clutching his shoulder and inhaling deeply, the searing pain eliciting an involuntary chuckle. What is so amusing? Jifu asked, visibly irritated. Even after sending the young man flying, his mood did not improve, for he had previously stated that he was merely a sharpening stone for the other. No, that was an extraordinary strike. Without any domineering aura, you managed to shatter my iron block directly. You remain remarkably vigorous, red foot Jifu, Hobodi praised. Jifu maintained his disgruntled demeanor, retorting, Umph. It is the first time I have encountered a Navy officer willing to stand still and be kicked by a pirate. Now that the test is complete, you should swiftly vacate my room. It was just tidied up, and you've left it in utter chaos. Indeed, I now possess a clearer understanding of the range of the iron block against formidable opponents. Though I express my gratitude, consider this kick an apology for previously ruining the food in your establishment. Humph. Merely using your physical body to withstand my most potent demon wind foot, and yet managing to negate it hardly constitutes an apology, you insufferable brat. After Hobodi left the room, adorned with an odd expression of both anger and amusement, he returned to the side of Phoenix. Shortly thereafter, a sudden explosion echoed from the lower level of the Bharati restaurant. However, this was not the most remarkable occurrence. Not far from the Bharati restaurant, a dilapidated giant ship was unexpectedly cleaved in two by some unseen blade, sending colossal waves crashing upon the surface of the sea. Amidst the swirling white mist, two flickering lights gradually approached. On one small vessel sat an individual adorned with a black velvet top hat and a wine-red patterned high-neck vest, complemented by white trousers and knee-high black boots. Most striking was the courteous glance that swept over, a pair of amber eyes, sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a soaring eagle. Hawkeye, My lord Hobodi, you seem rather intrigued by the individual on that small boat, Phoenix remarked, perplexed, as she had not witnessed the strike delivered by Hawkeye amidst the dense fog. Indeed, that is Hawkeye. Oh, is it that, my hawk? Although Phoenix was somewhat superficial, it did not imply ignorance of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and indeed the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye. Her face was alight with astonishment, swiftly followed by a palpable sense of dread. Hobodi observed the expression on her face and suggested, allow me to escort you back to the warship. After a moment's hesitation, Phoenix acquiesced upon noticing Hobodi's solemn demeanor. The two departed from the Bartai restaurant and boarded a small boat back to the warship. Upon their arrival, they were met with a harrowing sight. The deck was strewn with the bodies of the naval officers and the once captive captain of the Krieg pirate crew. The fearsome Demon King had vanished without a trace. Commander, I deeply apologize. We were unable to restrain the Demon King. Woods, battered and bruised, managed to utter. Hobodi let out a sound of discontent, feeling a touch of displeasure. It was indeed true that when one lacks capable subordinates, such blunders tend to arise. And this was not the first or second occurrence. However, to speak candidly, the East Sea, often referred to as the symbol of peace, sees certain islands devoid of pirates for nearly an entire year, without the pressing threat of danger. It is only natural that the soldiers in these branches have become lax in their training. To elevate these soldiers to the same level as the elite of the naval headquarters is nearly an impossible feat. The Marine headquarters at Marineford stands as the central island of this world, where the specter of life and death looms perpetually. The soldiers trained there, under the constant threat of mortality, engage in their training with utmost diligence. Countless push-ups mark the beginning of their regimen, and as long as one remains upright, the running must persist. Imposing such rigorous demands on these soldiers, who have grown accustomed to a lack of urgency and indolence, proves exceedingly arduous. Hobodi had a desire to articulate his thoughts, yet the memory of Mart's death from a year and 8 months ago lingered, ultimately silencing him. It's all right. If he has fled, then let him be. I am sorry. Hawkeye's gazed at the colossal wreckage of a ship, merely a few dozen meters away, having just descended from a warship. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Bartai restaurant, the unmistakable gaze of Roronoa Zoro, adorned with a cross upon his chest and a formidable black blade at his back, fixated intently on Hawkeye's. Hey, Zoro, what's wrong with you? Usopp stammered, his legs quaking at the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. First, their commander, Hobodi, inexplicably appeared here, followed by the notorious East Blue pirate crew led by Commodore Cleek. And now, a monstrous swordsman capable of cleaving Cleek's ship with a single strike had arrived. There's no doubt about it. He is the man I have sought since setting sail. Zoro resolutely stepped onto the floating debris of the shipwreck. Hawkeyes glanced around, first noticing a young boy with a straw hat, then the naval warship, followed by the renowned Chef Zeph, and finally, the green-haired swordsman before him. Observing Zoro's youthful yet ambitious gaze, Hawkeyes couldn't help but smirk in amusement. Another fool seeking his doom. I have been on the lookout for you. You were the one who severed that ship, weren't you? Impressive swordsmanship. Zoro admired the smooth cut, his eyes filled with respect. Hawkeyes raised an eyebrow. Just passing the time, I suppose. Since you seem so idle, why not engage in a duel of swordsmanship? Zoro slowly drew the 3 swords from his waist, the white blade resting between his teeth, while the other 2 were firmly gripped in his hands. 3-sword style? Hawkeyes mused, momentarily perplexed, but quickly understood. You must be the infamous 3-sword style swordsman from East Blue, Roronoa Zoro. Very well, let us consider it a way to kill time. Zoro felt a stir of dissatisfaction at Hawkeye's nonchalance. Rising from his seat, Hawkeyes leaped to face Zoro, revealing a small knife at the tip of the cross he wore. Zoro was taken aback, his expression darkening. What do you mean by that? The slight was unmistakable, bordering on complete disdain. Hawkeyes, unfazed, taunted. Though you are a renowned swordsman in East Blue, it remains the weakest of the 4 seas, let alone compared to the Grand Line. I need not resort to my black blade for you. This small knife will suffice. A shadow crossed Zoro's face, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. You'll regret it when I cleave you. In an instant, Zoro's figure surged forward across the deck's wreckage. Demon slash. The clash echoed like a cat playing with a mouse. The small knife met Zoro's crucial strike, rendering him unable to exert his full might. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as the move he had never been thwarted by was effortlessly countered. What's the matter? Is that all you can do? Hawkeye sneered. Tiger hunt. Enraged, Zoro retracted his swords and struck again, but the outcome was the same. His opponent seemed to anticipate his every weak point, effortlessly parrying his strikes. Damn it, am I to have no resistance at all? The rhythm of Zoro's successive attacks became frantic, memories of his childhood promises flooding back. Was this truly what he had become? His 3-sword style turned into mere instinctive swings, as if he had returned to years past. The smile of his opponent echoing the past, as if to say, you're still so weak, Zoro. Frustration boiled within him. Zoro continued to hack at Hawkeyes, but even against just a small knife, Hawkeyes managed to parry all of Zoro's 3-sword attacks with ease. This spectacle left all onlookers in disbelief. The famed pirate hunter from East Blue found himself utterly outmatched. Damn it, this isn't the kind of mockery I trained for. Hawkeye's, maintaining his composure, chided. Is this the extent of your fury? Suddenly, amidst Zoro's wild assault, Hawkeye seized an opening and leapt behind him, thrusting the small knife into Zoro's back. Thud! Blood stained Zoro's white attire, and he fell to his knees, glaring at Hawkeye's eagle-like gaze. After a moment, Zoro slowly rose, tying his green bandana. His eyes filled with unwavering determination. What is your goal? Hawkeye inquired, intrigued. To be the strongest, even if it means death. The audience, perplexed by their conversation, could not comprehend, yet a faint smile crept upon Hawkeye's lips. How interesting, he mused, sheathing the small knife and drawing forth his massive black blade. Zoro, momentarily stunned by the action, quickly regained his composure, tightening his bandana. I will unleash my strongest strike. Come at me. The air around Zoro began to swirl as he prepared his technique, enveloping the remnants of the deck in a heavy silence. This move carried an essence of swordsmanship. Yet Hawkeye felt a tinge of disappointment. Such power was rare among swordsmen, but Zoro's preparation was too evident, revealing his forthcoming attack. 3,000 worlds. Hawkeye's, harboring a flicker of hope, surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance, appearing behind Zoro. Zoro knelt, his formidable sword, the Wado Ikamanji, remained intact, while the other two blades shattered into fragments. Had he been let off lightly? Zoro stared at the shallow cut on his chest, feeling a mix of resentment as he stood and turned to face Hawkeye's. What's wrong? Hawkeye's inquired, puzzled. Being struck in the back is a swordsman's disgrace. Zoro retorted, baring his teeth. I do not seek your pity. Impressive. Hawkeye smirked as the black blade sliced across Zoro's chest, this time with no mercy. Honoring Zoro with the utmost respect, a torrent of crimson erupted from Zoro's torso as he fell into the sea. Do not hasten your demise, young swordsman, Hawkeye thought, his only hope resting on the fierce ambition reflected in Zoro's eyes, though he had unleashed his full might. Hawkeye believed that a swordsman with such resolve would never be claimed by death. In the distance, aboard a small vessel, Hobodi observed the fierce duel, contemplating. Is that the advanced observation, Haki? Were I in his place, I would not withstand such a relentless onslaught from the pirate hunter Zoro. It seems a gap still exists between me and the warlords of the sea. Nonetheless, Hawkeye stands as one of the 7 warlords of the sea solely on the merit of his personal prowess, whereas the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, and Don Quixote da Flamingo rely more on their formidable influence. I wonder how Crocodile, with the powers of the Sand fruit, measures up against Zoro. As Hobodi pondered, he was abruptly interrupted by a furious roar, momentarily stunned as he turned to the source of the sound. There, he witnessed a pair of elongated hands lunging towards Eagle Eye. Monkey D. Luffy? The expression of confusion on Hobodi's face swiftly transformed into one of resignation. What a troublesome fellow. Why does he always seem to cross paths with this brat? Hobodi's figure suddenly leapt forth, executing several powerful jumps in midair, positioning himself in front of Luffy's assault aimed at Mihawk, swiftly seizing both of his arms and casting him aside. The resilient rubber rocket, redirected by Hobodi, obliterated the interior of the Baratai restaurant, if Hobodi's memory served him correctly. It was indeed Chef Zeph's quarters. Is that the moonwalk of the 6 powers? Mihawk pondered. With a resounding thud, a figure soared from a distant small boat onto the remnants of the deck. Luffy emerged from the debris, irritation evident on his face as he glared at Hobodi. What are you doing, old man? I advise against such actions. Had your hands reached him just now, they would have been severed. You should be grateful I saved your hands. Were it not for the respect I hold for your grandfather, Admiral Garp, I would have no interest in such trivial matters. Hobodi deliberately emphasized the title of Garp, causing Mihawk to narrow his gaze slightly. Stop babbling. Get out of the way. Old man, I intend to send this bastard who harmed Zoro flying. Luffy's nostrils flared with fury, his eyes blazing with determination as he glared at Mihawk. Such a reaction was to be expected. Mihawk observed the straw hat atop Luffy's head, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Red-haired. Is this the promising lad you spoke of from the East Blue? The grandson of the Navy hero? Are you a companion of that swordsman? Mihawk's gaze intensified as he scrutinized Luffy, pausing momentarily before continuing. Rest assured, he is not dead. Really? Luffy's anger swiftly transformed into joy as he spotted 2 figures from a nearby boat leaping into the sea. Moments later, 3 heads emerged from the water. Nice, Joseph, Johnny. It seems things are proceeding as you wished. Hobodi uttered an ambiguous remark to Luffy, who responded with a broad grin, playfully patting Hobodi on the shoulder. Sorry about that. Old man. Hey, Straw Hat Captain, my brother's injury is quite severe. How infuriating. Such a deep wound. Joseph, with a buzz cut, brandished his knife angrily at Mihawk. I won't spare you, Mihawk. Who is that? Mihawk inquired. The Blade God, Joseph, Hobodi instinctively replied, causing both Luffy and Mihawk to exchange bewildered glances. Hobodi himself appeared momentarily dazed. Clutching his aching head, he recalled a vivid image of a colossal underwater palace, with a large, pink-haired mermaid covering her mouth in a guilty manner. The underwater palace? Who was that mermaid? Apologies, I seem to have been a bit lightheaded just now. Are you all right? Yes. I'm fine. Hobodi assured Luffy, casting a final glance at Mihawk, who appeared contemplative. It seemed their surveillance had been entirely compromised. Mihawk, I wish to challenge you to a single strike. A single strike? Mihawk raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I wish to ascertain where our disparities lie. Hobodi's hands transformed into two claw-like appendages covered in scales, and he clenched them with force. Instantly, the surrounding air currents converged towards Hobodi's draconic claws. An invisible power resonating through the atmosphere. Mihawk's expression sharpened. A manifestation of Haki? Red-haired never mentioned this individual from a fishing village in the East Sea. Dragon's roar. With a swift motion, it seemed as if all the air's power surrounding the Baratai restaurant coalesced into that singular claw. Mihawk, compelled to respond earnestly, prepared to strike with his blade, but quickly redirected it to the flat side of the blade. Clang. The dragon claw collided with the world's strongest black blade, creating a colossal shockwave at the point of impact, sending gusts of wind that forced bystanders to shield their eyes. Mihawk was pushed back, leaping into the air, and gazed at Hobodi in astonishment. Such monstrous wrist strength. Has your Zoan fruit awakened? Awakened? No, it's nothing. Mihawk abruptly fell silent. Hawkeye gazed at the figure before him, contemplating the distance that still lay between them. With a scoff, he retorted, do not push your luck. Although he had just withstood the force of his opponent, it was evident that even the weakest of the East Sea could repel him, a testament to his own strength. However, observing his demeanor, it appeared that such extraordinary power was not derived from the typical awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit. In other words, did this individual possess an inherent strength that set him apart, independent of the abilities granted by the devil fruit? What manner of devil fruit could yield such a peculiar pink claw? He had never encountered anything like it before. Should he pursue further inquiry? A flicker of intrigue sparked within Hawkeye. Hobodi waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. I cannot break through the oppressive aura of your blade. Farewell. It appears that a straightforward report suffices. The three-sword-style pirate hunter Zaro, alongside Monkey D. Luffy, is undoubtedly the target of Mihawk's attention. Around 4 in the evening, Hobodi returned to Beijing Town on Jeco Island. Upon arriving at Branch 76, he hurried to the intelligence room and reported to Admiral Sengoku via transponder snail. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zaro, a renowned bounty hunter of the East Sea, has surprisingly turned to piracy. Is he one of those who has caught Mihawk's eye? Sengoku's tone was laced with irritation as he replied, is that all you have to report? More or less. Mihawk merely came to the East Sea out of boredom. However, to be honest, there is a name I hesitate to disclose. What else are you withholding? Speak up. Be cautious, or I shall ensure you are left to fend for yourself in the East Sea for the rest of your days, Sengoku bellowed in dissatisfaction. The latter part of his statement was something Sengoku himself found hard to believe. While he scolded Hobodi, it stemmed more from his disdain for Hobodi's abilities. However, Hobodi had consumed the artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk and, like Sengoku, belonged to the rare Zoan type that surpassed even the natural type in rarity. Thus, his hidden potential was apparent. Therefore, Sengoku's words were merely a passing remark. He viewed Hobodi not just as a subordinate but also with a sense of expectation for a younger generation. This lad had indeed shown promise over the past 2 years, wisely training in the peaceful East Sea. Of course, Sengoku disapproved of neglecting military duties and placing too much importance on status. Is Vice Admiral Garp by your side, Admiral? What is it that you want to discuss? Why does your tone suggest that the next matter is related to Garp? Sengoku questioned, taken aback. 2 years prior, after uncovering the true identity of Port Asti, Ace, he had never imagined that his old comrade would harbor the son of the Pirate King. It had infuriated him for quite some time. This matter was known only to him and his contemporary, Tsuru. Could it be? Hobodi was about to speak when suddenly the Din Din Mushy simulation morphed, and a whimsical voice emerged. Hello, is this the little rascal Hobodi? What do you mean by mentioning a person related to me? I have no connection to pirates whatsoever. Are you doubting my status as a marine hero? Defamation is a matter for the military court. Silence, you scoundrel carp. Cease your meddling with the Din Din Mushy. A commotion ensued on the other end, and eventually, the Din Din Mushy transformed into a glasses-wearing version of Sengoku. Hobodi reported, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zaro has joined a pirate crew led by a captain named Monkey D. Luffy. This must be the grandson of Vice Admiral Carp, right? What? Luffy has set sail as a pirate? The infuriating red-haired one exclaimed in disbelief. What has that rascal done? Sengoku's Din Din Mushy maintained a neutral expression, yet his tone was distinctly displeased. Not much, but when I departed, he seemed to be in a scuffle with Kuro. If all goes as expected, Monkey D. Luffy should emerge victorious, Hobodi stated. Did you not consider apprehending that boy? Did Kuro not intervene? Eagle, I was present at the time, and I lacked the confidence to confront him, Hobodi fabricated, having had several opportunities to capture the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy. However, Luffy's declaration during the Punk Hazard arc, I intend to defeat all 4 emperors anyway, led Hobodi to forego an early elimination. In the Punk Hazard arc, Monkey D. Luffy often oscillated between righteousness and villainy, harboring no biases against either Marines or pirates, acting according to his whims, something Hobodi unconsciously pursued. Moreover, with Vice Admiral Carp's guidance, Hobodi found even less reason to apprehend him. Yet, the 2 individuals noticed by Eagle Eye Luffy, undoubtedly entrusted by the red-haired one with whom he shares a significant bond. And the pirate hunter Zaro, who earned Eagle Eye's recognition, were not to be underestimated. My grandson, ha ha ha, truly possesses discerning insight. Silence, carp. You rogue, utter another word. And I shall dispatch a warship to sink your grandson to the depths of the sea. Hobodi quietly listened to the commotion on the other end of the line until the quarrel subsided. He then inquired, General of the Warring States, when can I expect my reassignment? Ideally, it should be in the vicinity of the Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta? Very well. I shall provide you with a response shortly. A week later, at the Navy's 76th Division training grounds, Hobodi, shrouded in a black cloth, was surrounded by a dozen naval soldiers wielding clubs. Their movements not frantic but deliberate, yet remarkably, each strike was deftly evaded by Hobodi. From outside the training ground, Monet entered, holding a stack of documents. Prompting Hobodi to raise his hand, signaling the soldiers to cease their actions, before tearing away the black cloth. Monet? The perceptive abilities of the esteemed commander are indeed growing more formidable, he remarked, his tone laced more with jest than praise. His ability to evade the barrage was less a testament to his foresight and more a reflection of the soldier's sluggishness, allowing him ample time to react. Nevertheless, Hobodi's reason for enduring these attacks was not to enhance his observation hockey, but to fine-tune the synchronization between his perceptive abilities and physical responses. After all, possessing awareness without the body's accustomed agility rendered it futile. Moreover, hockey had been a persistent shortcoming for Hobodi during his year and a half of intensive training, particularly the observation type, a fact known only to Monet. Thus, upon hearing Monet's words, Hobodi's expression soured. What brings you here? I assume the communication from Admiral Sengoku pertains to your reassignment. Monet, with a hint of intent, remarked in front of the soldiers of the 76th Division, eliciting mixed emotions of joy and concern, but all of it was irrelevant to Hobodi. I'll be right there. Moments later, he arrived at the intelligence room, where Sengoku's voice echoed through the transponder snail. Hobodi, your request for reassignment to Alabasta has been approved. However, due to your rank as a major and another consideration, you will not have your own warship. Furthermore, your deployment in that region will require compliance with the orders of the naval officers managing that maritime area. That must be the other consideration, Hobodi thought, knowing this was not what he desired. His brow furrowed in discontent. May I request to establish a naval base there? Absolutely not, Sengoku asserted decisively. Setting aside the fact that the kingdom of Alabasta is currently embroiled in a tense situation and would never agree to our presence. The second reason is that this ancient kingdom has always maintained autonomy and will not be governed by the Navy. We cannot establish a naval base there unless they actively seek our assistance. But they are also allies of the world government, are they not? Why the refusal? Hobodi inquired. Puzzled. The kingdom of Alabasta is unique, especially with the Nefertari surname. Sengoku sighed, his frustration evident. He could not divulge to Hobodi that the Nefertari family was originally part of the 20 kings who formed the world government. It had not relocated to marry Geos. Otherwise, Hobodi's impulsive nature would likely lead to complications. Moreover, with Crocodile currently present, sending this brash rookie into that volatile environment could ignite a conflict. Who will be the officer I report to upon my reassignment? Surely, you can disclose that to me in advance? Sengoku exhaled in relief. His tone becoming more relaxed, the officer overseeing the waters near the kingdom of Alabasta is Tina, who is now a colonel. Although you are from different training batches under Zephyr, you should be acquainted with her. Upon hearing these words, Hobodi furrowed his brow once more. He lacked the memories of the original owner of this body. What if he were detected upon arrival? Should he, in the guise of king, preemptively eliminate that colonel? If you wish to gather information, you might consider visiting Logtown before heading to the Grand Line to seek out Smoker. He and Tina are contemporaries and share a good rapport. However, one is a troublesome child, while the other is dutifully steadfast. I believe that if you maintain a low profile there, you should navigate through without much difficulty. The moment Sengoku spoke, Hobodi promptly dismissed his previous thoughts. If he were to eliminate Tina, it was likely that the individual referred to as the Mad Dog by Virgo would frequently pursue him. This particular naval officer was known for unconventional methods, and it was entirely possible that his identity as king would be exposed. Thus, it was settled. I will discuss your situation with Tina. Furthermore, remember that there have been recent reports of Crocodile appearing frequently in that country, likely with some nefarious intent. Hobodi. Keep this in mind. He certainly has a purpose there, and should any unusual occurrences arise, inform me at once. Truly, these 7 warlords are nothing but a series of troubles. With that final sentiment, Sengoku ended the call. Hobodi sat in the intelligence room, deep in contemplation, as the playful Mona chuckled beside him. Are you troubled, Commander? The illustrious Tina from the Navy headquarters could easily be swayed using the methods you employed on me. However, a woman of the rank of colonel would not be so easily managed. Moreover, having grown up within the Navy, her resolve was nearly unbreakable. This was the crux of the matter. Hobodi scoffed, feeling increasingly vexed. Dealing with a female naval officer like her could not be approached with the same unscrupulous tactics he used on someone like Mona, who was vulnerable and without a sense of purpose. To annihilate her subordinates and then tame her under a different guise? The very notion was swiftly dismissed by Hobodi. It was akin to killing Tina. Mona had been cast aside, floundering without direction, and thus had become subservient to him. The female naval officer, however, was an entirely different challenge. Suddenly, the ringing of the telephone bug interrupted Hobodi's musings. "Hello, is this Commander Hobodi? This is Brigadier Blinblin from the 77th Division. I'm on the brink of death, but you must relay this to headquarters. I have located the fishman pirate Arlong lurking in the East Sea. They are in Coco West." The phone bug emitted a spray of blood, leaving both Hobodi and Mona momentarily stunned. "Is that Coco West from the Konami Islands? Renowned for its oranges?" Mona mused, covering her mouth in amusement. "It's not far from Baratai. If we set sail now, we could arrive by tomorrow morning. This presents a splendid opportunity for vengeance against our comrades. Prepare to set sail. However, this time, you shall accompany me, Mona. Is my master hoping for some delightful moments aboard the ship?" Mona licked her lips, intrigued. Hobodi shook his head, stating his intention to set sail for Coco Asia Village aboard a warship, after which they would proceed directly to Rog Town. "What about the soldiers?" Monet inquired. "I shall appoint Woods as the interim commander until the arrival of the new commander. After resolving the Konami Islands incident, I will have him return with the soldiers. I believe he has long coveted this position and will be quite willing. As for Fui, I will speak with her shortly. After that, our journey to Rog Town is to seek out Smog, followed by our entry into the Grand Line. Navigating through the Twin Gorges to access the Grand Line is perilous. Why not utilize the naval route instead?" Hobodi chuckled. "It is impossible for me to venture into the Grand Line alone. The notorious king, valued at 110 million berries, must also inform the Navy of his entry into the Grand Line. Is it not a tad too convenient, risking suspicion? Arresting a traitorous subordinate is indeed the Navy's responsibility. Fighting one's own battles?" Monet, intrigued, chuckled in amusement. "I am Hobodi from the Navy headquarters. Your words could easily lead to misunderstandings." "Understood. What shall we do about Croc in prison?" "That is a matter for King to address." Preparations for departure were underway, with Monet tasked to gather essential information regarding the Grand Line, including island intelligence, power dynamics, and necessary supplies for the voyage. Meanwhile, Hobodi focused on announcing Wood's temporary appointment to the 76th Division and soothing the concerns of Phoenix. However, upon hearing that Hobodi would soon embark on the Grand Line without her, Phoenix shed a few tears and fled the base. Hobodi refrained from overextending his gratitude towards the woman. However, when it came to matters that would truly impede his objectives, he was resolute in maintaining his distance. The journey embarked upon was a monotonous affair, and by dawn of the following day, Hobodi's warship arrived at the port adjacent to Konami Island's Kokoshia village. The town lay in ruins, its streets deeply sunken and extending for dozens of meters, bearing no marks of cannon fire. Rather, the surrounding buildings appeared to have been severed and devastated by some sharp implement, not by swords or blades. The entire town was devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence. "Woods, you may return with the ship," Hobodi instructed. Yet, this was the territory of the fishman Arlong, a race with strength surpassing that of humans by tenfold. Even Brigadier General Brimbly, commander of 77th Division, had fallen victim to their treachery. Hobodi's solitary assurance left Woods hesitant. "Spare me your feigned concern, Woods. I can tell you are eager to return and exert your authority. If you wish to avoid demise, I advise you to leave promptly." Indeed, Woods was about to utter more, but suddenly felt a chilling wave course through him. Instinctively, he turned to the source of the threat, the green-haired secretary, whose golden eyes brimmed with an icy malice. Woods and his companions dared not linger any longer, urgently shouting, "Set sail, set sail." Woods hastily navigated the warship away, while Monet stifled a laugh, remarking, "Your subordinates are rather cowardly. That changes from today onward." "Monet, what is your perspective on this town?" "Regardless of perspective, it seems inconsequential. The intelligence from the 77th Division indicates that this island has been under Arlong's dominion for 7 years, yet the Navy remains oblivious. How could a mere pirate maintain control over an island for such a duration? Even if he imprisoned the populace and forbade them from venturing out to sea, the external world would surely notice, especially since this is a well-known island in the East Blue renowned for its abundant oranges. There must be a traitor within the Navy facilitating this. Monet, have you identified the culprit?" Monet nodded, flipping through a document. "Aside from the 76th Division, there is also the 16th Division overseeing Konami Islands. The commander of that base is Colonel Rat, and reports from residents in his stationed area indicate that his warships frequently head to Konami Islands. It is likely he is the one. Was Brimbly's warship sunk before they even landed? Why weren't we attacked?" As the two conversed, a peculiar group of humanoids emerged from the remnants of the silent street, brandishing knives and gradually encircling Hobodi and his companion. In Hobodi's eyes, these beings, capable of standing yet possessing heads or features unlike those of humans, were indeed human. "They are fishmen," Monet cautioned. "This is my first encounter. They appear rather odd," Hobodi mused, his casual observation inciting the ire of the fishman pirate crew. "You two have just descended from that warship, correct? What brings you to this island? Did Colonel Rat not inform you that the Navy is forbidden from approaching? Charge." A chorus of fishmen bellowed as they lunged at Hobodi and Monet. "Shall I intervene?" Monet inquired. "Unnecessary. Allow me to gauge their strength," Hobodi replied. A fishman, resembling a porcine creature, leaped high from behind Hobodi, brandishing a knife aimed at the back of his head. In a split second, Just as the blade was mere centimeters from Hobodi, he unexpectedly extended his hand to block the strike. Sensing the force of the attack, surprise flickered across Hobodi's face. Though it was short-lived, within moments, his expression returned to its usual composure. Indeed, their strength exceeds that of ordinary men. Had I arrived here 2 years ago, I might not have been able to withstand such a blow. You scoundrel, what are you rambling about? Well done, Aini. Hold him steady. We shall strike at his base. Base? Monet's expression darkened at the mention. I snowblade. With elegance and fluidity, Monet's hands transformed into blades of ice and snow, slicing through the fishmen's forms. Accompanied by their anguished cries, one by one, the fishmen collapsed to the ground. Monet? This was Hobodi's first glimpse of her wrath, leaving him perplexed as to what had provoked such ire from the fishmen. Monet's frigid gaze swept across the writhing fishmen below. What belongs to my master is mine. Any attempt to take it shall be met with no mercy. A drop of sweat trickled down Hobodi's nape as he reflected on the ferocity of his own words. Realizing the folly of his actions, eventually he opened his mouth but could utter nothing, merely exhaling a sigh. Let us depart, Monet. Very well. They traversed the ravaged town, proceeding through a grove of orange trees. Hobodi plucked several oranges, savoring them as they walked, until, after a brief interval, they beheld a village bustling with life. The flavor is delightful. The villagers appeared to be reminiscent. Perhaps the owner hailed from a region abundant in oranges as well? No, since arriving by this vast sea, my diet has largely consisted of marine beasts and western fare. I merely feel a sense of nostalgia for something I have not tasted in ages. The two wandered into the town square where a group of villagers had gathered. Upon spotting the unfamiliar faces of Hobodi and Monet, a scarred man clad in a brown police uniform reminiscent of a bygone era, topped with a peculiar windmill hat, approached them. From whence do you come? Have you plundered the village's orange orchard? We merely passed through there. Fret not. I shall compensate you. It is not a matter of money. How dare you pluck the oranges that Belmare planted? A girl with blue hair, adorned with a headscarf and peculiar tattoos, glared at them fiercely. Have we inadvertently trespassed upon a sacred space? Apparently so, Hobodi remarked, observing the villagers' ire, raising his hands in surrender. Najiko, they are not merely sacred. Najiko's gaze fixated on the packages behind them, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. Could it be that Nami's hidden possession had been uncovered? Adrian. The middle-aged man in police garb suddenly drew his knife, leveling it at the two. I am the village constable. Set down your packages for inspection. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to ascertain whether you have pilfered anything. If not, I shall return everything to you. I have only taken oranges. I did not disturb that orchard in any other manner. The villagers remained unmoved. It seems we cannot extricate ourselves from this predicament. Commander, what shall we do? Should I incapacitate them all? Monet teased. They are but common folk, and our purpose here is different. Though, a search is unnecessary. Hobodi unzipped his backpack, revealing a stack of white paper to the villagers. They collectively exhaled in relief, although something bulged beneath the paper. It was evident that the backpack could not conceal the funds the blue-haired girl had labored 7 years to amass. Apologies for our earlier suspicion, Kinja said, sheathing his knife and bowing an apology. It is nothing. Since we have already trespassed upon your orchard, let us settle the payment. Monet offered, producing 1,000 berries, approximately the value of the oranges they had just harvested, and handed it to Kinju, who waved his hands dismissively. No need for that. Those oranges hold little value. If there is nothing else, you should leave this village promptly. How benevolent of you, Mr. Constable, but it is regrettable. We came precisely for this. What? Monet was about to elaborate when, suddenly, a panicked yet jubilant shout erupted from not far off in the village. Kinju, the Navy has arrived. Huh? Kinju was taken aback. Monet and Hobodi exchanged puzzled glances. Have Woods and the others turned back? I doubt it, Hobodi replied. Observe the villagers' expressions, after 7 years of oppression. They should have long since lost faith in the Navy. Their faces reveal not joy but trepidation. Something is amiss. Could it be related to the villagers' previous concerns about the orange orchard? Monet speculated. Within earshot of the villagers, Monet's words tightened the blue-haired girl's heart. Najiko swiftly approached them. You must be from the other villages on the island, correct? You should know that throughout our 7 years under Arlong's rule, countless Navy ships have come, only to be repelled before they even reached the shore. Yet this time, they have landed. It appeared she had misconstrued the situation, and Monet suppressed a smile, feigning surprise. Are you suggesting they have colluded with the Navy? Meanwhile, the village constable Kinju watched the approaching Navy troops with a look of deep concern. During Arlong's reign of 7 years, he has never made such a grave error. Their intentions do not bode well, but what could the Navy's purpose be? Before long, Hobodi and Monet found themselves concealed within the crowd of villagers, soon spotting a contingent of Navy personnel led by an officer resembling a rat, who approached with a sinister grin. Navy, we received word from other islanders that a thief has hidden a considerable amount of wealth in this village. The rat-like captain pointed towards the small house on the hillside where Hobodi and Monet had arrived. The villagers, including Najiku and Kinju, felt a collective unease, seeing their apprehension. The rat captain was pleased. Let us proceed. Wait, from whom did you receive this information? Could you be mistaken? The owner of that hillside house is a kind, ordinary resident, Kinju implored, stepping in front of the rat captain. The rat captain's expression soured, and he pinched his mustache, looking down at Kinju. Do you wish to obstruct the Navy's operations? With that, he shoved Kinju aside and strode purposefully towards the hillside. Such arrogance, the commander remarked. Should we not? Hobodi waved his hand, suggesting they follow the villagers to discover the secret behind the orange grove. Shortly thereafter, he accompanied the villagers to a house nestled halfway up the mountain, where the tension etched on their faces indicated something was amiss. Colonel Mouse, accompanied by his soldiers, surveyed the grove, his gaze ultimately settling on a patch of soil that had recently been disturbed near several orange trees. These are the ones. Dig them up, he commanded. Yes, sir. The soldiers, compelled by duty, grasped their shovels and began to excavate the orange trees. Suddenly, from the other end of the grove, a girl with vibrant orange hair sprang forth, wielding a three-section staff that she swiftly connected into a long weapon, striking several unsuspecting naval soldiers. You naval fools! Do not trample on Belmir's orange grove, she shouted fiercely, knocking the soldiers to the ground one by one. Colonel Mouse, observing the girl's striking hair, let out a sinister chuckle. Open fire, he ordered. A gunshot rang out, the bullet hurtling toward the girl. The villagers gasped in horror as a gust of wind swept through, altering the bullet's course. The girl cried out as she collapsed to the ground, the bullet grazing her shoulder and drawing forth a trickle of crimson blood. The commander is indeed benevolent. Could he have taken a liking to this girl? Monet remarked with a smirk. If only your mind could encompass matters beyond this, Hobodi sighed in resignation. Unbeknownst to anyone, the earlier gust had gone unnoticed. Colonel Mouse, frustrated by the missed shot, remained undeterred in his intentions. After all, he had no desire to kill the girl as per his agreement with Arlong. Continue digging, he cackled. The girl, feeling utterly helpless, sat on the ground with despair clouding her eyes. At that moment, a blue-haired girl from the crowd of villagers rushed forward, colliding with a naval soldier. You scoundrels, do not desecrate Nami's wishes, she exclaimed. However, being merely an ordinary villager, she was powerless against the Navy. And a soldier struck her in the abdomen with the butt of his rifle, sending her sprawling. Why has this island been under pirate rule for 7 years? Belmir was killed by them, and although you did not come to our aid, why must you hurt us further? The girl glared at the soldiers with eyes filled with hatred. I have no idea what you are talking about, Colonel Mouse replied dismissively. Minutes passed, and one by one, the orange trees were uprooted. Suddenly, a distinct clanking sound emerged from beneath one of the trees. The soldiers quickly cleared the soil, revealing a large chest. We found it, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, approaching the chest and flinging it open, only to be met with a shocking sight. Not only the villagers but also Hobodi and Monet stood aghast. Inside the chest lay a plethora of gold necklaces, jewels, and stacks of berries, but what truly horrified them were the dried bloodstains marring the treasures. This is truly blood money. A village woman, deeply moved, acknowledged the grim source of the wealth, her eyes brimming with tears. We believed we were supporting Nami in her quest to raise 100 million berries, but her ordeal is something we could never truly comprehend, Monet inquired, perplexed. It was Nami, came the response. 7 years ago, that girl made a pact with Arlong, the tyrant who ruled this island. If she could gather 100 million berries, she would buy our freedom from him. This money has been stolen from the pirates after countless perilous encounters. Monet fell silent, her expression turning profoundly serene. 7 years ago. This girl was merely about 10 years old, wasn't she? Hobodi mused, admiration flickering in his gaze as he regarded the future thief who had extended a hand to the children in Punk Hazard. To think that a mere child, at the tender age of 10, could amass such a fortune over 7 years. It would be impressive for any adult. Yet she had targeted the most ruthless pirates in the world. This required not just thievery, but also cunning deception, the art of gaining trust, betrayal, and perhaps even the exploitation of her own femininity. Hobodi questioned himself, recognizing the impossibility of his task. Even the young assassins of his past lives who had eliminated prominent figures in certain nations had not faced a challenge as daunting as the one before him. To stake one's life in a single gamble is an entirely different matter than to live perpetually under the weight of such a wager. He chuckled sinisterly. This sum of money shall be confiscated. In the midst of his contemplation, a suddenly irksome voice jolted Hobodi's back to reality. Why this irritation? His mind momentarily clouded. He felt as if he had once again traversed the phantasm of the Barati restaurant. Lately, he had frequently dreamed of an underwater realm. Observing that silhouette, Hobodi's instinctively stepped outside. Are you about to take action? He murmured to himself, perplexed by the tumultuous anger brewing within. Once more, he beheld the vision he had encountered at Barati, the underwater palace, the sympathetic gaze of a colossal mermaid. Could it be that the mermaid from his vision had influenced his emotions? Hobodi approached Colonel Mouse, who, upon seeing Hobodi's countenance, was immediately filled with displeasure. What is that look in your eyes? Ironclad Hobodi extended a fist. Steel. In the next moment, his muscles bulged with veins, emitting a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of steel twisting together. Colonel Mouse instinctively sensed impending doom and hurriedly commanded his subordinates, fire. Iron Fist 8 Extremes charge. Bang. Before Colonel Mouse could finish his sentence, that iron-like fist struck his face with ferocity. The moment of impact brought an overwhelming pain, swiftly followed by numbness, accompanied by the sound of his facial bones shattering. No, he even felt as if half of his entire skull had been crushed. Consciousness faded instantly as Colonel Mouse's eyes glazed over, his body swaying under the force of the blow, and he fell, face first into the dirt. Bang, bang. Bang. Be careful, young man. The Navy soldiers aimed their guns at Hobodi, firing as his strike landed. A dome snow shelter materialized, enveloping Hobodi entirely. From within the snow wall, a flurry of snow rabbits sprang forth, retaliating against the soldiers. The gun-wielding Navy personnel fell one by one, as if struck by bullets. We cannot allow you to harm your superior, otherwise, it would lead to a military tribunal. Monet licked his lips, unabashedly revealing his cruel and murderous nature. Minutes later, as Monet's snow dome dissipated, Hobodi gazed at the villagers who stared blankly at the two of them, directing his attention to Monet. This is Navy Headquarters Major Hobodi. And I am his aide, Monet. You need not worry. We are here to deal with the fishman Arlong, and of course, this Navy scoundrel has been dealt with as well. Monet's words jolted the villagers from their shock. The village chief, Kinzo, looked at them skeptically. We have only heard of a Colonel Smoker from Rogue Town. Aside from him, aren't Navy personnel typically in the Grand Line? Moreover, Kinzo pointed to their casual attire, which resembled that of a couple on a date rather than officers. Perhaps you should recognize this, Monet said, retrieving a colonel's cloak from his backpack and draping it over Hobodi. Does this look more appropriate? The villagers nodded vacantly. Wonderful, since he is a major from headquarters. The blame for attacking the branch's colonel should not fall upon us, Kinzo sighed with relief. Indeed, a major from headquarters is akin to a brigadier from the branch. If the Navy were to come to our island for investigation, we would certainly tell them that this Colonel Mouse was disturbing the peace and was justly reprimanded by you. Monet was at a loss for words. Perhaps it is best to let this go, Monet. Their words merely reflect their inability to accept reality. Are there any normal people here? I need to know Arlong's whereabouts. Hobodi momentarily set aside his doubts and inquired among the crowd. Arlong. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Kinzo quickly stepped forward to advise Hobodi. I understand you are formidable, young man, but seeking Arlong directly might not be wise. The fishman possesses strength tenfold that of a human, and Arlong is among the elite. Why not contact Colonel Smoker from Rogue Town instead? Are you belittling us? Monet interjected. No, it's not that at all. It's just that every naval ship sent here has been sunk, if there are only the two of you. Kinzo hesitated. Now that these two naval officers have finally obtained information about the island, if they were to confront Arlong directly and meet their demise, how long would they have to wait for their freedom? Aiken, I will take them. The orange-haired girl, slumped on the ground, rose slowly to her feet, covering her shoulder. Thank you for protecting Belmir's orange orchard. My name is Nami. I know where Arlong is. We have actually met before. A strong girl, Hobodi remarked. Nami was taken aback. Really? No wonder I felt you seemed familiar, uncle. It seems the other party has completely forgotten about you, Commander. Hobodi disregarded Monet's mockery and turned to Nami's shoulder. Can you endure in your current state? It's all right. Nami bit her lip, suppressing her pain, and forced a faint smile on her pale face. Let me lead the way, Nami. Nojiko quickly assisted Nami, guiding her to Kinjutsu and the other villagers. No. You two girls cannot manage. I shall take the lead, Kinjutsu insisted. Having witnessed Arlong's terror firsthand, coupled with the rationality of a middle-aged man, he harbored some distrust that Hobodi and the others could truly defeat Arlong. He certainly did not wish for the two girls, whom he regarded as daughters, to become sacrifices for the Navy. Kinjutsu, as the village guard, I should lead. No, I shall go. I will take the lead. Everyone clamored to guide the way. And amidst the commotion, they ultimately decided to proceed together. Monet, observing the throng behind her, chuckled derisively. It feels as though our esteemed commander has transformed into a hero. Had I known, I would have silently dispatched Arlong and slipped away. Hobodi wore an expression of resignation, yet his gaze remained laced with a hint of intrigue. What connection did that mermaid, capable of affecting his emotions, have with him in this form? He sensed that the key to why the Sea Kings did not attack him lay within this mystery. Once they entered the Grand Line, it seemed imperative to investigate further. As they journeyed, villagers descended from the hillside homes, some returning to gather makeshift weapons. Due to Arlong's confiscation of their arms, they wielded brooms, rakes, and long sticks, a resolute expression adorning their faces as they marched toward Arlong's domain. Frankly, the scene was somewhat absurd. Fortunately, after a mere 10 minutes of travel, Hobodi finally beheld a massive structure before him. Was this the amusement park of Hobodi Archipelago? Though he had never visited the archipelago, he had glimpsed this edifice 2 years prior while accompanying Vice Admiral Garp back to the East Blue. The immense structure before him bore a striking resemblance to the one at Hobodi Archipelago, albeit smaller in scale, with an uncanny similarity of nearly 90%. It was said that peculiar creatures often appeared by the seaside at night, and passers-by had described their appearances. Almost every account drew parallels to the fishmen of Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. However, due to the historical governance of Hobodi Archipelago, fishmen there seemed to be regarded as mere fish to be captured at will. Then, is Arlong a fishman with dreams? Hobodi inquired, curiosity piqued. Where did you acquire this information, Monet? This was news even he was oblivious to. Monet smiled, of course. It comes from the intelligence channels of the Navy headquarters. Did you not mention, Commander, that I would become an exceptional secretary? The higher your rank, the more access to information I can obtain. I have even prepared a dossier regarding our impending journey to the Alabasta Kingdom. Indeed, you are an outstanding secretary, Hobodi praised. Then continued, however, we shall review that intelligence on our way. Let us first address the matter at hand. Kenjutsu eyed the two skeptically, increasingly doubting whether he had led his fellow villagers into peril. These two flirtatious individuals hardly resembled officers, particularly the beautiful secretary, whose face lit up with joy and shyness at the compliment. This major from headquarters was truly insufferable. Having such a stunning beauty by his side surely meant he had indulged in some indiscretions. Ahem. We have arrived. Kenjutsu forcibly interrupted the commander and secretary's conversation. Uncle, I will go in with you. Nami piped up, but Kenjutsu instantly grasped her arm. Nami, you are still injured. If anyone should enter, it should be me. Navy lad. Allow me to open the door for you. No need. I shall open it myself. You all wait here, Hobodi replied. Hobodi crouched in a horse stance, his gaze fixed upon the immense, imposing door before him. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly clenched his fist and struck the door with tremendous force. Bang! From the point of impact, cracks began to spread outward, gradually emitting creaking sounds as the door splintered into neat fragments, ultimately shattering into a multitude of pieces scattered across the ground. The concentrated force of the strike, should I extend my fist to my fingertips, could be likened to the sixth-style finger gun, albeit the finger gun compresses power into the fingertips for precision. Such mastery can only be achieved through the foundation of life and rigorous technique. Without practical application, one would likely struggle to attain it. This technique, however, possesses even greater potency as he perceives the door's weak points through observation and channels all his might into that precise location, resulting in the scene before him. Commander. The onlookers are utterly astonished. Monet, just guard the door, Hobodi declared, stepping over the debris and entering Arlong's territory. Understand the dome-shaped snow house. Do you not wish to be seen? Monet pondered, activating the powers of her snow fruit, which cascaded from her body in a flurry of snow, effectively replacing the shattered door and sealing off Arlong's domain. The East Blue enjoys a spring-like climate, thus the dome-shaped snow house can only last for 30 minutes. A subtle provocation echoed from behind, and Hobodi acknowledged it with a grunt, surveying the interior of Arlong's territory. Surrounding him were several fishmen wielding swords, their eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. To his left lay a swimming pool, while directly before him reclined a shark fishman clad in beach shorts, lounging on a deck chair, flanked by two guards, one revealing soft cartilage beneath his arms, likely a member of the cartilaginous fish family, and the other possessing a mouth resembling the muzzle of a gun, capable of firing projectiles. Among others, there were fishmen playing violins, others grilling meat, and one adorned with the character gold emblazoned on his forehead and chest. 23, was it? Hobodi scanned the vicinity, confirming the number of fishmen present. Who are you, human? Do you not know this is the territory of the Arlong Empire? You have 3 seconds to vacate, declared Kurubi, a cartilaginous fishman, positioning himself before Hobodi. Kurubi. He has breached the gates of our Arlong Park. We cannot let him go, interjected Chu, the kiss fishman, whose protruding lips left little doubt as to his nature. While you converse, the 3 seconds have elapsed. Step aside. I am not here for you, Hobodi said, pushing past the two. Kurubi and Chu froze momentarily, their pupils dilating with rage. You insolent brat, you have indeed come looking for trouble, Kurubi exclaimed, extending his hand in a claw-like gesture, aimed directly at Hobodi's chest. Hobodi effortlessly evaded the attack from Kurubi, his movements appearing remarkably fluid. Frustration flickered across Kurubi's face as his strike missed its target, and he clenched his fist in response. Fishman karate, he exclaimed. With a resounding impact, Kurubi's fist made contact, and a glimmer of relief crossed his features. However, his expression turned to shock upon realizing that the one struck was none other than his own comrade, Ju. The blow landed squarely on his face, causing his protruding lips to cave in. At that moment, his consciousness began to fade, with only a fleeting memory of the moment when he and Kurubi launched their attacks, and how that man had inadvertently stepped in his path, causing him to lurch forward and collide with Kurubi's fist. You scoundrel. It seems I must demonstrate the might of my fishman karate, level 40. Hobodi's speed surpassed that of his opponent, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kurubi crashing into the floor, only to return to his usual demeanor. Confronted by the now upright shark fishman, Hobodi produced a bounty notice from his pocket, comparing it against the figure, a bounty of 20 million berries for Arlong, confirming his suspicion. Who are you? A pirate hunter come to claim my head? You seem quite capable, dispatching Kurubi and Ju with a single blow. It won't take you long to earn that 20 million berries, will it? How about joining my crew? I can offer you a position as an officer. Arlong, unfazed by the loss of his subordinates, felt provoked by Hobodi's taunts. A deep voice reached his ears, and despite the deliberate provocation, it caused a momentary pause, his expression swiftly morphing into one of fury. He produced his own teeth, gripping them tightly as he lunged at Hobodi. You're just a mere human. Yet you dare to be so arrogant. With a resounding crash, Arlong's teeth struck the ground, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked up at the airborne human, soon replaced by disdain. Leaving such a vast opening, especially before a fishman, was tantamount to courting death. Arlong swiftly plunged into the pool, propelling himself from the depths like an arrow, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on the descending human. He envisioned his target being pierced by his razor-sharp nose. Moonwalk. What? Just as Arlong believed he was within lethal striking distance, the target before him suddenly vanished, the human having leapt several meters away in the air. Can you walk in the air? What are you looking at? Gale foot. A fierce gust formed an invisible blade, hurtling toward Arlong's abdomen. Caught off guard. Arlong felt the intangible blade graze his body, leaving a thin line of red before it completely disappeared. This outcome surprised both parties. Was this merely a game? Upon witnessing the outcome, Hobodi's expression darkened. It became evident that he had failed to properly utilize his skills. Merely relying on the foundational principles of life restoration to mimic the six styles, proving to be quite a challenge. Meanwhile, Aaron, perplexed for a moment, burst into hearty laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. As he landed, he produced a set of shark teeth regenerated from his mouth, forming a formidable pair. He fixed his gaze upon the descending Hobodi, his face adorned with scornful amusement. I initially believed you to be an extraordinary individual dispatched from the Navy headquarters. Your ability to swiftly defeat Kruby genuinely startled me. However, judging by your recent attack, it appears that you are not as formidable as you seem. Hobodi, with an expressionless face, stated, the six styles, aside from the iron block, are techniques that I have meticulously developed based on the foundation of life return. Do you truly feel confident simply because that move has lost its potency? If I were to tell you that the storm kick you just witnessed was merely the result of my initial training, would you still take pride in it? The smile on Aaron's face instantly vanished, replaced by a deep-seated fury. Are you implying that I was merely a tool for your training? Hobodi recalled Monet's earlier remarks and cryptically uttered, if it's a fish, it shouldn't matter, right? However, to his surprise, Arlong's teeth clicked ominously, revealing a fury that had escalated to madness. You mere human. With a sudden descent, Arlong's knees pressed down, fracturing the floor beneath him. As he lunged forward with shark-like fangs bared, charging at Hobodi. Is this the extent of the notorious pirates of the Grand Line? With a swift strike, Hobodi felt a sharp pain radiate from his shoulder, turning to see Arlong's teeth viciously embedded in his flesh. In the East Blue, only Redleg Zeph had ever shattered his iron block, delivering a blow of unmatched strength. Yet, this attack proved insufficient. You lowly human. Do you think the Navy's six powers can withstand the sharpness of my teeth? My fangs may be sharp, but my jaw can crush steel. Is that so? Then come and try. Hobodi retorted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Arlong sprawling. Utilizing the momentum, Arlong steadied himself, only to sink his knees once more and lunge at Hobodi with an open mouth. Sharkano tooth gear. This assault differed from the previous one. Arlong's entire body spun, rendering his attack's rhythm indistinguishable. The rotational force amplified the power of his biting jaws. This time, I shall sever your shoulder completely. Remember, human, we fishmen reign supreme. As Arlong's whirling form halted just a meter from Hobodi, he reopened the previous wound. At that moment, Hobodi's muscles tensed, veins bulging ominously as he unleashed an unusual sound. Iron block, steel. The clang echoed as Arlong's teeth clashed against Hobodi's shoulder, akin to striking solid steel. The once rotating momentum and biting force were now met with an insurmountable barrier, akin to a spear thrust into a steel shield, a stark contrast of hardness, the outcome unmistakable. Arlong's shark-like teeth shattered, vibrations coursing through his gums, followed by a surge of pain that rendered him voiceless, blood seeping from his palms as he knelt in agony. The iron block of Hobodi not only withstood the sharpness of Aaron's shark-like teeth and the force of his jaws, as well as the impact of his rotations. But after these factors were completely neutralized, Aaron, in his singular focus on the sharpness of his own teeth, overlooked the frailty of his gums. Even with a rapid regenerative capability, the sensation of his own razor-sharp teeth embedding into his mouth was undeniably excruciating. Now, for Aaron, it was not merely the pain that he felt, but also the profound disbelief that his conviction of the superiority of fishmen over humans had been shattered. The feeble human body had, astonishingly, managed to defend against the sharpness of his teeth. Hobodi stared at Arlong with an impassive expression. Your teeth are incapable of crushing steel. Fishman Arlong, in the Grand Line, you are merely a lowly pawn. Arlong, filled with rage, could never forget the contemptuous gaze of this mere human. Indeed, it was such an expression that had led to the demise of the once mighty tiger. He sprang to his feet, casting his gaze towards the swimming pool that connected to the sea. If he could escape, he might still have a chance for revenge. Thinking of fleeing? I will not grant you that opportunity, Hobodi declared, raising Arlong's two dental plates to demonstrate what could even sever steel. As he extended his arm, a radiant golden light enveloped it, causing it to morph. Arlong's eyes fixated on Hobodi's hand, which was now adorned with a layer of pink scales, transforming his palm into the claw of a beast. This is the claw of a dragon. Prepare yourself, dragon. In the next moment, two shadows beneath the floor of Arlong's domain came to life. One shadow suddenly raised its claw to strike at the other. A piercing, blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the vicinity of Arlong's territory, startling even the villagers outside. Miss Secretary, it seems to be over, Monet remarked, licking her lips as she dispelled the dome of snow. Inside Arlong's realm, Hobodi approached them, leaving behind a scattering of unconscious fishmen. Nami's gaze fell upon a bloodied shark fishman sprawled on the ground beside a chair, his mouth filled with jagged fragments, the teeth gradually regenerating to fill his entire mouth. What had transpired seemed no longer significant. At that moment, Nami instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. The nightmare that had tormented her for 7 years, Arlong, had been defeated? Beside her, Nojiko, Jinzo, and the villagers of Kokoyashi shared her astonishment. For 7 years, they had been subjugated, living like slaves, forced to pay monthly dues for mere survival, under the absolute dominion of the powerful fishmen, the symbol of their oppression. The leader Arlong had been vanquished. It was all over. This thought resonated in the hearts of all, and tears welled in the eyes of many villagers. Overwhelmed by a mix of freedom and the bittersweet joy of avenging their fallen mother, Belmir, Nami and Nojiko, the inseparable sisters, embraced one another, shedding tears of relief. Everything had come to an end. Luffy, what about my entrance? While the villagers of Kokoyashi reveled in their newfound freedom, on the other side, Hobodi conversed with Monet. It seems I miscalculated the time. 10 minutes, was it? Monet chuckled. Hobodi cast a swift glance at her. Had he not swiftly contained the powers of the Zoan-type devil fruit, he might have been exposed to this gathering, which would undoubtedly jeopardize his other identity as king. Did you not open it before the snow had even melted? Then punish me, murmured Lord Monet softly into Hobodi's ear. Let us proceed while these individuals remain preoccupied with their liberation. To avoid complications, we should seek out that old Colonel Mouse and have him apprehend Arlong and his crew. Capturing the bounty of 20 million berries would greatly aid in accumulating military merit for me. Subsequently, we approached the townsfolk to acquire a small vessel. And thus we set sail. Understanding the situation, Monet's pace quickened aboard the ship, brimming with anticipation. Hobodi gazed at her retreating figure, helplessly rubbing his forehead and shaking his head. He reflected that he should never have resorted to such underhanded methods of interrogation, had he not done so. Their current predicament might have been avoided. The two quietly departed from the jubilant crowd of Kokoja village, who had just tasted the sweetness of freedom. This event would have remained a secret, but mere moments after they had distanced themselves from the throng, a furious silver-haired octopus merman, adorned with a sun emblem on his forehead and wielding 6 blades, blocked their path. You killed Brother Along? How infuriating. I was feeding Moo Moo and failed to notice it. The octopus merman's furious roar captured the attention of all the villagers, who turned their gazes toward the unfolding drama. This is troublesome, Monet remarked with a serious demeanor. Commander, that emblem signifies the Sun Pirate crew. The 6-blade style reveals numerous openings. Hobodi observed the octopus merman fully extending his 6 arms and shook his head. He swiftly dove toward the adversary, using his iron-like arm to parry the 6-blade's assault. While his other fist landed squarely upon the merman's face, the merman's entire form was sent crashing against a tree several dozen meters away, where he finally came to rest. His vision spinning as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hobodi versus Octopus Xiaoba, a swift defeat. Let us proceed. Hobodi remained unperturbed, exuding an air of indifference. Monet cast a glance back at the jubilant faces of the villagers, hesitatingly remarking, the expressions of these villagers do not suggest that they intend to let us pass freely. Do not pay them any mind, came the reply. Isn't it rather foolish to bury our heads in the sand? Monet whispered. I would rather enjoy a delightful romp in this town alongside my master. Hobodi cast a glance at Monet's flushed face. It was best not to speculate on the precise meaning of playing. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. Hobodi attempted to quicken his pace while maintaining his composure. But the footsteps following them hastened, and within a minute, a girl with blue hair tied in a scarf and a village officer, adorned with a windmill on his hat, blocked their path. Are you planning to leave without a word? No, we simply have a mission to continue. I must find Colonel Mouse and request his assistance in apprehending Aaron, as we lack a warship. Might you provide us with a small boat? Naturally, we shall compensate you. The expressions of Noki Gao and the officer dimmed from their earlier joy. As benefactors of our entire island, do you truly wish to reject our gratitude? It is merely my duty. There is no need for thanks. Then farewell. No, in truth, we have no mission at all. Monet interjected, stepping in front of Hobodi to silence him. The arrest of Aaron is merely Hobodi's personal sense of justice. I, for one, would prefer to rest. I did not sleep a wink aboard the ship last night. Hey, Monet. Sir, look at how eagerly everyone awaits your presence. They have just gained their freedom and surely wish to celebrate. Without the main character, they cannot host a banquet. This is a primary reason why certain islands favor pirates in the Grand Line. Monet's words instantly brightened Noki Gao and the officers' faces. Then I shall go inform the others on the island now. We will prepare the feast for tonight together. Noki Gao, please take this naval officer to your home. Let him fill his stomach with oranges for the time being. Do not let them escape. Gurgle. At that moment, Hobodi's stomach audibly protested. The officer, abandoning his usual seriousness, burst into laughter and turned to lead the people of Kokosha village. Let us go. We must ensure the news of the end of Aaron's reign reaches the island's residents before nightfall. Oh. With that, the officer and the villagers departed, leaving Hobodi, Monet, Nami, the Noki Gao sisters, and an elderly man dressed as a doctor, sporting a hat. At the entrance to Aaron's territory. I am Dr. Nagao. Naval officer, I trust you are not injured? Inquired the white-bearded elder. Hobodi shook his head, and Dr. Nakao turned his gaze towards Nami. Nami, let me take a look at the wound on your shoulder. Nami also shook her head, gazing blankly at the colossal structure of Arlong's domain. Do you need my assistance in destroying this place? No, even though it holds painful memories. It is a part of my life. Besides, we are already saved. Nami wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled through her sorrow. You truly are strong. Hobodi regarded her with admiration before continuing. However, as a member of the Navy, I believe it is best to eradicate this place. For the Arlong Empire in the East Sea no longer exists. Upon finishing his words, Hobodi suddenly leaped several months forward, ascending to the rooftop of the building. His entire being radiated with golden light, and he transformed into a colossal pink dragon, leaving all but Monet utterly astonished. The pink dragon of Hobodi coiled around the structure resembling a theme park in the Hobodi archipelago, gradually tightening its grip, causing the stones to emit a creaking sound of fracture. Monet glanced in surprise at Nami beside her. You are truly remarkable. Remarkable in what way? Nami asked, puzzled. The captain is not the type to meddle in trivial matters. His devil fruit powers are seldom utilized outside of combat. Even I have scarcely witnessed it. He chastised me when I opened the portal previously, yet now he willingly employs his abilities for your sake. Is that so? Nami smiled knowingly, gazing up at the immense body adorned with shimmering scales. Is this also a devil fruit? It is truly magnificent. The legendary creature indeed exists. Doctor. Nakao stared in awe at the grand scene before him, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. With a thunderous roar, within less than a minute, the symbol of Arlong's domain was reduced to mere debris. Hobodi reverted to his human form and approached the group. Without this symbol, your island's orange industry should fare much better, right? We should make haste. Although I have temporarily incapacitated Captain Mouse, the other Navy soldiers may still pose a threat. You still have your money at home, correct? We cannot allow that to fall into the wrong hands, can we? Nami shivered at this, nodding vigorously. Indeed. We must return quickly. No Kigo, carry me. No Kigo complied. Upon returning home, Nami exhaled in relief. Although the Navy soldiers had regained consciousness, her money remained untouched. Captain Mouse was slumped at the entrance stairs, his eyes still vacant, his teeth entirely gone. The soldiers sitting at the door were filled with terror upon seeing Hobodi's face. I am Major Hobodi from headquarters. You are to apprehend Arlong and his crew and escort them to the warship, along with this fellow. Is that understood? The Navy soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Who among you is the intelligence officer? If you wish to avoid a military tribunal, you will report the situation here accurately. For instance, your captain's collusion with pirates has nothing to do with you, and Major Hobodi has liberated this island. Do you comprehend? If you do, leave swiftly. Monet pressed on, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear in the soldiers. The soldiers nodded repeatedly, hastily dragging Captain Mouse away as they fled. Is this how the Navy operates? No Kigo expressed his dissatisfaction. To him, these soldiers were complicit in the wrongdoing, so easily allowed to escape. Half of these individuals are coerced by threats and respect for their superiors, while the rest shamelessly enjoy the wealth they have acquired from you. The Navy is an organization. It is impossible for all its members to be unblemished. Hobodi echoed a sentiment that Smoker would later express 4 years hence in Punk Hazard. As a seasoned individual, Dr. Nakao patted no Kigo, who seemed ready to voice further objections. Let us not dwell on that. At least Belmere and this noble Navy officer represent the true essence of justice. That is true. By midday, news of the liberation of the entire Konomi Island spread, with preparations underway for an evening celebration. Finally, when night fell, Hobodi, who had been starving throughout the day, devoured 2 baskets of oranges from Nami's home. The evening ushered in a wild revelry. The feast stretched along the square streets of Kokoshia village for several miles, where stalls offered food without charge. Throughout that night, the residents of Konomi Island unleashed 7 years of pent-up emotions. They sang and danced with abandon, drank copiously, and cried out in joy. Some even fainted amidst their ecstatic shouting, yet those who succumbed wore smiles upon their faces. Hobodi sat at the entrance of a shop on the square, while beside him lay a slumbering Monet, replenishing his energy for the evening's entertainments. The Nami sisters, Kinj, and Dr. Nakao, after celebrating amidst the crowd, soon joined him. They recounted stories about the island's female soldier from 7 years ago, the much-discussed Belmere among the villagers. She was the first retired female Navy officer to fall at the hands of Arlong and also the adoptive mother of Nami and Nojiko. Belmere had once mentioned to me her vision of a Prince Charming, not unlike the uncle figure. As night fell, Nami had consumed some alcohol. Her cheeks flushed with a tipsy glow, youthful, accomplished, imbued with a sense of justice, and capable of providing comfort. Uncle, had you arrived on this island 7 years ago? Perhaps Nojiko, and I would have called you Uncle Hob, and you would have gained 2 lovely daughters. Listening quietly, Kinj felt tears welling up within. After all, he already had such a beautiful secretary. Surely, the father figure was not meant to be me. Suddenly, Nami made a sudden, sweeping motion and leaned against Hobodi, displaying faint signs of nausea. Hobodi hurriedly supported her against the entrance of the shop, saying, perhaps it's best to let this go. 7 years ago, I was 35. And now I am 42. I have no interest in Andes. Dr. Nagao observed Hobodi's dismissive attitude towards the drunken Nami with a tinge of sympathy. He handed Hobodi a bottle of alcohol, his gaze seemingly suggesting that he might as well indulge in her madness as well. Hobodi waved his hand dismissively, declaring, I shan't succumb to inebriation. I've indulged sufficiently this evening, so I shall abstain. He then recounted an amusing tale to the elder. Due to your actions at the Baratai restaurant, where you deflected Luffy's assault and inadvertently damaged the establishment, he is currently serving a year of menial labor as punishment. Although the incident with Krieg's pirate crew has subsided, He remains there in search of a chef. Today, I stealthily commandeered their vessel. And now that matters back home have been resolved, I wonder if they will still recognize me as a comrade upon their pursuit. Nami's words seemed more like a confession. As the surrounding Nojiko and Kinjutsu fell into a contemplative silence, Nami's childhood dream had been to create a world map, and upon her return, she revealed a smile reminiscent of her earlier days at sea, a rarity she had not displayed before. A flicker of concern crossed Nojiko's face. Hobodi perceived a trace of regret hidden behind Nami's drunken demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Her captain is Monkey D. Luffy. I am acquainted with his grandfather. Both are resolute individuals, unwavering in their convictions. He continued, that crew possesses considerable strength. If they were to arrive here, allow Nami to board their vessel. At that moment, Hobodi's gaze was drawn to a corner where a young man adorned with a straw hat was indulging heartily at the feast, causing him to falter in his speech. He gestured toward Nami and pointed in that direction, saying, Behold, that lad is Monkey D. Luffy. A tipsy swordsman with green algae-like hair staggered past, while not far off. A golden-haired man in a black suit with hearts in his eyes was animatedly conversing with a lovely young woman. In the center, a long-nosed fellow perched on a stool sang a raucous pirate song. Now it was Hobodi's turn to be astonished. How had they all ended up here, mingling so casually? Commander, I feel so drowsy, one of them remarked. Lingering here is not conducive. I wonder if there are any vacant inns. Hobodi sought an excuse. As he was reluctant to encounter Monkey D. Luffy, do you truly believe inns would still be open at this hour? Nokigo tossed a key into Hobodi's hands, declaring, This is the key to my home. Please escort this unrefined woman back. Hobodi assisted Monet to her feet, her expression drowsy and lethargic as they stumbled towards the hillside. They will return, won't they? A tipsy Nami inquired. Yes, in 2 hours, came the reply. Why has T the old man returned yet? She mused. I'll go check on him, and then head back to sleep. After Akainu and the others visited Belmer's grave, they too retired for the night. What about you, Nami? Do you wish to remain with your companions? Nojiko observed the slumbering forms of the straw hat-clad boy, snoring loudly, and the three-sword-style swordsman, murmuring about a certain girl with a long nose. Glancing at her sister, whose gentle breaths filled the air, she noted the uncanny resemblance among them. Quietly, Nojiko draped a garment over Nami and ventured into the stillness of the moonlit streets, making her way towards the hillside. In the deep of night, Nojiko traversed the orange grove, finally reaching her doorstep. As she inserted her key into the lock, muffled gasps emanated from within. Instinctively, she opened the door, only to be met with a sight that flushed her face crimson. There, at the dining table, a green-haired woman lay bare, with a man sprawled over her back, their bodies seemingly intertwined. Though she prided herself on being a rebellious girl, the scene was undeniably awkward. A peculiar scent lingered in the air, and within a mere second, Nojiko felt a wave of heat wash over her, prompting an instinctive urge to escape. The couple appeared oblivious to her presence, having just concluded their passionate encounter. As she turned to leave, intending to close the door quietly, the green-haired woman turned her head, chuckling softly, and remarked, What perfect timing for the door to open. A flurry of snowflakes cascaded down, ensnaring Nojiko and pulling her into the room. Wait! A startled cry echoed at the doorstep in the dead of night, followed by the sound of the door slamming shut, the key clattering to the ground, leaving no trace of her. The following day, morning sunlight streamed into the room as Hobodi awoke, gently patting Monet beside him. Lazily stretching, Monet opened her eyes to the blinding light, shielding them with her hand. Is it already morning? Time truly flies. Rising from the bed, she draped herself around Hobodi's neck, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Last night was incredible, surely. The new tricks of the master inspired such devotion. With an impassive expression, Hobodi dressed and exited the room, entering the living area where the scent of oranges enveloped him. However, a few drops of blood on the floor seemed to attest that the previous night's escapade was not merely a figment of imagination. While Monet bore some blame, circumstances had warranted her actions, and he found himself pondering what the healthy-skinned girl might think. Ultimately, Hobodi deemed the situation too bothersome to dwell on. Half an hour later, Monet and Hobodi had tidied up and made their way to the Cocoa West roundabout, where Nami was laughing with the Straw Hat crew, seemingly having reconciled previous misunderstandings. However, the moment Straw Hat Luffy laid eyes on Hobodi, his face contorted with fury. Old man, it's your fault I had to work at the Sanji restaurant for a week. We nearly lost our ship to Nami-ass thievery. How infuriating. I've decided to send you flying. With a swift motion, a fist struck Luffy's head, forming a sizable bump, causing him to look bewildered at his navigator. Nami, why did you hit me? He exclaimed. You should have canceled your workday. You're the one who sought Sanji. Which is why you ended up working for a week. The old man is a benefactor who saved my village, if you want to throw him out. We can forget about leaving this island. Nami's expression resembled that of a demon, contrasting sharply with Usopp's fear and Sanji's love-struck gaze. Wait. So you're actually a good person, old man? Hobodi, Nami, I require a small vessel. I am uncertain if your island possesses one. Hobodi deftly shifted the topic. A small boat, you say? Nami pondered for a moment before responding. Originally, during Arlong's reign over this island, there were none. However, there is a procurement ship that Sanji and the others used when they pursued me, which you may utilize. Why would I allow this scoundrel to use it? Sanji had not forgotten Hobodi's detestable visage, particularly the stunning beauty at his side. Jealousy welled within him. Sanji, we are all to embark on my Mary. So your transport vessel will no longer be necessary, right? Hey, the Mary was a gift from Kaya. When did it become your private property, Nami? Usopp interjected. Indeed. Nami, you cannot pilfer our ship once more, you thieving cat. If it weren't for the fact that Luffy forgave you due to circumstances, I wouldn't let this slide. Zoro remarked with displeasure. What? You green-haired fool, how dare you speak to Miss Nami in such a manner? Sanji's demeanor shifted as he focused on the matter of the ship. Nami's heartfelt words made his eyes sparkle with affection, but upon glimpsing Hobodi's face, he regained his composure. I shall only permit you to use the ship because you saved Miss Nami's homeland, you wretched scoundrel. But in the future, that shall not be the case. Yes, whatever Miss Nami says goes. Sanji's infatuation left everyone speechless. The small boat is located at the port on the western side of the village. Are you all departing now? Nami inquired. Hobodi nodded, acknowledging the delay of a day. Please extend my regards to your sister. I am grateful for her assistance last night, which made my experience quite delightful. A remark from Monet left Nami somewhat perplexed, while Hobodi's expression darkened as he grasped the underlying meaning. We are leaving, Monet. Hobodi commanded. Understood. The two spent the next several minutes making their way to the western port, where a small sailboat, approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, was moored. The vessel featured a central cabin for resting, appearing considerably more refined than the boat Hobodi had rented in Rogatown upon his return from the North Sea. Hobodi leapt up to open the hatch, revealing a spacious area of over 2 meters. A table was set in the center, surrounded by 3 or 4 stools, while the rest of the space was largely empty. However, there was ample room to rest, ensuring that they would not have to endure the biting cold of the night outside. This environment heightened my anticipation for the evening. Monet set down their backpacks and placed a finger to her lips, keenly surveying the space, her mind already weaving together thoughts of what was to come. Let us go outside and lower the sail. I will harness the wind to propel us. We must set off for Rogtown at once. How heartless, though. Do you not intend to say anything to that young girl? Cast a piercing glare at her, his voice heavy with discontent. Had it not been for your presumptuous actions last night, this situation would not have arisen. You have been increasingly audacious of late. Monet deliberately arched her chest against the cabin table, sensually licking her lips as she gazed intently at Hobodi, each word dripping with allure. Then, punish me. Weary of the situation, slammed the cabin door behind him and descended the sails. As he deftly manipulated the dragon's claws to alter the nearby winds, he noticed the unexpected presence of Nokigo standing by the shore. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, yet understood that such matters were often beyond explanation. We are about to set sail, he announced. Yes, I came to deliver oranges, Nokigo replied, her arms laden with a basket of fruit. She awkwardly approached the dock, placing the oranges at the bow of the ship, then brushed off her clothes. I appreciate your efforts in defeating Along and saving our village. Farewell. With that, she turned and waved, her silhouette retreating with an unsteady gait along the sandy beach until she vanished into the trees. Had he overthought the situation? Stood momentarily in contemplation, relieved yet puzzled. How could this be? Suddenly, Monet appeared behind him, her voice laced with intrigue. My master truly has a heart of stone. The maiden's first night is not so easily forgotten, especially given the thrilling events of last night. Perhaps she has gone off to weep in solitude. Would you like me to bring her aboard? She possesses considerable stamina. With her, we could engage in delightful games every day. Is that all that occupies your mind, Monet? You must change your name and attire upon entering the Grand Line. No one here knows you, but they certainly will in the Grand Line. There's no need for that. In the past, I worked for the Don Quixote family, primarily on intelligence gathering. As a mere informant, I am hardly easy to trace. Rest assured, my master, Monet assured him, climbing onto his back with a mischievous smile. The Navy will never suspect my true identity. Oh? What have you been up to during these past 8 months? Inquired, sensing the underlying implications in her words. Nothing much, just learning from you, my master. A tale unfolds of a young girl whose parents were slain by pirates, seeking refuge with relatives and aiming for a military career, only to fall prey to the lecherous clutches of her superior. She finds herself obliged to serve as a secretary by day and a lover by night, ultimately relying on her lascivious superior's power to exact her revenge. Hobodi maintained a stoic expression. There are no issues with that. What about the details? The parents of the naval officers who were killed had placed the orphaned girl in the East Sea, where she could only rely on her grandfather, who passed away a few years ago. Upon hearing of Hobodi's prowess on the Jekko Islands, she chose to seek refuge here. As for her appearance and the handling of the situation, have you managed it? Rest assured, the Naval Intelligence Department has numerous cases of slain officers, and I have meticulously selected this one. Her name is Monet. Monet presented a photograph of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, with unruly green hair. Aside from a slightly slimmer visage in the photograph, their features were nearly identical. Is everything settled? During our voyage, you must also provide information regarding Alabasta. We shall not linger long at Rogatown. Once we draw out King, we will pursue him as he departs. Is there a reward? Monet inquired, fidgeting restlessly. As the sails billowed gently, Hobodi cast a final glance at the village of Kokosia, a shadow of somberness crossing his features. Do not worry. Considering your reckless decisions last night, I shall ensure you learn the meaning of regret. Now, board the ship. At your command, my master. The Konami Islands were not far from Roga Town of the Polsta Islands. Hobodi and Monai set sail. Arriving at the port of Roga Town at 2 o'clock the following morning, countless massive merchant ships and pirate vessels were anchored, confirming this as the foremost harbor of the East Sea. Even in the dead of night, several ships arrived from various locales, with numerous passengers disembarking. Hobodi and Monai were among them. Well, young man and this stunning beauty, it seems your journey aboard was rather enjoyable. A man wearing a cowboy hat and brown leather boots teased Hobodi and Monai, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Hobodi supported the limp Monet on his shoulder, his expression impassive as he regarded the man before him. This has nothing to do with you. How could it not? The cowboy retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Seeing such a beauty in the clutches of a scoundrel like you puts me in a rather foul mood. With a sudden burst of speed, the cowboy lunged forward, catching Hobodi off guard. A spray of blood erupted from Hobodi's mouth as his body was propelled against the wall of the harbor. This shocking spectacle rendered the residents of Rocktown, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter, utterly astonished, as did the newly arrived gentlemen and ladies, none of whom could fathom the abrupt violence that had unfolded. The cowboy approached Monet, tilting her chin with a hand. Miss, your judgment in men seems rather lacking. I wonder if I might have the honor of sharing a delightful evening with you? Before Monet could respond, the cowboy's hand roamed over her ample bosom, squeezing with a laugh that was both boisterous and brazen. This feels delightful. It seems you've been well developed. Can you resist such temptation? He guffawed. You truly are a wanton woman. But alas, I'm not interested in someone so played with. I prefer to seek out a true lady. His gaze indiscriminately roamed toward the beautiful noblewomen and young maidens disembarking, instilling a sense of dread in those he scrutinized with his audacious demeanor. The speed of his earlier assault had left everyone bewildered, and some astute observers quickly branded the cowboy as not to be trifled with. Monet's face flushed with a mix of humiliation and fury as she raised her hand to strike him away, only to be tossed toward Hobodi with a startled cry. The cowboy then turned his attention to a red-haired maiden clinging to a middle-aged nobleman. I implore you, sir. Please spare my daughter. She is already betrothed, the nobleman pleaded. Ah, but she is not yet married, is she? Then she shall do nicely, the cowboy exclaimed, his enthusiasm unabated. It has been a month since I last encountered a woman. Perhaps I shall see you in a year, dear father-in-law, when I come for my grandchild. With a hearty laugh, he whisked the noble lady away into the night. Hobodi, embedded in the wall, sat on the ground with a face reflecting a tempest of emotions, while Monet, her expression one of shame and hatred, appeared pitiable to outsiders. Yet their hushed exchange belied the assumptions of passers-by. How disappointing. My master would treat me thus for the sake of a performance, despite my efforts to please him on the ship, Monet lamented. Hobodi. We are officers of the navy humiliated by the king. Rise from me. At the very least, we must let bystanders know that our assailant came from the North Sea. Afterward, we shall seek out Smoker. My master was excessively harsh on the ship. My body feels immobilized, Monet said, reaching to embrace Hobodi's neck. Enough with the sulking, Monet. Hobodi disregarded her, rising to his feet. Monet leaned forward, nearly losing her balance, and instinctively draped herself over Hobodi's neck. Hobodi approached the middle-aged nobleman, who had just lost his daughter to abduction. Are you aware of his identity? The nobleman, in a state of shock, shook his head despondently, murmuring, if the prince marries my Lily and discovers she is no longer a maiden, my title will surely be revoked. And what of my granddaughter? How can you remain so composed? Will you not pursue that despicable scoundrel? He has violated your beloved, a resident of Rogertown exclaimed, unable to contain his discontent with Hobodi's calm demeanor. Hobodi let out a low, somber sound, remarking, I understand, and I too am filled with anger. Yet, with the entire city enveloped in darkness, how shall we search? Are you aware of his identity? The passers-by shook their heads in unison. Hailing from various corners of the world, they could not recognize the man who had suddenly emerged as an embodiment of malevolence, and even if they did, they would never dare to admit it. A noble woman, adorned in the unmistakable attire of the North Sea, her snow white hat perched delicately upon her head, expressed her trepidation. I never imagined that the person with whom we shared the same vessel could be such a creature. It is utterly terrifying. She placed a hand over her heart, her fur coat revealing a hint of decolletage that quivered with her agitation. Madam, is your attire indicative of your origins from the North Sea? Hobodi inquired. Indeed, I have come to partake in the Grand Culinary Festival as this year. It is said that the delicacies from the Grand Line are extraordinary, compelling me to arrive 3 days in advance. It is dreadfully horrifying to think that such a being was aboard the same ship as us, the noblewoman replied, her face still a mask of fear. Then, does this imply that his garb, resembling that of the West and South Seas, was merely a fade? From which isle of the North Sea did he embark? Asked a nobleman, whose daughter had been abducted, his spirit weighed down by the impending despair of becoming a grandfather under such dire circumstances. The passengers boarded from Seagull Island, and there were no stops along the way. He disembarked with me just moments ago. Seagull Island is a vast trading port, teeming with a multitude of individuals. Recently, The chaos has escalated further under the rule of Basil Hawkins, who has been absent from the Great Line for 2 years, leaving the place in utter disarray. Aside from the occasional oversight by the troops of the Rubini Kingdom, the nefarious elements roam unchecked. The magician from the North Sea, Hawkins, and that cowboy attire. I now comprehend his identity, the middle-aged nobleman lamented, cradling his head in despair as he crouched upon the ground. You have come to know? Indeed, that cowboy garb. The dark-haired figure, because I am of noble lineage, I recall the clandestine reports from 2 years ago regarding the massacre of many nobles from the North Sea. This incident involved a man clad in a mask, known as the King, whose brutal actions led the Navy to place a bounty of 111 million berries upon his head. Furthermore, his accomplices, Basil Hawkins and Trafalgar Law, have bounties of 50 million and 100 million berries respectively. This is catastrophic, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. My dear Lily. The middle-aged nobleman sobbed, crumpling to the ground in despair. Hobodi swiftly produced a bounty notice that he had long prepared, drawing the attention of those around him. Upon closer inspection, apart from the absence of a mask, the silhouette and attire were nearly identical. Indeed, it was King. What business did this notorious criminal of the North Sea have in the East Sea? Could it be that he had come to partake in the gastronomic festival? This year's culinary celebration was bound to be perilous. But have you forgotten who guards Rogue Town? That would be Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, the White Hunter. Even a pirate with a bounty of 110 million berries does not instill fear in my heart regarding Smoker. Since his return to his hometown of Rogue Town, nearly every pirate attempting to traverse from the East Sea to the Grand Line has been captured by him. I do not believe that a singular king can shatter his record. People began to speculate fervently about the reasons behind King S' arrival in the East Sea, their discussions becoming a cacophony of conjecture. The instigator, Hobodi, and his companion quietly slipped away, merging into the night's embrace. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the port, a man clad in weapon gloves and another wearing heart-shaped glasses made their appearance. Zhangqiao, you're awake. Have we arrived, Captain Clo? Do not call me that name. After being rescued from the prison of Branch 76 by that man named King, our black cat pirates ceased to exist. I am now Clabatel. And you shall call yourself Michael Jackson. Ah, my apologies, it's just a habit. However, for some reason, the name Michael that King assigned to me always makes me want to leap up. Ah, you called my name again. At 3 in the morning. The gates of the Navy base stationed in Rogue Town were rapped upon. The sleepy soldier on guard, stifling a yawn, beheld a man and woman cloaked in navy capes. Groggily, he inquired, what brings you here at such an hour? If it's urgent, come back tomorrow. I am the former commander of the East CS 76th Navy Branch, Lieutenant Commander Hobodi, currently en route to the Grand Line. I have just discovered that a notorious pirate has appeared in your Rogue Town. Upon hearing the words of Hobodi, the naval soldier, who had only recently awakened, was instantly invigorated, his face reflecting astonishment. Is that true? Wait a moment, I shall summon Colonel Smoker. In the stillness of the night, the Rogue Town naval base erupted into a cacophony, with lights illuminating various rooms. A mere 10 minutes later, the guard soldier returned to unlock the barred gate, revealing a silver-haired man with a cigar in hand, standing at the entrance, clad in a plush-collared coat adorned with the word Justice in white on the back, and sporting goggles around his neck. He was none other than Smoker, the commander and a user of the smoke smock fruit, armed with tin swords. Without needing to look further, it was clear who he was. Hobodi and his companion approached him, yet before they could enter, Smoker, adopting a tone reminiscent of a mentor reprimanding a subordinate, remarked, I have heard about your affairs from that old man Sengoku. Hobodi, you, who were once the least diligent among the trainees, have now achieved this position. Let us get to the point. Was what you just had the guard report truly the case? Hobodi nodded, albeit with lingering doubts. Indeed. The pirate is the mastermind behind the noble massacre incident in the North Sea, the enigmatic man known as King, with a bounty of 110 million berries. Smoker's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why would a North Sea pirate venture into the East Blue? Where's the evidence? Just an hour ago, I arrived at the port only to be ambushed by him. Additionally, a noble from another sea attending the culinary festival had his daughter abducted by that scoundrel. Many residents of Rogue Town witnessed this incident. Does that mean his intentions remain unclear? I am equally perplexed, Hobodi replied, raising his hands in exasperation. No, Monet shook her head. It could be the culinary festival or a deliberate provocation aimed at Colonel Smoker, or perhaps you have all forgotten what Rogue Town symbolizes for pirates. Is it not the execution side of the Pirate King, Roger? Smoker's expression turned contemplative. There is scant information on that individual. Even his true name and origins elude our Navy's investigations. He vanished for nearly 2 years, only to reappear in my territory. If he were merely a glutton attending the culinary festival, it would be improbable for him to cause a ruckus immediately upon disembarking. However, if he is a genuine pirate, the execution side of the Pirate King may indeed be his true objective. Smoker placed particular emphasis on the phrase genuine pirate. As dawn approached, he urged, if you have just disembarked, you should rest. Hobodi, I will take you to a specific location in the morning. If he is indeed a pirate, he will undoubtedly appear there, and I will need your assistance in identifying him. No pirate, with a bounty of 110 million berries, shall dare to cause trouble in my domain. Approximately 4 hours later, at 8 in the morning, A girl with deep blue hair and glasses pushed open Monet's door and exclaimed, "Monet, it's time to rise. Colonel Smoker has asked you to wake Major Hobodi." "Ah, and you are?" "I am Tashiji." Tashiji's gaze flickered with curiosity as she surveyed the scene, questioning how Major Hobodi ended up in this room. Her eyes drawn to the blanket that concealed his midsection, which was now stirring. Suddenly, a soft feminine voice emerged from beneath the covers. And a disheveled green-haired woman with golden eyes peeked out, her upper body unclothed, gazing at Tashiji with confusion. Instantly, Tashiji's face flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. "I will wait outside for you." Tashiji hurriedly turned and exited, shutting the door behind her. "Commander, whose skills were more impressive last night, the woman you took or mine?" "Enough of that. When I go out with Smoker, remember to extract some intelligence regarding the Grand Line from Tashiji. Merely mentioning Baroque works and its connection to Alabasta is far too superficial. Moreover, should I signal using the wind, it will indicate that my act has concluded. And you are to come assist me." "Understood." Half an hour later, Hobodi arrived at the naval base entrance, where Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth and a disgruntled expression, remarked, "You are awfully slow, kid. This is not a place for leisure." "Colonel Smoker, where are you taking me today?" Smoker shot a curious glance at Hobodi, but chose not to dwell on it. "Follow me, and drop the honorifics. Just call me Smoker." Upon exiting the naval base and stepping onto the streets of Rogue Town, the local residents instinctively recoiled at Smoker's presence. "Smoker, why does it seem that the townsfolk fear you?" "Perhaps I possess a rather fearsome appearance," Smoker replied nonchalantly, adding, "Have you prepared everything necessary for your journey to the Grand Line?" "Necessary items?" Hobodi blinked in confusion. Smoker looked at Hobodi incredulously, the permanent log post for St. Shindu Island in Alabasta. "Don't tell me you came to Rogue Town without even that while seeking information about your superior? Tina is no ordinary woman. The tricks you use to charm girls at the Naval Academy will not work on her. Be wary of falling into a trap. Is it true that the former owner of this body enjoyed deceiving women?" No wonder Smoker didn't even bother to inquire about Monet's name in the early hours. Hobodi's mind worked swiftly. When confronted with inquiries from the previous owner, he deftly chose to evade them. Quickly formulating his response, "I arrived in the East Sea aboard Admiral Karp's warship. He has even provided me with the headquarters coordinates. And there is no permanent pointer in the East Sea." Smoker was taken aback. "So, your visit to Rogue Town is not solely to learn about your superior, but also to request a permanent pointer from me? I regret to inform you that I do not possess a complete pointer for Sainton Island." "Hey, we should make a turn." "Oh." The 2 men veered into a narrow alleyway of about 10 meters, emerging onto another street of similar nature. "Hobodi, how do you intend to traverse the Grand Line?" "Huh?" White smoke continued to billow from Smoker's mouth as he spoke. "I'm asking whether you plan to return to headquarters by crossing the comm belt on a warship, or directly navigate through Reverse Mountain like a pirate." "What do you mean?" Hobodi did not answer directly, a flicker of caution rising within him. This overly familiar mad dog seemed to be continuously probing him. "If you opt for the comm belt, upon reaching the Grand Line, you can find individuals on various small islands who might sell you a permanent pointer for Sainton Island or its vicinity. Conversely, if you choose to traverse Reverse Mountain, the keeper, Karokas, should have records of pointers along the route to Sainton Island. However, you must first visit every island along the path to gather the requisite records before setting sail. Yet, I must caution you, while the second method appears far more convenient, that old man at Reverse Mountain is rather unscrupulous and often provides us in the Navy with erroneous course pointers. There was once an officer from the East Sea heading to the Navy headquarters who, due to his faulty guidance, spent 3 years at sea before finally arriving at the headquarters. Of course, that fellow was a rather straightforward sort who never compared the routes of his pointers. But I digress." Hobodi appeared somewhat perplexed. "Smoker, which route do you typically take through the Grand Line?" he inquired. "If there are naval ships present, one would navigate through the comm belt. Without them, one would traverse the Reverse Mountain. It's common knowledge." Smoker wore a disdainful expression as if to say, "You don't know this?" "However," he continued, "that old man's compass is reliable. Simply reach the first small island using it, and then you can switch it out there." At this juncture, Smoker gazed at Hobodi once more. "Admiral Sengoku spoke to me a few days ago, mentioning that Vice Admiral Garp has already set sail for the East Blue. He is expected to arrive in about 10 days, and, of course, he carries with him the compass for your assignment at St. Ting Island, Alabasta. In truth, you could afford to wait." Hobodi continued to move forward, only to be pulled back by Smoker. They found themselves at the end of a path leading to a vast square, where faintly in the distance, a towering iron frame loomed at the center. Upon this frame stood a man and a woman, surrounded by a throng of onlookers below. A frown of dissatisfaction creased Smoker's face as he regarded the man, King, who had ascended the gallows, indeed, a troublesome character. "Hey, you stay here and keep watch. I shall apprehend him," he commanded. "All right. You seem a bit slow to react, Hobodi. Instead of resting, you choose to lounge against a woman's belly. Now is the time for action." Smoker shook his head. This was not his concern, and he turned to depart. Hobodi gazed at his own silhouette, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his thoughts already drifting to another realm. In that realm, his doppelganger, King, had donned an entirely new ensemble of denim. Compared to before, he now radiated a uniform shade of brown, a brown cowboy hat, a brown jacket, a brown inner shirt, brown jeans, brown boots, and brown leather gloves. He seated the young maiden, Lily, whom he had abducted the previous night, upon the execution platform, facing the throng of onlookers gathered below, filled with bliss. Lily leaned against King S's shoulder, exclaiming, "My lord king, with so many witnesses present, I am utterly elated." The two were enveloped in their own world of affection, inciting discontent among the residents of Rog Town Square. "Youngster, take your romantic escapades elsewhere. This is not a place for your kind." An elderly man, nearly bald and toothless, scowled in fury. "Indeed, where is the sheriff? Hurry and remove this rascal. This is the very site of Pirate King Roger's executions. What do you two children think this place is? Lily, my dear Lily, what are you doing? Come down at once." Below, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man gazed up at the girl in panic, then turned his ire towards King. "I have reported you to the White Hunter of this town. As a 100 million belly bounty criminal, do not be so arrogant. An officer from the Navy headquarters will be here shortly to apprehend you. Lily, come down." The doppelganger of Hobodi discerned the visage before him and addressed the woman beside him. "Lily, you must convey your thoughts to your father." "Lord King." Suddenly, Lily shouted down at the middle-aged nobleman below, "Father, I could never become the prince's bride. Last night, Lord King took me on a journey through the entire night sky, and I realized my true aspiration. I refuse to be your gilded canary. I wish to soar freely as a bird. What nonsense are you spouting? This is absurd." "Lily, have you lost your mind?" The middle-aged nobleman looked incredulously at his daughter before erupting in a fit of rage. "White Gale." Amidst the throngs of people gathered in the execution square, a dense white smoke suddenly emerged, taking the form of a solid fist aimed directly at Hobodi. The speed was as swift as its name suggested. Despite being composed of smoke, it covered the 50-meter distance in an instant. In response, the doppelganger of King swiftly lifted Lily beside him, leaping to evade the attack, descending from the execution platform and safely placing her next to her father. The young girl had already proven her worth. Yet the doppelganger of King could not resist delivering a parting jab to the middle-aged nobleman. "I shall soon traverse the Grand Line. Father-in-law, take good care of your grandson, and tell him his father is a truly remarkable man." "Grandson." The middle-aged nobleman was left dumbfounded. The doppelganger of King offered no further explanation, fixating his gaze ahead. The white fist, having missed its target, did not dissipate but instead turned back, descending from the execution platform to launch another assault. The doppelganger of King extended his hand, clenching his fist, which suddenly erupted with crackling electricity. As the incoming fist approached, he met it head-on. Nearby, Smoker instinctively sensed an ominous presence, and without thinking, he elementalized his fist just before contact, transforming it into a cloud of smoke and retracting his hand. Their eyes locked. "King, what brings you to Lowtown?" Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, narrowed his gaze and slowly drew the weapon known as Shishaluka from his back. The recent surge of danger unmistakably indicated that his opponent was also a user of a devil fruit. If he could utilize the sea prism stone embedded in Shishaluka's blade, perhaps he could execute a surprise attack on this individual. The town of beginnings and endings, his intentions were merely to observe. This was, of course, a ruse by the doppelganger of King. His sole purpose for being here was to ensure that both of his identities could successfully and normally enter the Grand Line. Last night, he infiltrated a vessel from the North Sea, successfully blending into that identity, while he himself hailed from the East Sea, two identities that would not raise suspicion. To further avoid any records of his doppelganger's entry on the North Sea vessel, he planned to stage a tragic defeat of Iron Fist Hobodi at the hands of King. "You, a pirate who abducts women, understand nothing of beginnings and endings. You're making me laugh." Smoker suddenly erupted in anger, his lower body completely elementalized into a plume of white smoke. In an instant, the smoke surged forward with incredible speed, thrusting Shishaluka towards the doppelganger of King. Hobodi had long been aware of Smoker's weapon information through Monet. The controlled avatar, King, did not directly engage with the weapon. Instead, he crouched down, raising his palms upwards. Smoker attempted to pivot, but King's hand was swifter, striking Smoker's elbow with precision. Did he intend to disarm me, knowing that the front end contained sea prism stone? Smoker's expression turned to one of confusion as his hand instantaneously elementalized. Crack. The sound reminiscent of a bone fracturing echoed, and an overwhelming pain surged through Smoker's mind. Having relied on his Logia form for so long, especially in the East Blue, he had rarely encountered a skilled user of Haki. Most pirates he had captured during his years in Lowtown were powerless against his elemental abilities. But now, was this Haki? Smoker could scarcely believe it, his eyes widening in disbelief. Haki-wielding pirates typically resided in the New World and the Grand Line. Why was one appearing in the weakest East Blue? Reacting swiftly, Smoker transformed his entire body into a mass of smoke, retreating to the fountain in the central square to increase the distance between them, clutching his hand. Initially, there had been arcs of electricity entwined around his hand, followed by Haki. In that immense strength he had just experienced, it felt as though a colossal boulder had been placed upon his hand. He fixed a serious gaze upon the man named King, realizing that this enigmatic figure behind the North Blue Noble massacre could easily eliminate him from the ranks of novice pirates. This individual was becoming increasingly mysterious. Was it really acceptable to launch an attack without so much as a greeting? King, with a deep voice, shrugged his shoulders. I have encountered countless pirates like you who recklessly plunder under the title of Pirate King. What is there to discuss with you? Is that so? Then I shall have to deal with you, King remarked, glancing towards the street corner, abruptly extending his index finger. You lurking in the shadows, come out. A black orb suddenly materialized in midair, crackling with electric sounds from within. In an instant, a serpent-like bolt of yellow lightning raced towards the hidden corner of the street. The lightning struck the edge of the cobblestones at a corner of the square with a resounding crack, leaving a small, charred pit about 10 centimeters deep. A figure clad in a justice cloak leaped high into the air, landing beside Smoker. Are you all right? Smoker nodded, gesturing towards King. Be cautious. He is capable of using haki and possesses immense strength. Immense strength? Is this what you refer to? King raised his fist high. Invisible power coiling around it before he crouched and struck the ground. Cracks spread towards Smoker and his companion with a creaking sound. Ultimately, a thunderous boom erupted. A massive elliptical pit, at least 10 meters in diameter and 3 to 4 meters deep, suddenly manifested in the square. Hobodi and Smoker, each employing their own means, leaped aside, their expressions steeped in despondency. This scene utterly extinguished the courage of those who had initially lingered, contemplating the spectacle. As they hastily fled into the myriad streets that branched out in all directions. Fortunately, the execution square was sufficiently vast, with broad avenues leading to various streets. A man of approximately 50, crouched beside a water basin, found his lower limbs ensnared in the fissures of the stone slabs outside a deep pit. With a desperate rip of his trousers, he extricated his legs, casting a terrified glance at the trio before bolting away. King, are you unable to suppress your fury? Colonel Smoker's voice, though hoarse, resonated with a deep richness, as if his words were emanating from a resonant chamber, imbued with an infectious intensity. Such was the sound that issued forth from King's throat. Shave. The figure of Hobodi suddenly vanished from sight, within a radius of approximately 20 meters. Several afterimages flitted around King. Slightly astonished, King scanned his surroundings, pondering, is this the Six Styles? I yearned to learn it as well. The ultimate attack, King unleashed a powerful punch. As the shadows of Hobodi swiftly flitted by, they crossed paths in proximity to King, rendering it impossible to discern their true forms. When the shadows approached within 2 meters of King, his body remained utterly still. This scene, of course, was merely a deliberate illusion crafted for Smoker's eyes. Who could possibly fathom that the two combatants were puppets of the same master? No one at all. With a resounding thud, two fists collided. Hobodi's doppelganger King clashed against the corporeal Hobodi, their fists imbued with haki and hardened muscles meeting in a tumultuous confrontation. An explosive wave of air erupted from the center of the two, sweeping outward and causing the cobblestones of the Rog Town Square to tremble with a low hum. The observing Smoker instinctively shielded his head with his arm, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This upstart junior had managed to withstand such overwhelming strength. Well done, keep him entangled, he thought. Yet as the white smoke of the split body of Smoker billowed forth, King, undeterred by the presence of Hobodi, flashed a grin that momentarily froze Smoker in place. Do you truly believe you can withstand my power? The doppelganger King scoffed, intensifying his strength as their fists began to grind against one another in the air. Hobodi struggled to hold his ground, the atmosphere vibrating with tension. But suddenly the force shifted against him. King's fist bore down upon Hobodi's head, forcefully pushing his fist backward. Smoker could clearly see the strain on Hobodi's face as he gritted his teeth in defiance, veins bulging ominously. Prepare to be sent flying. With a thunderous crash, the battle reached a new crescendo. Hobodi's body was suddenly launched into the air, skimming across the ground for several meters and crashing into the wishing well at the center of the square, sending a great splash of water into the air. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, drenched from head to toe, Hobodi hastily scrambled out of the pool and approached Smog once more, feigning a grim expression. It seems that one-on-one is not a winning strategy. Smog nodded thoughtfully and continued, however, there is no doubt that he possesses the powers of a devil fruit. My sea stone is situated at the front of my 10 heads. If I can make contact with his body, it should render him powerless for a moment, allowing your previous strike to inflict significant damage. That seems incredibly difficult, Hobodi replied, unwilling to see his doppelganger completely vanquished. For he had entered the fray with the intent of facing a crushing defeat. Yet, he resolved to give it a try. I will use my white smoke to provide you with cover. Thereafter, you will engage him in combat. Following that, I will restrain him with my 10 heads, and finally, you will deliver the fatal blow. Be cautious of his fruit abilities, they likely pertain to electricity, correct? Hobodi stood in contemplation, grappling with the dilemma of engaging in a struggle with his own doppelganger, while being mindful not to succumb to the debilitating effects of sea prism stone. His alter ego was predominantly manifested through the powers of the devil fruit. Thus, the plan was formulated. Entangle, create an opening through the 10 show restraint, send Smoker flying aside, ultimately inflict a grievous injury upon himself, thereby completing the scheme. However, it was imperative to distinctly separate his own characteristics from those of King for optimal security. As Smoker uttered the words related to electric arcs, Hobodi resolved to masquerade as King. Very well, it is time for me to showcase the prowess of my fruit. A radiant golden aura enveloped Hobodi. As his limbs elongated and tore through his garments, his shoes succumbing to the assault of dragon claws, and a pair of horns protruded from his forehead. Ultimately, a towering dragon human figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, materialized beside Smoker, who gazed in astonishment. What on earth are you? 2 years ago, I consumed a devil fruit in Punk Hazard. Unlike your Logia type, mine is of the Zoan category. What is this absurdity? A discordant voice interrupted their exchange, redirecting both Smoker and Hobodi's attention towards the source. It's time, Hobodi, Smoker shouted. Oh. Suddenly, Smoker's entire form, save for his shoulders, transformed into a vast cloud of smoke, enveloping the battlefield of the three combatants. White Gale. The smoke surged towards King's position, who was coughing amidst the swirling white mist. Concurrently, Hobodi's dragon-human form launched an assault into the fog. 1 meter to the left, then proceed straight ahead for 10 meters, that is his distance. Smoker advised Hobodi amidst the cloud. The essence of Hobodi received this message, which simultaneously transmitted to his avatar, King. There was nothing remarkable about it, an utterly predictable scene. One individual was performing a duet. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from beneath Hobodi's feet, dispersing the smoke and propelling him toward King in an instant. With a claw, he unleashed the dragon's hook claw. The claw lunged directly at the chest of the avatar King, who displayed a look of sheer panic. Alas. You are truly despicable. Fall to the ground, King. From above, a furious roar from Smoker echoed, as he descended with his entire upper body enveloped in smoke. His right hand wielding a tenfold attack, leaping down from directly above King. With less than a meter between them, the sea prism stone was poised to strike. Yet, Smoker observed that King suddenly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile, mocking, I've deceived you. Seizing Hobodi with one hand, he hurled him upward. Smoker, caught off guard, quickly transformed into smoke to evade, but a punch struck him amidst the haze, causing him to emit a pained cry as he was propelled backward, landing several dozen meters away. Once again, the powerful aura dissipated, and both Hobodi and Smoker lay defeated on either side. The victor in the arena remained King. What is the matter? Is this all the Navy is capable of? King taunted. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Smoker retorted, rising in frustration. Now, it was time to unveil his true characteristics, Hobodi mused, standing up and distancing himself. Suddenly, King's entire being erupted with yellow electric sparks, crackling with energy. He nonchalantly extended one hand, gathering a black sphere between his palms, which continuously discharged electricity. A wielder of lightning, is it? Smoker perceived this moment as an opportunity, immediately transforming into his elemental form, surging forward with a burst of speed, aiming his tenfold strike at King. Are you foolish or simply incapable of surrendering? Your openings are too glaring, King remarked, shaking his head. As Smoker approached within a meter, King firmly seized the hand wielding the tenfold strike, while forcefully thrusting the black lightning sphere into Smoker's mouth. In an instant, his mouth, throat, heart, and lungs began to tingle. Smoker was momentarily stunned. But after a sharp crack, his entire being was struck by a violent surge of electricity. Atte! He screamed in agony, yet within less than a second, his voice ceased, and he collapsed, enveloped in black smoke. Now it is your turn, King addressed Hobodi. These words emanated from the essence of Hobodi's will, who glanced at Smoker lying unconscious nearby. He had instructed his avatar to show mercy. If this individual possessed any fortitude, he would awaken within 10 seconds. In the ensuing 10 seconds, a confrontation between himself and his avatar must evolve, culminating in a tragic defeat, ideally with a life-threatening peril that would enhance his credibility. Are you the master of lightning? Hobodi inquired, simultaneously conveying his intent. King immediately retorted provocatively, then why not give it a try? With that resolution, Hobodi's dragon form surged forth, claw outstretched toward the figure ahead. King's form vanished like a mirage, only to reappear elegantly beside him, calm and composed, too inexperienced. Boom. King gathered his strength, gazing up at the towering dragon form of Hobodi, and unleashed a powerful punch to Hobodi's abdomen. In slow motion, Hobodi's torso caved in under the force of the blow, and propelled by the explosive power, his entire body flew backward, stirring up a long plume of dust and mist across the floor, 10 meters, 50 meters, until he finally crashed against a directional sign over 100 meters away, halting his trajectory. Hobodi let out a pained cry, crouching at the edge of the interface, gasping for breath. However, his will began to command his doppelganger to leap into the air and deliver a powerful punch. Boom. A massive pit, 3 meters wide and 1 meter deep, formed as Hobodi's entire body collapsed to the ground. Another strike ensued. King ascended into the sky once more, his formidable fist poised to strike again. Just 10 seconds had passed before Hobodi noticed Smoker beginning to regain consciousness, prompting him to initiate the next phase of his plan. Don't get too cocky. Hobodi sidestepped, the ground shaking once more as the pit seemed to deepen. Seizing the opportunity, Hobodi slashed at King's torso with his claws. Not far away, Smoker, just awakening, witnessed an astonishing scene. He saw Hobodi evade King's attack, preparing to shred King's body with his razor-sharp claws. However, a sight even more unwelcome unfolded before him. Crackling sounds of electricity echoed throughout the square as King's body split in two, the severed parts not bleeding but instead revealing a swirling storm of electric clouds. You, too, are a Logia user? Hobodi exclaimed in disbelief. King chuckled. Indeed, I am the Cloud Man, having consumed the cloud fruit. Is it so impossible? After all, that fellow is also a Logia user, isn't he? So, it's lightning clouds? Smoker murmured from a distance. Upon hearing this, Hobodi realized he had succeeded. Of course. This doppelganger had not actually consumed any fruit. His ability to generate electricity stemmed from knowledge acquired in his previous life, where he learned that lightning is formed when positively charged clouds encounter negatively charged ones. During his year and a half of training in this world, he had extended the elemental powers of the fruit towards his doppelganger. Initially, he had awakened a wind-based doppelganger, which was rather ineffective as it required a very short distance to control and could not speak. After a year and a half, Hobodi discovered that he could successfully create lightning clouds using knowledge from his past. He gradually abandoned his initial wind abilities in favor of pursuing lightning. Ultimately, he utilized this doppelganger, entirely composed of lightning phenomena and life force, to achieve his current form. This doppelganger's long-distance control in this world was not limited to manipulating sound frequencies through electric waves, it also harnessed the powers of the devil fruit, making it even more perfect. It could be said that if he possessed the ability to multitask, his strength would multiply exponentially. You are from the Navy headquarters, aren't you? I happen to have some connections with Drake, so I shall spare your lives for now. However, I must make my way to the Grand Line soon, and I cannot let you pursue me unscathed. The doppelganger king clenched his fist, then opened it into a palm strike. With a powerful blow, his infused haki pierced through Hobodi's abdomen, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, his vision fading to white, no longer needing to conceal his true identity. King Hobodi broke into a cruel laugh as he turned away. Smoker, from a distance, stared in disbelief. Had Hobodi truly been defeated? The sound of that last strike was anything but ordinary. Now, it's your turn. Smoker gritted his teeth, unwilling to live a life of subjugation at the hands of pirates. You seem eager to meet your end. Allow me to grant that wish. Hobodi thrust his hand into Smoker's chest and withdrew it, drenched in blood. Smoker's eyes widened in shock as his consciousness faded, his eyelids growing heavy as he succumbed to darkness. Hobodi would certainly not allow Smoker, this witness, to perish, otherwise. He would have performed a scene so impressive that even he himself would admire. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, the man donning a cowboy hat suddenly departed, while Hobodi, who lay on the ground in a state of unconsciousness, discreetly summoned the winds of the sky before succumbing completely to darkness. It appears that the recovery abilities of the Zoan type are not infallible. The following morning, Hobodi awoke in a hospital room in Rogtown, sharing a space with another bed that bore evidence of recent occupancy, though its occupant had since vanished. Positioned by the window on his own bed was a woman with wavy green hair, her eyes obscured by thick glasses resembling milk bottle bottoms. At that moment, as she focused intently on the newspaper, she noticed Hobodi's eyes flutter open and immediately set the paper aside, breaking into a smile. You really are quite relentless with yourself. This performance was exceedingly convincing. The esteemed colonel and major of the Navy, who had safeguarded Rogtown from the clutches of malevolent forces, was none other than Monet Hobodi. He was displeased by her teasing tone and reached to touch his abdomen. I acknowledge that I was rather harsh on myself, but the efficacy of the Zoan recovery has been confirmed. I nearly perforated my stomach back there. As he stirred his weakened body, he reflected on how challenging it was to engage in such a strenuous encounter with himself for the first time. Suddenly, a grumbling sound emanated from his abdomen, a wave of hunger washing over him. I have been waiting here for a day and a night. Finally, it is time, Monet declared, lacking any modicum of restraint as she approached the door and locked it behind her. Hobodi was acutely aware of her impending actions. Lying motionless on the bed with a countenance tinged with darkness and anxiety, surely, I should be allowed to finish my meal. Could it be that the master is presently in a state of immobility? Monet licked her lips, her expression morphing into something peculiar. Suddenly, the hospital room transformed into a practical classroom for the physiological phenomena of men and women, filled with an array of fervent moans. An hour later, a briefly satiated Monet exited the hospital, procured a takeout meal from a restaurant outside Rogtown, and re-entered the ward. As Hobodi ate, she gestured towards a newspaper laid upon the bed. You must have seen this. What is going on? The Great Maritime section of the World Debt Company reports on the grave crisis in Alabasta. The king's army has been defeated. It is said that an exceptional leader of the rebel forces has triumphed over the king's troops. However, this is hardly surprising, as the king's forces have inexplicably diminished in strength, while the rebels are armed with superior weaponry. This battle certainly has a figure lurking in the shadows, observing it all. Both master and servant understood that the figure they spoke of had become unmistakable when he received that message in a bottle years ago. This was merely a prelude. And surely there were ulterior motives at play. It would not be long before Crocodile sought to seize control of that kingdom. Thus, it appeared we must embark on our journey soon, while we remain unaware of Crocodile's true intentions. It is evident that whatever treasure from Alabasta has captured the interest of the 7 warlords, compelling them to scheme for years, warrants my involvement in this unfolding drama. Monet, skeptical of the statement, playfully chuckled and speculated, are you perhaps suggesting we use King to challenge Crocodile? Hobodi did not respond, instead turning to glance at the adjacent bed. Did you sleep here yesterday? He inquired. Monet shook his head. That was Smoker. However, he awoke last night and returned to the naval base to report. He asked me to inform you that he covered the medical expenses here, and then it will be the responsibility of his superior. Just be cautious not to provoke Colonel Tina when she is inebriated, and any discussions regarding women should be avoided. Otherwise, there should be no issue. Furthermore, he entrusted us with this. Monet produced a wooden frame resembling an hourglass, within which a glass orb floated, suspended by a needle that exhibited no movement. Is this the permanent pointer? Hobodi asked, curiosity piqued as he accepted it. After shaking it a few times, he discovered it consistently pointed in one direction, reminiscent of a compass from his previous life. Indeed, Monet replied. He mentioned it was a discarded artifact from a lawsuit lost by a bounty hunter against the Navy. However, this permanent pointer only directs toward the island of Whiskey Peak in the Grand Line. According to my research, it is said to be a gathering place for bounty hunters. While it ultimately leads to Hobodi Archipelago, one must traverse several islands along the way. So, are you inclined to go? Yes. Once we arrive at Whiskey Peak, we can switch to a permanent pointer filled with alabasta. Very well, I shall head into town to procure the necessary supplies for our voyage. When do we set sail? Monet inquired. Let's aim for noon. While you're out, please inform Smoker at the base that we are departing, and I have matters regarding King to address. Are you worried about something, Master? Hobodi let out a sound of acknowledgement. I believe it is prudent to avoid drawing King's attention toward him. While eliminating him may not pose a significant issue, the death of a Marine colonel wielding a natural-type devil fruit at the hands of a pirate is no trivial matter. As a lieutenant who has consumed a devil fruit, I frequently receive calls from high-ranking officials. You understand the complications that arise. Will my master continue to engage in such theatrics in the future? Perhaps, though it is unlikely to be executed with greater severity than this occasion. Understood. Afternoon. Hobodi and Monet emerged from the hospital, each carrying a backpack. Hobodi had donned a pristine white suit purchased by Monet, while Monet retained her tailored light blue lace skirt, complete with milk bottle-bottom glasses, embodying the quintessential secretary's attire. Upon arriving at the port, they boarded a small boat, stowing their luggage in the cabin as the sails unfurled and the vessel gently set off towards Reverse Mountain. Along their journey, they encountered a peculiar ship adorned with a goat's head and a skull-shaped sail, topped with a straw hat, which momentarily startled both parties. Hey, Sanji, look over there, called out the jubilant Nami, waving from the bow of the deck. That scoundrel, spending a night alone on a boat with a beautiful woman. And now he is sailing away. How infuriating. I'm so envious. Sanji seethed with jealousy, his emotions boiling over as he glanced at the slumbering faces of his companions on the deck. In a fit of rage, he kicked at them, exclaiming, You lazy good-for-nothings. Get up. We're almost at Row Town. Hobodi and Monet gazed at them with expressionless faces. It must be their fourth encounter, right? Why not have the officer arrest them directly? Let them be. After a brief interlude and approximately 2 hours of sailing, the small boat drifted along the waves and gradually revealed a massive shadow on the distant sea. Both of them had witnessed this scene before, so they were not as astonished as first-time adventurers entering the Grand Line. 2 years ago, I arrived at the naval headquarters from the opposite side of this mountain, and my journey to the North Sea also commenced from here, riding the swift currents. Monet remained silent, her expression calm. The last time they passed through this area from the North Sea, she had been resting on her master's lap, indulging in her favorite activities. Their expressions were composed as they approached, and soon they beheld a current flowing towards the mountain. Hobodi promptly lowered the sails, given the wind direction ahead. If they did not lower the sails, their small vessel could easily capsize, leaving the two landlubbers to sink into the depths of the sea. Why not simply change the wind direction? Monet questioned, gripping the mast as they successfully navigated into the swift-rising current towards the mountain. Forget it. That kind of power makes one hungry too quickly. The two exchanged remarks as they sped along, and in mere minutes, they reached the summit. When they arrived at the peak, clouds obscured their forms, and the boat paused for a few seconds. This phenomenon primarily resulted from the convergence of three significant currents representing the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea, alongside the Eastern Sea Current, all colliding from 4 different directions. At that moment, their small boat resembled a precious gem cradled in 4 immense hands. Yet, the weight of this gem was evidently insufficient, as the 4 turbulent currents tossed the vessel back and forth, sometimes towards the West Sea, at other times towards the South Sea, and yet again towards the North Sea. However, amidst the swirling currents, a new path leading downward emerged. The boat is going to capsize. Quickly, use the wind to enter the Grand Line. Even the typically composed Monet could not suppress her alarm. What are you fools dawdling for? Are you trying to capsize us by leaving the ship here? Suddenly, 2 vessels, significantly larger than Hobodi's, surged up from the South Sea. Oh, Captain Kidd, we're all going to die. Humph. This is all that woman's fault, competing with me for priority, leading to this predicament. Amidst the clouds, a voice emerged, immediately followed by a robust woman's retort. Huh? Isn't it common sense for a man to give way to a woman? Then why don't you just go home and find a man to raise your children? What a situation. Hobodi's small boat was wedged between 2 colossal vessels, and despite the overwhelming currents that should have capsized them, it remained remarkably stable. 3 ships entering the Grand Line together. Should one attribute this to the luck of their master, or mere coincidence? Monet mused, wishing the clouds would disperse so that they could see the expressions of the 3 parties involved. Regardless, let us take advantage of the stability of the small boat and enter the Grand Line first. Huh? You think you can go first? The woman's voice interrupted, One Piece is somewhere ahead in this sea. You two idiots better get out of the way. It seemed everyone was eager to enter the Grand Line together. Let us head to the cabin, Monet, Hobodi stated expressionlessly. Then, atop the inverted mountain, a sudden hurricane swept through, propelling all three vessels into the descending current leading to the Grand Line. Accompanied by the screams of countless crew members, the great sea rout awaited them. The three ships capsized on the water's surface, and the drenched crews glared with disdain at a man and a woman standing beside an elderly figure in beach shorts. You nearly got us killed, a furious young man with red hair and goggles exclaimed. How dare you take such a rickety boat into the Grand Line? Are you here for a death wish? The pink-haired girl in a frilled hat turned to the colossal creature behind her. What is that? A whale? It's massive. That is no ordinary whale, the elderly man remarked, lowering his newspaper. I am Korikasu, the lighthouse keeper. Welcome to the pirate's graveyard, newcomers. You are Korikasu? You foul-mouthed old man. Korikasu snorted. 3 ships entering the Grand Line together? It's a miracle you survived. It's all those two's fault. Kid and the frilled hat girl pointed angrily at Hobodi and Monet. The old man shifted his gaze to the two, his smile fading. You two are quite brave. Their ship surviving is one thing, but for you to reach the Grand Line on that shopping boat? You are fortunate pirates. We are not pirates, they retorted. Korikasu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing their attire. You two resemble government officials. Are you the officer and secretary returning to Judicial Island? I have a permanent pointer to Water City for sale at a bargain of 10,000 berries. A strange glimmer of malice flickered behind Korikasu's glasses. Hobodi, having heard Smoker's words earlier, knew this old man harbored no fondness for the Navy and produced a permanent pointer. We already have one, Korikasu, who enjoys swindling the Navy. If you have one, then leave. The messengers of justice do not enter the Grand Line through the calm belt. Is taking the back roads amusing? Korikasu turned away. It seems that in the Grand Line, pirates are more favored than the Navy, Monet remarked with a smile. Hobodi found himself at a loss when confronted by the elderly man. Who knows? The needle already has its direction. Let us set sail. Yet, the audacious youth with crimson hair glared at the duo with malevolence, his eyes harboring ill intentions. Meanwhile, a young girl with long pink hair, adorned with a lotus hat, fixated her unsettling gaze upon Hobodi, declaring, as a representative of the world government, I shall ensure your burial here. The atmosphere crackled with tension, prompting Kolokas to prudently distance himself several meters from Hobodi and his companion, while he feigned nonchalance, perusing a newspaper and occasionally assessing the unfolding scenario. This scene was quite captivating. It was a rarity to witness 3 vessels successfully arrive at the Grand Line simultaneously, and intriguingly, each party appeared to possess distinct identities. 2 of them hailed from the South Sea, pirates both, Captain Eustace Kidd, with a bounty of 110 million berries, and his crew member, the Slaughterer, Killer, who bore a bounty of 75 million. Monet retrieved 2 bounty posters from her bag, calmly reciting their figures. 110 million? Hobodi expressed his astonishment, pondering the deeds that could warrant such a sum. He himself had been falsely accused of slaying numerous nobles from the North Sea, earning a bounty of 100 million solely for that. The South Sea, being the mightiest of the 4 seas, rendered such a bounty unsurprising, especially considering Kidd's notorious actions, which included the destruction of several naval bases and the entanglement of civilians in his conflicts. After sharing this, Monet's gaze shifted toward another female figure. That was the voracious woman, Jewelry Bonnie, with a bounty of 49 million berries, the reason for which remained ambiguous. Monet remarked with a meaningful tone. Hobbit's gaze suddenly shifted toward Joelle Bonnie, perplexed. The reason for the bounty remained a mystery, signifying something more profound within the Navy, typically known only to those within its ranks. Yet, Hobbit himself was oblivious, evidently lacking the privilege to comprehend the rationale behind the bounty. It bore a striking resemblance to the situation 2 decades ago when Nico Robin was branded with the epithet Demon of O'Hara. It seemed that this was a target designated for capture by the higher echelons. Hobodi presented an image. Since you are from the South China Sea, have you encountered this girl? This is a photograph of her taken 2 years ago. Monet was taken aback, thinking, again? Why should I answer your question? TCH, countless children like her have perished in the South China Sea. Hobodi's actions left both Gide and Bonnie with a hint of displeasure. Since they had not encountered it before, they decided to let it go. So, is that how one deftly shifts the topic to avoid complications? Monet smiled inwardly as she gazed at the small boat near the shores of the Red Earth continent, gradually approaching the land with the ebbing waves. However, in the next moment, Monet realized she had overthought the situation. She overheard Kurokas, who was reading a newspaper not far away, remark, I have seen that portrait before. What? Monet, upon spotting her master, hurried over to Kurokas with the speed of flight, repeatedly asking for confirmation. Have you truly seen it? Kurokas, somewhat puzzled, pointed in a distant direction. Isn't that the girl over there? Hobodi gazed in the direction indicated by his finger and beheld a colossal whale's back upon which a blue-haired girl with a ponytail was amusingly scurrying, fearful of plummeting into the ocean. The hue of her hair prompted a shake of Hobodi's head. What? Is it not so? They appear remarkably alike, Kurokas remarked disdainfully. I shall confirm this, Moonstep, Hobodi proclaimed, stepping forward with a few strides that landed him atop the whale's back, where he swiftly seized the frantic girl and transported her back to the land beneath the lighthouse. Miss Wednesday and me. There's also a man adorned with a crown, wielding a baseball bat. He shouted hurriedly. Mr. Nine. The girl exclaimed in panic. Hey, look over here. Hobodi called, observing the scantily clad girl, who donned a casual shirt with a light green collar over a revealing tank swimsuit and shorts, complemented by white boots. Upon being addressed in a deep voice, Miss Wednesday fell silent, turning to Hobodi, only to be confronted by a ghastly visage holding a strikingly similar portrait of her. Do you know White Star? Noticing the girl's demeanor, Hobodi's skepticism waned considerably, yet he could not dismiss the extraordinary transformation the little girl had undergone since arriving in this world. White Star. The girl instantly broke into a wicked grin. If you assist us in slaying that whale and bring it back to Whiskey Peak, I shall divulge the whereabouts of White Star, and also rescue Mr. Nine. Apparently not. However, we are indeed headed to Whiskey Peak. So kindly guide me for the time being, Hobodi declared, tossing the girl, known as Miss Wednesday, into a small boat. Monet, standing nearby, hesitated to speak. Commander, I know. Board the ship. Hobodi interrupted. Mr. Nine, save me. Miss Wednesday cried out anxiously. In the distance, the crowned man continued to run atop the whale's back, a woeful expression upon his face as he lamented, I wish to be saved as well. Hobodi and Monet boarded the ship together, and the expressions of Kid and Jolie Bonnie instantly darkened with fury. You insolent fools, are you disregarding us? They exclaimed. We shall meet again. Without allowing Kid and Jolie Bonnie a moment to respond, Hobodi's small vessel unfurled its sails, suddenly catching a fierce gust of wind, and the silhouette of the ship receded into the distance. During the voyage, the atmosphere within the cabin remained remarkably tranquil among the three. Hobodi sat on the newly added sofa, perusing a newspaper, while at the table, Monet intermittently exchanged bits of information with the blue-haired girl. You just referred to that man as Mr. Nine, did you not? I can't recall, she responded, her expression flustered as Miss Wednesday averted her gaze, indicating her refusal to disclose any information. I recall that the Baroque works was named after this. I advise you to speak candidly, lest you become of no further value to us. We may have to cast you into the sea. Creatures of the Grand Line are predominantly sea kings, are they not? Pray tell, what fate awaits a solitary individual adrift at sea? Miss Wednesday's countenance fell, yet upon glimpsing the small vessel, a scornful smile returned to her lips. You are courting disaster. What fool would set sail on such a frail ship, easily devoured by a sea king? You shan't reach Whiskey Peak before being engulfed. Fear not. The sea kings will not attack me, Hobodi remarked nonchalantly. Ah? Miss Wednesday replied, perplexed. Suddenly, the cabin was rocked violently, her face paling in terror. Quick, row. This commotion must be the sea kings. She hastily opened the cabin door and inquired, where are the oars? To her astonishment, the pink-haired man and the green-haired woman remained calm, leisurely engrossed in their newspaper, organizing their documents. Had I known, I would never have boarded this vessel. What manner of individuals are they? We are in grave peril. As Miss Wednesday glanced outside the cabin, a colossal eye was fixated upon her, poised to reveal its serrated teeth, rendering her momentarily speechless. We are doomed to be consumed. The father of the kingdom, Bel, Gaka, Akaram, and the citizens of Alabasta, Miss Wednesday, or rather Vivi, collapsed onto the ground, her face a canvas of despair. Completely petrified, this child, Monet mused with intrigue. You just mentioned Alabasta, did you not? Hobodi set down the newspaper, astonished, and approached the cabin door, locking eyes with Vivi and the Sea King. The Sea King regarded Hobodi for several seconds before abruptly turning and submerging into the depths, a massive wave crashing as it vanished from sight. Eh? Vivi stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in the Sea King's demeanor, which had been so ferocious towards her only moments before. Why had it reverted to docility upon encountering this man? It was utterly baffling. Was it possible she was truly that unappealing? Hobodi tugged at Vivi's arm, prompting her to rise from the ground, her eyes warily scanning the two. I shall not divulge anything to you, you vile pirates. We are not pirates, replied Hobodi. The gentleman before you is Lieutenant Hobodi, soon to be appointed to the waters near the Alabasta Kingdom. The mention of the Navy allowed Vivi to exhale momentarily, though her gaze remained distrustful. For years, she had navigated her trials alongside Ikelam, while her kingdom had suffered immensely, bereft of naval support, as the surrounding nations condemned them, rendering any hope from the Navy futile. Very well, I am Vivi, but I still shan't tell you anything. Monet, could you fetch me a glass of water? It seems the temperature has shifted. Hobodi settled back onto the sofa, contemplating his impending appointment. Monet nodded, retrieving 2 cups from her bag, pouring hot water into them as she remarked, the Grand Line is always like this. The air shifts swiftly, and the temperature is dropping. Snow will likely fall soon. Monet approached Hobodi, offering him one of the cups, before moving to Vivi's side. As Vivi reached out to accept it, she noticed the insufferable woman drinking from it herself, causing her forehead to furrow in irritation. Stealing a glance at Monet's bag, Vivi's eyes widened upon spotting a milk bottle. What's wrong? Are you particularly interested in this milk bottle? The commander found it in the North Sea. Have you opened the note inside? Vivi's expression shifted, her countenance paling. The casual demeanor of Hobodi and Monet faltered as they exchanged curious looks. Do you know who penned the message within that bottle? Hobodi inquired. Vivi hesitated, whispering. I wrote that 2 years ago. Oh, came a nonchalant reply. Now it was Vivi who felt unsettled, unable to contain herself. Why don't you ask me something as well? No, you seem quite young for such matters. Dressed so revealingly, claiming to be a member of the Baroque works. Why would you pen a message detrimental to Crocodile? Monet queried, her curiosity piqued. Vivi's shock was palpable. She had never anticipated that the notes she penned during her helpless days, as she and Icolum had infiltrated the Baroque works at the tender age of 14, would be discovered by the very navy that now threatened her. What a coincidence. We were heading to Alabasta, and upon entering the Grand Line, we encountered you, who unwittingly provided us with a clue to our journey here, and yet you still remain a member of the Baroque works, Monet scrutinized Vivi, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. You can't possibly be Crocodile? How could I be? Vivi exclaimed, her frustration evident as she bowed her head in despair. Surely you've read the reports stating that it has not rained in Alabasta for 3 years? Indeed. Crocodile became your kingdom's guardian during that time, Monet remarked, perusing her documents. Hearing the term guardian, Vivi clenched her teeth. Guardian? It's all a ruse. He has stolen Alabasta's reign and deceived its citizens. And what is your role within the Baroque works? Alabasta must hold significant importance for you, Vivi, Monet continued, her tone light yet probing. Vivi's expression flickered, and she feigned a smile. What role could I possibly have? I am merely a common girl unwilling to remain in a desolate kingdom. Your smile is far too contrived. Speak the truth, Hobodi said, crumpling a newspaper into a ball and tossing it at Vivi's head. Ouch. She cried out in pain, quickly lowering her gaze. It's not that I am lying. It's just that even if I did tell you, you would be unable to assist me. That man is a warlord of the sea, recognized by the world government as a pirate. Without evidence, the Navy cannot act against him. Do you wish to avoid entangling us? Monet attempted to press further, but Hobodi interrupted. Enough. In any case, we will be assigned to the waters near Alabasta soon. At Whiskey Peak, you should have a permanent pointer to St. Shining Island. Correct? Indeed, we do. As snow began to fall, and the weather shifted from sunny to rainy, Hobodi finally arrived at the bounty hunter's den, Whiskey Peak. In the distance, a silhouette resembling a colossal cactus came into view, accompanied by the sounds of raucous celebration at the harbor. As their small boat drew closer, Hobodi, Vivi, and Monet were taken aback by the throng of people cheering. Is this not the bounty hunter's hideout? Hobodi turned to look back. Vivi's expression turned awkward. She couldn't very well explain that this was merely a long-standing ruse of Whiskey Peak to ensnare pirates. Welcome, pirates. Be sure to visit my family's restaurant. We are currently hosting a competition where the victor not only dines for free, but also receives a bounty of 100,000 berries. Isn't that Miss Wednesday sitting up there? Could it be my imagination? Moreover, their small vessel bore no pirate flag. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Some on the island are already famished. If Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine fail to hunt that whale, we shall continue in this state. Do you wish for your children to go hungry? Be quiet, someone hissed. Hobodi disembarked, and, amidst the throng, a particularly conspicuous man stood prominently at the forefront. Clad in a suit, his voluminous curls appeared unnaturally stiff. After a brief greeting, he suddenly adjusted his tone like a vocalist, exclaiming 3 times, "Ma ma ma," before continuing, "Welcome, I am Icolum, the mayor of Whiskey Peak. I trust your journey has been arduous. Our town has prepared fine food and drink for you." Miss Vivi hesitated, prompting a look of confusion from Icolum. Flushing with embarrassment, Vivi felt certain that the 2 individuals she had observed on the ship would not fail to notice the oddities of her hometown. At that moment, she wished for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. Following numerous enthusiastic invitations, Vivi witnessed the 2 naval officers being forcibly drawn into the crowd, seemingly pleased with the attention, as they offered little resistance. Later, upon returning to her lodgings, she found herself alone with Mayor Icolum in a narrow alley 2 hours later. Icolum inquired, "What on earth is happening, Miss Wednesday? Why have you returned with them?" Gazing at the girl he had watched grow up, Icolum felt a surge of complex emotions. They were both undercover at Baroque works, and even uttering a true name was impossible. Miss Vivi glanced around, confirming their solitude, and shifted her tone. "Icolum, I have shared matters of the kingdom with them." "What?" Icolum exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety. "Shoo. Princess Vivi, what is your plan?" Though she was merely 16, Icolum dared not underestimate her. 3 years prior, at only 13, she had boldly accompanied him to infiltrate the enemy's lair. This audacity hinted at the qualities of a future queen, and she was also the heir to Alabasta. Vivi's expression was a mixture of emotions. "I was with Mr. Nine capturing that whale at Whiskey Peak, but along the way, they captured me. However, Icolum, do you know? 2 years ago, when we first infiltrated Baroque works, the pressure and anxiety compelled me to write down my feelings. I placed those notes in a bottle and let the ocean currents carry them away. Yearning for distant souls to empathize with us, a mere flicker of hope I had almost forgotten." Icolum remained silent, patiently awaiting her continuation. Understanding the turmoil the 14-year-old Vivi must have felt, grappling with concerns for her kingdom while undercover in enemy territory, for he had shared similar sentiments, Vivi continued, "It is truly a fateful coincidence. They found my message in a bottle, and they intend to travel to Alabasta." "What? Do they plan to confront Crocodile alone?" Icolum exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice. No, Crocodile is one of the warlords of the sea, and Baroque Works has senior officials, not to mention legions of formidable members. It is utterly impossible for just the two of them. Vivi shook her head with a smile. Not quite so. Just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the alley, startling both Vivi and Icolum. They turned to see a man with pink hair and a woman with green, wavy locks standing at the entrance. With a bronze-skinned muscular woman sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a scattering of fallen bounty hunters. Did you not consume our food and fall unconscious? Icolum stared incredulously at the bounty hunters lying behind the pair. Monet chuckled mischievously. You really underestimate us by thinking we are oblivious pirates. The Navy has already investigated your little ruse. Of course, our captain had to eat when starving, but I had prepared the antidote long ago. Princess Vivi. You must flee now. Icolum suddenly spread his arms wide, his distinctive curls stiffening, revealing several black gun barrels. Wait, Icolum, they mean no harm. The sound of gunfire echoed through the alley. Facing the barrage, Hobodi stepped forward, the bullet striking him with metallic clangs. In mere moments, he stood less than a meter from Icolum, who was left in shock. Who are you? Icolum asked in disbelief, astonished by the presence of someone undeterred by gunfire. Let us speak plainly. I am Icolum, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, and this is Princess Nefertari Vivi. Upon hearing Monet's declaration, Icolum's expression darkened. How could you know our true identities? Vivi gasped in astonishment, although she had revealed much about Alabasta on the ship. She had guarded her identity closely. Did you forget how I addressed you on the ship? Vivi, did you think that was merely a pen name on a message in a bottle? How naive. Do not underestimate the Navy's intelligence. 10 years ago, at the World Conference, a princess who traveled with a duck was injured by a king from a medical kingdom. Monet produced a struggling duck from somewhere. Its quacking filling the air. Karu, Vivi exclaimed in shock. What are your intentions? I have no interest in Alabasta. I merely serve in the Navy bound for St. Shindan Island. What? You are Navy? Icolum's eyes widened in disbelief, glancing back at Vivi, whose face turned red with embarrassment. I told you not to intervene. Icolum sighed in relief, lowering his weapon and casting an apologetic glance at the two. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your identities as naval officers. Let us avoid further discussion on that matter. Do you possess the permanent pointer to St. Shindan Island? Hobodi inquired again. After a moment of contemplation, Icolum replied, We do, but it is intended for our return to Alabasta. If you urgently require it, it is not impossible. But I must ask for your assistance with one matter. Speak. If the terms are reasonable, I shall help you. Icolum's face brightened as he retrieved a stack of papers. If you reach Alabasta, could you deliver this letter to the king? It contains 3 years' worth of intelligence we gathered on Baroque Works. Can I trust you, naval officer? Icolum's gaze fixed intently on Hobodi, their eyes meeting with a shared conviction. Of course. Hobodi grinned at the request, feeling as if an opportunity had fallen into his lap. He was perplexed about what identity to adopt upon entering Alabasta, pondering whether the unfamiliar Black Maria would pose any challenges. However, with this rationale, everything became justifiable. Moreover, engaging with Crocodile's ultimate objective might even lead to the unearthing of some hidden secrets. Icolum nodded, handing the documents to Hobodi, and then produced a permanent pointer from his pocket, advising, Currently, there are many members of the Baroque Works lurking within the palace. You must exercise caution, Navy officer. Thank you, but before that, may I request a token? Vivi and Icolum were taken aback. A token? Hobodi naturally remarked, to be candid. How much credence do you think the king of Alabastan will place in the intelligence I present? The outcome would undoubtedly differ if you were to submit it directly to him. Such reasoning is indeed valid. Perhaps we have been overly hasty. Wait a moment. I shall retrieve the medal the king of Alabastan bestowed upon me. No, Vivi interjected, removing a pair of earrings from her ears with both hands. My father will recognize these. Upon seeing them, he will undoubtedly believe your claims. Hold on, Princess Vivi. Icolum exclaimed in alarm. Those earrings are far too precious. They are a cherished keepsake from your mother. Vivi silently shook her head, placing the earrings into Hobodi's hand. I entrust these to you. Hobodi gazed at the earring in his hand, astonished by how easily the people of this world could place their trust in others. Very well. While these bounty hunters remain in slumber, Monet, we shall set sail without delay. Understood. Hobodi and Monet turned around, while Vivi and Icolum gazed at their retreating figures. Their eyes filled with hope, though they remained unaware of the unfolding circumstances. At Whiskey Peak, beneath the night sky by the harbor, Hobodi and his companion boarded a vessel, which began to sail slowly. The dialogue emanating from within the ship would surely evoke an array of emotions in Vivi and Icolum, had they been privy to it. Isn't the master a truly wicked individual? The token is utterly unnecessary, isn't it? They can only blame themselves for believing too readily in others. The token serves to secure our trust with the king. Perhaps we can discern what Crocodile desires before he does, and if necessary, we must act preemptively. After all, this is a relic of the kingdom's princess, a cruel deception against a child who was forsaken at 13, left to endure 3 years of hardship in a foreign land. The master is indeed lacking, they mused. But it's merely a prop, isn't it? One questioned. I wonder if the master has ever heard the fable of the arsonist who plagued a city? Despite the fires, the children repeatedly chose to believe in him. Tirelessly, He set ablaze their school, and amidst the flames, those children continued to shout, "Trust him." Does the master know the fate of that arsonist in the end? And what was that? Monet chuckled. Ultimately, the arsonist was consumed by the very fire he ignited. Thus arose a dilemma. Option 1. The arsonist perished while saving the children. Option 2. The children were the ones who perished in the flames. Days later, Hobodi and his companion's vessel arrived at the port of a city known as Nyana in the kingdom of Alabasta. The harbor was nearly devoid of visible ships. All that lay before Hobodi was a desolate expanse of yellow sand, punctuated by distant structures. Under the blazing sun, the earth beneath them resembled a natural furnace. The air dry and parched. For the first time, they experienced this unusual heat in the eastern sea, and merely moments after disembarking, they were drenched in sweat. This was Alabasta, a land bereft of rain for 3 years. Upon closer inspection, it was truly abominable. Monet attempted to conjure an ice pouch to keep close. But within less than a minute, it evaporated into steaming water. We must gradually acclimatize. The snow fruit you consumed will likely prove ineffective in this land. Once the naval ship arrives, it would be prudent for you to remain at the base, he remarked. Monet nodded in agreement. I sincerely apologize, master. My constitution is ill-suited for such a climate. Shall I contact Black Presentina now? Indeed, Hobodi replied. At the harbor's edge, Monet utilized a communication insect to connect with the nearby naval channel. After a brief exchange, Hobodi and his companion reported their location. Approximately an hour later, a naval ship appeared on the horizon, drawing closer. A tall woman clad in a red suit, her flowing pink hair cascading elegantly, disembarked from the vessel. A cigarette perched between her lips as she scrutinized Hobodi and his companion, exhaling a plume of smoke. Are you my subordinates? Why did you not contact me sooner? I had just finished apprehending the pirates in this vicinity before having to return to the naval island. Tina is rather displeased, she remarked, her tone unmistakably pointed. With the mention of Tina, there was no mistaking her identity. Monet exchanged a glance with Hobodi, uncertain whether it was her turn to speak or if Hobodi should take the lead. Hobodi shook his head and began, Colonel Tina, I am Major Hobodi, reassigned from headquarters to your command. This is my secretary. Carrying a secretary with you? Tina glanced at Monet and scoffed. Such privileges cease to exist once you are integrated into my subordinates. From this moment on, she is also under my command. I understand that, Hobodi replied. Then let us cease the pleasantries. We are affiliated with headquarters, yet we have a temporary garrison near Alabasta. Let us board the ship promptly. Tina was eager to avoid lingering in this sweltering land. Understood. She appears to be a formidable woman. The personality differences that Smoker mentioned have yet to reveal themselves. It is fortunate that I had an encounter at Whiskey Peak. Otherwise, I would have to operate directly beneath her watchful gaze. This warship seems devoid of women, and Monet, being female, presents an excellent opportunity to observe her traits and temperament. Is it too early to propose the request for delivering the message? It is essential to leave without her suspicion and to avoid exposing the Icolum intelligence, which poses quite a challenge. Best to observe for a few more days. After a brief internal contemplation, Hobodi and his companion boarded the warship alongside the imposing Tina. As for the small vessel that had journeyed from the East Blue, it was left behind. Throughout the voyage, despite the absence of Sea King's attacks, Hobodi skillfully manipulated the winds, alleviating concerns about colliding with rocks. Nevertheless, the small boat had sustained considerable damage. The natural climate of the Grand Line, with sudden hailstorms and rain droplets the size of fists, had nearly rendered the vessel unseaworthy. Hobodi did not wish to find himself in a situation where the ship might unexpectedly sink during the next voyage. After 2 hours of sailing east from the port of Nyana, the warship finally arrived at an uninhabited island. In stark contrast to the vast expanse of Sainton Island belonging to the Alabasta Kingdom, this small isle was barely noteworthy, its entire area discernible to the naked eye. Measuring only about a dozen square kilometers, less than 1,000th of Sainton Island's size, the warship anchored at the beach, revealing a tropical jungle. Soldiers swiftly lowered the gangway and secured the sails while escorting prisoners. Upon disembarking, Hobodi and his companion were puzzled, but their leader, the imposing Tina, addressed their confusion. Since you have visited Punk Hazard, you should be aware that there are islands the world government does not publicly acknowledge, due to its diminutive size. This island cannot be found on maps or compasses. While its coastal appearance resembles an undeveloped uninhabited island, you will be astounded once you venture inside. Tina, cigarette in hand, pointed toward the jungle, displaying a charming smile. The two followed her through a well-trodden lush path, and after approximately 100 meters, they unexpectedly entered a manicured lawn. This rectangular expanse measured about 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width, where numerous sailors from the headquarters were vigorously practicing in pairs. The sounds of fists colliding and blood spilling punctuating the air. Continuing onward, beyond this grassy square, they reached a naval base building. Notably, it bore no specific designation beginning with the letter G, making the intensity of the soldiers' training all the more intriguing. These individuals had been dismissed from the high-intensity training of the naval headquarters, but were distinct from the complacent sailors of the four seas. They seemed to occupy a middle ground between elite and ordinary soldiers. I cannot fully comprehend their sentiments. But these individuals are generally dispatched to various branches throughout the Grand Line. Stepping into the base, the expansive network of iron passageways evoked a sense of familiarity. The architecture was nearly identical to that of Punk Hazard Island. The construction involved hollowing out mountains to carve numerous tunnels, then laying iron plates, forming the architectural system of the naval bases. This design not only withstands cannon bombardments from pirates, but, combined with the labyrinthine passages, makes defense easier and retreat more feasible in the event of failure. They toured the dining hall, a communal bath for men, a natural hot spring for women, a prison for capturing pirates, dormitories with bunk beds for 8, a medical room, an intelligence office, a naval dojo, and a commander's office. This base was thoroughly equipped. Tina led them to the dormitory area, and at the end of the corridor stood a door significantly larger than those on either side. Monet, let us share a room. My quarters are spacious, with extra beds, Tina declared. At this, Hobodi and Monet exchanged bemused glances, though Tina remained oblivious, pointing to Hobodi. Major, your bed is on the left, where 3 other officers from headquarters are also assigned. Sharing with 4 is incomparable to your solitary watch over a base in the East Blue. Here, I do not permit dissent. Understood? Hobodi nodded, acknowledging the inconveniences present. Yet he had long been prepared prior to his arrival. He cast a glance towards Monet, whose eyes reflected a hint of dissatisfaction and resignation. Very well, Major Hobodi. You may take your belongings back to your quarters. The tone bore an unmistakable resemblance to that of a ruffian. A peculiar expression crossed Hobodi's face as he exchanged a glance with Monet, silently wishing her well, before turning to depart. Upon entering his designated quarters, Hobodi pushed the door open to reveal a space approximately 20 meters in length and 10 meters in width, where 4 distinct corners each housed a bed, each adorned with the evident preferences of the other 3 officers. To the left near the entrance stood a weapons rack displaying an array of 18 different arms. Though only 2 distinguished blades were prominently showcased. One officer, his naval beret obscuring his face, rested with eyes closed. On the right, a bookshelf occupied the space at the head of the bed, laden with various guides on model making, titles such as The Successful Path of Champion Galdino and Mastering the Art of Handcrafted Models. A short-haired officer sat engrossed at the bed's edge, diligently carving a piece of wood with his chisel. Lastly, another officer, seated at the foot of the wall, held a book titled Becoming a Naval Officer. As Hobodi's gaze fell upon him, the individual likewise set down his reading material and directed his attention towards him. Hobodi approached his counterpart and tossed his luggage onto the bed. I'm Hobodi. Just arrived today. He extended his hand. The bespectacled man, however, paid him no heed and replied coolly, What is your rank? Hobodi, perplexed, responded, What? A naval officer of lower rank is unworthy to shake hands with me. Hobodi chuckled lightly, withdrawing his hand and gesturing towards the 2 individuals leaning against the door. Your names, and theirs as well. It seems we shall be residing under the same roof for the time being. I suppose I ought to know your names. He continued. As for my rank, I currently hold the position of Major at the headquarters. What? Major? The bespectacled man quickly rose from his bed and bowed in apology. My sincerest apologies, sir. I am Lieutenant Botu, responsible for managing the intelligence at this base. The individual by the bed with the 2 knives is Major Biso, the head instructor of the dojo. Opposite him is Captain Ward, our physical training coach. Managing intelligence? Hobodi revealed a smile that held a hint of intrigue. To Botu. This smile felt like a gentle breeze on a warm spring day. Excellent. The Major seems pleased with my explanation. If I can connect with these esteemed individuals, I may elevate my status and escape this dreary place. Indeed, if you wish to know anything, I shall certainly share all that I know, sir. Hobodi promptly inquired. Very well then. Please elaborate on the specific purpose of this island. What nearby islands are there? Boda hesitated for a moment before responding, due to its diminutive size. This island possesses no magnetic field, rendering it exceedingly discreet for our navy. It was once rumored to serve as a testing ground for humanoid weapons known as PX. After the successful trials, the research teams departed, leaving the island abandoned. However, in the past 3 years, with the unusual happenings in Alabasta and the connections to one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku sensed impending troubles and dispatched Colonel Tina to monitor the situation. As for the nearby islands, there are only the Resort Island and St. Ting Island in Alabasta. Humanoid weapons? Hobodi's curiosity was piqued, yet he felt that other inquiries paled in significance at that moment. You mentioned a premonition? The Fleet Admiral possesses such foresight? Hobodi expressed skepticism, coupled with a hint of irritation. It seemed he was merely crafting excuses, inadvertently falling into Sengoku's trap. Botu adjusted his glasses, stating it is not mere foresight. The kingdom of Alabasta boasts a long history that can be traced back 4 millennia. Within this ancient desert kingdom, it is said that there lie dormant entities that pose a grave threat to the world. Should they be discovered by pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hobodi was taken aback by the notion of dormant threats to the world, wondering if there existed something within this realm that could rival nuclear weapons of the past. However, from his experiences in Punk Hazard, it seemed that even the existence of nuclear weapons was not particularly alarming in this world. That is enough information for now. Thank you, Botu. He pondered whether this something from 4 millennia ago was a weapon or perhaps some sort of monster. With a sense of intrigue, Hobodi found himself looking forward to the journey through the kingdom of Alabasta. Days later, as noon approached, from a cave nestled in the back mountains of a naval base island, The sounds of a woman's fervent gasps and a man's low growls echoed persistently. After a prolonged duration, the sound ceased, and upon closer inspection, within the pitch-black cave devoid of sunlight, a woman clad in a short skirt with her undergarments lowered to her calves was sprawled atop a man. It has been so long. This is truly gratifying. Monet breathed heavily, lying against Hobodi's chest, her face flushed with the glow of satisfaction. Hobodi remained impassive as he accompanied Hyla Tina on their recent maritime patrol, apprehending pirates. Rarely did that woman grant a day off, and with her newfound interest in indulging in a drink, they finally had the opportunity to be alone together. Hobodi had long harbored intentions of venturing to Alabasta to execute his own plans. After 2 years of training, only one target remained from his recorded list. What of Tina? What is her true character? Hobodi inquired. Tina was the type of woman who appeared strong on the outside yet possessed a penchant for playful whims. As long as one did not contradict her tone, there should be no issues. In fact, there was a more effective approach, master. If you were to seize the peacefully slumbering Tina, even if she awakens, she may yield to your will, despite her outwardly competent demeanor. I shall discreetly reveal a secret about her, Monet teased, leaning in closer to Hobodi. Tina, beneath her tailored suit, is often unadorned. Is this method merely for your benefit? Hobodi remained steadfast. They had come to exchange information, and yet Monet had disregarded that intention and pounced upon him moments ago. You trained me to understand women. Did you not? A woman like Tina, especially amidst a cadre of inept subordinates, feels the pangs of loneliness. Finding a suitable man is arduous. Even if she has a preferred suitor, her cultivated aloofness makes it difficult for her to confront her own feelings. Tina often drinks excessively, does she not? Is that not a deliberate display of another side of her? Such a woman should be decisively subdued to ensure everything falls into place. However, betrayal could lead to a ferocious backlash. Hobodi interrupted Monet's seduction. That should not be a concern. Allow me to orchestrate everything, Monet persisted. If you were to win over Tina, it would undoubtedly facilitate your future endeavors. That is not necessarily the case. Having you, a creature of desire, is already cumbersome. Hobodi mused inwardly, while outwardly he continued to refuse. You should abandon that plan. I merely need to secure this singular opportunity. Once ashore, I shall adopt a different identity. Using King's identity? Why that one? Will your doppelganger remain here, or will it venture out? Monet inquired, perplexed. Given the arid climate of Alabasta, it is prudent for me to appear personally, Hobodi explained. Monet gasped in realization. Then you must prepare your disguise well. Indeed, I have a general idea. Upon landing, I shall fabricate King's identity, feign defeat, and seize the documents. I will then have the vanquished doppelganger return, but you must provide cover for me. Understood, Monet replied, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable light as she rose from Hobodi's side. The documents from Akaram and Princess Vivi's earrings are in my possession. I suggest you present them directly to Tina. Why so? Hobodi queried. Monet elaborated. Tina is a dedicated and dutiful colonel, yet her devotion can verge on rigidity. She is currently monitoring the situation in Alabasta, and from my recent observations, her interest seems to stem solely from duty. Yet there are the warlords of the sea above her. She cannot overlook that, Hobodi remarked. Simply omit that detail, and I shall handle the arrangements, Monet assured. Suddenly, she swayed her hips, exclaiming in playful surprise, and lowered her head to distract Hobodi. I still desire more. Though sensing an oddity, Hobodi found himself entirely captivated by Monet's allure and did not ponder further, promptly descending upon her. The cave soon resonated with primal sounds of indulgence. Monet's behavior throughout was curious. She moved incessantly, her greed insatiable, even as she endured pain with fervor. Ultimately, after an hour had elapsed, Monet could barely stand. And to avoid arousing suspicion from their prolonged absence, they hastily donned their clothing and returned to their base. Before departure, Hobodi could only attribute her stumbling demeanor to her own choices. In their subsequent plans, Hobodi would first inform Monet, who would then relay the information and, upon receiving consent, hand over the documents from Akaram before he proceeded to the commander's office. After a brief wait in his quarters, a knock at the door heralded Monet's entrance. She surveyed the 3 men present and then addressed Hobodi with seriousness. Major Hobodi, Colonel Tina requests your presence in the commander's office. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Hobodi departed amidst the puzzled expressions of the 3 individuals. Ordinarily, they would not be summoned to the commander's office unless under exceptional circumstances. Perhaps he had committed some transgression? Colonel Tina was certainly a formidable woman. Bodo adjusted his glasses. Ward, who was quietly carving a puppet, remarked he had just disappeared for an hour, only reappearing when it was time to eat. Even if he was on break, it does not grant him the liberty to wander aimlessly on this island. The mines laid here to deter intruders still remain. It is a miracle he has not perished. He scoffed. I doubt he will face any severe punishment. The woman at the entrance was once his secretary and now seems to be becoming Tina's right hand. She appeared quite flustered earlier, indicating she has not severed ties with her former superior. Surely, she will speak in Hobodi's favor. Major Biso, a dual-wielding swordsman, analyzed the situation. Although Hobodi was oblivious to the conjectures of his unscrupulous roommates regarding his audience with the commander, Monet had nonetheless delivered the prepared documents to him. And the two entered the commander's office together. Monet swung open the grand door to reveal Tina, a sharp and capable woman, seated at her desk, smoking while processing paperwork. I hear you wish to step out alone? She inquired. While it is not impossible here at the base, what is your justification? Tina set down her pen, her tone laced with sarcasm. Fabricating an excuse to go ashore for leisure is a transgression by so, and the others have committed countless times. And they have experienced the island's terrors. I hope you are not so foolish. No, you will understand upon reviewing this. Hobodi approached and placed the documents on her desk. Tina scrutinized Hobodi for 3 seconds before unveiling the papers, which displayed a series of diagrams and text. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly followed by a frown. Are you attempting to provoke me? Is this truly your rationale for leaving? Are you serious? Provocation? Hobodi was somewhat puzzled by her barrage of questions but replied earnestly. I am quite serious. This should suffice as a reason to step out. Tina faltered, her gaze fixed on Hobodi, who met her eyes with unwavering determination. Their silent standoff persisted until eventually it was Tina who capitulated. Observing her expression, he noted that she indeed appeared more haggard than the letter had suggested. With a sigh, Tina relented. Very well. I shall grant you 1 day on the island, but you must return by dawn tomorrow before we set sail. Go on, Monet. Prepare a small boat for him. Understood. Thank you. Hobodi turned to leave, though he found the fluctuations in his aloof superior's demeanor curious. He was too preoccupied with his own objectives to ponder it further. However, he remained unaware of the true nature of the letter he had submitted to her. Monet, licking her lips in amusement from the shadows, observed everything unfold according to her plan, her gaze fixed on Tina's displeased expression and the letter upon her desk. The letter read, To my beloved Colonel Tina, I have discovered that during our shared voyages, encountering you feels akin to reuniting with my first love. Every gesture and silhouette of yours lingers in my mind, rendering me sleepless and unable to eat. My mental state has reached its limits. If this continues, I shall succumb to lovesickness, ultimately meeting the same fate as the emperors of Amazonian islands. Love is akin to a tempest. While you may not be able to accept it, I have penned this letter to express my feelings for you, even as someone of humble status. Should you refuse my affections, I implore you to retreat to the island for some solitude. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. Accompanying the letter were sketches, a profile of Tina smoking, a depiction of her valiantly defeating pirates, a contemplative image of her gazing at the sea, and many more. Capturing her essence from every conceivable angle, Monet escorted Hobodi to the port, once again handing him the genuine letter along with Vivi's pair of earrings. Hobodi boarded the small vessel and, utilizing his abilities, directed the winds to navigate towards St. Ting Island, Alabasta. As he gazed at the receding silhouette of the boat, Monet stifled her laughter, finding the situation rather amusing. Next, she planned to sever the connection between the returning doppelganger and its master, thereby claiming the master's body as her own. Upon his return, Monet would orchestrate a delightful surprise for him. Safe travels, my master. During the 2-hour voyage between the naval base and St. Ting Island, as Hobodi approached the port of Nina in the Alabasta Kingdom, he spotted a colossal pirate ship. Dozens of individuals brandished swords and firearms, eagerly anticipating their impending raid on Nina. Hobodi skillfully accelerated his small vessel, quietly approaching the rear of the pirate ship, ultimately arriving at a concealed corner. Subsequently, he summoned clouds near his boat, altering the cloud structure to form a thunderstorm. Moments later, a man identical in appearance to him emerged, stark naked, yet adorned with a pair of horns on his forehead and thick scales covering half of his elbows and shins. His hands transformed into claws, as were his feet. Hobodi commanded this avatar, donning it with his own attire and the cloak of justice belonging to an officer, before leaping onto the deck of the pirate ship. At that moment, the pirates, who were poised for action, were taken aback by this sudden spectacle. Who are you, Captain? What is that creature upon your head? Are you pirates? I am Major Hobodi of the Navy headquarters, and since you are pirates, prepare to meet your demise. Hobodi utilized the avatar to capture the attention of the entire ship, while his true self stealthily infiltrated the vessel. Before long, he had changed into a different outfit. Navy? You scoundrel, where did you come from? Bellowed a towering man with a bushy beard, adorned with a pirate captain's hat, his face twisted in fury. One eye was obscured by a mask, while the other was bloodshot and glaring, hands gripping a massive steel blade, as he swung it towards Hobodi. Iron block. Hobodi raised his scaly left hand, and with a sharp sound, the steel blade struck his arm, producing sparks. The pirate captain's face displayed astonishment, his eyes flickering with a hint of fear as he hastily pointed at his doppelganger. You lot, attack. Oh. The dense crowd of pirates roared as they charged toward the figure clad in a cloak of justice. The doppelganger remained rooted in place, gazing upward, where dark clouds began to gather, crackling with flashes of electric light. Bullying pirates was intolerable. Above the Navy officer, sitting atop a thundercloud, was a young man wearing a cap, dressed in a checkered shirt, with a large belt cinched at his waist, and black flared trousers adorned with white cuffs. His black hair framed a face partially obscured by a mask, his tone laced with mischief. You bastard doppelganger, he turned to face his original. Me? Do I need to introduce myself again? What a forgetful man. I am king. After Hobodi finished speaking, he turned to the pirate captain, warning, if you wish to live, it is best to steer your ship to the port. Otherwise, with a snap of his fingers, a thunderclap struck the deck, igniting sparks. The pirate captain's face turned pale with terror as he commanded, quick, hurry, steer the ship to the Naina port, although that had been their original intention. The current goal of reaching Naina had drastically changed, facing a monstrous navy and the peculiar man capable of commanding clouds. They had no desire to linger a moment longer. Wait, you bastard. Moonwalk. The doppelganger leapt, launching a punch toward Hobodi from above the clouds. Thunder roared. This was, of course, calculated as the doppelganger's punch landed. And Hobodi countered it, simultaneously provoking the black thunderclouds, which unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the ship. On the deck, two unfortunate pirates were struck, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies charred and smoking, too late to even scream. They are my prey, do not interfere. The doppelganger roared, delivering another punch, which Hobodi effortlessly parried. And yet another bolt of lightning descended, striking several more pirates. Bastard, your opponent is me. Crack. Stop it. Crack. You should be the one to stop. The pirates aboard the ship, both those who had been struck and those poised to be, silently cursed in unison. As the vessel reached Naina port, under Hobodi's deliberate orchestration, only the pirate captain remained aboard. Observing the astonished glances of the merchant ships around, Hobodi tossed the pirate captain aside. And the gasping for breath doppelganger leapt down from the ship. King, you bastard, why did you interfere with me? Interfere? You should be thanking me. Had I not dealt with these pirates, they might have already infiltrated the port, the Navy officer replied. Navy? The surrounding onlookers listened to their exchange, astonished as they gazed at the doppelganger. The scene suggested that the Navy held the upper hand, with the young man in the cap dominating the situation, and the thunderclouds swirling ominously above him. Shut up, King. The doppelganger had lost his reason and charged at Hobodi, standing his ground. Hobodi shook his head with a look of disdain. Truly incorrigible, the Navy. Then, a sharp crack echoed. The thunderclouds swirling above Hobodi began to stir restlessly. Arcs of electricity occasionally striking the sandy ground, creating small craters. Iron block, how naive. Electric rings suddenly descended from the sky, ensnaring the rushing doppelganger, while the electric current coursed through him, eliciting a series of agonized cries. Ultimately, scorched and reeking, the figure in the cloak of justice collapsed. And the man in the cap approached, rummaging through the Navy officer's belongings, eventually retrieving a stack of white papers and a pair of exquisite earrings hidden beneath his cloak. You truly do not learn your lesson. Having once dispatched you in Roach Town, I spared your life only for you to overstep. Hobodi's words were intended for the onlookers. Afterward, his gaze shifted back to the pirate captain, who wore a terrified expression and a sheepish grin. You are a pirate too. Our enemies are the Navy. Why not let me go? No, my enemies are not the Navy. Hobodi replied with a sinister smile, closing one eye and extending two fingers toward the pirate captain. Electric arcs entwining them as he mimicked a gunshot gesture. 100,000 volts. The pirate captain had witnessed countless others struck by lightning, never to rise again. He understood that his fate would soon mirror theirs. YZZT. The arcs of electricity coiled around Hobodi's fingers formed a spear-like point, piercing the pirate captain's abdomen. The ensuing thunderous crack resonated, ringing in their ears, as the captain, engulfed in smoke, fell to his knees, ultimately collapsing. By the way, it is truly hot in this country. Hobodi stowed the letters and earrings back in his attire, then lifted his arms to the sky, closing his eyes. The crowd that disembarked from the ship stood in stunned silence, unsure of the intentions of this powerful man capable of harnessing electricity. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, compelling them to wrap their arms around their shoulders. In the next moment, they were taken aback. Such a chill was only felt in the deserts of Alabasta at night. Yet it was daytime. What could be happening? People were puzzled, and due to Hobodi's recent actions, they dared not move, merely observing his peculiar demeanor. Gradually, they noticed the wind growing increasingly strange as ominous clouds began to gather from the distant sea, approaching swiftly. Was it thunderclouds? Or rain? If they had felt trepidation before, now it transformed into anticipation. A miracle was about to unfold, distinct from the incessant rains of 3 years prior in the capital, Albana. The dark clouds descended from the sea, enveloping the port city of Naina in the Alabasta kingdom. Within less than half an hour, the sound of raindrops began to fall from the sky, splashing onto the ground and rising in a veil of steam, gradually drenching the entire port city in a refreshing downpour that could last half a day. Hobodi's complexion paled slightly as he overheard the jubilant chatter of the crowd, a strange smile creeping across his face. It appeared that his objective had been achieved. The rain orchestrated by Hobodi was not lost on him. He understood full well what it signified for Alabastan, which had not seen a drop of rain in 3 years, and what implications it would have on the forces at play. Indeed, as he anticipated, events unfolded accordingly. To the west of the bustling port city of Naina lay the headquarters of the rebel forces in Katreya. A few rebel officers gathered at the entrance, gazing at the heavy downpour enveloping the port city in the distance as if they could hear the gentle patter of rain. Their expressions were mixed with confusion, gravity, and disbelief, for Alabastan had been parched for 3 long years, making the sudden rainfall utterly perplexing. Kosha, a young man wearing wind goggles, stared incredulously into the distance. Worry etched on his face as he glanced at the deep tea-green-haired man beside him, who bore ink stains. Rainwater? How could it be possible? The density of those clouds would require an immense quantity of dancing powder. Such an opportunity could never arise at the port, Kosha exclaimed. The other officers shared his grim demeanor, fully aware that with so many inexplicable possibilities surrounding this deluge, the most plausible explanation was a natural phenomenon. What had incited their rebellion? What drove them to confront the king's army? Undoubtedly, it was the rainwater. For 3 years prior, the capital of Albania had employed dancing powder, leaving other regions desiccated. While they had placed their trust in the king, the cries of despair surrounding them resonated more profoundly. Thus, they took up arms against the king's forces. Yet today, this rainfall seemed to shatter everything, their beliefs, their steadfastness. If the rain was merely a natural disaster, did it not render their actions foolish? What, then, had been the purpose of the king's soldiers and their comrades who perished in the turmoil? At that moment, a woman with dimples and flushed cheeks hurried back, breathless. What is it, little turtle? She gasped, finally managing to catch her breath. I've uncovered the reason for the rain in Nina. What? The rebel officer's expressions turned tense. According to the townsfolk, it was a man referred to as the miraculous man who summoned this rain. Dancing powder? Kosha's face flushed with anger as he pounded his fist against the entrance. No, the miraculous man did not use dancing powder. Many witnessed him calling forth the clouds that brought this rain, the girl clarified. A man who could summon rain? Kosha was skeptical and inquired, where is this man now? When I last checked, he was at the Spice Bean restaurant, and many are gathering around him. The owner is treating him to a meal. KB, you lead the others for now. I must meet this miraculous man. Simultaneously, in the desert gambling city known as the City of Dreams, within the dim confines of the Rain Feast Casino, a figure cloaked in a coat, cigar in mouth, spoke in a deep yet authoritative tone. Miss All Sunday, repeat what you just said. The man turned, revealing a face twisted with rage, bloodshot eyes, a massive scar across his countenance, and an earring adorning his ear, while his left hand was replaced by a golden hook. It has begun to rain in Nayana. Allegedly summoned by a man known as the Miraculous Man, a woman with long black hair, dressed in a white coat and a provocative outfit, murmured softly. And have you uncovered his identity, Miss All Sunday? The man's voice dropped ominously. Yes, she replied, producing a wanted poster featuring a mask. He is likely called King, a newcomer who rose to fame 2 years ago during the noble massacre of the North Sea. After 2 years of silence, he unexpectedly reappears in Alabaston. King? Regardless of whether his arrival is fortuitous or deliberate, there is no capability more detestable than one associated with water, the man mused, taking a puff of his cigar. Miss All Sunday, you and Mr. One must take care of that boy. He may possess the ability to control clouds and might be a nature-type ability user. Mr. One and I cannot handle him alone. Do not worry, someone like him, using his fruit ability to call rain, reveals him to be a foolish rookie who recklessly exploits his powers. Even in elemental form, you will find his vulnerabilities. Bring along the Sea Tower Stone. Understood. Miss All Sunday replied meaningfully before exiting the room. Far away in the capital of Alabaston in the royal palace, King Naferatali Kabura listened intently to the news from the port city of Nayana, delivered by the kingdom's two mightiest warriors, Wolf Jaka and Falcon Bell. The miraculous man? Kabura's expression was not one of joy, but rather concern. Clad in a long white robe adorned with countless star-cross patterns, with 2 crosses etched on his fair face, Bell remarked, it must be the power of a devil fruit. I will bring him back for questioning. No. The actions of this man at the port, defeating the navy and pirates, summoning rain to a parched Alabaston, are too peculiar. This king appears to be undermining the confidence of the rebel forces. Yet, why would he act against us? I do not comprehend. Bell, you need not intervene for now. Let us observe for a while. Yes, your majesty. In the port city of Nayana, at the Spice Bean restaurant, the owner asked, how is it? Do you need anything else? Everything is up to you, miraculous man, he replied, glancing at the large bowls piled high on the table. Devoid of any remorse as he looked out at the unrelenting rain. This rain not only quenched the people's doubts about their king, but also soothed their restless hearts. Even the shadows of the rebels outside made the meal seem trivial. Perhaps this man would change the once harmonious days of Alabaston when the king and citizens stood united. A miracle? No, rather a messenger of the divine. Of course, the toll of summoning rain was not insignificant. I plan to traverse Alabaston, ensuring every corner receives its share of rain, Hobodi remarked casually as he savored his delicious white rice. Really? Some could hardly contain their excitement. Wonderful, miraculous man. You are truly a messenger sent from the heavens. Countless adoring gazes were cast upon Hobodi, making him feel as if he were enveloped in a golden glow, radiating like a divine figure. Wait. Suddenly, a young man emerged from the crowd, wielding a large sword and sporting a head of deep, tea-green tousled hair. Accompanied by a man in sunglasses. Whispers surrounded them, filled with phrases such as, is that really Kusha? The leader of the rebellion. What is he doing here? So it was. Do you have something to discuss? Hobodi inquired, turning to face him. Kusha scrutinized the man before him, clad in a casual outfit and a duckbill cap, and couldn't help but ask, your rain summoning abilities, do they serve a purpose akin to that of dancing powder? His words left everyone in the restaurant momentarily stunned. Hobodi felt a twinge of discomfort, yet maintained a facade of explanation. No, that is quite different. The dance powder prohibited by the world government directly induces gatherings, whereas I merely manipulate the air over the sea. Once the humidity saturates and clouds begin to form in the sky, I merely facilitate their transfer. Thus, Aside from air as a fundamental ingredient, I employ my own abilities to conjure the clouds and subsequently induce rainfall. Do you understand? The use of air, I presume, is not something the world government would prohibit? Hobodi's teasing remarks elicited a hearty laugh from the restaurant. Were you serious about your earlier intention? Kosha inquired. Ah, I've stumbled upon something intriguing. After circling Alabasta, I shall meet the king in the capital, Albana. Kosha gasped in astonishment. You are to meet Cobra? Indeed. That is the case, Hobodi responded. Yet, at that moment, he abruptly fell silent, a frown creasing his brow. How could they have arrived so soon? Just a few miles away, at the port of Nyana, Hobodi's doppelganger collapsed as he witnessed a man with a cowboy hat and a smiling white beard approach. Before long, a familiar pirate ship made its entrance. It was indeed this sight that interrupted his previous discourse. The smiling skull depicted on the sail rendered Hobodi's expression grim. Just as he intended to rise and depart, a straw-hatted youth suddenly appeared before him. Hey, are you all right? Chopper called out. Quick, come look. There's someone who is about to die. A blue-nosed raccoon leapt from the ship, and soon, Hobodi recognized other familiar faces, especially the blue-haired girl and the duck, both of whom exchanged startled glances. Vivi hastily jumped from the ship, reaching Hobodi before Chopper, and gently supported him. Why do you always manage to cross paths with this group? It must be a coincidence, she remarked, her mind racing with tumultuous thoughts, struggling to maintain composure. Hobodi adhered to his planned words. I'm sorry, Vivi. The letter and token you sent me were taken. Vivi gasped, covering her mouth. How could this be? Ah. Is that you, Uncle Hobodi? Nami exclaimed, her face reflecting surprise. Sanji looked displeased. Ah, it's that obnoxious Navy Hobodi. Humph. Even this guy meets such a fate in the Grand Line. Zara wore a similar expression of amusement. Thud. Nami, visibly irritated, raised her fist in indignation and declared, Sanji. Zaro, show some respect for my benefactor. The two men, one with golden hair and the other with green, stood speechless, their heads bandaged. Below, Straw Hat Luffy squatted beside Hobodi, occasionally mocking him while Chopper tended to his injuries. Uncle, you're pretty pathetic, getting taken down by a pirate, he said, his expression blissfully unaware of the sting in his words. Hobodi observed Vivi, whose countenance was laden with gravity as she murmured to herself that if the token fell into the hands of the pirate known as King, gaining her father's trust, and that of Bell, they would be in peril. King, hailing from the North Sea, had recently arrived in this vicinity. I apologize, Vivi, Hobodi expressed, his demeanor heavy with regret. Although Vivi struggled to find solace amidst her concerns for the future, she outwardly reassured him, saying, Do not worry. Luffy and the others are exceptionally strong. Uncle Hobodi, you should remain here. Indeed, that fellow named King would certainly be dealt with by me, Luffy declared, exhaling white vapor as he gazed skyward. Vivi, you are a deceiver. You claimed that Alabasta had not seen rain for 3 years, yet it is pouring so heavily. No. Luffy, Vivi replied, casting a puzzled glance at Hobodi, seeking to glean understanding from him. This is King's ability. He can manipulate the clouds to summon rain. What? So King is actually a good person, Luffy exclaimed, opening his mouth wide to catch the rain and quench his thirst. Meanwhile, after being examined by the blue-nosed raccoon, Hobodi reluctantly rose from the ground. I'm sorry, Vivi. I have failed in my responsibilities, and now I have reasons to leave this place. Vivi glanced at the pirates nearby, her heart comprehending, and she shook her head, offering a smile. It's all right. Is it really all right? Hobodi mused silently, noticing the girl as forced smile. He had taken her compass and her mother as keepsake, and in the end, he had failed to accomplish anything significant and lost it instead. Had she not boarded the Straw Hat cruise ship, she likely would not have reached Alabasta at all. If she did not harbor resentment towards him at this moment, she was either a fool or a saint. Nevertheless, he resolved to bear the stigma of his identity as a just marine to allow King to roam freely in this desert. The only way I can compensate you is through my other identity. After casting a deep glance at Vivi, Hobodi seized the pirate ship and embarked on a small vessel. At Spice Bean Restaurant, Hobodi continued, I plan to circumnavigate Alabasta for a week before going to Albana to meet Cobra. He did not elaborate on the specifics. Yet in the eyes of the rebel leader, Hobodi perceived a flicker of doubt. Kusha turned, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside, his emotions tangled. Since rain had manifested here, what justification remained for them to instigate war? He nodded at Hobodi and then led the rebels away. Hobodi continued to indulge in the restaurant's culinary offerings, for with the ability of life restoration, he could absorb all the energy from the food until he reached a state of perfect saturation, preparing his body for the impending confrontation. The hypothetical adversary had been identified as Crocodile 2 years prior, and now, standing on the enemy's territory, an encounter was inevitable. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates, his table soon overflowed with stacked dishes. Initially, the restaurant owner wore a cheerful smile, but as time wore on, his expression began to falter. This young man, barely 2 meters tall and not of giant lineage, was consuming nearly a ton of food without so much as a hint of fullness. Time passed, and the crowd gathered around the restaurant watched as Hobodi feasted, while outside, a delightful rain fell. At the entrance, a man wearing an orange cowboy hat squeezed into the restaurant, casting a curious glance around before settling at the bar. Boss, I'm hungry, he announced. All right. Please wait a moment, replied the restaurant owner as he hurried to the kitchen. In the interim, the man in the cowboy hat turned his attention to Hobodi with intrigue. Did you eat all of this? What's it to you? Hobodi shot back, perplexed by his curiosity. The man waved his hand dismissively. Oh, nothing. I heard outside that this rain is your doing. It's the first time I've seen someone who can eat more than my brother. Brother? Hobodi inquired, his interest piqued. But upon seeing the man's face, he felt little warmth. I've seen your likeness in the newspapers, Fire Fist Ace. Is that so? You know me? Ace responded, pleased. As he tipped his hat, it would be strange if I didn't. You're bare-chested, flaunting the Whitebeard Pirate's insignia. What? The restaurant owner nearly dropped the freshly served dishes upon hearing this, but Hobodi caught them, much to the astonishment of those around. Ace laughed heartily. Well, you know my name, but I don't know yours. I'm called King. You are a king? Ace raised an eyebrow. The king's son-in-law, Hobodi replied nonchalantly, prompting murmurs of speculation among the patrons. Could he be the beloved of Princess Vivi? It was rumored she had been absent from Alabasta for 3 years, thus, her having a lover would not be surprising. No wonder he descended upon Alabasta and brought us rain. Such a connection. It seemed he had come to meet his father-in-law. The miraculous man was indeed our homeland's son-in-law. The crowd's conjectures veered towards the bazaar. Ha! You are truly amusing, Ace guffawed. Hobodi finished the last dish on the table and wiped his mouth, retrieving a bag of gold coins from his pocket. Boss, I'm full. Is this enough? The restaurant owner hurriedly shook his head. Giving gold directly is too much, and the rain you brought is a salvation for our Alabasta. I cannot accept your money. However, as the son-in-law of the Alabasta kingdom, I cannot indulge in free meals. Hobodi responded, placing the bag of coins down, then rising without waiting for the owner's reply. Turned to Fire Fist Ace and said, I'm leaving. If there is any excess money, consider it my treat. Oh, you're treating me to a meal? Are you a pirate too? No, I'm the son-in-law of this kingdom. With a mysterious smile hidden beneath his mask, Hobodi departed from the restaurant. Before long, a rumor began to spread from Spice Bean Restaurant, gradually weaving through the streets, then enveloping the entire town of Nanana, and eventually reaching throughout the Alabasta kingdom. The husband of Princess Vivi intends to bring rain to the parched lands of Alabasta, culminating in a wedding after a grand tour. How intriguing. Outside the town of Nanana, beneath the ruins of a dilapidated house, a curly-haired blonde man and a reindeer carried heavy bags to this place. Aside from the two of them, 3 men, 2 women, and a duck were also hiding here. Sanji, though I said I would dress as a commoner. Isn't this dancer's outfit too conspicuous? Vivi looked at her blue crop top and the long skirt that hinted at her figure, a blush creeping onto her face. What does it matter? Dancers are part of the common folk too. Sanji's eyes sparkled, but he suddenly recalled the town's rumor and fixed a serious gaze on Vivi. Vivi, I heard a rumor about you in town. Please tell me the truth. Vivi paused. About me? The other straw hats were equally puzzled. Sanji lit a cigarette, feigning a heartbroken demeanor as he gazed skyward. Vivi, is it true that you are engaged? Engaged? Vivi was taken aback but quickly shook her head. I have been away from Alabasta for 3 years. My father would not unilaterally decide my marriage. Gagaga, I oppose the engagement. Chopper pointed at the nearby Carry the Duck, translating for it. Indeed, all rumors about Vivi being engaged are false. Sanji quickly became excited again in the rain, his eyes filled with hearts. Zoro, without hesitation, shot an arrow into Sanji's heart at that moment. But as a princess, she will eventually have to marry someone of high renown, right? Huh? What are you talking about? You scummy mosshead? Sanji immediately became displeased. Anyway, she will never marry that curly-haired chef. Zoro huffed but then pondered. But if Vivi has no such engagement, then who spread the rumors? Crocodile, perhaps? First becoming a hero of this country, then using public opinion to force Vivi to yield and ultimately seize control of the nation. What a clever strategy. Usopp speculated, causing Vivi's face to darken. No, it's not like that. In the rain, Sanji looked up at the sky. You all went to town and learned about the origins of this rain, right? Yes, it was brought by a man known as the Miracle Man, Nami inquired curiously. Sanji continued. According to the townsfolk, that Miracle Man is Vivi's husband, who plans to tour around Alabasta, ultimately arriving in the capital Alyabarna to propose to Princess Vivi's father. Isn't that wonderful? Vivi, your country is suffering from drought, and this man can control rain. Once you unite, the nation will no longer worry about drought. Plus, we could receive our share of money. Nami's eyes sparkled with dollar signs, while Vivi's expression changed drastically. But there is more to it. While it is tempting to think that way, we have learned that Crocodile is the mastermind of this country. That Miracle Man dares to act in such circumstances, undoubtedly. He is obstructing Crocodile's plans. In other words, this man is a friend, not a foe, Nami analyzed. Zoro scoffed and replied, it's too early to draw conclusions. If he were truly a friend, why has he appeared in Vivi's drought-stricken country for 3 years? Why now? Do you remember what Hobodi from the East Blue said? He was defeated by a man named King, and the information Vivi sent to her father was also stolen. In a certain sense, King and the Miracle Man could very well be the same person. Ah, you guessed it so accurately, how impressive, a strange voice echoed among the straw hats, causing them to turn warily toward the source of the sound. they saw a man in a masquerade mask crouching on the broken wall behind Vivi. "Who are you?" Nami pulled Vivi behind her, eyeing the masked man with suspicion. Hobodi shrugged his shoulders, saying, "It's nothing much. I merely wish to withdraw upon the arrival of Smoker. And by chance, I found myself here with you. Such coincidences are utterly improbable. What is your intention? Moreover, you just mentioned it, and I must say, my guess was quite accurate, wasn't it?" A smile graced Zaro's lips as he placed his hands on his waist, adopting a stance that suggested he would strike if provoked. Hobodi gazed at him and remarked, "They just called you Soli, correct?" "I am called Zaro." Zaro growled through clenched teeth, his irritation palpable. "How restless you are. Has this rain not managed to calm your spirit?" Zaro's face displayed displeasure as he sensed the complete absence of combat fervor from his opponent, leading him to withdraw his fighting stance with a sense of ennui. Hobodi turned his gaze towards Vivi and said, "Regarding your matter, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. I made a jest in the restaurant, not anticipating that everyone would take it to heart. Of course, the rumors were intentional." Vivi stared intently at Hobodi. This man possessed an incredible power, his ability to summon rain perhaps even greater than her own in quelling the impending chaos of war. Yet, in truth, her long-standing cautious nature rendered her utterly incapable of placing her trust in the man before her. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi suddenly inquired, "Do you still possess the letter and token from that naval officer? If possible, could you return them to me?" "That is out of the question." Hobodi replied with a smile, shaking his head, causing Vivi's expression to tighten immediately. Upon witnessing her expression, Hobodi decided not to continue teasing her. "I have thoroughly examined the contents of the letter. The fact that you dared to confront a malevolent force at the tender age of 13 genuinely commands my admiration. I shall personally deliver this letter to the capital, Albana. As for the matter concerning the earrings," Hobodi playfully inquired, "if I were truly to propose to you, would you accept?" Vivi's expression revealed a mixture of hesitation and surprise. Before she could respond, Sanji, visibly displeased, erupted with a shout and delivered a kick. "You scoundrel. Don't harbor such foolish dreams." At a 35-degree angle, Hobodi sensed the impending strike and effortlessly raised his hand. Bang! Sanji's foot collided with Hobodi's arm. Yet neither budged an inch. Sanji's face bore a look of astonishment. He was taken aback that his attack had been met with such resilience. Hobodi gazed at Vivi, who pondered for a long moment before shaking her head. "No, I thought so," Hobodi replied, retrieving a pair of earrings from his pocket. In an instant, he appeared behind Vivi, saying, "Allow me to assist you." Despite being a man, he handled the task with remarkable delicacy. As the earrings pierced her earlobes, Vivi felt a fleeting moment of discomfort. Furthermore, the sensation of a man's touch on her earlobes brought a hint of unusual embarrassment to her face. "Is that about right?" Sanji, witnessing this scene, erupted with jealousy. "What have you done to Vivi, you scoundrel?" "It's done," Hobodi announced. "Oh, thank you," Vivi responded. This seemingly innocent gesture finally dispelled the Straw Hat Crew's suspicions and wariness. From various perspectives, be it Nami, Zaro, or even Usopp and Chopper, they perceived the masked man as merely a suitor of Vivi. Hobodi reveled in the impression he had deliberately cultivated among them. After a brief period of casual conversation, he became integrated into this small group, only for it to be interrupted by a sudden commotion. "It seems quite noisy out there. Which fool is being chased?" They peered out, spotting a boy in a straw hat rushing toward them, his face lighting up with joy. "Hey, I didn't know you were here." Behind him, a multitude of Navy soldiers, led by Smoker, pursued him. At that moment, the Straw Hat Crew's expression shifted dramatically, and they took off running. "That foolish captain has pulled yet another stunt. Hey, Zaro, the Navy is coming. We must flee." Luffy cast a strange glance at Hobodi before continuing forward. "This is all your fault, you jerk." Zaro fumed. "Smoker is here too. This is bad," Nami exclaimed anxiously. "Vivi, you should go ahead." Hobodi stepped forward, turning his back to the group. Upon seeing Hobodi's face, Smoker abruptly halted. Vivi, observing this exchange, looked puzzled. "Do you two know each other?" "Sort of," Hobodi replied. Smoker, noticing the familiar faces of the Straw Hat Crew, asked, "What are you doing here in Alabasta? And you don't genuinely believe the rumors, do you?" Smoker inquired, glancing at Vivi behind Hobodi. White fist. Without further ado, Smoker transformed his hands into smoke and launched an attack at Hobodi. "You cannot defeat me." Just as Hobodi prepared to retaliate, he sensed something and looked up. A vast inferno suddenly descended upon them, forcing Hobodi to retreat several meters. Amidst the flames, a man wearing a cowboy hat emerged. "Yo, King. I never imagined you knew my brother. It seems we are truly destined to meet. That meal you treated me to will now be repaid by me shielding you from this fellow's assault. He is of the Logia type, and you cannot win against him." Hobodi remained speechless but nodded in acknowledgement before turning to pursue the others. "Step aside, Port Asti, Ace. Not a chance. One is my brother, and the other is a recently acquainted friend. I cannot let you pass." Flames ignited around Ace. "What? A brother?" Smoker exclaimed in surprise. But as he watched that scoundrel's figure recede, anger surged within him. "Don't blame me for this." White gale, mirror flame, fire and smoke spiraled together, coiling upward, ultimately forming a colossal vortex of white and red that ascended into the sky. At the port of Nahana, the Straw Hat Crew, panting heavily, reached their ship. "The Going Merry." As Sanji leaped aboard and lowered the rope ladder, each member ascended in turn, leaving only Vivi, Hobodi, and Karu the duck behind. What are you waiting for? Vivi, Karu, the Navy is coming, Usopp shouted from the ship. Vivi remained silent, her expression complex as she regarded the man before her. Regarding the rain, I hope you will refrain from such actions in the future. Hobodi immediately discerned the girl's apprehension and scoffed. Are you afraid that the world government will suspect your country of using dancing powder? Fear not. The powers of my devil fruit bear no relation to such substances. No. No. Vivi shook her head vigorously, pleading. Given your awareness of this nation's circumstances, you must also recognize the fact that 3 years ago, a substantial quantity of dancing powder was discovered in this port city. If you were to summon rain wherever you went, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Should the world government uncover this, the nation would be dismantled before Crocodile could even make his move. Are you suggesting that you would rather let those desperate for rain perish of thirst than bring forth a drop? Must the rain fall all at once across all of Alabasta? To be trustworthy while simultaneously catering to the needs of the populace is indeed a tall order. Is it not? Vivi looked momentarily stunned, then, disheartened, lowered her head. I cannot say whether I am capable of such a feat. But let us not dwell on this matter for now. Hobodi's gaze shifted towards the port, where a rubbery hand suddenly lunged towards the ships. Moments later, a bouncing figure clad in a straw hat descended like a rocket, enveloping Hobodi, Vivi, and Karu the duck, lifting them into the air and sending them crashing down onto the deck of the ship. Thud, 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 the vessel tilted in the harbor, taking a while to steady itself. The Straw Hat youth erupted in laughter. Looks like I've successfully boarded the ship. Hey, who are you? What are you doing on our Mary? Luffy regarded the black-haired man with the shattered mask before him, his expression somewhat perplexed. You're the one who sent me flying aboard. No worries. I'll be disembarking shortly. Hobodi picked up the broken halves of his mask from the ground. Fortunately, the alteration of his skeletal features through life return had obscured his identity enough that no one would associate him with the outline of Hobodi. Is that so? Never mind. Luffy waved dismissively, then began frolicking with his companions. Before long, their conversation turned to poor Gasti. Ace. Ace is my brother. He set sail 3 years before me. I could never defeat him, but now I am certain I can. Laughter erupted among the Straw Hat crew, completely unaware that a rope had been tied to the stern of the Going Mary. Suddenly, a man wearing a cowboy hat leaped aboard. Luffy. Who were you just saying you would defeat? Ace. Ah, so you are Luffy's companions. My troublesome little brother has been in your care all this while. And King. Are you also a comrade of my brother? Hobodi shook his head, stating it was merely a coincidence that he boarded the ship. Is that so? Ah. Your name is King? You're also one of our companions? Luffy inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Hobodi before turning his displeasure towards Zoro and the others. You see companions yet fail to consult me, the captain? How utterly outrageous. I shall ignore you all. With that, Luffy sulkily turned away and sat alone, brooding. Zoro and the others were left speechless. Luffy, this fellow is someone you just brought aboard. He has nothing to do with us, right? Besides, he has already declared he is not a companion, so why are you upset? We still have to settle the score for when you led the Navy to us. Usopp grumbled. Is it me? Well, never mind then. King, would you like to join us? The journey is quite delightful, Luffy proclaimed, bursting into carefree laughter. Hey. Everyone expressed their inability to keep pace with his erratic thoughts. Luffy's rapid shifts in mood left Zoro and the others in disbelief. The topic did not linger for long as the group shifted to other discussions. The ship glided along the harbor for a spell before entering a canal leading into the desert region of the Alabasta Kingdom. I shall disembark here, Hobodi suddenly announced, rising to his feet. Wait, are you planning to cross the desert alone? Vivi exclaimed anxiously. That is impossible. There isn't a drop of water on that route. You'll perish before reaching the capital of Alubarna. The dangers of the desert are numerous. Is that so? A dark cloud quietly gathered above the Mary, and Hobodi snapped his fingers, summoning a torrential downpour. Vivi lamented, I truly am foolish. Well then, farewell. I promise to deliver your letter, Hobodi said, glancing back at the Straw Hat crew, ultimately fixing his gaze on Monkey D. Luffy. It was no wonder this lad could become the protagonist. His charisma was such that in just half an hour, Hobodi nearly lost sight of his own objective. Wait. Ace's voice halted Hobodi just as he was about to leap off the ship. Hobodi turned and inquired, do you have something to say? No. Although I do not fully comprehend your abilities, it is evident that this rainwater has been drawn from the sea through evaporation, is it not? In the arid atmosphere of the desert, humidity cannot coalesce into moisture. Just as the princess mentioned, if you do not reach the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, you will perish. Ace voiced his confusion. King, you are neither a companion of Luffy, yet you are willing to go to such lengths for the princess based solely on a letter. What is the reason behind this? His perplexity mirrored that of Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and the other members of the Straw Hat crew, although the latter three chose not to voice their inquiries for various reasons. Hobodi surveyed the perplexed gazes surrounding him, maintaining an impassive facade while tumultuous thoughts surged within. So, it has indeed been discovered. Would it not have been better to remain silent? Cursed Fire Fist. After a moment of contemplation, Hobodi devised a rationale. his eyes burning with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Vivi. It is undoubtedly because of her. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, this explanation left everyone momentarily stunned, especially in light of the earlier rumors concerning Hannah, which rendered this justification even more plausible. Vivi covered her mouth, her expression one of bewilderment, as if to say she had not inquired. Ace raised an eyebrow, clearly dismissive of this reasoning. As the ship docked at the sandy shores, Hobodi disembarked, and for reasons unknown, Vivi followed him ashore to bid him farewell, accompanied by her pet Karu, which perplexed Hobodi. It would be wiser for Karu to accompany you. If you venture alone, while my father may decipher my notes, he could also harbor suspicions. With Karu by your side, my father is less likely to doubt. Is that so? What is your decision? Karu, the duck? Hobodi glanced at the duck beside him, pondering if this was to be his first steed in this world. Despite my opposition to the engagement, having you here offers a degree of safety, Karu remarked, with Chopper translating. Very well. Hobodi mounted the duck, asking Luffy and the others for a barrel, which he filled with rainwater beneath the dark clouds, before swiftly departing under the watchful eyes of Vivi and the others. Once Hobodi had left, the Straw Hat crew began to ponder his earlier response. What do you make of his answer? Ace inquired with a smile. Zoro scoffed, a man who cannot even utter his true name. I never intended to place my trust in him from the outset. Eh? Nami and Usopp were taken aback, questioning why opinions shifted so abruptly upon his departure. Brother is correct. Upon reflection, he and Vivi had merely met for the first time, was it not? To invoke the notion of love at first sight is utterly ridiculous, Sanji remarked with palpable jealousy. Ace leaned against the ship's railing, gazing skyward. You have already spoken of Crocodile, have you not? It seems peculiar for a pirate to desire stability. Something feels amiss, and he must possess ulterior motives. And King, perhaps, shares the same nature. What? Vivi's face blanched in shock. Ace, slightly embarrassed, apologized. Forgive me for speaking in his presence. However, Princess, you need not worry. This is merely my conjecture. I have encountered many like him before, who, after donning a mask for too long, might even forget their true thoughts. Yet, based on his demeanor aboard the ship and the way he locked eyes with you, you must have sensed something within, leading you to entrust Karu to him. Am I correct? A sigh of relief escaped Vivi. There was one more thing Ace refrained from mentioning. During his battle with Smoker, the latter had revealed King S' origins. Hailing from the North Sea, he was the mastermind behind the Noble Massacre incident, which first earned him a bounty of 100 million berries, later augmented by an additional 10 million for his brutality. In a sense, King could be deemed an arch-nemesis of the aristocracy and royalty. The mere thought of such an individual drawing near to the king incites trepidation in the minds of ordinary folk. Vivi, do not fret. That man is not malevolent. Hiki, not malevolent? Ace smiled, observing his brother, whose instincts were typically quite astute. So, what course of action do you intend to pursue? King, the following afternoon, Hobodi and Karu the Duck embarked on a perilous journey across the desert, ultimately arriving at the eastern gate of the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alubarna. 2 station soldiers, upon noticing Karu and Hobodi, hurried forward. This is Princess Vivi's companion, Karu. Who is this man? I am King, bearing urgent correspondence for the king. King, the so-called miracle man of the port city of Nanohana, Princess Vivi's lover. Wait a moment. The soldiers were taken aback and hurriedly ascended the steps to report the news. Hobodi's expression was peculiar. Had the news reached the capital so swiftly? He wondered what the demeanor of Nefertali Kabura would be upon their meeting. Moments later, the eastern gate of the ascending staircase swung open, and Hobodi stepped forward, leading him to the town of Albana, the capital. In the distance, a magnificent palace loomed, comparable to the Potala Palace of his former life. With a history spanning 4 millennia, it was astonishing to witness its remarkable preservation. As Hobodi approached the grand staircase of the palace gate, he encountered an unusual sight. A multitude of ordinary citizens had gathered, vocally denouncing the king. Your Majesty, come forth. I am devoid of nourishment. How shall my child survive? A gaunt woman, cradling a wailing infant in her arms, cried out in despair. Come out, Your Majesty. Hobodi looked perplexed as he turned to the soldiers beside him. Aren't these men being taken away? The king's soldier paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Do not jest, my lord. This kingdom is unlike any other. You will eventually grow accustomed to it. Eventually? Indeed, after your marriage to Princess Vivi. This kingdom will inevitably be managed by her, and at that time, you shall assume the role of a prince minister. Hobodi's expression darkened as he listened, for he had not anticipated that the public sentiment in this world would rival that of his previous life. Without uttering another word, he silently followed the king's soldiers up the steps and into the palace. Thereafter, in the cool, shaded audience hall, sat an elderly man in his 50s upon the throne. His eyes, though lined with wrinkles, remained piercingly fixed on Hobodi. The moment their gazes met, an intangible pressure surged within him. Indeed, it was the aura of authority, a sensation he had encountered frequently in his former existence. Yet, Hobodi was no stranger to adversity, despite initially feeling fear at that penetrating gaze. A sense of humiliation soon ignited an inexplicable anger within his heart. Hobodi himself was unaware that he exuded an awe-inspiring aura, compellingly advancing toward King Cobra. The latter's face revealed a look of astonishment, swiftly followed by a faint smile. Are you the king? My son-in-law? His tone resembled that of an adult indulging in a playful lie, embodying a sense of tolerance and relief. Hobodi retrieved a stack of letters from his bosom, stating, "These are to be delivered to you on Vivi's behalf." Kabira glanced around at the surrounding soldiers and suggested, "Let us retreat to my chamber for a more private discussion." He then turned to Karu, noticing his weariness, and commanded, "Kingsguard, please fetch some water." Karu, with a parched tongue, nodded incessantly in agreement. Hobodi followed closely behind Cobra. And along the way, the two exchanged a few words, though Hobodi deemed it more prudent to speak with caution. Upon entering Cobra's chamber, the latter sat at the head of the bed, perusing various letters, his expression darkening. "This is from the Baroque workshop, the dancing powder. I never anticipated that the true mastermind behind it all would be none other than the nation's so-called hero, Crocodile. I had assumed that fellow was affiliated with the government and had thus underestimated him." At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and two figures, one clad in deep green and the other in white, entered. "Your Majesty, we have heard that Karu has returned." Upon seeing King Cobra's grim visage, they fell silent. Cobra handed the documents to them. "Jaguar, Bell, you should take a look as well." The two exchanged dubious glances but accepted the letters nonetheless. Shortly thereafter, as they finished reading the contents, their expressions mirrored Cobra's almost perfectly. This was undoubtedly Princess Vivi's journal. Who would have thought that the dancing powder incident was orchestrated by Crocodile? A shadow fell over Jaguar's face. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" The letter mentions that there are Crocodile's agents embedded within our royal army. Although the rebel forces have quieted somewhat due to the rainfall incident in Nada, they continue to acquire weapons, and their gathered strength now surpasses that of our royal army. Hobodi and Kaura stood side by side, each clutching a bucket of water as they playfully wrestled for control. For the moment, the rebellion was not our concern. Our immediate priority was to confront Crocodile. That scoundrel's territory lay in the rain base, and we must swiftly mobilize the entire royal army to set forth under the cover of night. "Wait, Your Majesty," I cautioned. "If we proceed recklessly, this palace may very well fall to the rebels." "That is of little consequence, Gaka and Bell. I have reiterated to you countless times. The essence of a nation resides within its people. This correspondence has made it abundantly clear that everything revolves around Crocodile. We cannot engage in warfare with the rebels. If they seize the palace, so be it. Even if this ancient stronghold crumbles, as long as we vanquish Crocodile, the people of Alabasta will surely rise anew and forge a fresh homeland, establishing a new nation." Suddenly, a series of applause echoed through the chamber, interrupting Cobra's discourse. Turning towards the young man with the ebony locks, Cobra's face broke into a smile. "What is it, my son-in-law?" "My son-in-law?" Gaka and Bell exchanged incredulous glances at Hobodi. "You are the king? You appear remarkably youthful." Hobodi spoke slowly. "Your daughter once wrote in a drifting letter, 'Trust between people is fading,' and I once lived in such a realm. However, upon arriving in Alabastan and witnessing its people, and seeing you, I have finally understood. I must also express my gratitude, were it not for the rain you brought." The rebels might have already set their sights on Albana. They had long been scheming for a final confrontation with the royal army. Fortunately, we learned of the unseen puppeteers before it was too late. Kabura replied, "Wait, Your Majesty. Are you truly considering marrying Princess Vivi to this man?" Upon hearing that word, Bell spoke with a hint of anxiety. Kabura chuckled heartily, offering no response, while Hobodi cast a glance at Bell, whose skin prickled under the scrutiny. "You wouldn't also harbor feelings for Vivi, would you?" Hobodi inquired. Bell, taken aback, exclaimed, "How could that be possible?" "Then let that be," Hobodi concluded, fixing his gaze upon Kabura. The initial impression of this king was that of a benevolent ruler, perhaps even feeble. Yet, from his recent words, it was clear that this king, Kabura, was not easily deceived. Despite his repeated references to his son-in-law, he had yet to reveal any secrets concerning Alabastan's history. Typically, hosts would showcase the unique characteristics of their nation, but Kabura did not. "King, would you be interested in joining tonight's expedition against Crocodile?" Hobodi proposed. Not only Hobodi, but even Jaka and Bell were taken aback. However, Hobodi shook his head, thinking the old man overestimated himself. Why would he exploit his own status as a son-in-law? He had no intention of providing any information, so what reason did he have to assist him? Kabura's expression remained unfazed by this answer, as he addressed the other two and Karu. "Bell, Jaka, and Karu, you may leave. I wish to speak with him privately." "Wait, Your Majesty. We don't even know this man's true identity, and his face is undeniably that of the pirate with a bounty of 110 million Baileys. Leave," Kabura commanded. "He will not harm me." A palpable authority emanated from Kabura, rendering Jaka and Bell speechless. Karu, sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the room, quietly exited while holding onto a water jug. Jaka and Bell exchanged glances, eventually sighing, "We will remain at the door. That is our minimum condition." It became clear that the identity of the wanted man had long been exposed. So this was the truth. Hobodi gazed at Kabura in the room, a smile gracing his face. It seemed that Kabura was prepared for a confrontation, and Hobodi had no intention of concealing his thoughts any longer. "It's futile. If I truly wished to kill him, you would be utterly powerless to stop me." "What? Have you truly revealed your true colors?" Upon hearing these words, Gaka and Br's expressions darkened with fury. "Step away from the king. In unison, Gaka and Ber manifested their forms. Gaka's body abruptly morphed into that of a jackal, while Ber transformed into a soaring falcon. Hobodi was somewhat surprised. It seemed that he truly resonated with the two companions, both belonging to the animal faction. Roar. Claw strike. As he observed the two furious guardians of Alabastan charging towards them, Hobodi shook his head, deeming them too Navi. Bring us down. One prepared to strike from the left at 3 o'clock, while the other charged straight ahead. Hobodi suddenly reached out to a peculiar location, and in an instant, he spotted the swift figure of Bel charging towards him, a claw aimed at him in a sudden assault, which Hobodi deftly seized. What? Bel's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, a massive hyena lunged at Hobodi, attempting to bite him. Hobodi extended his palm, and the hyena's serrated jaws were effortlessly restrained by his hand. What? Is there more to come? Impossible. What kind of monstrous strength does this hyena possess? Gaka continuously gnawed, trying to clamp his jaws shut, yet he found it utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Bel was firmly pinned to the floor by Hobodi, rendered immobile. Who on earth are you? Someone far more formidable than you. Have you come to terms with reality? Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions. I am, after all, the husband of your princess. Hobodi released the two individuals and cast a glance at the astonished Cobra, signaling him to dismiss them. Cobra, understanding the situation, closed his eyes in contemplation. A vision of a young girl surfacing in his mind. Vivi, since you trust him enough to let him return on Karoo, perhaps I can place my faith in him as well? Gaka, Bel, you may leave. Yes, your majesty. Gaka and Bel exchanged wary glances before turning to exit, closing the door behind them. Now, the room was left with only Cobra and Hobodi. Cobra sat at the head of the bed, while Hobodi stood opposite him. Less than 3 meters apart. Confronting an elderly man, Hobodi hardly needed to advance. A single electronic thunderbolt could bring the king of Alabasta to his end. It seems we are at a crossroads. Indeed, what is your purpose? If you seek to negotiate Vivi's engagement, I am unable to decide, as her father. Her happiness is hers to govern. Hobodi shook his head, saying, spare me these tedious smokescreens. The moment you learned of my identity, devoid of any power, you ought to have employed the cunning of a king to engage me in a game of wits. Perhaps you would not find yourself in such a passive position. Cunning? In Alabasta, we do not resort to such tactics with our guests. Kabura chuckled and added, and you, it seems, do not favor the dialogue of political intrigue, do you? You speak as though I am some sort of barbarian. Is this old man still resorting to such methods? No offense intended. Since you are a trusted individual of Vivi, I cannot question my daughter's judgment in any endeavor. What is your objective? If there is a need within the kingdom of Alabasta, and it does not harm the populace, I shall comply. Is that so? Hobodi smiled, then matters will proceed smoothly. What could drive Crocodile to go to such lengths to usurp your nation? Surely, in your 4 millennia of history, there must lie vast secrets. Kabura paused, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Your aim aligns with that of Crocodile? Indeed, Hobodi replied. I have heard whispers of something hidden in Alabasta that could shake the very foundations of the world. What is this entity? Shake the world? Kabura was left utterly perplexed. Hobodi's expression reflected a hint of displeasure. Do not attempt to obscure the issue with mere sleight of hand. I refuse to believe that Crocodile's actions are solely motivated by the desire to pilfer your nation. Cobra pondered for a moment before responding. The greatest secret of our country lies within the underground royal tomb, where a historical text is concealed, safeguarded by the Nefertari lineage for generations. It is said that only the scholars of O'Hara can decipher the text, yet O'Hara was obliterated 2 decades ago. Is it truly as simple as that? Hobodi questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Do you still harbor doubts? Allow me to show you. Once you see for yourself, understanding will dawn upon you. I reiterate. Since Vivi places her trust in you, I shall extend my trust as well. Young man, there is a flicker of confusion in your gaze. Presently, you are merely evading the truth with alternative justifications. Do you possess a genuine ambition? Surely, world domination is not your true aspiration, Cobra advised. Hobodi furrowed his brow, remarking that he had grown weary of such preachings long ago. Take me to your royal tomb, he demanded. His true desire was, after all, freedom, the kind of freedom that could only be attained by ascending to the pinnacle of this world. It was a universal truth that only the strongest could savor such liberty, regardless of the realm. However, as he solidified this belief, a sudden flash of vision struck him. The underwater palace reappeared before his eyes, along with the memory of Monai's previous tale about the arsonist, conjuring the image of a little girl who might have survived in this world. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had locked eyes with a pair of tear-filled, large eyes, only for the illusion to vanish moments later, swiftly casting aside these distractions. Hobodi approached the bedside. I do not wish to lay hands on the elder. You must rise on your own. Kabura fixed Hobodi with a penetrating gaze for 3 seconds before letting out a sigh. Very well. The two stepped out together, and upon seeing them, the guards Gaka and Bel stationed at the entrance received Kabura's instruction not to follow, though they feigned compliance. Hobodi could still sense the presence of the two just a few dozen meters away as he exited the palace. Hobodi followed Cobra to a royal tomb, where, before a grave, Cobra effortlessly pushed aside the stone sarcophagus, revealing a descending staircase into darkness. He turned to glance at Hobodi, whose expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, prompting a sigh from Cobra. Together, they ventured down the staircase, traversing a shadowy expanse until they arrived at an underground structure. Before Hobodi stood a massive square stone, ancient and inscribed with intricate, arcane symbols. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of anything beyond the intricately carved pillars. This underground chamber was dominated solely by the peculiar stone adorned with inscriptions. Is this the historical text? Hobodi inquired. Cobra nodded. Indeed, although our family, the Nefertari, has safeguarded it for generations, we are not privy to the meanings of the inscriptions. Only the scholars of O'Hara, specifically the last surviving heir, Nico Robin, can comprehend it. Hobodi felt a twinge of agitation. Then I am at a loss. Cobra, you do not possess any additional information you have yet to disclose, do you? Furthermore, if your ancestors have protected this stone for so long, they should have understood its significance and passed down its knowledge. Hobodi's gaze bore into Cobra, as if to say that any concealment would provoke his wrath. Cobra shook his head. This stone was entrusted to us by others, who claimed that one day, someone would connect the scattered fragments of history across the world, heralding a monumental transformation. Hobodi, filled with discontent, found that the culmination of his schemes resulted merely in an incomprehensible stone. Kabura chuckled softly, remarking, "Observe how your current agitation starkly contrasts with your previous calmness. This, without a doubt, signifies that your inner resolve has wavered. If you cannot attain what you desire now, what else might you seek? What is the essence of it all? Your gaze speaks volumes. Though I refrain from striking the elderly, my tongue sometimes betrays me." Hobodi's demeanor darkened. "No, you will not strike me." Kabura fixed his gaze upon Hobodi. "Will you?" With a fist raised high, Hobodi unleashed a powerful blow, causing the underground palace to tremble. "See." Kabura laughed heartily. Hobodi's fist struck the annals of history, leaving the text unmoved. Yet beneath the surface, a resonant hum began to swell. Suddenly, a sensation akin to a needle piercing his mind enveloped Hobodi's heart, and a fragment of text quietly emerged. This text pointed towards the very direction his fist had encountered. The ancient weapon, the hidden location of Pluto, materialized as a voice echoed within his soul. Hobodi was taken aback by these words. It was as if the text he had touched with his fist had come to life, revealing to him a profound truth that felt remarkably extraordinary. Hobodi contemplated the meaning of those words for a moment, then struck the text before him with a fist. However, this time, the words in his mind appeared indistinct. He unleashed a barrage of blows, and apart from the initial impact, the subsequent effects yielded only fragmented phrases, with no clarity on the descent. Beside him, Cobra gazed in astonishment at the frantic Hobodi, perplexed by the reason behind his outburst. Why was it that he had just been informed yet a portion remained concealed? Where, indeed, was the hidden location of the ancient artifact capable of destroying an island? Tell me. Hobodi struck the historical text once more with fervor. Cobra, standing behind him, could not help but sweat at the absurdity of the situation. What was this young man rambling about? Was it an obsession with the artifact? Did such things truly exist in this world? Cobra shook his head internally. Yet he refrained from interrupting Hobodi's fervent outpour. Generally, those who suffer the ruthless destruction of their temporarily evasive goals must be guided anew, if led by malevolent forces. They too may become wicked, while guidance by virtuous individuals would render them righteous. However, Cobra clearly underestimated the complexity of the situation. The underground royal tomb quaked continuously, and it was not until evening that Hobodi ceased his relentless probing. Have you given up? Indeed, your assertion seems accurate. Crocodile's objective undoubtedly revolves around this stone tablet. Yet, I have been pondering, aside from the scholars of O'Hara, no one else can comprehend this historical text. He must have acquired some form of intelligence to covet this inscription. And he is not a descendant of O'Hara. Hobodi swiftly regained his composure and reasoned. What are you implying? Cobra asked in confusion. There may be individuals such as Nico Robin or others familiar with the historical text hidden beside Crocodile. This inscription conceals the existence of a colossal warship known as the Pluton, crafted by the shipyard of Water City in the Grand Line, the most notorious battleship in history, capable of annihilating an island with a single shot. What? Your earlier actions, did you truly comprehend the text above? Cobra exclaimed in shock. He was no stranger to the Pluton. It was a closely guarded secret passed down through their royal lineage. Hobodi shook his head and replied, "No, the words above merely informed me. Yet, they did not reveal the specifics of your whereabouts. May I, as a mere hostage, be so bold as to inquire, even if you were to seize the title of Dark King, what would you intend to do thereafter? Even if you were to rule the world through terror, eventually, someone would rise to overthrow you. Are you equating me to a tyrant?" Hobodi scoffed. "It is not that simple. Do you know what your daughter expressed before the phrase trust between individuals in her message in the bottle? Do you know what it was? Huh? Vivi?" Cobra queried in confusion. It was the question, is it better for the islands to be interconnected, or shall they remain as they are? This statement had occupied my thoughts for quite some time. To navigate from one sea to another, one must traverse the upside-down mountain, with a perilous chance of death looming over half of those who dare attempt it. This world often casts a shadow of hidden menace, referring to Hobodi's predictions regarding the future of the comics creator. The current global landscape appears to be deliberately orchestrated by some unseen force. The cultures of the various islands differ greatly, leading to incomprehension between opposing sides, endless conflict, pirates, navies, and revolutionary armies. If I were to locate the Dark King and obliterate the Red Land, uniting the East, West, South, North Seas, in the Grand Line, what would be the ultimate outcome? Would pirates continue to yearn for the One Piece? Could the world government maintain its fade of justice? Would the revolutionary army still rise in rebellion for the oppressed citizens? Cobra gazed at him in shock, murmuring, "Is this truly your dream? Is this the nature of your aspirations?" Huh? Hobodi replied, puzzled, as he had simply vented his frustrations about unattainable desires without understanding Cobra's profound reaction. "It is truly fortunate that Vivi met you," Cobra remarked, speaking as a father, then turned to Hobodi with earnestness, saying, "King, you need not strive for such extremes. Perhaps the miracles of this sea may one day connect, and understanding between islands will eventually be achieved. However, your approach will not bring happiness to Vivi." Hobodi observed the expression on Cobra's face, sensing that yet again he had been misunderstood, though he had no intention of providing clarification. "Your Majesty, regarding your proposal, I plan to visit Dream City tonight. Of course, this is for Nico Robin or those who comprehend the historical texts. That would be splendid." Upon witnessing this reaction, Cobra immediately displayed a look of delight. "In fact, you may call me uncle. I do not intend to elucidate your assumptions." "What nonsense is this?" Hobodi replied with a serious demeanor. "However, there is no need to dispatch the royal army. Ordinary troops are ineffective against Crocodile. From my investigations, he is indeed one of the devil fruit users. A Logia-type sand fruit user, capable of creating quicksand fields at will in the desert. The entire Alabasta kingdom is his domain. An army is of no consequence to him." "Is the power of the devil fruit truly so formidable?" Cobra murmured. "Aside from his techniques, which I am not familiar with, I have already grasped his weaknesses. I intend to go alone tonight." "Alone?" "Indeed." Hobodi had no intention of revealing to Cobra that he was seeking the individual knowledgeable in historical texts who accompanied Crocodile. He was curious to see Cobra's expression upon his return. "Very well. However, venturing into the desert at night is far too perilous. Let us postpone until tomorrow. Additionally, you have traveled tirelessly for a day and a night. You must rest well tonight, or else Vivi's return will surely lead to my undoing. That girl cannot possibly trust me to that extent. Otherwise, why would she send Karu along?" In light of Cobra's suggestion, Hobodi ultimately nodded in agreement. On the following morning, as Hobodi set forth, he was met with the unexpected admiration in the gazes of Jaga and Bell, who had glared at him the previous day. The king's soldiers regarded him as one of their own, which left Hobodi utterly perplexed. Had the events of yesterday truly transformed this nation into one of saintly compassion? Where the ethos of "if I do not enter hell, who will?" prevailed? It seemed rather peculiar. Shaking his head, Hobodi was unaware that a rumor had already circulated among the royal army after his departure. "Do you know what Princess Vivi's beloved is striving to achieve in fulfillment of her dream pinned at the age of 13? Indeed, it is the message in the bottle that Princess Vivi wrote. Is it better for islands to be connected, or to remain as they are, as trust between people fades away?" Yet, her beloved found that message in the North Sea, and the two met at the Grand Line. A truly romantic tale. But was it not said that a Navy officer found it and her beloved seized it from the Navy? "Silence, you uncultured brute." "Indeed. Stay there, you unromantic lout." Her beloved went so far as to confront the king yesterday, vowing to locate the legendary battleship to sink the Red Earth continent, connecting all the oceans and creating a perfect world where islands and people are united. Beautiful mermaids appearing in every sea. Oh, how I long to see them. This is my lifelong dream. Ah, indeed, Princess Vivi's beloved truly embodies the qualities of a future consort to our nation's queen. This is what love looks like. Various versions of the tale regarding Princess Vivi's beloved's deep affection for her began to circulate within the palace, gradually spreading beyond its walls to Albana, Nada, and ultimately throughout the entire Alabasta kingdom. If the previous instigation had been a deliberate act by Hobodi, this time he had merely returned to sleep upon arriving and set out immediately the next day. The sole individual privy to this development was Nefertari Cobra, the current king of Alabasta. In the royal palace, outside Cobra's chamber, Jaga and Bell stood guard, observing the despondent king within. Their expressions were somewhat peculiar. The king rarely indulges in drunken revelry with that lad, and they even shared a bath together afterward. "Let us refrain from gossip, Jaga. The king was merely led in by that youth. Who would indulge in drink amidst a rebellion? I am somewhat concerned about the versions circulating outside the palace. Look. The king is in a state of reflection. We should not add to the chaos." In a desert of Alabasta, amidst the yellow sands, two figures, separated by hundreds of miles, simultaneously sneezed. "How strange," one remarked. "The sun shines brightly." Days later, Hobodi traversed the desert alone towards the Dream City, arriving at the entrance of a bar adorned with the English word for spider. From within, travelers emerged, adorned in gold and silver, their arms laden with bags, exuding an air of affluence. Hobodi entered the bar, where a woman with a blue afro, adorned with a headscarf, was wiping the table with her back turned to him. Upon noticing his arrival, she turned her head and greeted him. "Welcome." The spider bar played an array of vintage jazz, its melodies inducing a sense of drowsiness in weary travelers like him, who had endured the long, arduous journey through the desert. Hobodi cast a glance around the establishment. Noting the sparse presence of patrons at merely two tables, the spider bar appeared to be struggling in terms of business. approaching the counter. He observed the myriad bottles and jars behind it and ordered a cup of coffee. It was indeed rare to find a bar situated in the midst of a desert. Engaging in casual conversation with the woman before him, he remarked. The blue-haired woman, wiping the bar with a cloth, responded with a smile. This place is 3 days' journey on foot from the gambling city of Rainy Land. Generally, those traveling to Rainy Land pass through my bar, which serves as a temporary respite for them. Hobodi mused about the modest size of the tavern, pondering how it would be enhanced with a resting area. He subtly scanned the surroundings, questioning the presence of this patron. Aren't you headed to Rainy Land? Hobodi refrained from answering the question, his gaze sweeping over the other person. It was already evening, and he had no intention of continuing his journey. Madam, may I rest here for the night? A bed is not necessary. I can make do with a mat on the floor. Those who do not even reveal their names are not permitted to rest in my bar, she replied. The two engaged in a silent appraisal of one another. This proprietress is not to be underestimated. This man is intriguing. I am Harold. Hobodi introduced himself, extending his hand. The woman with the striking blue hair hesitated before shaking his hand. I am the manager here, Bora. Bora pondered internally, uncertain of the meaning behind his earlier gaze. He did not appear to be the lecherous type, yet his bold scrutiny had been unsettling. So, Bora, will you allow me to rest here? Hobodi inquired further. Bora hesitated again. I have no beds here. Generally, travelers passing through the desert to the Rainlands would not choose a place like mine. Someone of your caliber, upon reaching the Rainlands, could easily find a luxurious apartment to rest and bathe. Why would you choose this place? Hobodi remained silent as the languorous music in the Spider Tavern played on. As time slipped away, the patrons gradually departed, leaving the two still entrenched in their conversation. One lit a pipe, while the other sipped his drink, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. Far away, on a naval base island in Alabaston, the events unfolding there were indeed the reason he sought rest. Hey, Monet, I need to focus on matters over there. This body, injured as it is, requires rest. Not your frivolous distractions, Hobodi said darkly, glancing at Monet, who sat upon him clad in a short skirt. Fear not, this is merely the infirmary. It's just the two of us. By the way, the master has become the prince consort over there, she said with a teasing smile, licking her lips. And upon his return, there will be surprises. I do not comprehend your intentions, but do step aside for the moment. Oh ho ho, I care not for your concerns. It has been days, and my patience has reached its limit. Monet began to remove Hobodi's clothing. Wait, what? Hobodi realized he could not move in this form. Monet pointed to the steel needles surrounding the bed. These must be the lightning rods the master spoke of. He controls this body through waves. So I merely need to interfere. Do as you please. Hobodi withdrew his consciousness from this form, opting for the bliss of ignorance. Returning to the Spider Tavern, Hobodi felt heat rising within him, despite it being merely a projection. The interconnected consciousness allowed for a shared experience, effortlessly transitioning between both realms. At that moment, he could sense Monet's unauthorized actions while remaining in his original form. What troubles you? Your complexion appears rather poor, Bora remarked curiously. Hobodi fixed his gaze upon the woman before him, Bora, feeling a dryness in his throat. 2 options lay before him. One was to flee immediately, seeking refuge in a secluded corner to transfer his consciousness back to his avatar and appease Monet. However, beyond this place lay the desert, where he had encountered numerous lethal toxins over the past few days. Abandoning his true self in such a perilous landscape would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, remaining here and directly transferring his consciousness was not feasible either. His observations had revealed that Bora possessed an exceptionally well-distributed musculature, cleverly concealed yet indicative of rigorous training. She was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even a mercenary or an assassin. The alternative was to engage Bora directly, yet given their nascent acquaintance, it was unlikely she would acquiesce. Do you have the strongest liquor available? Hobodi inquired. Bora, taken aback, responded, we do. But why the sudden interest? Pour me a bottle, he replied. Since consuming the zoan-type devil fruit of the animal lineage, his masculine hormones had surged. And he had learned from the old first mate in the North Sea 2 years prior that his perspiration possessed a potent allure for women. By sweating, he hoped to entice this woman into approaching him, while it was a rather unscrupulous tactic. Hobodi understood that a woman bold enough to establish a tavern in such a treacherous area as a rain-soaked market was not to be underestimated. As a bottle of strong liquor passed his lips, a fiery sensation surged within him, and soon he began to perspire. The bar's doors and windows were tightly shut, and an unusual scent permeated the air, captivating Bora to the point where she yearned to inhale it further. Yet, almost instinctively, her assassin's training kicked in, and she turned to Hobodi, her expression shifting dramatically. The thorn path, Bora exclaimed, extending a finger that elongated unnaturally, transforming into a stinger aimed directly at Hobodi. Hobodi was somewhat taken aback. Are you a user of a devil fruit? The needle was about to pierce Hobodi's chest when, suddenly, a bulge appeared in front of him. Though it was scarcely a millimeter, it indeed felt substantial. The moment the needle struck, Bora recoiled in pain, her expression grave. The sensation was akin to having pierced steel. Looking once more at this man, Bora's face flushed with an excess of male hormones, and she queried, what is your intention? Nothing in particular. Merely wishing to engage with you. Do you have a moment? Eh? As time drifted by, beneath the evening sun, The faint sounds of two figures fighting could be discerned from within the Spider Tavern, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of impacts. Suddenly, the two silhouettes converged, and all fell silent as the tavern hung out its closed sign. The following morning, in a room behind the Spider Tavern, Hobodi quietly rose from the bed, glancing back at Bora, who lay there unclothed. Spotting the bite marks she had left on him from the night before, he shook his head in disbelief. Had it not been for Monet's prank, he would not have conceived of such a method. Yet, he felt no remorse for spending the night with Bora. This woman, as he had surmised, had initially engaged him due to her own sweat, but soon after, she had eagerly thrown herself at him. "Harold, are you leaving?" Bora, having awoken unbeknownst to him, leaned against the headboard and lit her pipe. "Yes. You were rather excessive last night, using such tactics against me. By the way, when did you start harboring thoughts about me after entering the tavern?" Bora inquired, seemingly not holding any grudges regarding the previous night. "Well, it's not a matter of excess. At least your attitude last night proved you enjoyed it. Naturally, I benefited as well." Bora paused, exhaling a ring of smoke. "Dawn breaks, and we part ways. How fitting for a certain profession. Are you a mercenary or an assassin? More or less. Do you belong to an organization?" "Huh?" Hobodi turned back, concocting an excuse. "Not at all. I've always operated independently. This time, I'm headed to the Rain District to eliminate a corpulent merchant. The bounty is 3 million berries." "Oh," Bora said, her interest piqued. "Would you care to join us? Have you heard of the Baroque Works? I am currently affiliated with that organization. Your skills would surely qualify you for a leadership position." Hobodi was taken aback and burst into laughter. "What's the matter? Bala, are you trying to keep me here?" Bala set down her pipe, crawled over from the bed, and halted Hobodi's attempt to put on his trousers, gently pushing him back onto the bed with both hands. "Your skills are commendable, and by chance, we share the same profession. Your expertise in bed is quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree?" "What is your answer?" Bala provocatively inquired. It seemed that unless he was compelled to plead for mercy, he would not allow her to leave. Hobodi shook his head. As noon approached, Hobodi finally drifted into a satisfied slumber. Once he donned his attire and emerged from the Spider Tavern, he stifled a yawn. She is a fine woman, but she can only be of use when Monet is absent. Regarding Bala's suggestion, he had indeed contemplated adopting a new guise to infiltrate the Baroque Work Society, seeking to investigate the matter of the O'Hara survivors. Yet, recalling the deeds he had undertaken in Nyana, it was likely that Crocodile had already set his plans into motion. Furthermore, the destination of his current journey would likely lead him into conflict with Crocodile. Thus, there seemed little need for such convoluted maneuvers. On his way to Rain Base, Hobodi captured a camel, significantly quickening his pace. By evening, he had arrived in the City of Dreams, Rain Base. After a taxing day of conquest, he promptly rented a room at a local inn and retired early, only to awaken the next day to the clamor of the streets. Descending the stairs of the inn, he beheld a throng gathered before him. Unbeknownst to him, a group adorned with the Baroque Work Society insignia had encircled him. "King, our boss requests your presence." A voice called from the crowd, as a woman with black hair and eyes, clad in high heels, stepped forward from the assembly. Hobodi was taken aback. "Nico Robin?" The other party seemed equally surprised. Meanwhile, far away in the desert at the Spider Tavern, the music played on while only a handful of patrons occupied the space, an oddly dressed old woman lamenting her back pain, a slow-talking fat man, and a transgender individual. Bora, adorned with a headscarf and glasses, gazed incredulously at the bounty notice displayed on the bar. How could it be? He is king? Before Bora stood a bald man in a monk's robe, his expression dark. "I have followed his trail, and he should have arrived here." "Miss Doublefinger, you must have encountered him." Bora's pipe clattered to the ground as he hesitated, saying, "Mr. One, he stayed with me last night." "Why didn't you kill him?" "Mr. One's hand transformed into a sharp blade, poised before Bora. A bead of sweat trickled down Bora's face as he nervously replied, "I had no prior knowledge that he was king." He introduced himself as Harold. Mr. One fell silent, snorting as he retracted his blade. "Forget it. The boss has just issued new orders based on King S intelligence. I initially intended to eliminate him ahead of time, but it seems we cannot act sooner." "New orders? Aren't we supposed to meet the boss at the rain feast tonight?" Bora was taken aback. "That king is likely to become our associate, partnering with Mr. Two." "My partner? Prepare to depart. It is already 5 o'clock. The scene returned to the present in the City of Dreams, Rain District, at the 302 Happy Inn. "You seem to know quite a bit," Nico Robin remarked, her expression briefly revealing surprise before she quickly regained her composure. Hobodi pondered, perplexed by Crocodile's decision to send Nico Robin to meet him. Was this a scheme? Had the pawn he had placed within the palace already uncovered his actions in Albana? If he were to seize Nico Robin and unravel the true history, while Crocodile lurked in the shadows as a mere observer, what would ensue? What was happening? Nico Robin wondered. Hobodi, with a smile on his face yet a cold demeanor, gazed at the throngs of people, with one hand outstretched. He summoned crackling bolts of lightning that coalesced in his palm, pointing forward. Crack! The lightning struck the members of the Baroque Works, leaving only Nico Robin untouched, who merely cast a glance without altering her expression. "Can you comprehend the essence of history? A survivor from O'Hara." Nico Robin's countenance darkened instantaneously as she lowered her voice. I advise you not to provoke me. The boss has summoned you. I find it hard to believe you destroyed a warship at the age of 8. Second Bloom. With her hands crossed, Nico Robin caused 2 hands to sprout on either side of Hobodi's neck, tightly constraining him and pulling backward. Will this compel you to yield? Power and speed are inconsequential before me. Though I cannot defeat you in your elemental form, devoid of it, you are not guaranteed victory over me. Hobodi chuckled, forcefully twisting his neck to the side and violently ramming his left shoulder, producing a crack as Nico Robin's left hand was injured. Her expression contorted in pain as the hands she had extended towards Hobodi dissipated into petals. Observing the expression of his adversary nursing her hand, Hobodi pondered for a moment. I see. Although this is merely your ability, any damage to those hands affecting the enemy also inflicts harm on your true self. Pausing, Hobodi approached her. Crocodile has delivered you to me, a true waste of talent. Kahahaha, don't be so hasty. A deeply resonant laughter emanated from within Nico Robin's white coat. Before Hobodi could respond, the next words caused his pupils to constrict. Hobodi, my dear brother, the transponder snail nestled in Nico Robin's embrace conveyed. Hobodi's expression darkened, a tempest of turmoil raging within him. He was utterly perplexed as to where his disguise had faltered. His mind was engulfed with the incessant refrain of kill him. Kill him. Yet Hobodi understood that without having truly encountered the other, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Forcing himself to regain composure, he lowered his voice and inquired, What are you saying? Do you intend to deny it? We are of the same ilk. Let me inform you, your seemingly flawless facade may elude the average person. But it is futile against those endowed with special abilities. So, what say you? Shall we proceed to the rain banquet and discuss this further? Crocodile let out a derisive snort. Hobodi released Nico Robin, his expression dark and brooding, while she displayed a mocking smile, saying, Mr. Navy, please follow me. Following Nico Robin, they exited the inn and traversed the bustling street to the entrance of the Rain Banquet Casino, where the enormous crocodile emblem stood out prominently atop the building. At the entrance, a tall man with a distinctive face, marked by a large horizontal scar, slick back hair, adorned with earrings, smoking a cigar, and draped in a coat, gazed at Hobodi with a broad grin. It was Crocodile. This place is too conspicuous. Let us converse inside. I have prepared a VIP room for you, Crocodile remarked, his smile suggesting a predatory delight as he looked down upon Hobodi. This mischievous lad had indeed startled him upon arriving in Alabasta. Yet a thorough investigation into the young man's past revealed a tapestry of peculiarities. Hobodi followed Crocodile with a sullen expression, recognizing that the current situation was not irretrievable. Defeating these 2 adversaries and silencing them entirely would alleviate any concerns. However, it was premature to act. He remained uncertain if others were aware of their circumstances. Hobodi was not inclined to initiate conflict just yet, particularly as he lacked absolute confidence in overcoming 2 opponents simultaneously. This journey allowed Hobodi's mindset to stabilize completely. Moreover, even if their identities were revealed, the potential damage they could inflict upon him seemed minimal at present. 2 years ago, he had been compelled to reside within the vast influence of the Navy due to his insufficient strength. Now, the Navy offered him little of value beyond its intelligence network and training methodologies for the 6 styles, aside from the burdensome weight of its constraints. Accompanying Crocodile, they entered a VIP area, traversing a corridor reminiscent of an underwater park from a bygone era. Arriving at an underground chamber where a long table was already set with a feast. Please, have a seat, my dear brother Hobodi, Crocodile said, lighting a cigar. Hobodi sat down with an expressionless demeanor and then inquired, How did you come to know this? It is rather pointless to discuss such matters. Our objectives should align. Furthermore, I had arranged for you to meet the king in a secluded location that day, correct? Crocodile cast a meaningful glance at Hobodi. Are you referring to the king of the underworld? Hobodi fixed his gaze upon Crocodile. Indeed, upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression shifted noticeably. It seems my younger brother is quite well informed. From a strategic standpoint, you make an excellent right-hand man. Would you be inclined to serve me? Let us first resolve my doubts. How did you acquire this information? If it is merely the 2 of you, we could engage in a battle here and silence them. The only regret is that Monet did not arrive. Even though I have discerned Crocodile's weaknesses, my chances remain below 50%. This woman's abilities pose a significant counter to Zoan-type users, and if she creates an opening during the skirmish, my opportunities will diminish further. Hobodi pondered. You should direct that question to her, Crocodile said, glancing at Nico Robin beside him. Nico Robin offered a gentle smile, extending one hand as an ear appeared suddenly on the table. She then stated, During the time Mr. 1 and I were dispatched by the boss to hunt you down, we fortuitously overheard you speaking alone in the desert, and it pertains to the Navy. Crocodile continued her narrative, expressing admiration as he spoke to Hobodi. Subsequently, I, in my capacity as a warlord, investigated a woman named Monet, discovering that she has been closely following a certain Captain Hobodi of the Navy with utmost deference. She is currently stationed near a Navy base in Alabasta, I believe. Frankly, I hold you in high regard. My dear Hobodi, your double agent skills are truly remarkable, and your grasp of human psychology is exceptionally astute. Does that imply I have fallen victim to my own machinations? Are you the only 2 privy to this information? Indeed. Navy official. Hobodi revealed a smile, which soon erupted into hearty laughter. Crocodile and Nico Robin were taken aback for a moment, and after a while, Hobodi's laughter subsided. Very well, I shall join your Baroque works, he declared. A wise decision indeed. Crocodile chuckled. Now that I have answered your query, dear Hobodi, it is only fair that you enlighten me about how you came to acquire the information regarding the king of the underworld. Hobodi shrugged his shoulders, saying, It's nothing. I merely asked Cobra to help me locate a historical text, but I cannot decipher it. It should contain records of the whereabouts of the underworld king. Yet that relies on her expertise. Haven't you already devised a plan? The confirmation of the underworld king's information caused Crocodile to let out a low chuckle, reaffirming that his strategy was indeed sound. Let us wait here for a while, my dear Hobodi. Soon, the senior members of the Baroque works will arrive. After tomorrow, this country will belong to us. Of course, your father-in-law as well, right? Hobodi showed no sign of anger and instead smiled. I have a request. Could you refrain from calling me Hobodi? That can certainly be arranged. If you remain concealed within the Navy, it would be advantageous for me as well. Crocodile's golden hook hand rested against his forehead, revealing an insidious grin as he gazed at Hobodi. Someone like you, raised in the Navy and closely acquainted with Admiral Akainu's niece, is undeniably the most trustworthy to the Navy. Do you believe that because you hold leverage over me, you can control me at will? Hobodi scoffed inwardly, though outwardly he replied, Ha, aren't you, a warlord, also highly regarded by the world government? The young man still seemed defiant, but that mattered little, as long as he did not disrupt things at this critical juncture. Such a shadowy figure could easily be dealt with at any moment. While Crocodile entertained these thoughts, he maintained an outward appearance of elation. Indeed, the two of them feigned camaraderie, laughing heartily while secretly plotting their respective schemes. Meanwhile, Nico Robin observed these two ambitious individuals, adorned in their masks of hypocrisy, with an expressionless demeanor. It was truly exasperating. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the underground chamber of the Rain Banquet, after finishing their meal, Hobodi and Crocodile remained in anticipation. Nico Robin had stepped out to greet someone, during which Crocodile took the opportunity to enlighten Hobodi about several senior officials of the Baroque works and some plans that had been developed over the past 3 years. However, he refrained from mentioning the specifics of the operation that had summoned them. When the hourglass on the table ceased to flow, the door to the underground chamber swung open, and Nico Robin descended the staircase, leading a group of individuals. Among them was a monk with a bald head marked with 1, Mr. 1. A bounty hunter from the West Sea named Daz Bones, accompanied by a woman with vibrant blue, explosive hair, Miss Doublefinger, with whom Hobodi had recently shared a classroom. His surprise was palpable at seeing her. Following was a crossdresser, Mr. 2, presumably named Bon Clay, along with a slow-speaking elderly woman, Miss Merry Christmas, and a lethargic man, Mr. 4. This was Hobodi's initial impression of the assembly before him. Nico Robin arranged the senior members to take their seats, positioning Hobodi directly across from the crossdresser. What are you doing here? Mr. 1's face darkened, a shadow of shame for failing to complete his orders. Paula, puffing on her pipe, jestingly remarked, You certainly deceived me. I nearly faced death. What is your current status? Miss King, the partner of the crossdresser. Hobodi could not conceal his disdain as he gazed across the table. Ever since arriving in this world and encountering the shadow of Gal, he had developed a profound aversion to crossdressers. Bon Clay's face contorted in anger. What did you say? Do you wish for me to kill you? I do not acknowledge you as my partner. Hey, stop saying my dear, do you want to be killed? Mr. 2, who had been assigned as your partner, is under the president's orders. And Miss King, perhaps you should temper your demeanor. Nico Robin interjected soothingly. By the way, weren't we summoned here by the boss? The letter mentioned Mr. 0 wishes to meet us. Where is he now? Paula inquired, puzzled. Nico Robin raised an eyebrow. Well, up to this point, I have merely conveyed his orders to you, but it is no longer necessary. She approached the table, and the chair behind her suddenly flipped open, revealing Crocodile's face. Everyone present, except for Hobodi, was taken aback. Crocodile, why is the warlord here? What? Do you have a problem with that? Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Crocodile's expression darkened. Had he spent years planning only to be met with such skepticism? The oppressive atmosphere left Paula and the others momentarily speechless, yet they still voiced their confusion. But as a powerful warlord, why seek to usurp this country? What I require is military strength, Crocodile replied, casting a glance at Hobodi, a glance that carried an implicit warning. Never mind. You will understand upon reviewing the documents on the table. I have named it Utopia Operation. The group picked up the documents, and as Hobodi perused the plans, Mr. 4's duo kidnapping the king, Mr. 2 impersonating the king to issue the destruction of Nina Declaration, Mr. 1 inciting a war between the rebel army and the royal forces, he felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. What a nefarious scheme. Intending for Cobra to be utterly disgraced and perish? Miss King, do you seem to have objections to this operation? No. It merely feels odd not to see my name included, Hobodi replied nonchalantly. Crocodile's eyes darkened. You will set out with Miss all Sunday alongside me tomorrow. Understood. Is this surveillance? Wait, this operation plan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the oppressive silence of the underground chamber as a figure with hair marked 3 entered. Mr. 3? Ah, Mr. 3. I must fulfill my orders to execute you here. I've told you not to use that word. It's quite repugnant. Perhaps I should eliminate you first. What did you say? Do you consider yourself my partner? Bon Clay shouted at Hobodi, visibly displeased. Silence, all of you. Crocodile turned to the staircase. Mr. 3. What brings you here? I wish for the boss to grant me another opportunity. Another opportunity? Crocodile mused for a moment. The current plans were nearly finalized. But having a senior officer like Mr. 3 could bolster their success. Executing him could wait. Very well. Given that you have dealt with the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi, you eliminated the Straw Hats? Hobodi was taken aback. Mr. 3 was equally shocked. No, boss. I did not eliminate them. Then what was your phone message to me in the flower garden about? Crocodile's expression turned ominous. Mr. 3 appeared bewildered. Boss. I did not use a phone in the flower garden. What? Crocodile erupted in fury, rising from his chair. If you have failed your mission, how do you show your face here? You must have eliminated at least 1 or 2 of the Straw Hats, right? What about Princess Vivi? Mr. 3 nervously waved his hands. Wait, boss, due to misinformation, there are actually 5 of them, plus a pet. You didn't eliminate a single one? Observing Mr. 3's expression, Crocodile understood everything. He glanced at Hobodi. You have a task tomorrow. Go to sleep now. But it is advisable to remain within the casino. Danger lurks outside. Crocodile said darkly, fully expressing his distrust and implied threats. Hobodi harbored a cold laugh within. Although he was uncertain of Crocodile's forthcoming intentions, he found amusement in the situation, as the information here was of little consequence to him. The Straw Hat crew's demise? He could never bring himself to believe such a notion. They were the protagonists of the most tumultuous era. If Monkey D. Luffy were to confront this individual, it was inevitable that disaster would befall him. What he ought to contemplate now was how to leverage Nico Robin to decipher the historical manuscripts of the underground royal tomb. The ancient weapon Pluton belonged not to Crocodile, but to him. That night, Hobodi experienced an unusual dream. In an expanse of endless deep sea, he found himself completely unclothed. Not far away, in the shadows, a colossal pink-haired mermaid was enveloped within a towering structure, her eyes pulsating with an enigmatic rhythm. The mermaid's form oscillated between that of a young girl from a previous life and her current self, leading Hobodi to question his own perception as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, behind the mermaid, emerged monstrous creatures of staggering size, resembling elongated crocodiles akin to bananas. All gazes were fixed upon him. Eventually, a diminutive figure approached, revealing a girl of 7 or 8 with dark eyes. Strangely, despite being submerged in the deep sea, she walked effortlessly without producing a single bubble. There was no exchange of words, merely a shared gaze, until the girl broke into an eccentric grin that echoed with a giggle. Giggle, giggle. Shortly thereafter, the sounds morphed, and the figures transformed. Cobral, Gaka, and Bell began to admonish him. Ultimately, the athletic-clad girl morphed into Crocodile, whose maniacal laughter filled the air. Hobodi jolted awake, his legs trembling, his gaze clouded with confusion. Rising from his bed, he drew back the curtains to reveal a crocodile leisurely swimming in the sink. You have even intruded into my dreams. What a peculiar occurrence, he mused, rubbing his temples as he turned towards the bathroom. After freshening up, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Nico Robin, draped in a white coat, standing at the threshold. Is there something you need? Hobodi inquired, peering into her eyes, finding a striking resemblance to the girl from his dream who had startled him. This called for a test. A strange smile contorted his face, rigid and awkward. Nico Robin paused, her gaze reflecting disbelief, akin to that reserved for a lunatic. Are you all right? It seemed his probing had faltered, which was hardly surprising. Having just met her, how could he possibly have any insight into her past? The little girl from his dream must have been someone else. No. It was merely a dream. A girl with eyes identical to yours frightened me with that very smile. Is that so? Nico Robin's expression turned momentarily unnatural, though she swiftly masked it. There's unrest outside. Smoker from the Straw Hat Pirates is causing a ruckus. The boss wants you to finish your meal and preferably bring Vivi before him. Is this what they call a test of loyalty? Hobodi questioned, bemused. Who knows? I'm merely following Mr. Zero's orders, she replied with a casual shrug before turning away. While you were asleep. The other senior officials have already departed for Albana to execute the Utopia operation. Now it's just you, me, and Mr. Zero here. I have no interest in the conflicts between men. Hobodi scrutinized her retreating figure, pondering her implications. Did her words hint that she would not involve herself in the strife between him and Crocodile? He felt a twinge of gratitude. As Nico Robin raised her hand in farewell, her expression was not one of confident assurance, but rather one of profound confusion. Why does he recognize that smile? Cerrone is of the giant race. He should not be among his descendants. After finishing several tables of breakfast, Hobodi exited the rain banquet and made his way to the street, where indeed, chaos had erupted. The Baroque workshop, naval soldiers, and the Straw Hat crew from the 5th encounter were engaged in a tumultuous chase, causing a flurry of panic as the residents scattered in fear. At this moment, several hundred meters ahead of Hobodi, 2 particularly clear voices could be heard. Get out here, Crocodile. And stop, Straw Hat Kid. Once again, these troublesome individuals were on the scene, observing the approaching figures in the distance. Hobodi silently sought refuge on the rooftop of a nearby bank to avoid the two. After a night filled with contemplation regarding Vivi, He was determined not to take any action against the people of this country, provided he could acquire Pluton. However, Crocodile's scheme must also be executed successfully. When Crocodile brought Nico Robin to the underground royal tomb, once the historical text was deciphered, he would turn the tables and become the Yellow Bird, ensuring that the two individuals privy to his secret would meet their end in the underground tomb. Game over. Ultimately, he would obtain the ancient weapon, Pluton, as he observed the Straw Hats and Smoker entering the Rain Banquet Casino from the rooftop. Cobra's words echoed back to him. Even if you acquire Pluton, what do you intend to do next? Destroy the world government? Eliminate the four emperors? Hobodi, having read numerous historical texts in his previous life, pondered that such an outcome was not truly what he sought. It seemed his desires had already been fulfilled. Upon arriving in this world, he initially only wished to survive, then to grow stronger, ever stronger. His body, apart from practical combat experience and the powers of the devil fruit, had yet to reach the pinnacle of hockey. After a year and a half of medicinal bathing, his physical growth had reached its limit. The pursuit of strength was nearing its apex, while other growth required an opportunity. As for the powers of the devil fruit, aside from the originally awakened ability to manipulate rain, he had utilized knowledge from his past life to extend the concept of cloud to encompass lightning. However, he was unaware of much beyond that. Mihawk's mention of animal-type awakening piqued his interest, yet it remained an enigma, leaving him entirely in the dark regarding its true meaning. As for martial arts and hockey, these required practical experience to master. After 2 years of training, he had reached a temporary impasse. It appeared that this body lacked the aptitude for conqueror's hockey. This slow growth, devoid of a clear goal, was, to be frank, somewhat disheartening. No, that was not correct. He had always maintained a balance between good and evil, preserving a sliver of retreat, never truly committing fully to either side. Why were those scientists in his previous life able to innovate? Was it not due to their immersion in their work? The saying one must be mad to truly live held weight. Standing on the sidelines, one could never experience the joy of engagement. Therefore, should he attempt to unleash his instincts? To liberate the nature he had suppressed for over 20 years? As Hobodi stood on the rooftop, he murmured to himself, entirely unaware that a woman had joined him. You seem rather troubled, Miss King. A voice startled Hobodi from his musings. He turned to see Nico Robin, wearing an expression that suggested amusement at his plight. At this age, one tends to contemplate certain matters, does one not? The pursuit of family and a happy life. Or the embrace of the sea in search of unbridled joy. You are neither of those, are you? You are not wrong. I find it impossible to trust anyone. Are you not the same? Having evaded the world government for 20 years, and let us not speak of betrayal. Even those you might trust have likely been eradicated by the government. Nico Robin, you, I, and Crocodile are all cut from the same cloth, Hobodi quipped. Surprisingly, Nico Robin did not retort this time. After a moment of silence, a girl wrapped in a long robe approached the entrance to the rain banquet from below. Princess Vivi has arrived. Your task awaits. No, I shall leave that to you. Unable to make the move? No, she bears a striking resemblance to my niece, though her temperament is entirely different. Is that so? Very well, I shall assist you this once, though should she resist, there may be minor repercussions. Nico Robin internally dismissed Hobodi's remark, as their gathered intelligence indicated he had no niece. Moreover, could an ambitious individual with aspirations akin to Crocodile truly hesitate to act against a woman? Such a lack of resolve would render this ambition rather unworthy. Double bloom. Nico Robin crossed her arms, preparing to subdue Vivi below, only to find that Hobodi's figure had already departed. What an enigmatic man, she thought. A slight smirk gracing her lips. Double bloom. In the underground chamber of the rain banquet, Crocodile sat at the table, smoking a cigar. A somber expression as he scanned the man seated across from him. I do not recall permitting you to return before completing your task. Hobodi picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. Vivi has made her move against that woman. I find that a remnant of chivalry still lingers in my heart. Striking a woman, I think better of it. Is that so? Then you are aware of the consequences of defying me, are you not? Last night's fate of Mr. 3 should serve as a stark reminder. Crocodile's gaze bore down upon him. I believe I still hold some value for you, he continued. Crocodile scoffed. Being arrogant due to favoritism is unwise, Miss King. Very well. I shall let it slide this time. Once the battle for the promised land concludes, I will have you eliminated. How very gracious of you. Hobodi replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Once Nico Robin deciphers the true history, you shall be my stepping stone. Unbeknownst to each other, both individuals harbored similar intentions, each calculating and reveling in the thought of letting the other continue their arrogance for a while longer, as their demise loomed ever closer. However, while these two were cunning strategists, on the other side of the underground chamber, in a cage, there resided a group of simple-minded individuals. A boy clad in a straw hat, gripping the sea prism stone of the cage, roared at the two, Crocodile and King. Why are you associating with that kind of scoundrel? Ugh, this loathsome feeling again. With that, he collapsed in a heap. Indeed, King, despite our trust in you, you are merely Crocodile's subordinate. Release me at once, or my 8,000 subordinates will surely send you flying. Usopp shouted, his legs trembling. Zoro grunted, I told you. Those who hide in the shadows are untrustworthy. Nami shouted angrily, and you've deceived Vivi as well. King, you scoundrel, how could you ally with such filth? Smoker, The most rational among those in the cage listened. Their words soured Crocodile's mood, and he shot a dark glare at Hobodi. Miss King, you never mentioned that you were acquainted with these individuals. Nor did you inquire about my connections, Hobodi shrugged. At that moment, the door at the top of the underground staircase swung open, and Nico Robin entered, holding Vivi captive. Upon seeing her comrades imprisoned and realizing that the very person she had once trusted was now laughing and conversing with Crocodile, Vivi's eyes filled with disbelief. King, I truly wish to avoid this, Hobodi lamented with a shrug. That is not an option, Crocodile chuckled darkly, addressing Vivi. What do you think, Miss Wednesday? This is quite the spectacular scene, is it not? Your own allies are trapped in a cage, and your fiancé is one of my subordinates. Vivi bit her lip, fixating her gaze on Hobodi. Why are you here? What do you mean by your subordinate? I did indeed deliver your letter, he replied. What have you done to my father? Vivi shouted, lunging at Hobodi and seizing his collar tightly. Hobodi averted his gaze and turned towards Nico Robin, silently pleading for assistance. In response, she immediately raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness, conveying an expression that clearly indicated, this is your personal affair. Hobodi reluctantly released Vivi's hand, stating, I merely shared a drink with your father and engaged in a man-to-man conversation at the royal bathhouse. Nevertheless, my presence here is driven by my own motives. So please let go. The implication of his motives was clear. Was it to wrest my country from me? King, Vivi seethed, wishing she could sink her teeth into this man. It seemed that in your rational state, you were unwilling to hear anything. Hobodi's expression remained impassive as he brushed aside her sleeve, causing a chain made of peacock feathers to fall from within. This trinket is of no use to us. Best to set it aside. King, Crocodile suddenly burst into raucous laughter. What a masterpiece. I relish this expression. It appears that having you as part of my ranks holds some merit, Miss King. And remember, Miss Wednesday, trust is the most inexpensive commodity in this world. It seems you have been deeply wounded. Nicole Robin couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Crocodile's expression darkened immediately. Silence, Miss King. Are you courting death? Miss All Sunday. If you continue to laugh, I cannot guarantee your survival beyond this moment. The laughter ceased abruptly. Take a seat, Miss Wednesday. As my former associate and the princess of this nation, it is imperative that you witness the events that will soon unfold in Alabasta. Crocodile resumed his malevolent grin, sending a chill down Vivi's spine. Your father, beloved by the people of Alabasta, Cobra, shall meet his demise in the most humiliating manner. And what of this tiresome nation? Vivi sensed an ominous foreboding. Far away, in the port city of Nanana, Cobra would undoubtedly be initiating a massacre against the residents who discovered the dance powder transport 3 years prior. Crocodile laughed heartily. Mr. 2. Vivi immediately thought of Mr. 2 Bon Clay, who possessed the power of the clone fruit. Her pupils constricted, tears welling in her eyes as she envisioned the impending outcome. Indeed, this expression is perfect. The beloved king, in a bid to erase his misdeeds, slaughters an entire city's populace. The enraged rebels clash with the king's army, resulting in countless casualties, ultimately leading to the nation's demise. Everything is unfolding according to my script. Silence. Silence. What have the people of this country done to you? How can you be so heartless? A sudden crash interrupted the conversation as Hobodi spilled water, the sound breaking the tension. I've accidentally spilled water. Vivi knelt on the ground, her eyes shattered, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. A voice resonated in Hobodi's heart, as if igniting a flame within his previously tranquil soul, merging with his innate instincts and unleashing boundless fire. If one were to describe Hobodi's emotions at that moment, it would be thus. Here it comes again, he thought. His expression contorted as he lowered his head. You've ruined my plans. Just when I was on the brink of success, you choose this moment to intervene. You better not let me find you, you cursed mermaid. What is wrong, Miss King? The unease in Hobodi's demeanor did not go unnoticed by everyone in that underground chamber. Hobodi rose to his feet, grasping Vivi's hand and leading her to the side of Nico Robin. Take her outside, he instructed. Nico Robin paused momentarily, then shifted her gaze to Crocodile, whose expression now radiated a murderous intent. I am feeling rather spirited, Crocodile remarked, casting a fleeting glance, his tone heavy with menace. Are you declaring war on me? In an instant, Hobodi's figure vanished from the table, leaving behind mere phantoms as he materialized before Crocodile, delivering a forceful punch to his face. 8 extremes. Collapse. At that moment, even Crocodile was caught off guard, instinctively shifting to his elemental form. Yet, as Hobodi's fist connected with his visage, a look of horror crossed his face. The water that had just been present, coupled with the domineering aura enveloping the punch, was unmistakable. The sound of his facial bones shattering echoed clearly in his ears as Crocodile let out a pained cry. Blood spilling forth as his body was propelled against the distant stone wall, his eyes glazing over. The wall erupted, revealing the glass that separated the underground chamber from the sea, which suddenly shattered, allowing torrents of water to cascade into the room. Declare war? You are mistaken. You are merely a whetstone, Crocodile grunted, enduring the pain radiating from his face as he slowly rose, his gaze fixed with lethal intent upon the black-haired youth before him. Though he had been caught off guard just moments ago, such a maneuver might incapacitate an ordinary rookie of the natural system. However, he was no novice. His exploits in the new world had trained him to withstand such assaults. Though powerful, this attack was insufficient to render him unconscious. You claim I'm your whetstone? Do not be so arrogant, boy. Crocodile spat blood. Rainfall. Crocodile was startled as the water seeping from the shattered glass suddenly appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, rising high to form a massive waterfall that surged towards him. Crocodile's expression remained unchanged. Are you attempting to prevent my elemental transformation? Such naivety, child. Crocodile's lower body transformed into sand as he maneuvered around the waterfall's path, arcing through the air toward Hobodi, his left hand extending a golden hook, ready to strike as he closed the distance of less than a meter. Hobodi took 2 steps back, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As a dragon formed from the waterfall surged towards Crocodile, truly, you are naive, rain dragon. What? Crocodile turned his head, followed by a disdainful snort. The water dragon, baring its fangs, advanced to engulf Crocodile. The sheer size of the dragon contrasted starkly with Crocodile's figure, rendering it unimaginable that he could withstand such an assault. Suddenly, Crocodile halted his movements and extended his left hand, dry. In an instant, the colossal water dragon appeared to be drawn into a vacuum, disappearing without a trace. Crocodile turned to gaze at the gaping glass hole, then flicked his hand. Sand wall. In less than a second, a massive wall of sand rose to block the encroaching water. Crocodile then looked back at Hobodi, a mocking expression on his face. The information you acquired indeed limits me. But now, this room is devoid of water. What can you do? With your level of hockey, if you were confident in hitting me, you would not have resorted to water just now. Is that so? Yet, this room has other areas, such as this. Hobodi's fingers snapped, striking the adjacent glass. You truly are relentless, little brat. Sandstorm. A fine, swirling vortex of yellow sand began to coalesce from Crocodile's hand, gradually expanding until it enveloped nearly a quarter of the room. Luffy and the others, confined within their sea stone cage, clung desperately to the bars as the sand tornado raged. Luffy, with a languid tongue, weakly encouraged, "Come on, defeat Crocodile." This was perhaps the least inspiring cheer in history. At this moment, Hobodi wore a perplexed expression. Can sand truly control the direction of the wind? No, to be precise, it is the sand that stirs the air, giving rise to a desert tornado. What is the matter, young one? Crocodile, observing Hobodi's helpless demeanor, could not suppress a hearty laugh. Within that smile lay a hidden mockery, indeed. Even if you manipulate the wind, you can only amplify the ferocity of the sandstorm. Have you fully discerned the powers of my devil fruit? This is not a natural habitat. For Hobodi, who can summon rain and clouds, the ability to wield natural phenomena is significantly diminished. Of course, this terrain poses the same challenge for Crocodile, the user of the sand fruit. Once outside, his opponent would be even more formidable in the desert expanse. Hobodi stood motionless, his knees bending slightly as he launched himself forward with explosive speed. Still hoping to conceal his identity? Then perish as you wish. The colossal sandstorm vortex swirling in the underground chamber suddenly halted, transforming grains of sand into lethal blades that rained down from above. In a relentless rush, Hobodi was besieged by the barrage of chaotic blades, which struck his shoulders, calves, and abdomen with brutal precision. Stubborn fool, are you still relying on your bravado? Crocodile scoffed, remaining utterly unmoved even as Hobodi closed the distance to less than 3 meters. Bang! Hobodi's fist collided with Crocodile's chest, scattering a cloud of sand. Foolishness. With a swift motion, the golden hook pierced Hobodi's abdomen, and Crocodile yanked it back, flinging Hobodi to the ground. Crocodile stepped onto Hobodi's back, looking down with a low, ominous tone. Don't be so arrogant, boy. That punch infused with your haki was indeed commendable. However, do not mistake me for a second-rate pirate who relies solely on brute strength. Even with the powers of the devil fruit, there are ways to hone one's abilities. The improvements gained through rigorous training place us on entirely different levels. Do you understand? A wave of excruciating pain surged through Hobodi's body, yet he clenched his teeth, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Water was an impossibility to obtain from the opponent, and his haki could not grasp the extent of Crocodile's elemental mastery. The only resource available in this chamber was the sea prism stone in the bars. If he could secure Crocodile near it, he might neutralize his strength. However, it was clear that the adversary would not grant him such an opportunity. The remaining option lay within himself, to compress the humidity of the air in the room, then gather rainwater to cascade down, followed by unleashing his martial prowess. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Hobodi swung his blade downward towards the foot pressing upon him, only to strike a mere cloud of yellow sand as his opponent swiftly transformed into an elemental form. Undeterred, Hobodi hastily rose, his hands contorting into claws reminiscent of a dragon, as he summoned the humidity from the air. Although the water that had seeped from the glass tank was absorbed, the moisture on the ground remained. In less than 3 seconds, a white cloud began to gather above Hobodi's head. Crocodile cast a sidelong glance. Lighting a cigar. Is it possible to achieve such a feat without that form? I may have underestimated you, but do not presume that I will grant you the luxury of time to summon rain. With a flick of his right hand, Crocodile removed the golden tip of his hook, revealing a sharper iron hook, glistening with a purple liquid. A drop fell to the ground, producing a frothy splash. Upon witnessing this, you should understand your fate. Yes? Is your wealth merely gilded? His scornful remark rendered the room silent, interrupted only by the raucous laughter of a rogue from the cage. Crocodile's expression darkened immediately. You shall perish. Sand bind. From beneath Hobodi's feet, The stone slab abruptly transformed into yellow sand, manifesting into two vine-like tendrils that tightly ensnared Hobodi's legs. In an instant, Crocodile lunged forward with his hook, aiming the poison tip at Hobodi's abdomen. Armament hockey. 8 extremes. Collapse. Futile. With a punch dispersing before him, Crocodile's poisoned hook was raised high. Bang. Hobodi's left fist missed its target, while his right hand struck directly against Crocodile's poisoned hook, which instantly emitted a cracking sound. Crocodile's expression darkened. It was said to be futile. Before the poisoned hook shattered, Crocodile thrust it directly into Hobodi's abdomen, the sound of piercing flesh resonating in the air, followed by the hook's abrupt breakage. You have brought this upon yourself. Now the entire poisoned hook is lodged within your belly. Is this not a greater predicament? Crocodile scoffed, laughing heartily as he turned away. Farewell, Miss King. Hobodi Gupu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His vision gradually blurred, the pain numbed. Yet within him, a greater menace loomed, neurotoxins wreaking havoc, akin to lightning striking through his veins, swiftly spreading infection. His consciousness began to fade. But he knew he could not succumb. Despite the disparity, he resolutely refused to be ground to dust by the whetstone. The poison, he simply needed to extract all the tainted blood. Hobodi plunged his hand into his own abdomen. In the next moment, a sudden, piercing sound shattered the silence of the room, followed by the unmistakable clang of metal striking the floor. The noise abruptly halted Crocodile in his tracks. He cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder, his gaze narrowing in alarm. A blood-soaked figure stood behind him, its abdomen hollowed out, a pool of crimson seeping onto the ground beneath. Gazing at the metallic hook lying on the floor, surrounded by splattered blood and remnants of human intestines, Crocodile felt a wave of nausea wash over him. You wretched fool, did you really extract the poison hook from your own belly? In the stone prison cell below, Usopp and Nami were horrified, their skin crawling and hair standing on end at the unimaginable pain depicted before them. Zoro and Smoker exchanged puzzled glances but remained silent. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting that of someone who had just witnessed the extraordinary. Why, despite being of the same ilk as me, would you go to such lengths for Miss Wednesday? Crocodile pondered, a mix of astonishment and confusion washing over him. Was the earlier guise of being someone who could be exploited merely an illusion? How could one harbor such distrust towards others yet be willing to sacrifice so much for a single individual? In that moment, he discerned a dual reflection of both his past and present self within this young man. That was before. Before? Crocodile mused, perplexed. There is no need to discuss what you mentioned. Armament hockey. Even if you can absorb moisture, Hobodi's figure vanished from his original position, instantaneously materializing before Crocodile. Delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, Crocodile hurriedly attempted to turn to sand, only to find that he was utterly unable to disperse. His pupils widened in shock as his body was violently propelled several meters away, crashing into the yellow sand wall. The sound of cracking resonated as Crocodile clutched his chest, where ribs had fractured, and spoke in a somber tone, "Is this blood?" 8 extremes. Crash. In midair, Hobodi's silhouette reappeared, plummeting towards Crocodile. The ground of the subterranean chamber fractured, spreading cracks in all directions and forming a deep pit. Crocodile's anguished screams echoed throughout the room. 8 extremes. Collapse. Within the chamber, a scene unfolded that left Luffy and Smoker in disbelief. What was this spectacle? They beheld two figures engulfed in swirling sand and dust. One was poised above the spot where Crocodile had fallen, delivering a crushing blow. Immediately thereafter, Crocodile was lifted and slammed down, creating a massive fissure in the ground. 6 inches. You bastard! Crocodile roared as he staggered to his feet, only to be struck again in the chest. His body remaining immobile yet feeling the internal turmoil of his organs, which quaked violently, causing him to expel several mouthfuls of blood. Charge. With a resounding impact, Crocodile was sent flying, crashing through a glass aquarium that shattered into pieces. He barely splashed into the water when Hobodi reappeared. Spring and autumn. Grasping Crocodile by the collar, Hobodi executed several flips before landing, leaving Crocodile's neck askew, his shins bent, and his eyes glazed. Will you not be too proud, you bastard? Crocodile immediately regained his footing, confronting a barrage of varied attacks that rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, too rapid for him to fend off. It was an unrelenting onslaught, offering no respite, dubbed 8 extremes. Smoker observed the brutal beating of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his expression neutral, deep in thought about the origins of such attacks. While the Navy's 6 styles were said to grant superhuman abilities upon learning, they merely represented singular attacks, lacking continuity. However, the attacks from this individual, named King, flowed seamlessly, each strike building upon the last, with no discernible weaknesses. Every move, from the initial punch to the subsequent impacts that rattled Crocodile's insides, culminating in a devastating suplex and final blows targeting joints, appeared deceptively ordinary. Yet, in King's hands, they became an exquisite, unbroken chain of force, each strike amplifying the next as if climbing a mountain, ultimately culminating in a breathtaking display of power. Crocodile, draped in a coat, stood bloodied, passively enduring the onslaught. Still too naive, Smoker remarked, puffing on 2 cigars as he watched. King's last move Willow Leaf must have exploited his prior injuries, leaving an opening, Zoro analyzed. The saying goes, an outsider watches the spectacle, while an insider observes the subtleties. Usopp and Nami were bewildered by the conversation, while Luffy remained fixated on Hobodi's figure. Luffy, could it be that you were learning King's combat methods? Nami speculated, glancing at her captain, who remained silent, prompting Usopp to hold his tongue as well. Yet, oh, I wish I could rush out and fight him, Luffy exclaimed, leaving Nami speechless, realizing her assumptions were unfounded. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted abruptly. Despite enduring Hobodi's relentless assault, Crocodile, unlike a mere sea king, stood bloodied but alive, panting heavily as he gathered strength. After a few seconds, he quickly transformed into sand, creating distance between himself and Hobodi, gasping for breath. Your final attack is waning, is it not? No wonder, with so much blood lost, that hand of yours is close to decaying, Crocodile taunted with a victorious grin. He had absorbed moisture from his injured hand, significantly reducing the intensity of Hobodi's attacks, or he would surely have fallen. Moreover, his opponent had yet to employ the powers of his devil fruit. Such a formidable lad, this martial prowess. Hobodi stood, his left hand resembling a withered twig, bent at an unnatural angle. My right hand still remains, he declared, suddenly expelling a mouthful of blood and collapsing partially to the ground. Ha ha ha, what a pity. I won T. Crocodile laughed maniacally, only to suddenly stiffen, blood gushing from his previously struck wounds. It seems you are not faring much better, Hobodi retorted. His words barely audible as consciousness slipped away from him, unable to muster the strength to speak. But it's not over yet, if I do not eliminate this fiend. Crocodile grimaced, spitting blood as he felt the lingering effects of Hobodi's earlier internal strikes. Hobodi, compelled to sustain his consciousness, gradually rose from the ground. Without lingering, he feared that the next moment might see him collapse again, and he propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. Upon witnessing Hobodi's abrupt charge, Crocodile's countenance shifted dramatically. Sandstorm. A swirling vortex of desert sand surged towards Hobodi, whose body collided forcefully against the glass wall, crashing onto the floor. A gaping wound in his abdomen spilling forth a pool of blood. Miss King, while your strength is commendable, you remain woefully naive. I have no intention of continuing this game of chance. Allow me to unleash the 8 extreme strike from this basin. With a sickening thud, Crocodile's abdomen caved in, his eyes bulging as he spat forth a torrent of hot blood. His ribs had long since shattered, leaving only the central framework intact. At that moment, he distinctly heard the sound of his spine fracturing behind him. He could not afford to linger any longer. The danger was palpable. Crocodile's heart sank as he realized the reckless youth before him was willing to risk it all, and he had no desire to engage in a life-and-death struggle. With swift deliberation, Crocodile scoffed. Let this banana crocodile serve as your tomb, Miss King. Moreover, thanks to your assault, this basin will soon flood the room. And all these consequences lie squarely on your shoulders. Since you hold Princess Vivi in such high regard, I shall summon her to keep you company. I have no intention of battling a foolhardy adversary to the bitter end. At the sound of the 8 extremes, Crocodile, like a startled bird, gazed at the bloodied figure before him, whose eyes had turned ashen, and saw him gathering strength once more. Hastily, he pressed a button concealed within his cloak, transforming into a cloud of yellow sand and retreating through the passage. The impact resonated. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Hobodi crashed against the wall. And this time he did not rise again, collapsing onto the ground. His body was utterly incapacitated, having lost too much blood, and his organs, overwhelmed by excessive movement, could no longer withstand the influx of air. All of this was the fault of that accursed mermaid girl. At my age, how could I be so reckless? It seems the sharpening of the blade has borne fruit. Hey, get away from there. A muffled voice echoed in his ears, but Hobodi could not discern the specifics. Who was speaking? Although he felt an overwhelming desire to succumb to sleep, Hobodi forced his eyes open, curious about the identity of the speaker. Before him loomed several enormous bananas. No, these were the creatures from last night's dream, banana crocodiles. So, that dream last night was a portent of my demise? The instigators were indeed that mermaid girl and these crocodiles. Was Kabura's roar the catalyst for my rising anger? And what was that bizarre laughter at the end? Today, only the mermaid girl and the banana crocodiles had appeared, which could be explained, but any further connections felt strained. His body now immobilized. Hobodi gazed expressionlessly at the crocodiles as they slowly opened their jaws, revealing their sharp, blood-soaked fangs, inching closer to him. In those final moments of life, it is said one often experiences a fleeting montage of memories, yet Hobodi saw none. His gaze remained fixed on the banana crocodiles, and as his consciousness gradually faded, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him, a potent psychic shock emanated from his being, targeting the banana crocodiles. A chilling wave coursed through their minds, causing their eyes to glaze over, and one by one, their plump bodies fell to the ground. In the underground chamber, the Straw Hat crew observed this spectacle with confusion, save for Smoker, whose expression grew increasingly grave. With a thunderous explosion, the glass of the water tank shattered simultaneously throughout the room. When Hobodi's consciousness revived and he opened his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by the hues of dusk, feeling a constant jolt beneath him, as though he were atop a carriage or some other moving contraption. 3-sword style. Green algae hair, long nose, lascivious eyebrows, greedy raccoon cat, the camel he nearly devoured. His gaze ultimately settled upon a blue-haired girl. I'm glad you're okay. I apologize for misjudging you earlier, Vivi said with a warm smile. Where am I? Am I on my way to Albana? If not, please set me down. I would be eternally grateful. Hobodi's expression darkened, realizing he had been captured by his foes. Can you move? Zaro scoffed dismissively, examining his own body. He noted that he was bound in bandages, and his abdomen seemed to be treated with some cooling medicine, suggesting he would be fine. Observing the atmosphere around him, he realized that aside from the blue-nosed raccoon cat, the Straw Hat crew had not paid him much attention. Hobodi sighed in relief and rose. Thank you. You really can move, Zaro exclaimed, staring at him as if he were a monster. Usopp and Nami also shared expressions of astonishment. Hobodi rose abruptly, surveying his surroundings, while the agitated little raccoon at his feet incessantly urged him to lie down. Surely, we must be far from the rain-soaked ground by now, right? Where exactly are we? Moreover, why did you come to my rescue? Hobodi pondered the depth of his acquaintance with them. It was hardly significant, especially since he had joined the Baroque works. He could fathom no compelling reason that would warrant his salvation in such perilous circumstances. Furthermore, he distinctly recalled witnessing the banana crocodile opening its jaws. Why had he not been devoured by it? This posed a perplexing question. As for your affairs, we have all heard the whispers. You allied with Crocodile for a similar purpose, did you not? It is precisely this ambition of yours that compelled us to save you, Sanji remarked with an air of reluctance. Hobodi cast a bewildered glance at the few individuals around him, questioning their sanity. Are you all out of your minds? I intend to seize the ancient weapon, and you still regard my ambition with admiration? It was the first time Hobodi had encountered such brazen complicity in wrongdoing. After all, this was an ancient weapon, not mere trifles for children to squabble over. You scoundrel, do not presume that because you're injured, we will refrain from taking action against you, Sanji declared, unable to contain his frustration. Zaro snorted, remarking oddly, Are you envious? Envious? Who could possibly be envious of you? Algae head? You all need to silence yourselves, Nami exclaimed, swiftly knocking the two down with a couple of well-aimed strikes. Usopp took it upon himself to elucidate, holding his hands in a posture of reverence as he gazed dreamily at the setting sun. A man like you, willing to endure the disdain of your beloved, in order to fulfill Vivi's former wish, and even amidst such battles, maintaining that unwavering belief that keeps you from faltering. As he spoke, tears streamed down Usopp's face. I truly admire you, my brother. Fulfill Vivi's wish? Was her wish to seize an ancient weapon? Hobodi pondered, recalling certain phrases, the messages in the bottles he had received, and the words spoken in the underground royal tomb of the Alabasta kingdom. So that is it, he muttered to himself, deep in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. When I mentioned the message in the bottle, I identified myself as Major Hobodi. If that is the case, Hobodi cast a somber glance towards Vivi, who immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, turning her head away. Now, there were possibly two more individuals who knew of my true identity. This time, my downfall was not due to the capabilities of the devil fruit, but rather my own blunder. In the underground royal tomb, the words I spoke in folly had traveled from Cobra's ears to those of this group. On that fateful night at Whiskey Peak, only Icolum and this young lady were present. However, under the guise of Miss King, I learned that Icolum had already fallen victim to Nico Robin. Thus, in this current world, 3 individuals are aware of my dual identity, posing a significant threat to my existence. Hobodi approached Vivi and tentatively inquired, Vivi, the message in the bottle was actually seized from Major Hobodi. Yes, I am aware, Vivi replied, revealing a smile, one that was skillfully concealed. It appeared she was fully cognizant of the truth. Shall we eliminate her? As the dark thought surged within Hobodi, the realization of his own frail condition swiftly dispelled any intent to kill. Vivi remained blissfully unaware that she had danced perilously close to the brink of death. However, her mind was preoccupied with more pressing concerns. What a monkey D, Luffy? Hobodi inquired, prompting an immediate silence among the Straw Hat crew. While you were unconscious, that scoundrel Crocodile returned. He aimed to capture both Vivi and yourself, and in order to protect you, Luffy chose to remain behind alone. Is that so? There is no need for excessive worry. I have already inflicted severe injuries upon Crocodile in the underground chamber, Hobodi reassured. Indeed, Nami, who had witnessed the battle, responded, her spirits lifting, and even Zaro's previously grave expression softened considerably, while the rest of the crew erupted with joy. Hobodi gazed silently at the group, who instantly donned cheerful expressions. He had never articulated that battling in an underground chamber was an entirely different affair from fighting in the desert. The capabilities of the sand fruit, when wielded in the arid expanse, could suffice to incapacitate Monkey D. Luffy, even if gravely wounded. However, Hobodi did not harbor any belief that Monkey D. Luffy would be vanquished so easily. Well, I shall take a brief rest. Vivi, might you grant me the comfort of your lap as a pillow? Hobodi remarked deliberately. The notion of a lap pillow was but a ruse. Given his current condition and passive role, he found it inappropriate to continue under the guise of king. The previous confrontation had necessitated concealment of his identity, thereby limiting his abilities derived from his Zoan-type devil fruit. With the possibility of exposure to the 4 individuals before him, Hobodi resolved not to take further risks. He required an alternative identity to navigate Alabasta, and thus, he sought to quietly delve into the consciousness of his decoy hidden within the naval base island. Requesting a mission deployment. Vivi's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but before she could respond, Sanji's furious outburst interrupted. What did you say? You better understand how Vivi is feeling right now, or I shall teach you, you scoundrel, what proper dining etiquette entails. Sanji lifted his foot, prompting Chopper to transform into a formidable gorilla to block his path. Hey, Sanji, he is a patient right now. Indeed, I am a patient. Hobodi stated as he lay down beside Vivi. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, she possessed the most discordant temperament, making her the ideal choice for his current state. Free from concerns of their occasional playful scuffles. With this arrangement, he could finally find peace. Of course, there was no lap pillow where he reclined. Naval Base Island. Medical quarters. Hobodi rose from his sickbed, donned the cloak of justice, and stepped outside. As evening fell, he traversed the corridor, where throngs of naval soldiers were bustling towards the mess hall. After gauging the time, he knocked on the door of the commander's office. From within, two voices responded, Monet. You may open the door, followed by, yes. Indeed, she was there. Damn it, this woman has taken my secretary as her own. Monet opened the door. And upon seeing Hobodi's countenance, she expressed mild surprise, adopting a tone as if they were strangers. Major Hobodi, has your injury healed? It is nearly recovered, he replied. Stepping inside and fixating his expressionless gaze upon the woman, who was savoring a glass of liquor and relishing a sardine task's return to a leisurely life. Hobodi, are you here to represent your intention to rejoin tomorrow? Tina inquired, setting down her chopsticks with a puzzled look. I wish to take a leave of absence, Hobodi stated. Then reconsidered, shaking his head. No, to be precise, I intend to journey to Alabasta. Is that ailment not yet resolved? Tina's expression shifted to one of oddity. Last time you single-handedly captured that pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million, it astonished me. However, she continued, but perhaps you should forego the leave. I too plan to set sail for Alabasta tomorrow. Smoker contacted me not long ago regarding Crocodile's incitement of conflict in Alabasta, along with the government's pursuit of Nico Robin, who has been on the run for 20 years. This is no mere act of piracy, it threatens to engulf the entire world. Then why do you have the leisure to indulge here? Hobodi felt the urge to inquire, but resolutely articulated his purpose for the visit. I intend to depart immediately. I must prevent this war. This time, I will not let you escape under the guise of the Navy, Crocodile. Oh? Is there someone dear to you involved in this conflict? Tina slurred, her breath heavy with alcohol, her cheeks flushed with inebriation, adopting a petulant demeanor. However, that is beside the point. I have only recently learned that you two have consumed a devil fruit. As Tina's subordinate, I wish to witness your abilities, especially that rare beast-type mythical Zoan. Hobodi remained expressionless. I shall assume that Colonel Tina has acquiesced. Of course, even if you disagree today, I would still defy military orders to make the journey. Farewell. With that, Hobodi turned to depart. Stop right there. Colonel Tina rose from her chair, her body swaying unsteadily before she promptly sank back down. Perhaps I should go take a look, said Tina Monet, licking her lips, which caused a fleeting look of enchantment to cross Tina's face, rendering her even more flushed. The cause of which remained uncertain, whether it was due to the alcohol or something else entirely. When Hobodi awakened on the other side, his entire body was encased in drenched bandages, and they had reached the banks of a river. You were in a deep slumber. I called out to you repeatedly despite the monstrous creature lurking in the water, Zoran grumbled as he carried Hobodi on his back. Indeed, you despicable fellow, even while sleeping. You had Vivi serving as your pillow. Sanji muttered with a sour expression, this time. I too wish to be gravely injured so that Vivi will offer me her knee as a pillow. Hobodi cast a peculiar glance towards the girl sitting by the stone, her legs rhythmically pounding against the ground. Until now, he had been occupied with manipulating another avatar, leaving this body in a state of shallow slumber. Remarkably, he had failed to perceive the recent danger. In a sense, the girl's knees seemed to possess a certain enchantment, though this could also be attributed to the severity of his recent injuries. He inwardly expressed a malicious thought about the future. Vivi, on the other hand, was at a loss regarding the two individuals. Diverting her gaze from the path to Albana, she realized that they had several days of travel ahead, on foot. They would not reach their destination before the rebels arrived. Was it truly impossible to stop them? Vivi felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, Hobodi spoke. Something is approaching from the distance. What? I can't see anything. Don't scare me like that right after waking up. Quiet, Hobodi insisted, closing his eyes to sense the distant sounds. Indeed, there are 6 distinct noises. They are moving swiftly. If we board them, we might reach our destination before dawn. Huh? In a moment, about 100 meters ahead, a group of unidentified creatures raced through the desert, trailing thick clouds of dust behind them. As their forms became clearer, Hobodi recognized them as Karoo. Was the reward for this battle an enhancement of his observation skills? A flicker of joy crossed his face. Previously, his observation could not extend this far. This was the fruit of a year and a half of rigorous training, abruptly transformed by a life-and-death struggle. We can see them, Sanji shouted. Is that so? Hobodi opened his eyes. Less than 3 meters away, a Karoo duck stared back at him with an adorably vacant expression. It has been a long time, he said, chuckling. Quack, quack, quack. Though a multitude of words rushed to his lips, now is not the time for such chatter. Let us go. I still oppose the engagement, Karoo interjected. Chopper translated, that's wonderful, Karoo. Let us hurry up. The sooner we arrive, the better, Usopp suggested. Wait. Zoro halted Usopp with a hand, and the others looked perplexed. Zoro explained, it's 3 in the morning. The rebels have set off half a day earlier than us. And they are closer to their destination from Nana. Vivi, can we tighten our timeline? Vivi nodded. If we have the Karoo duck, we should be able to reach Albana by morning. Tell me about the terrain there. I'll handle that. Hobodi interjected. Albana resembles a large rock formation in the desert, with only 5 gates leading to wide streets several meters high, the West Gate, Southwest Gate, South Gate, Southeast Gate, and East Gate. If the rebels enter from Nana, they are most likely to approach through the South, Southwest, or Southeast gates. I will obstruct them at the South Gate, Vivi declared. Stopping them is feasible. But do not forget about the high-ranking officials of the Baroque works. If Crocodile could meticulously scheme against this nation for 3 years without detection, he has certainly accounted for our successful arrival in Albana, Zoro remarked, focusing intently on Vivi. Vivi, you are the sole hope of halting the rebellion. They will undoubtedly prioritize eliminating you. We remain unaware of our enemy's capabilities. We must make preparations here first. But Zoro, delaying even a moment diminishes the chances of stopping the rebellion, Usopp countered. Zoro replied, I understand that, but if we arrive only to be immediately targeted, it would be futile. I have a plan, Nami interjected, retrieving some surplus clothing from her backpack. What is that? Since they will prioritize attacking Vivi, we should hide her. Hide her? Exactly. As long as we all wear the same long robes and hoods to conceal our faces, they will be unable to identify who Vivi is. Nami declared triumphantly. Vivi, touched, covered her mouth, fully aware of what this meant. Everyone was sharing the burden of danger. It was too soon to weep. Nami playfully tapped Vivi on the forehead, adding, besides, there are only 6 Karoo ducks, but we have 7 people. She cast a pointed glance at Hobodi. I'm fine with it. Are you even a man? Sanji exploded in anger. Hobodi remarked, I can simply ride with Vivi. You wish. Sanji immediately roared, expressing his discontent. This camel only carries women. Nami, you should relinquish your spot. Zoro suggested. It seemed there was no other option. Nami shrugged her shoulders in resignation, glancing at Hobodi with a worried expression. However, King, your condition. She could not forget the image of this man injured in the underground chamber. It was a sight that could easily send an ordinary person into despair. Most significantly, this man had never uttered a cry of pain. He should be able to regain his fighting spirit before dawn. And please call me Harold, Harold D. Hop. They call me the golden-haired king. Zoro and the others gazed at Hobodi's lustrous black hair. Now is not the time for jokes. I'm already shivering. Indeed, the temperature seems to have dropped. All right, King. Everyone, let us draw lots. Nami declared, producing 12 small sticks. Draw lots? For grouping. If we encounter members of the Baroque works tomorrow, we must buy Vivi time to divert the enemy in different directions. There are 5 paths leading to Alabasta, so let us organize ourselves to prepare early. Besides Vivi and Karoo, the camel and Karoo ducks would join as well. After Nami's somewhat premeditated drawing, Hobodi and Zoro drew the southwest and south gates. Damn it, Nami. You must have cheated. Why are both Zoro and my brother on your side? Usopp complained. And why am I paired with the camel? That merely signifies you drew the short straw. It has nothing to do with Miss Nami, Sanji remarked, his eyes sparkling with affection. I'll take the south gate, Vivi. It's the closest route to the palace. Just follow closely behind me. Nami immediately felt displeased. What are you talking about? You must come with Zoro to protect me once you lead them away. I do not wish to face those monsters from Baroque works. You're taking the southwest gate. One solely is sufficient. I'm Zoro. Zoro interjected, standing firm. Baroque works operates in pairs, King. Usopp, expressionless, observed the scheming woman and bowed to Sanji. If we get caught tomorrow, please come to our rescue, Sanji. He and the camel lowered their heads. I only save ladies, Sanji replied, leaving Usopp in despair. Vivi? Vivi snapped back to reality, noticing numerous gazes upon her. I apologize. I was merely contemplating whether we can successfully thwart the rebel army tomorrow. Meanwhile, far away in the port city of Nakahana, a figure in a large curly hairstyle and a suit gazed up at the overcast sky, with thunder rumbling ominously. Is this the harbinger of a coming storm? It seems time is of the essence. Wait, Ikelim. A colossal shadow loomed behind Ikelim, descending from the sky and gradually shrinking. Ikelim turned, his eyes widening. You are Alabasta, directly south of the city gate. At 10 in the morning, the Straw Hat crew, 5 in total, alongside 5 Karoo ducks and a camel draped in a robe, arrived at this location. Ahead, the Mr. 1 duo, followed by Mr. 2 and Mr. 4, obstructed their path. Just as Zoro had anticipated. As expected, let us proceed according to plan. Understood. Before the Alabasta Palace, King must ensure the safety of Princess Vivi. The Straw Hat crew mounted their Karoo ducks and charged forward, each heading towards one of the 4 different gates. They're employing some tricks. The Mr. 1 duo frowned as they made their way to the southwest gate. That larger robe earlier concealed something strange. Let us investigate over there. The Mr. 2 and Mr. 4 duo also departed. Not far from the southern gate, behind a rock, two groups of figures appeared silently. All right, Vivi, let us go. Hobodi led the way, followed closely by Vivi, as the two arrived at the staircase situated directly to the south of Albana, coming to a halt. Hobodi seized a flag and cast a glance at the soldiers stationed upon the walls behind him. I harbor doubts about the likelihood of success. It is likely that the king's army has already been infiltrated by the Baroque workshop. Yet, I must make an attempt. How can one know without trying? In this nation, I wish for no more suffering to befall its people, a naive notion indeed. Hobodi remained unconvinced, yet refrained from voicing his objections. His objective lay with the king of the underworld. The ensuing chaos from their conflict would only serve to benefit his covert endeavors. As long as he could ensure the safety of this woman until he encountered Crocodile, it would suffice. Afterward, once Crocodile emerged, the woman must be eliminated. He affixed the flag and handed it to Vivi. Vivi accepted it with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Time gradually passed, and from afar, a thunderous rumble akin to an earthquake reverberated across the land. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose from the desert, heralding the approach of a throng of armed riders, their shouts piercing the air. Could this be the rebel army? The cacophony of hundreds of thousands of feet pounding the ground stirred something within Hobodi. It was his first experience in a clash fought solely with melee weapons and short-range firearms. Indeed, the number of rebels exceeded 1 million, if they were not halted here. There would be dire consequences to follow. Vivi nodded resolutely, raised the flag high, inhaled deeply, and then called out loudly, "Kosha," several hundred meters away. The leader of the rebel army, Kosha, and his entourage perked up at the sound. "Hey, Kaibi, did you hear something?" At such a moment, what other sound could there be? Kaibi gestured toward the seemingly endless ranks of rebels behind them. Indeed, while Vivi's voice may have resonated with sufficient volume, amidst the throngs gathered for miles, the thunder of hooves drowned out her shout, rendering it little more than a mosquito's buzz. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted from the city walls, striking the ground beneath the rebel army several hundred meters ahead and completely obliterating Vivi's voice. As the sound of hooves and figures drew nearer, Vivi glanced back in disbelief. Why have the king's forces retreated? This must be the work of the Baroque Works members. This tactic is no longer viable. Hobodi grasped Vivi's hand, urging her toward the stairs. Wait, even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must let the rebels hear us. Hobodi remained expressionless, his brow already tinged with impatience. Do you seek death? He queried, without waiting for Vivi's refusal. He forcibly affixed her to the back of Karu. Turning his gaze towards Karu, he inquired, "Surely you know how to gauge the situation?" Karu nodded, his claws poised for a dive. "Wait a moment," he urged, as Karu began to sprint. At the palace entrance, just as the final syllable slipped away, Hobodi had already leaped onto the back of Stomp, a member of the Super Karu Brigade, remaining motionless thereafter. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of Albana, Hobodi's doppelganger, clad in a cloak of justice, descended alongside a man with voluminous curls from the moving crab of the relocation club. The war appeared to have commenced. "I must take my leave now, Ikelim. Indeed, I am grateful for your protection to this point, Navy man." Ikelim gazed at the child cradled in his arms. If the child, who had been mercilessly beaten by the false king portrayed by Mr. 2 and Nina, had ignited the fury of the rebels, perhaps this child would also be needed to extinguish that flame once the war concluded. Uncertain of the palace's fate, Hobodi, cloaked in justice, departed to reunite with his original self. Approximately an hour later, Hobodi chose to exchange places with his true form at the palace gates. Life restored, in a secluded corner. The originally dark-haired Hobodi felt ink cascade down from his head, his facial structure subtly contorting and transforming into a bear man with pink hair parted down the middle. After donning the attire of the Thundercloud doppelganger, Hobodi began to manipulate it, commencing his disguise. The Thundercloud doppelganger expanded, crackling with electric sparks, ultimately taking on the visage of the king. Hobodi manipulated his doppelganger, sprinting towards the underground royal tomb, the Hall of Souls, on the western side of the palace. He activated the mechanism concealed within the previously known seagull statue, revealing a hidden staircase in the lawn. His doppelganger then entered the passageway to await further instructions. Meanwhile, his true self observed Vivi directing the royal army in the transportation of gunpowder to obliterate this palace, which had stood for 4 millennia. All in the name of protecting the citizens. Does this demonstrate a resolve that rivals Cobra, or is it merely an expression of naivete? I cannot believe that Crocodile would allow you to thwart the rebellion as you wish. Hobodi's gaze drifted towards the distant sky, his mind racing with plans for the forthcoming events. The cloud summoned last night with the Thundercloud doppelganger would likely arrive within 4 hours. My doppelganger was already stationed in the royal tomb, and during this interval, I had to wait for Nico Robin to arrive. I did not disclose the exact location of the tomb to Crocodile, as he would undoubtedly press Cobra for answers. At that point, I could eliminate Crocodile under the guise of the Navy, and then conclude this war in the name of aiding Akarlam, thereby significantly elevating my standing within the Navy. Subsequently, Nico Robin would delve into the underground tomb to decipher the historical texts, and in the guise of king, I would eliminate Nico Robin, Nefertari Vivi, and Akarlam, concealing the secrets. The title of the underworld king would belong to me, and my reputation as king would soar once more. with my position in the Navy remaining intact. However, such an outlook is idealistic. I refuse to be as reckless as that woman. Moreover, Monkey D. Luffy, with his stubborn temperament akin to his grandfather's, would undoubtedly thwart my intentions. Nevertheless, if the thundercloud does not arrive, pondering over these matters would be futile. I shall assess the situation when the time comes. Hobodi's stomach emitted a peculiar gurgling sound as his figure gradually faded into the palace. For hours later, after consuming a modest meal, he rose from the soft embrace of a bed in one of the chambers. During this interval, the outside world was engulfed in relentless turmoil, with Vivi determined to obliterate the royal palace, rendering Hobodi too apprehensive to succumb to slumber. From his vantage point, he observed the fierce combat occurring beyond the palace walls. At least Crocodile and Nico Robin had yet to arrive within these 4 hours. However, during this span of observation, the explosives and fuses that Vivi had instructed the soldiers to prepare were now extensively deployed throughout the royal estate. The clock in the room remained fixed at 3:58. Its ticking marking the passage of time, while ominous clouds loomed over the distant sands of Alabasta. The naval strategy was nearing completion, and the only remaining element of King S' plan to seize the whereabouts of the underworld king was to await the arrival of Crocodile and Nico Robin. Approaching the palace's front entrance from the side, Hobodi encountered 2 familiar figures, solidifying the second phase of his plan in his mind. Upon seeing him, they both displayed mocking smiles. "Ah, you're still alive. My dear brother Hobodi, are you here to apprehend me in the name of the Navy?" Crocodile scoffed. Perched atop the palace roof, with Cobra bound in his grasp, while the pivotal figure of Nico Robin stood beside him, Vivi regarded Hobodi with a puzzled expression. As one of the few who understood his true dual identities, she found herself bewildered by the enigmatic actions he must have undertaken during these 4 hours. Moreover, the foreboding clouds in the distant sky of Alabasta were undoubtedly a testament to his handiwork. Hobodi, with an impassive expression, declared, "You should understand that my presence here signifies your inevitable defeat." "Defeat, you say, amidst the ominous clouds on the horizon? Such colossal storm clouds. How do you intend to confront me? Justice, in its name, shall not harm the innocent, shall it? Below in the square, there are millions of souls." "Ha ha ha ha," the laughter echoed mockingly. Hobodi, unperturbed by the derisive laughter, began to gather energy, and in a short while, a resplendent golden light emanated from his form, gradually expanding. Before the crowd, a towering dragon man, standing 3 meters tall, emerged. Adorned with a pair of dragon horns upon his forehead, his legs and arms transforming into formidable dragon claws. The lower half of his body was covered in pink scales extending to his thighs, while his arms appeared as if encased in an indomitable armor. Crocodile's expression grew grave. Despite the laughter, he could not afford to underestimate this reckless adversary who had nearly perished alongside him in the rain. This was the result of the mythical Zoan-type fruit, the culmination of Vegapunk's experiments. Furthermore, he had reduced his massive form through the Navy's life return to enhance his combat capability. But must you truly resort to such measures? Casually tossing Cobra aside to Nico Robin, Crocodile descended from the rooftop, revealing a sinister grin. "Let me enlighten you. The time is now 4 o'clock. If we reach 4:30, this square will be obliterated by artillery strikes with a radius exceeding 5 kilometers. The righteous Navy will not allow millions of civilians to suffer." "Will they? Obliterating the square with bombardment? Are you jesting with a child?" Hobodi scoffed. Nico Robin interjected, explaining on Crocodile's behalf that artillery shell is specially designed, Navy officer. "What?" Before Hobodi could respond, Vivi, Gaka, and Cobra's expressions had already shifted dramatically. Cobra, gazing at Hobodi, urgently implored, "Navy, please intervene to prevent this war." Hobodi's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Crocodile. "Crocodile, do you truly believe you have me figured out?" "No, I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, your indifference towards the general populace is an entirely different matter. You seek to confront the 3 great powers that maintain the world's equilibrium. As a warlord appointed by the world government, even if you were to defeat me, your existence would not be without its tribulations. You are well aware of this. Remember." "Young man, you are a century too early to match wits with me," Crocodile intoned in a deep voice. "Is that so?" "Saru." "What? Saru?" Crocodile exclaimed in astonishment, quickly shaking his head. "Impossible. You are merely a midshipman, and having spent 2 years in the East Blue, you have not had anyone of higher rank than a rear admiral to teach you. How could you possibly have mastered Saru?" As he watched the fleeting shadow vanish, Crocodile immediately opted to transform into sand. However, at that very moment, Hobodi's form had already reached him, the dragon's claw, imbued with the fierce energy of Haki, launched towards him. "Damn it. There's no escaping this." Crocodile instinctively raised his golden hook with his left hand in defense. Bang! The dragon's claw struck against Crocodile's golden hook, the tremendous force and impact causing the hook to deform, propelling Crocodile's body backwards several meters until he crashed against the wall, creating a gaping hole. Amidst the swirling dust, Crocodile emerged, wiping the blood from his face, his expression dark and brooding. "You insolent brat. You once told Vivi in the rain that without strength, even the best ideals are but empty words, right? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Without power, even the most brilliant strategy is as fragile as paper. Do not be so arrogant, young man." Sandstorm. A vortex of sand formed from Crocodile's hand, surging towards Hobodi. Saru. Hobodi's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Observing this, Crocodile revealed a sinister smile, pressing his right hand against the ground. The sand is cracking. Crack, crack. The verdant grassland beneath them seemed to lose its vitality in an instant, turning parched and yellow, the surface beginning to fissure. Moonwalk. Hobodi's spectral form lingered in the air, 10 meters above Crocodile, before he stepped upon the ether, launching a claw towards Crocodile's chest. Dragon Claw. With a sickening thud, the claw pierced his abdomen, prompting Crocodile to unleash a pain scream, gritting his teeth as he seized Hobodi's arm and hurled him away, gasping for breath. His gaze darkened, brimming with murderous intent. He fixed his eyes on the distant Hobodi. You are not employing the technique known as shave, you are merely harnessing your monstrous strength, are you not? That will suffice to deal with you. A sinister chuckle escaped Crocodile's lips. Do you know of the awakening of zone-type devil fruits? Hobodi's brow furrowed at the mention of the term, which he had only heard once from Mihawk. At that moment, Crocodile extended his hand, causing Cobra and Gaka's expressions to shift dramatically. His target was not Hobodi, but rather Vivi, who stood several dozen meters away. Sandstorm. A whirlwind of sand erupted, lifting Vivi into the air, enveloping her tightly and sweeping her beyond the city walls. Vivi. Both Cobra and Gaka cried out in unison. What will it be? Will you continue to battle me, or will you save the princess of this nation? At this juncture, Hobodi finally comprehended Crocodile's sinister smile. Standing still, his expression cold and devoid of emotion, he retorted, Is this all you are capable of? Is this all? Crocodile erupted into laughter. How navi, boy. I am a pirate, and as a pirate, it is no surprise to employ any means necessary to vanquish my foes. I have no intention of engaging in a duel with a naval officer who clings to notions of justice. So, what is your answer? Cobra's gaze remained fixed on Hobodi. Navy. Please save Vivi. TCH. Crocodile, you will meet a dire defeat. Hobodi murmured darkly before leaping towards the city walls. It appears our naval officer truly is a partner of justice, Nico Robin remarked with a hint of amusement. Before them, only Crocodile's deep, echoing laughter resounded. Moonwalk. The air crackled with the sound of shattering bubbles as Hobodi propelled himself downwards, amidst the chaos of the dust-covered battlefield, witnessing Vivi's imminent fall to the ground. Let her perish, he thought. It conveniently eliminates one who knows my dual identity. I shall deal with Crocodile shortly thereafter. Hobodi instinctively slowed his pace, yet continued his descent at an almost imperceptible speed. Suddenly, from the heavens above, a feather descended, brushing past him. He looked up to see a falcon soaring through the sky, diving swiftly downward. Was it the Falcon of Bel? Hobodi furrowed his brow. Truly fortunate, Nefertali Vivi. Without any forewarning, the Falcon of Bel swooped down, narrowly missing Hobodi, as a straw-hatted youth extended his long arm. With less than 10 meters to spare before Vivi met the ground, he yanked her upward, tossing her before Hobodi. Uncle, I entrust Vivi to you. What? I'm going to send Crocodile flying. Luffy's nostrils flared with anger as he crouched low, his hands gripping the upper wall. Then, with a leap, his figure vanished from Bel's sight. Vivi soared through the air to Hobodi's side. At this moment, Hobodi could not simply claim a lack of grip as a reason for her untimely demise. He himself found it implausible, especially with the Falcon of Bel vigilantly observing nearby. Monkey D. Luffy, I knew you would be like your grandfather, relying not on cunning, but possessing a keen instinct sharper than that of a beast and sensing the hearts of men. Hobodi cradled Vivi in his arms, his expression somber. Thank you, Vivi said. It was he who saved your life, Hobodi remarked with profound significance. Indeed, why did Monkey D. Luffy not directly seize Vivi from the air and place her safely beside Bel? Hobodi had experienced this sensation 2 years prior with Garp. It was a keen intuition that allowed one to thoroughly comprehend another's character. At that time, a naval soldier was on the verge of falling into the jaws of a sea king. Hobodi, initially indifferent, was compelled by Monkey D. Garp, who, after having a nightmare from eating donuts and sleeping, sent the soldier flying towards the Sea King's mouth with a single punch. Ultimately, the Sea King retreated, and the soldier survived. Hobodi was resolutely convinced that this was no mere coincidence, for throughout that month, various circumstances compelled him to assist in successfully rescuing soldiers on multiple occasions. If it were merely a matter of cunning, one might dismiss it as a consequence of excessive exposure to psychological analyses. However, both the grandfather and grandson were undeniably rather simple-minded individuals. The lad believed that placing you by my side was the safest option. What do you intend to do? Although Bel was nearby, Hobodi did not hesitate to challenge him. Of course, the priority was to halt the bombardment. Vivi took out her watch with urgency, exclaiming, There are only 25 minutes left. Bel? The target of the bombardment must be atop a building in Alba. Understood. Bel glanced at Hobodi and added, Since it is Luffy who trusts you, please ensure the protection of Princess Vivi, Navy officer. With that, Bel spread his wings and soared into the sky. Hobodi's expression darkened further. Surely, not all the people in your country are like this, are they, Vivi? The naval officer, Vivi, hesitated to speak. Do not feign ignorance. I am aware that you know my identity. Just a moment ago, I contemplated your demise. Do you understand? If Monet were here to witness Hobodi's demeanor, he would undoubtedly stifle a laugh, referring to him as Mr. Arsonist. Yet, The naval officer refrained from such an action, did he not? Have you heard the fable of the arsonist? Hobodi leaped gracefully, as if walking on the moon, step by step towards the square, his countenance shrouded in darkness. Vivi nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, seemingly inquiring why this tale was invoked at such a moment. I am the arsonist now, and you are the mischievous children from school. Hobodi mimicked Monet's tone. Now, the question arises. The arsonist ultimately ignited a great fire, which led to his demise. Option A is that he was consumed by the flames set by the children. Option B is that he perished while rescuing the children from the inferno. What do you think will transpire? Hobodi's face, as dark as coal, fixed its gaze upon Vivi. Beads of sweat adorned Vivi's forehead, her eyes darting about as she hesitantly murmured, surely, the naval officer wishes to make a selection? Hobodi raised his eyebrows and spoke in a low tone, you all have accurately gauged my character. Do you truly believe I will choose the contrary? Vivi replied, well, regardless of the circumstances, we must first halt this bombardment. Climb onto my back and hold on tightly. I am about to undergo a transformation. Without waiting for Vivi to pose further questions, Hobodi emitted a brilliant golden light, his form beginning to twist, elongate, and expand. Ultimately, a magnificent pink eastern dragon, spanning several dozen meters, gracefully traversed the sky above the square, treading upon orange clouds. Hobodi tightly shut his eyes, allowing the stray bullets to strike his scaled body, creating sparks as they grazed him. After circling the square, he halted before a bell tower. This is the place. What? Vivi, still reeling from the exhilarating sensation of riding the dragon, had yet to regain her composure. Only here can I sense the presence of others. This is where I often played hide and seek during my childhood, Vivi mused, gazing at the bell tower from the dragon's head. I have no interest in your childhood. Hobodi's dragon head leaned closer, its fangs biting through the bell tower, revealing a man and a woman clad in peculiar attire. An old man and a frog? They are Mr. Seven and his partner, Miss Father's Day. As Vivi exclaimed this, her gaze shifted behind them, her eyes widening in shock. Behind them are the cannonballs. The dragon? The dragon? Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day were visibly sweating, their legs trembling uncontrollably. For such trivial beings, Hobodi could hardly be bothered to act. He merely threatened, would you prefer to jump down yourselves, or shall I crush your corpses piece by piece? Hobodi's dragon visage glared fiercely at the two, rendering them speechless as they clung tightly to one another, declaring their intent to leap. Vivi remarked, a prudent judgment. Just as Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day approached the belfry, poised to jump, an icy sensation enveloped them, striking directly at their consciousness. Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day's eyes turned white, and they collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Vivi, in a daze, exclaimed, did you employ the legendary dragon's might? What nonsense! I merely consumed a devil fruit. I am not a true dragon. Jump down. Let us ascertain whether the cannonballs within are authentic. Hobodi retorted as he cast Vivi off him and reverted to his human form, promptly leaping into the belfry as well. Upon witnessing the BW insignia, with two swords crossed, Vivi nodded, acknowledging, indeed, this is the bombardment orchestrated by Crocodile. Splendid. Now, 200,000 people will finally, suddenly, she halted, realizing it was premature to celebrate. Hobodi tugged at Vivi's cloak, gesturing toward the cannon. A ticking sound emanated from within, and Vivi, spotting the countdown indicating merely 5 minutes remained, covered her mouth in despair. How can this be? 5 minutes? Such a colossal cannonball cannot possibly be moved away from Alabasta. In that instant, a thought struck her, and she looked at Hobodi with a pleading expression. Hobodi spoke in a somber tone, I understand, and I will hold Monkey D., Luffy's grandfather, accountable for this. It's merely a game of bowling, and I shall partake. Now, you, come sit upon me. With that, Hobodi retrieved a time bomb from within and transformed it into a dragon. Vivi, perplexed, hesitated, I must assist now. So I shall hurl this bomb directly into the heart of the square. I am quite vexed and capable of anything. Left speechless, Vivi climbed atop Hobodi. Above Alabasta, the onlookers beheld a pink dragon standing upon clouds, clutching a black dragon ball in its mouth, racing away swiftly after 3 minutes. Hobodi then reverted to his human form, holding the bomb in one hand, executing a moonwalk while preparing to throw. In an instant, both of his arms morphed into dragon limbs, muscles taut and veins prominent. Vivi's figure plummeted from the sky, gazing upward. Indeed, silhouetted against the setting sun was a figure poised as if to bowl, launching the ball into the horizon, tearing through the sky. The girl fell rapidly, her heart racing slightly faster. Simultaneously, at a distant military ship in the port of Sandora, 3 figures observed the desert in the distance. What is that? Monet. Is it a ball? This is bad. Everyone jump overboard. Boom. Is this what you desired? A disgruntled pink eastern dragon remarked above the eastern gate of Alabasta. Thank you, Navy sir, the girl atop him smiled. But her expression quickly shifted to concern as she surveyed the chaotic crowd below. Could you lower me onto the street leading to the Southwest Gates Conference Hall? I am unaware of its location. Right there, Vivi pointed toward the throng of people rushing ahead. Why not just jump down yourself? I have no wish to encounter the Straw Hat crew for the 6th time. Vivi remained silent for a moment before pleading, please, Navy sir. I must join my comrades to halt this war. Just sit quietly and remain calm. Hobodi quickened his pace upon the clouds, swiftly ascending to the center of the palace square. Hobodi descended with Vivi, traversing approximately 5,000 meters until he entered the layer of dark clouds. His serpentine form swirling around amidst the mist. Soon, ominous thunder rumbled within, and gradually, raindrops began to cascade from the clouds, quickly intensifying into a downpour. Due to the altitude, Vivi's breathing became somewhat labored. However, she was filled with a sense of wonder at this method of inducing rain. Enough, we must descend. If it continues, I shall unleash a bolt of lightning, Hobodi declared. Please, do not resort to such measures. A few minutes later, Hobodi and Vivi hovered 200 meters above the palace square, where a towering figure with white eyes emerged before them, Crocodile. That rascal, and this fellow. Hobodi's gaze sharpened as he lunged a claw towards Crocodile's chest. Wait, Vivi cried out, quickly wrapping her arms around Hobodi's outstretched claw. Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you? Hobodi's voice was low and ominous. Yet, his actions belied his words, for in that brief moment, Crocodile's form had already begun to plummet, and Hobodi made no immediate pursuit. Hobodi was acutely aware of his own strength and would never be subdued by Vivi's feeble power. Has there been any change within me? Hobodi pondered. The legendary creature, a dragon soaring through the skies, returned with the princess. Yet the hero did not ride the dragon as scripted. Instead, he fell to the ground, bearing a visage of utter defeat, as if stripped of consciousness. Following 3 years of drought in Alabasta, rain began to pour across the nation. Raindrops pelted the faces of the people, leaving both the rebel army and the king's troops bewildered, their weapons hesitating in their grasp. Cease the fighting. A cry echoed throughout the square. However, the devastation inflicted upon both sides in this conflict rendered such pleas futile. What nonsense! The king's army has slain so many of our comrades. A rebel soldier, initially uncertain, tightened his grip on his sword. Huh? A girl stood stunned. The rebel, wielding his blade, suddenly charged at a soldier from the king's army. You bastard! The king's soldier fell. Rebels! A nearby king's soldier picked up his weapon and roared, lunging at the rebel, his sword piercing the rebel's abdomen. King's army! You! Why? The true culprit of this nation's woes has already been vanquished. The girl covered her mouth in shock. A deafening roar suddenly reverberated from above, momentarily halting the smoke of battle. People instinctively covered their ears, some even losing consciousness and foaming at the mouth. They looked skyward. Let it be struck by lightning. Wait. Below, the crowd finally began to notice the creature beneath the princess. Was that a dragon? Why was Princess Vivi riding this legendary beast? Lower your weapons, King's army. On the palace wall, Gaka struggled to maintain his battered form as he commanded. You too, lay down your arms, rebels. From behind the rebels, a man with voluminous hair stepped forward. The girl on the dragon, her eyes filled with despair, transformed those feelings into tears of gratitude. Indeed, she had been changed, but Hobodi leapt down to the ground with a complex expression, allowing Vivi to dismount as he reverted from his transformed state. He vanished before a house and entered through a shattered window, his consciousness fragmented to his doppelganger king. In the underground royal tomb, Hobodi pushed aside the heavy stone that lay upon him and gazed at the scene before him. On the ground, Nico Robin lay fallen, while Monkey D. Luffy, with a smile on his face, sat beside the laughing king. It seems you have forgotten something, Hobodi remarked. King Cobra looked on in bewilderment. Hobodi approached Nico Robin, crouching before her. Is there still life within you? Nico Robin struggled to lift her head, her gaze fragmented, devoid of color. You should know the location of the poneglyph. If you've read it, right? Wait, King, Cobra shouted. Luffy lifted his head briefly before lying back down, promptly falling asleep. Hobodi's words roused Nico Robin, who revealed a sardonic smile. There is no record on it. Don't deceive me. While I harbor no desire to interrogate women, the elderly, or children, I occasionally find it necessary to transgress my principles for certain purposes. The poneglyph undoubtedly marks the location of the One Piece. I've been there once before. Your current injuries, I presume, were acquired through similar means from Crocodile, correct? Don't mistake me for one of his kind of losers. Hobodi approached the historical text, pointing to a line. This is ancient, this is era, this is One Piece. I already know these characters. Just tell me what follows. Nico Robin's face displayed astonishment. You can comprehend the writing above? I cannot read it. It's the writing that speaks to me. The writing tells you? Though perplexed, Nico Robin responded, the location of the One Piece is a place you cannot reach now. Where? Hobodi leaned closer, and Nico Robin whispered a few words in his ear, instantly causing Hobodi to show astonishment. All right, I'll temporarily concede. In light of the information you've provided, Nico Robin, I shall spare your life. In return, you must not disclose anything you know about me. Nico Robin wore a disdainful smile. You overestimate your own importance, Navy man. Someone like Crocodile would never reveal your secrets. He would prefer to see the Navy plagued by people like you. After being hunted by the government for 20 years. Do you really think the Navy would trust anything I say? So, I only need to deal with one more person? Hobodi failed to notice that in the past. He would have certainly resorted to silencing her instead of speaking in such a manner. This journey has reached its conclusion. Rising, Hobodi approached Luffy's unconscious body, kicking him twice. But receiving no response, he let out a low sigh. Did you just presume I would save you? Before long, within the underground tomb, an unknown figure had appeared on the shoulders of 3 others, who then leapt up. 3 days later, escorting Crocodile and senior members of Baroque Works. Hobodi met with the Navy at Alabasta as they arrived at the port of Sandora River Nana. A warship was docked at the harbor, where Tina and Monet stood. And Smoker sat on the ship's gangway. For my subordinates to act independently. Hobodi, Major, this is unacceptable. Tina expressed her discontent. In any case, I saved Alabasta. I am now its guardian deity. You will likely address me as Colonel Hobodi from now on. Hobodi walked past her expressionlessly, prompting her brows to furrow in irritation. Welcome back, Major Hobodi, Monet greeted, her tone laden with implications. Yes, it has been a while, Monet. Monet was taken aback, instinctively licking her lips. Sensing that her master had changed somewhat. You too, Smoker. Smoker nodded grimly. Let us not rush to board. I have something to confirm. Hobodi. What is it? You see that large pit in the desert? Yes. I received reports that on that day, a dragon from Alabasta carried a bomb and dropped it here. And then? Hobodi inquired. The shockwave nearly obliterated our entire force. Am I supposed to laugh now? Hobodi observed the furious gazes converging upon him. What a joke, you scoundrel. Smoker roared. Rising before exhaling deeply and sitting back down. It seems you didn't catch King after all. He was ultimately rescued by the Straw Hat. Did you see him in Alabasta? No, I had no time to concern myself with him then. Is that so? The Straw Hat had escaped on my end as well. But Hobodi, don't go chasing after King alone again. His martial prowess, to be frank, we cannot contend with at present. And? Smoker refrained from mentioning what had transpired after King fell that day, merely glancing at the trembling Dasky below deck, inhaling deeply. Forget it, if there is nothing else. We've been on the road for 3 days. Let us board. Hobodi subtly gestured to Dasky, and Smoker nodded. Let us go, Dasky. Dasky silently nodded, gripping her sword as she boarded. However, once inside the cabin, Dasky claimed the bed first, burying herself under the blankets and quietly sobbing, leaving Hobodi with no choice but to retreat. Closing the cabin door, Smoker turned back. How is Dasky faring now? The humiliation of defeat, she is probably crying. Hobodi shrugged. You scoundrel, since you went to Alabasta, why didn't you protect her properly? How long can she remain under your wing? A retort silenced Smoker. As the escorting senior members of Baroque Works boarded, they would temporarily be held at the Navy base, awaiting orders and a ship from Navy headquarters. After which Crocodile would be transported to Judicial Island for a military trial. Yet, both the Navy and pirates knew it was merely a formality, ultimately. Crocodile would pass through the gates of justice to the depths of Impel Down. Brew, 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 the phone snail on the warship chimed. Tina answered the receiver, and after a minute, she placed it on the speaker. Smoker, Tina, your troops have defeated Crocodile, who coveted the Alabasta Kingdom. The Navy's High Command has unanimously decided to promote you 1 rank. Upon arrival at headquarters, please prepare for the promotion ceremony. Wait, it was not us who defeated Crocodile. It was Straw Hat Luffy. Hey, Smoker, don't jeopardize my promotion. Give it up, Smoker. Regardless, the pirates defended Alabasta. It will be impossible for that to appear in the newspapers. The government has already decided to cover this up, Tina added. Shut up, both of you. Smoker seized the receiver. Relay a message to those old geezers in the Navy High Command. Yes, please proceed. Tell them to go eat shit. Smoker angrily hung up the phone snail. Hey, Smoker. If you don't want to be promoted, don't drag us down with you. Hobodi expressed his displeasure. You getting promoted is like a parasite reaching maturity for the Navy. I don't want to see your face again. Are you activating the rabid dog mode? This is our warship. Tina's expression was stoic. Hobodi, you should refrain from speaking right now. Baroque Works has not been fully apprehended. Mr. 2 and the Straw Hats remain on this island. We still have tasks ahead. Once we receive news of the Straw Hat ship, we must mobilize, understood? Arrest them? I shall take my leave first. Hobodi turned and made his way toward the sleeping quarters for the soldiers on the deck. Simultaneously, on the other side in the kingdom of Alabasta, in the capital city of Albana, within the royal palace's main hall, in a room furnished with 7 beds, a dark-haired man entered, prompting the Straw Hat crew to exchange bewildered glances. King, when did you arrive? You were absent during the banquet, one remarked. I advise you to set sail promptly tonight. I've received intelligence that the naval commander has sealed off the entire island. They are currently taking a brief respite. And now is your only opportunity to depart. Why should I assist these fellows? Hobodi pondered to himself. Ah, thank you for that. We were indeed planning to leave. Luffy grinned. King, would you care to join us? Zoro grunted. If you board, I would very much like to spar with you, specifically your 8 extremes. Come on, King. Join us. Usopp and Nami chimed in with friendly enthusiasm. Hobodi shook his head and remarked, if you had seen the bounty on my head, you would not utter such words. What is this? It sounds as if I am the source of your troubles. Hobodi promptly presented the bounty notice, plunging the room into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar of exclamations. 110 million berries? King. So you are indeed such a formidable individual? It follows that his joining us would certainly bring considerable complications, Sanji remarked thoughtfully. Hobodi nodded, affirming, indeed. As the curled eyebrow has stated, should I join your ranks, officers of at least the rank of Navy Colonel will be dispatched to apprehend you. It is likely that your voyage will be cut short by their pursuit. Who is afraid of whom? Luffy retorted, his expression one of dissatisfaction. Moreover, our objectives diverge. My aim is to gather the legendary artifacts of the world and then, with a single blow, to vanquish the mightiest Whitebeard. I will strike down the 7 warlords and kick the 4 emperors, all while toppling the world government, ultimately living freely. The Straw Hat crew, apart from Luffy, fell silent. Taken aback by his audacity, the notion of defeating Whitebeard with a single blow seemed utterly reckless. And it was evident that countless lives would be sacrificed for his reckless ambition. Nami and Usopp were visibly sweating at the back of their heads. Oh, so your goal is also to become the Pirate King? In that case, I shall not extend an invitation to you, King. From now on, we shall be rivals, Luffy declared, brimming with fighting spirit. Hobodi did not respond. His gaze directed towards Vivi as he spoke in hushed tones meant only for the two of them to comprehend. It is too noisy where I am, and the odor is overwhelming. I shall retire to your princess chamber to rest. Please instruct your attendants not to disturb me. Vivi paused, a realization dawning upon her. Before she nodded, very well, I shall escort you. However, the glass in that room has been shattered. That was my doing. I had previously taken refuge there. I merely wish to greet you, and I can make my own way. What did you say? Sanji exclaimed, unable to contain his indignation. He swiftly approached Hobodi, seizing his collar, his nostrils flaring in disbelief. You, of all people, have slept in Vivi's room? A flicker of confusion crossed Vivi's face, and Sanji's words evoked a hint of youthful embarrassment within her. I have no intention of entertaining your assumptions. It was merely a brief respite before battle. Hobodi stepped outside, reflecting on his mindset. He felt no inclination towards eliminating Vivi this time. This change was not influenced by the mermaid, but rather stemmed from his own transformation. Was it trust or an expansion of his capacity? The demeanor of a true sovereign? Hobodi chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Furthermore, it seemed prudent to inquire about Long Way with Begabank at an appropriate time. The following morning at 5 o'clock, Hobodi's door creaked open, and he awoke with a start. Who is it? He called out. It is I, came Vivi's reply. Hobodi lowered his guard, rose from the bed, and gazed at the pale dawn sky outside, inquiring. Have they departed? Yes, they have, Vivi replied, her mood somewhat subdued. Did you not accompany them? Noticing Vivi's distracted demeanor, Hobodi surmised the purpose of her visit. You seek my counsel, do you not? Vivi hesitated, lowering her gaze. I am uncertain at present. My mind is filled with memories from the ship, yet Alabasta is in a critical state. You remain as greedy as ever, desiring companionship while yearning to stay in this nation? Hobodi scoffed. Luffy and the others are not mere puppets. A choice must be made. That is why I came. To hear the Navy's perspective. The Navy has also received Luffy's invitation, has it not? Vivi wore an expression that conveyed. We are all fallen comrades and should deliberate our strategies together. Hobodi waved his hand dismissively. I shall not board their ship. While my naval identity serves as one reason, I also harbor my own intentions. The notion of collecting artifacts is but a ruse, is it not? Hobodi's expression suddenly darkened. Do not think that familiarity grants you the liberty to speak as you please. Vivi, unfazed, covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Hobodi, unwilling to issue further threats, continued his analysis. Should you set sail, you will encounter 2 significant dilemmas. First, once your nation learns that its princess has turned pirate, the world government will undoubtedly descend upon it with brutal force. Moreover, you are the sole heir of Alabasta, am I correct? I suspect your father would meet his end in despair. As he spoke, Hobodi cast a glance towards the shadowy crevice by the door, wondering if Ikelim was eavesdropping. Merely this single reason caused Vivi's complexion to drain of color. Hobodi, satisfied with his intimidation tactics, smiled and continued. Secondly, the world of pirates is not merely one of adventure, it is rife with endless bloodshed. If you do not strive to grow stronger, you will inevitably become a burden to Luffy. Take this encounter with Crocodile, for instance. That lad nearly met his demise thrice. And that was while I had already severely injured Crocodile. There are foes in the latter half of the Grand Line who are even more formidable than he. Despite the harshness of his words, Vivi listened intently, particularly when Hobodi mentioned the severe injuries. She cast a curious glance at him. Both were aware that the rumors surrounding him were but fabrications. At that time, she could not fathom why he had been so wrathful on her behalf. Ultimately, from what Luffy and the others conveyed, it became clear that this individual was willing to risk his life to confront Crocodile. Was his aim to seek out the legendary figure, Rayleigh? Now that he had learned of Rayleigh's whereabouts, and even uncovered his dual identity, he seemed unperturbed by it. Perhaps his verbal threats had never been intended to be acted upon. In truth, beneath his fierce exterior lay a kind heart. What is that look in your eyes? Hobodi furrowed his brow. Vivi snapped back to reality. So, does that mean I should refrain from going? Yet, to abstain would leave me unsatisfied. She nodded vigorously. A greedy woman indeed. You have come here today, perhaps hoping to attend tomorrow's 10 o'clock motivational meeting? Hobodi rose from the bed and donned his boots. So, might I request the naval officer to utilize his transformation ability to disguise himself as me? Vivi hesitated, her gaze evasive, and tentatively suggested. I will be delivering a nationwide speech at the Sandora River. No one will discover the true identity of the naval officer. Hobodi's expression darkened immediately. Are you jesting with me? He exclaimed. I implore you, Navy officer, Vivi pleaded. At that very moment, the door swung open, and a resonant voice echoed. "Hold on a moment, Icolum. Navy officer? No wonder the rumors about Princess Vivi have been circulating in the palace. I found it rather perplexing. It turns out you are Major Hobodi." Icolum clapped his hands together, stating, "Now my confusion is entirely resolved." Hobodi had long sensed his presence through the observation hockey and nonchalantly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Although perplexed by the fact that a Navy officer could also be a bounty criminal, he acknowledged the undeniable truth. "You had saved millions of citizens in Alabasta and rescued Princess Vivi. This secret I shall keep under wraps," Akaram assured, patting his chest. Generally, the deceased are better at keeping secrets. Vivi stood silently by, contemplating the peculiar nature of this individual. Regarding the request of Princess Vivi, "I shall impersonate her during the speech." As Akaram spoke, Vivi's expression brightened with a smile. He continued, "Mr. Navy, you shall accompany Princess Vivi. Do you wish for me to act as her bodyguard?" Hobodi raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, while we are not far from the Sandora River, dangers still lurk in the desert." Akaram replied, "What are your plans?" Hobodi's gaze shifted towards Vivi. He had no objections to this request, as it was time for King to depart from Alabasta. Vivi instinctively shook her head. "There's no need. We should travel together. I too must leave. Your nation would hardly welcome a pirate with a bounty of over 110 million. She reasoned. Though she contemplated leaving a doppelganger behind to monitor these two, Hobodi felt it unnecessary at this moment. Trust. He seemed to be developing that sentiment. "I wouldn't mind if Mr. Navy chose to reside in Alabasta," Vivi declared, her heart racing, reminiscent of that day beneath the setting sun. Hobodi felt a slight astonishment and was interrupted before he could speak by Icolum's exclamation, "I oppose. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. Why are you sleeping in Vivi's room?" "Well, I just got up and have been here for quite some time." "What? Princess Vivi, you are still underage." Icolum shouted in despair, his face contorted with rage as he rolled up his sleeves. "What have you done to Princess Vivi, you despicable Hobodi?" Such words were easily misconstrued. Hobodi glanced apologetically at the girl beside him, then turned to Icolum. "Regardless of how I explain, you won't listen, will you? This is a disgrace for Alabastan. And you shall not escape it, Hobodi." Thud. A swift chop struck Icolum on the nape of his neck, and Hobodi laid the unconscious Icolum beside the bed. "In any case, we must head to the Santora River. Preparations should commence immediately." Around 10 minutes past noon, Vivi and Hobodi, accompanied by Captain Carew and Stoneup, stood at the eastern port of the Santora River, gazing out at the sea. As they observed the merry ship turning back in the distance, Vivi uttered her farewell words, closed the microphone, her face awash with tears, and raised her arm high alongside Captain Carew, the X mark glaringly prominent. Hobodi donned a typical Alabastan attire, featuring a long black robe adorned with a golden belt, and his tousled golden locks framed his face. He wore black boots and sported a jeweled longsword slung at his waist. This ensemble was a product of his impatience while awaiting Princess Vivi for an hour, and the court stylist had crafted a look that would allow him to blend in seamlessly. It seemed rather commendable. With this attire, surely no one could contest his title as the golden-haired king. Hobodi chuckled to himself before turning, proclaiming, "Well then, I must take my leave. Do take care on your journey back." However, his cloak was suddenly tugged, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. The naval officer, with tearful eyes, looked at him, and the young lady's intentions were unmistakably clear. "After all, I am a bounty criminal." Hobodi shrugged his shoulders. The girl fell silent for a moment before shifting the conversation. "Could you take me flying once more? How delightful." "Farewell," he replied, freeing himself from Vivi's grasp, casting a glance of exasperation at the girl. Subsequently, with an oddly contorted expression, Hobodi turned and departed, his figure gradually fading into the desert expanse. The sight of the woman in her princess attire today had indeed left him somewhat awestruck. In the end, it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Returning to his senses, Hobodi emerged from the cabin onto the deck, rubbing his eyes. Before him stood Mr. 2, Von Clay, along with a multitude of pirates bound together by ropes. Tina, the dark prison warden, held a cigarette between her lips, and upon noticing Hobodi's presence, her expression noticeably darkened. Monet, standing behind Tina, shot Hobodi a warning glance, suggesting that it would be wise not to provoke her. "Hobodi, you have been summoned 138 times since yesterday. Whether in the naval skirmish with the Straw Hat crew or in the battle against Mr. 2, no matter how loudly we called, you remained unresponsive. Let me clarify for Tina. She is exceedingly upset, quite furious indeed. Colonel Tina, was your black prison array unable to detain them? It appears they are indeed quite cunning." Hobodi silently scoffed at the 32-year-old woman's repetitive phrase, while outwardly he responded, "The reason for my slumber was due to my injuries. You hardly appear to be gravely wounded. Much like Smoker, you seem rather pleased to see the Straw Hat crew succeed in their escape, do you not?" Hobodi cast a glance towards Monet, who returned a look that Smoker had recently exacerbated. Hobodi raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, claiming, "I never said such a thing. Enough. Tina has reached the end of her patience with both you and Smoker. Prepare yourself for the repercussions upon your return. Warship, soldiers, prepare to set sail." I. 1 week later, at the naval base island. Colonel Hobodi. Colonel Hobodi. Outside the base's lawn, Hobodi, bare-chested, set down 2 large iron weights marked 5T, which thudded softly upon impact. He turned back and glanced. Bortu? What brings you here? It's concerning the information about Mr. 3 from the Baroque works who has gone into hiding, Bortu replied. That hardly concerns me. If you have a report, direct it to Monet. Do not interrupt my training. It is Monet's secretary who conveyed this. Colonel Tina. No. Brigadier Tina requests your presence in the commander's office. Brigadier Tina? Is she not the one who ascended due to my support? Hobodi frowned, scoffing softly. Monet's secretary. Very well. Ensure that nothing here is disturbed. Bortu gazed in disbelief at the two hefty iron weights inscribed with 5T 10 tons casually employed for wrist strength training, truly a peculiar individual. After putting on his shirt, Hobodi arrived at the door of the commander's office in just about 10 minutes. As he was about to knock, he noticed that the left door opened automatically. Was it unlocked? As Hobodi pushed open the door and stepped inside, an unusual scent assailed his nostrils. Before him lay a disarray of garments strewn across the sofa. Hobodi stood expressionless, observing the scene before him, and knocked gently at the door. The two women immediately regained their composure, casting him discontented glances. Can't you even knock properly? The door was wide open on its own. Have I interrupted you? Hobodi's demeanor darkened as he glanced at Monet, clearly recognizing her handiwork. He then turned away, stating, I shall return in 1 minute. TSK. Tina clicked her tongue in annoyance. A minute later, Hobodi turned back, only to find the two women dressed, though the flush on their cheeks lingered. Tina occupied the commander's chair, her expression slightly displeased. What brings you here? She inquired. You summoned me, he replied. As Hobodi spoke, Tina quickly understood that it was the work of her secretary. However, Monet had long mastered this art. Standing behind Tina, she produced a stack of documents without showing any hint of hesitation. Commander Tina. Have you forgotten the soldier's report from an hour ago? The fugitive from the Baroque workshop, Mr. 3, has been spotted on the resort island. Forgot. Tina shot a glance at Monet, unsure whether to express annoyance or playful reproach. Very well. Hobodi, we have a mission tomorrow. Instruct the soldiers to make the necessary preparations. Is that all? Tina scoffed. Do you think I deliberately showed you this? It wasn't entirely inconceivable. Some psychologically disturbed individuals might resort to such tactics after usurping my secretary. Since this is merely a trivial matter, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Colonel. No, Brigadier. Hobodi waved dismissively, ignoring Monet, who was stifling laughter behind her hand, and turned to exit the command room. The following day, Hobodi and the others set sail at 9 o'clock from the naval base, arriving at the resort island around 10. As they disembarked, the island's representative, a suited gentleman who introduced himself as Toddy, approached, rubbing his hands together in greeting. Sergeant, please reconfirm the image, Tina instructed. A naval soldier of average height retrieved the ominous illustration produced by the Baroque workshop. Upon seeing the striking figure of Mr. 3, Toddy nodded repeatedly. Indeed. That is the man. He rented a room here with a young girl the night before last. Is that so? Tina exhaled a smoke ring and turned to the sergeant. Instruct the soldiers to seal off all entrances to the resort to avoid any disturbances. Understood. They must have sensed our presence as well. Mr. 3 is notorious for his cunning. Let us wait here. Hobodi, fetch us 2 lounge chairs. Hobodi glanced up at the languid figures sprawled on the poolside loungers, feeling somewhat irked. I have no obligation to serve you. Well then, I shall take my leave. Monet brushed past Hobodi, his lips curling as he lowered his voice. I have heard that a golden-haired man named Harold D. Hobber has been frequenting the palace lately. My dear master, have your recent inclinations turned towards the princess? I know not what you speak of, Hobodi retorted. However, it seems your preferences have shifted towards women? Hobodi scoffed. That is quite the misunderstanding. I have never forgotten your form, my master. With that, Monet rose onto his toes, leaning close to Hobodi's ear, teasingly licking the lobe as he whispered, Come to my chamber tonight. I have special services awaiting you. Capturing them will be a mere trifle. We won't remain on this island until nightfall. That remains to be seen, Hobodi replied. Moments later, Monet arranged 3 loungers and a table. Where the trio reclined basking in the sunlight, the table adorned with a telephone book, a pack of cigarettes, 2 glasses of lemonade, and a goblet of wine. 2 furtive figures lurked behind a coconut tree, one tall and one short, the taller one marked by conspicuous hairstyle and a distinct 3. Hobodi removed his blindfold and looked at the 2 women beside him. It seems the vacation is genuine. But the pursuit of the remnants of the Baroque works is a mere facade, is it not? With his observation hockey, he perceived the 2 individuals, finding no trace of cunning in their demeanor. No, their lackluster disguise was an affront to the very notion of cunning. Hobodi, your silence doesn't imply that you are mute. Just then, the telephone bug on the table rang, interrupting their tense exchange. Allow me to answer. Hobodi picked up the receiver. Hello. A panicked voice emerged from the other end. Is this Colonel Hobodi? We have a situation. For some unknown reason, Mr. 2, Bonclay, has escaped from prison and has freed the Mr. 5 duo that I previously apprehended. What? Before Hobodi could respond, the receiver was snatched away by Tina. Are they still on the island? No, they have already fled by boat, likely heading in your direction to alert their companions. Is that so? Tina hung up the telephone book, rose from her chair, exhaled a puff of smoke, and for a brief moment, a smile graced her lips. However, it quickly vanished, replaced by a cold expression. It's that Bonclay again. In that case, we shall head to the port and wait for them. Let us go, Hobodi. This time. Tina will ensure he won't be smiling for long. Understood. Hobodi glanced at Monet, who remained seated and motionless, engrossed in her newspaper, deep in thought. The prison holding Bon Clay, like crocodiles, was constructed of sea prism stone. As long as no one actively opened it from the outside, escape was impossible. There had to be a reason for this. To prolong your stay on this island? Was it your doing? Hobodi whispered as he passed Monet. Monet adjusted her glasses. Observation hockey can be troublesome at times. Initially, I intended to search for a day, but after just an hour of landing, I found them. Was my reserved room just a waste of effort? Be cautious. Such actions might draw unwanted scrutiny. It's fine. I have a general idea of where the intelligence and telephone bugs are located in the base. Besides, given the strength of the master, these individuals stand no chance of escape. You truly are remarkable, Monet, Hobodi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't the master seeking a competent secretary? I am merely fulfilling my duties. Your intelligence skills are misapplied. Well, you only did this to provoke me, didn't you? Very well, as you wish, once we capture them. I shall reprimand you. Hobodi patted her shoulder and departed expressionlessly. Is that so? I truly look forward to it. As noon approached, dispersing the harbor residents and concealed warships, Hobodi and Tina finally spotted a small boat slowly approaching the resort island. Using binoculars, they observed a short-skirted girl with an explosive hairstyle adorned with lemon earrings. Having encountered them before, Tina nodded. It's them. No doubt, the Mr. 5 duo, both are devil fruit users. Devil fruit users? In that case, we needn't waste effort. Hobodi's hands transformed into dragon claws. What are you planning, Hobodi? Tina inquired, surprised. It was her first time witnessing Hobodi's devil fruit ability. According to the records, Hobodi's fruit belonged to the mythical Zoan type, the same as Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Just sinking their boat. Send someone over. I'll let them come closer for easier retrieval. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Tina's long hair to dance, prompting her to smooth it down. In that brief moment, as she turned back to the sea, a massive white waterspout erupted within 100 meters of the small boat. The vessel capsized, and 2 panicked screams echoed, followed by a loud splash as it sank. Controlling the wind? Is this the ability of the mythical creature known as the dragon? Tina gasped in astonishment. I suppose so, Hobodi replied. Is that your subordinate? Tina stared at Hobodi for several seconds before taking a drag from her cigarette, exhaling with a sigh. It wouldn't be long before this man surpassed her in rank. No doubt, the power of such a devil fruit, combined with his diligence and talent, would surely make him a pillar of the Navy in the future. Minutes later, 2 Navy soldiers retrieved the Mr. 5 duo from the sea, placing sea prism stone cuffs on them. Tina, I have a proposal to capture the remnants of the Baroque works all at once. A proposal for a complete capture? Tina exhaled, intrigued. You mean to say that Mr. 2, Bon Clay, would willingly walk into a trap to protect his comrades? He is undoubtedly sentimental. If we display his companions here, he will surely come. It appears you're already onto something. Where has the commander gone? You should refer to Tina as commander, Tina retorted, turning back with annoyance. I understand that the dispatched vessel has arrived, and Hobodi, you will likely be summoned back to headquarters. But until then, you remain under Tina's command. Refer to me as commander. Is that satisfactory? Commander Tina, Colonel Hobodi, the sergeant hesitated. Behind him, on the mast of a small boat, Mr. 5 and his partner, Miss Valentine, were bound and shouting. It's fine. They are merely bait. We only need Mr. 2 to appear. When Tina mentioned Mr. 2, her tone suddenly intensified, shifting topics. Hobodi, you handle Mr. 3. I'll take care of Mr. 2 myself. Is that all right? I don't mind either way. Tina immediately raised her head, glaring at Hobodi. Do you think Tina is someone to be trifled with? At that moment, Tina, with a cigarette in her mouth, had the smoke blowing towards Hobodi's eyes, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose. Suit yourself. However, I don't believe that the prison escape was solely about the Mr. 5 duo. Their prison also holds the Mr. 4 duo and Miss Doublefinger. The expression on Tina's face darkened swiftly. With sea prism stone bars, it is impossible for devil fruit users to escape from the prison. There must be a traitor within the base. The traitor is that woman playing her glass games with you. Although Hobodi did not utter these words, his implication was clear. If you played fewer games, such incidents would not occur. Hobodi, are you accusing Tina of negligence? Enough. You should go to the resort hotel and keep an eye on Mr. 3. Don't let him escape. I'll handle the black prison here, whether it be Mr. 2 Bon Clay or Miss Doublefinger. In the name of justice. Tina will not let them leave. In that moment, she exuded a hint of the gallant demeanor of a military woman. As Hobodi looked at the long-haired woman before him, he waved his hand and turned to leave. On his way from the port to the resort hotel, Hobodi suddenly witnessed an astonishing scene. He saw Mr. 3, identifiable by his distinctive hairstyle, bound to a shop, with a sign on his clothing reading, I want to turn myself in. A ruse? Hobodi closed his eyes, activating his observation hockey to sense the surrounding crowd, noting 2 individuals whose heartbeats quickened, moving with a suspicious demeanor. One heart beats powerfully, emblematic of adulthood, while the other resembles the tender thrum of an immature child. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced sideways at a corner of the crowd to the left, where Hobodi advanced to apprehend Mr. 3. Suddenly, a transformation unfolded before Hobodi's eyes. Mr. 3 morphed into a puddle of white goo. With a dismissive snort, Hobodi crouched down to touch it. Is this wax? His eyes narrowed. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips. The opportunity had arrived. A loud shout echoed from the 3 o'clock position behind him, signaling action. Hobodi turned around in astonishment, only to see a little girl wearing a sun hat approaching him with a paintbrush in hand. This girl, adorned with 2 playful pigtails and cherubic cheeks, suddenly pressed a vibrant design onto the center of Hobodi's palm. An enigmatic force began to extend into his psyche. This girl was a friend, though the sentiment was perplexing and devoid of any tangible memories. Nevertheless, Hobodi felt an undeniable connection. She must be his friend. Was it the influence of the paint? Or perhaps the powers of a devil fruit? Manipulating emotions seemed evident, yet it was too juvenile. Such abilities were only suitable for simple organisms. Simply erasing the paint would suffice. In less than a minute, Hobodi's mental state began to normalize. What should he do next? Mr. 3. Can I take a break after finishing my work? The little girl inquired. Just then, a man with a cunning smile and a forehead marked with the number 3 approached. Not yet. Have you forgotten about that fool, Mr. 2? We need to rescue Mr. 4 and the others. No, Miss Golden Week. Let this fellow deal with that prison warden, Tina, at the port, and we can make our escape. Mr. 3 wore a triumphant expression, as if reclaiming his former glory. According to my intel, this man is not inferior to Tina or Smoker in the Navy. In just 2 years, he has allegedly brought back some weapon that has empowered the Navy's fearsome sniper units. After 2 years of immersion, he has swept through all pirate factions in the East Blue. Known as Iron Fist Hobodi, we just need to utilize this man well. Hehehe. But he is a friend, not a slave, Miss Golden Week interjected, cutting off Mr. 3. Mr. 3's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why not you, Slave White? He stiffly turned his body to see a pink-haired man wiping away yellow paint from his hands. Do you know me well? I am Galtino, the champion of the model competition. Hobodi raised his fist high. Seeing the impending blow, Mr. 3 turned pale and weakly pleaded, could you not hit my face? No. With a single punch, Hobodi struck Mr. 3 squarely in the face, shattering his glasses, knocking out his front teeth, and leaving him sprawled on the ground, eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, the little girl looked on with tearful eyes, wearing a similarly pitiful expression, and asked, could you not hit my face? Hobodi was momentarily taken aback. Retracting his fist, I do not engage in the habit of striking small children. Take your leave while the Navy has yet to arrive. Miss Golden Week, ungrateful and unmoved, upon hearing these words, immediately grasped her palette and darted into the crowd with the swiftness of a rabbit. In less than a minute, a nearby naval soldier arrived with a report. Colonel Hobodi, the port's black jail Tina has apprehended Mr. 2 Bon Clay and several others, and is now preparing to escort the Baroque Works group back to the naval base. Please hand over Mr. 3 to me, and also, Secretary Monet requests your presence at the resort hotel. Hobodi cast a peculiar glance at him, harboring doubts yet ultimately surrendering Mr. 3 into his hands. Even if it were a ruse, this naval soldier before him could only be the result of Von Cole's imitation fruit. Among the Baroque Works, apart from Das Bonus, Mr. 2 was reputed to be an adept martial artist specializing in close combat. With the power of the barrier fruit, he could restrain anyone upon mere contact, rendering him nearly unstoppable. Furthermore, Tina had insisted on facing Mr. 2 alone, and Hobodi had little desire to intervene. His main unit's deployment was imminent, and his military accolades for capturing Crocodile and Das Bonus were already soaring. The remaining adversaries were mere trifles, hardly worth concern. Though the last words of the naval soldier were a facade, Hobodi's steps nonetheless led him toward the resort hotel. A few minutes later, Monet spotted Hobodi's arrival. Removing her glasses, clad in a white t-shirt and mere swimming trunks, she approached him with the casual demeanor of a student after gym class. Did you resolve it? Tina didn't return with you. You truly are leisurely, Monet. I just had a look at the hotel rooms. They're quite decent. Allow me to show you, she said, taking Hobodi's hand and guiding him toward the hotel structure. Moments later, they ascended to room 302 on the 3rd floor. Once inside, Monet promptly locked the door, not uttering a word as she pushed Hobodi toward the bed. Within a minute, all of Hobodi's garments had been stripped away. This is your special service? Monet turned, her cheeks flushed, whispering, hurry and punish the obedient me. Uncle, aren't you just a year older than I? Hobodi felt somewhat speechless. She was a 28-year-old woman. Did she not feel any embarrassment? Wasn't the master fond of innocent young girls? However, this was not a special service. It was merely an appetizer before the main course. Oh really? Then I shall anticipate the main dish, Hobodi replied, feeling a surge of temptation. The room was soon filled with delightful, euphoric sounds. Yet, this time, Hobodi distinctly sensed a peculiar sensation enveloping his body. Monet, is that truly you? Indeed, it is, came the voice from near his ear. Hobodi was taken aback. If Monet was beside him, then who was the woman upon him? As dawn broke, the window opened, dispersing the masculine aura that had lingered in room 302 throughout the night. After a night of reckless abandon, a woman with pink hair lay bare upon the bed. Lighting a cigarette from the table, she turned to the green-haired woman beside her, grumbling, last night you got me drunk, and then I ended up in this room. It felt odd. Monet, had you orchestrated this all along? Tina was quite content last night too, wasn't she? Monet exclaimed, her face beaming with a triumphant expression. Spare me your excesses, Monet. A true man feels different when with me, Tina retorted, her cheeks reddening as she gazed at the man standing by the window, Hobodi. The scent emanating from your body is dangerously alluring to women. Especially during your Naval Academy days, coupled with your penchant for charming girls, it's simply appalling. Last night's escapade was Monet's unilateral decision. However, in the end, it was also Tina who had made the initial advance. Hobodi turned back toward them. After a night spent together, their faces bore no extreme reactions, merely varied expressions as they each pondered their thoughts, perhaps still plotting something. For who could claim that it was solely anyone's fault? Even if Monet had designed this trap, the latter two had engaged willingly, half-heartedly. I look forward to continuing this in the future. If the three of us are together, it seems everyone's spirits are quite high. How about you, Tina? Stop with your foolishness. I have no desire to partake in such ridiculous games again, Tina declared resolutely. Hobodi, your abilities must be reported to the naval headquarters. Tina took a deep drag from her cigarette, pondering for a long while before speaking. That simply won't do, Hobodi replied, feeling his thirst intensify as he observed the scene before him. Monet turned, revealing a tantalizing smile, licking her lips. So, who shall we indulge in first, me or Tina? Monet, if you continue like this, Tina will get angry, Tina remarked, feeling her strength wane as the man approached. Hobodi, wait, at that moment. Tina felt her feminine side awaken once more. As noon approached, the trio, refreshed and dressed, emerged from the hotel. A sergeant at the base was frolicking in the pool with a young girl, beads of sweat glistening on his brow as he scrambled out, wearing beach shorts. Good afternoon. Commander Tina, he reported. Gather the soldiers. The vacation is over, and we must prepare to return. Tina replied coolly. No? Haven't we already booked the hotel for 3 days? You fool, we only captured Mr. 2 and Mr. 3. The others have all escaped. Do you still have the leisure to enjoy your vacation? If it hadn't been so late yesterday, fearing we'd lose our way at sea, I would have commanded a return to base already, Tina snapped, casting an annoyed glare at her two subordinates who had audaciously bullied her that morning. Hobodi expressed his astonishment. Have all except Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 fled? Surely not. Mr. 5 was restrained by sea-stone handcuffs. With your strength, it should not have been so easy for him to be rescued. Upon hearing this, Tina furrowed her brow, while Monet subtly tugged at Hobodi's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further provoking her. The sergeant, clad in beach shorts, sensed the tension and dejectedly explained. This predicament stems from our hindrance to Commander Tina yesterday. We could have apprehended all members of the Baroque works, but that reckless Mr. 2 charged through the gunfire to rescue the duo, Mr. 5. To protect us, Commander Tina was restrained by him, and ultimately, Miss Doublefinger arrived, allowing Mr. 2 to cover their escape. Enough. There is no need for further explanations. One can only say that such reckless individuals are truly terrifying. And we must also acknowledge our shortcomings. Prepare yourselves. I have just received communication from headquarters in my hotel room. Yes. The sergeant turned to leave, muttering to himself. So Commander Tina rose so late due to headquarters call. I must be quite petty to think she would indulge in sloth. Though his murmurs were soft, they were still faintly audible by the pool. Monet leaned in to whisper something into Tina's ear, causing her neck to flush. She shot a glare at Hobodi, exclaiming, You are utterly insufferable. Do not presume that just because Monet has made concessions, you can take advantage. Do not even think about trying anything in the base. Fuming, Tina stormed away, her unnatural gait prompting Monet to stifle a chuckle. Around 2 p.m., Hobodi